The Prince of Winterfell. The hearth was caked with cold black ash, the room unheated but for candles. Every time a door opened, their flames would sway and shiver. The bride was shivering too. They had dressed her in white lamb's wool trimmed with lace. Her sleeves and bodice were sewn with freshwater pearls, and on her feet were white doeskin slippers, pretty but not warm. Her face was pale, bloodless. A face carved of ice, Theon Greyjoy thought as he draped a fur-trimmed cloak about her shoulders. A corpse buried in the snow. "My lady, it is time." Beyond the door the music called them, lute and pipes and drum. The bride raised her eyes, brown eyes shining in the candlelight. "I will be a good wife to him, and true. I will please him and give him sons. I will be a better wife than the real Arya could have been, he'll see." "Talk like that will get you killed or worse." That lesson he had learned as Reek. "You are the real Arya, my lady. Arya of House Stark, Lord Eddard's daughter, heir to Winterfell." Her name, she had to know her name. "Arya Underfoot. Your sister used to call you Arya Horseface." "It was me made up that name. Her face was long and horsey. Mine isn't. I was pretty." Tears spilled from her eyes at last. "I was never beautiful like Sansa, but they all said I was pretty. Does Lord Ramsay think I am pretty?" "Yes," he lied. "He's told me so." "He knows who I am, though. Who I really am. I see it when he looks at me. He looks so angry even when he smiles, but it's not my fault. They say he likes to hurt people." "My lady should not listen to such lies." "They say that he hurt you. Your hands and—" His mouth was dry. I deserved it. I made him angry. You must not make him angry. Lord Ramsay is a sweet man, and kindly. Please him, and he will be good to you. Be a good wife." "Help me." She clutched at him. "Please, I used to watch you in the yard, playing with your swords. You were so handsome." She squeezed his arm. "If we ran away, I could be your wife or your whore. Whatever you wanted. You could be my man." Theon wrenched his arm away from her. I'm no one's man. A man would help her. Just be Arya, be his wife. Please him, or... Just please him, and stop this talk about being someone else." "Jane. Her name is Jane. It rhymes with pain." The music was growing more insistent. "It is time. Wipe those tears from your eyes. Brown eyes. They should be gray. Someone will see. Someone will remember." "Good. Now smile." The girl tried. Her lips, trembling, twitched up and froze, and he could see her teeth. Pretty white teeth, he thought, but if she angers him they will not be pretty long. When he pushed the door open, 3 of the 4 candles fluttered out. He led the bride into the mist where the wedding guests were waiting. "Why me?" he had asked when Lady Dustin told him he must give the bride away. "Her father is dead and all her brothers. Her mother perished at the twins. Her uncles are lost or dead or captive." "She has a brother still." "She has 3 brothers still," he might have said. "Jon Snow is with the Night's Watch." "A half-brother, bastard-born, and bound to the wall. You were her father's ward, the nearest thing she has to living kin. It is only fitting that you give her hand in marriage." The nearest thing she has to living kin. Theon Greyjoy had grown up with Arya Stark. Theon would have known an impostor. If he was seen to accept Bolton's feigned girl as Arya, the northern lords who had gathered to bear witness to the match would have no grounds to question her legitimacy. Stout and Slate, Horsebane Umber, the quarrelsome Ricewells, Hornwood men and Cerwyn cousins, fat Lord Wyman Manderley. Not one of them had known Ned Stark's daughters half so well as he. And if a few entertained private doubts, surely they would be wise enough to keep those misgivings to themselves. They are using me to cloak their deception, putting mine own face on their lie. That was why Roose Bolton had clothed him as a lord again, to play his part in this mummer's farce. Once that was done, once their false Arya had been wedded and bedded, Bolton would have no more use for Theon Turncloak. "Serve us in this, and when Stannis is defeated, we will discuss how best to restore you to your father's seat," his lordship had said in that soft voice of his, a voice made for lies and whispers. Theon never believed a word of it. He would dance this dance for them because he had no choice, but afterward— "He will give me back to Ramsay then," he thought, "and Ramsay will take a few more fingers and turn me into reek once more." Unless the gods were good, and Stannis Baratheon descended on Winterfell and put all of them to the sword, himself included, that was the best he could hope for. It was warmer in the Godswood, strange to say. Beyond its confines, a hard white frost gripped Winterfell. The paths were treacherous with black ice, and hoarfrost sparkled in the moonlight on the broken panes of the glass gardens. Drifts of dirty snow had piled up against the walls, filling every nook and corner. Some were so high they hid the doors behind them. Under the snow lay gray ash and cinders, and here and there a blackened beam or a pile of bones adorned with scraps of skin and hair. Icicles long as lances hung from the battlements and fringed the towers like an old man's stiff white whiskers. But inside the Godswood, the ground remained unfrozen, and steam rose off the hot pools, as warm as baby's breath. The bride was garbed in white and gray, the colors the true Arya would have worn had she lived long enough to wed. Theon wore black and gold, his cloak pinned to his shoulder by a crude iron kraken that a smith in Barrowton had hammered together for him. But under the hood, his hair was white and thin, and his flesh had an old man's grayish undertone. A Stark at last, he thought. Arm in arm, the bride and he passed through an arched stone door, as wisps of fog stirred round their legs. The drum was as tremulous as a maiden's heart, the pipes high and sweet and beckoning. Up above the treetops, a crescent moon was floating in a dark sky, half obscured by mist, like an eye peering through a veil of silk. Theon Greyjoy was no stranger to this Godswood. He had played here as a boy, skipping stones across the cold black pool beneath the weirwood, hiding his treasures in the bole of an ancient oak, stalking squirrels with a bow he made himself. Later, older, he had soaked his bruises in the hot springs after many a session in the yard with Robb and Jory and Jon Snow. In amongst these chestnuts and elms and soldier pines he had found secret places where he could hide when he wanted to be alone. The first time he had ever kissed a girl had been here. Later, a different girl had made a man of him upon a ragged quilt in the shade of that tall gray-green sentinel. He had never seen the Godswood like this, though, gray and ghostly, filled with warm mists and floating lights and whispered voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Beneath the trees, the hot springs steamed. Warm vapors rose from the earth, shrouding the trees in their moist breath, creeping up the walls to draw gray curtains across the watching windows. There was a path of sorts, a meandering footpath of cracked stones overgrown with moss, half buried beneath blown dirt and fallen leaves and made treacherous by thick brown roots pushing up from underneath. He led the bride along it. Jane, her name is Jane, it rhymes with pain. He must not think that, though. Should that name pass his lips, it might cost him a finger or an ear. He walked slowly, watching every step. His missing toes made him hobble when he hurried, and it would not do to stumble. Mar Lord Ramsay's wedding with a misstep, and Lord Ramsay might rectify such clumsiness by flaying the offending foot. The mists were so thick that only the nearest trees were visible. Beyond them stood tall shadows and faint lights. Candles flickered beside the wandering path, and back amongst the trees, pale fireflies floating in a warm gray soup. It felt like some strange underworld, some timeless place between the worlds, where the damned wandered mournfully for a time before finding their way down to whatever hell their sins had earned them. Are we all dead, then? Did Stannis come and kill us in our sleep? Is the battle yet to come, or has it been fought and lost? Here and there a torch burned hungrily, casting its ruddy glow over the faces of the wedding guests. The way the mists threw back the shifting light made their features seem bestial, half-human, twisted. Lord Stout became a mastiff, old Lord Locke a vulture, Horsebane Umber a gargoyle, big Walder Frey a fox, little Walder a red bull, lacking only a ring for his nose. Roose Bolton's own face was a pale grey mask, with 2 chips of dirty ice where his eyes should be. Above their heads the trees were full of ravens, their feathers fluffed as they hunched on bare brown branches, staring down at the pageantry below. Maester Luwin's birds. Luwin was dead, and his maester's tower had been put to the torch, yet the ravens lingered. This is their home. Theon wondered what that would be like, to have a home. Then the mists parted, like the curtain opening at a mummer's show to reveal some new tableau. The heart tree appeared in front of them, its bony limbs spread wide. Fallen leaves lay about the wide white trunk in drifts of red and brown. The ravens were the thickest here, muttering to one another in the murderer's secret tongue. Ramsay Bolton stood beneath them, clad in high boots of soft grey leather and a black velvet doublet slashed with pink silk and glittering with garnet teardrops. A smile danced across his face. "Who comes?" His lips were moist, his neck red above his collar. "Who comes before the god?" Theon answered. "Arya of House Stark comes here to be wed. A woman grown and flowered, true-born and noble, she comes to beg the blessings of the gods. Who comes to claim her?" "Me," said Ramsay. "Ramsay of House Bolton, Lord of the Hornwood, heir to the Dreadfort. I claim her. Who gives her?" "Theon of House Greyjoy, who was her father's ward." He turned to the bride. "Lady Arya, will you take this man?" She raised her eyes to his. Brown eyes, not grey. Are all of them so blind? For a long moment she did not speak, but those eyes were begging. This is your chance, he thought. Tell them now. Shout out your name before them all. Tell them that you are not Arya Stark. Let all the North hear how you were made to play this part. It would mean her death, of course, and his own as well, but Ramsay in his wrath might kill them quickly. The old gods of the North might grant them that small boon. "I take this man," the bride said in a whisper. All around them lights glimmered through the mists, 100 candles pale as shrouded stars. Theon stepped back, and Ramsay and his bride joined hands and knelt before the heart tree, bowing their heads in token of submission. The weirwood's carved red eyes stared down at them, its great red mouth open as if to laugh. In the branches overhead a raven quacked. After a moment of silent prayer, the man and woman rose again. Ramsay undid the cloak that Theon had slipped about his bride's shoulders moments before, the heavy white wool cloak bordered in grey fur, emblazoned with the direwolf of House Stark. In its place he fastened a pink cloak, spattered with red garnets like those upon his doublet. On its back was the flayed man of the Dreadfort done in stiff red leather, grim and grisly. Quick as that, it was done. Weddings went more quickly in the North. It came of not having priests, Theon supposed, but whatever the reason, it seemed to him a mercy. Ramsay Bolton scooped his wife up in his arms and strode through the mists with her. Lord Bolton and his Lady Walda followed, then the rest. The musicians began to play again, and the bard Abel began to sing Two Hearts That Beat as One. 2 of his women joined their voices to his own to make a sweet harmony. Theon found himself wondering if he should say a prayer. Will the old gods hear me if I do? They were not his gods, had never been his gods. He was Ironborn, a son of Pike. His god was the drowned god of the islands. But Winterfell was long leagues from the sea. It had been a lifetime since any god had heard him. He did not know who he was, or what he was, why he was still alive, why he had ever been born. "Theon," a voice seemed to whisper. His head snapped up. "Who said that?" All he could see were the trees and the fog that covered them. The voice had been as faint as rustling leaves, as cold as hate. A god's voice, or a ghost's. How many died the day that he took Winterfell? How many more the day he lost it? The day that Theon Greyjoy died, to be reborn as Reek. Reek, Reek, it rhymes with shriek. Suddenly he did not want to be here. Once outside the Godswood, the cold descended on him like a ravening wolf and caught him in its teeth. He lowered his head into the wind and made for the great hall, hastening after the long line of candles and torches. Ice crunched beneath his boots, and a sudden gust pushed back his hood, as if a ghost had plucked at him with frozen fingers, hungry to gaze upon his face. Winterfell was full of ghosts for Theon Greyjoy. This was not the castle he remembered from the summer of his youth. This place was scarred and broken, more ruin than redoubt, a haunt of crows and corpses. The great double curtain wall still stood, for granite does not yield easily to fire, but most of the towers and keeps within were roofless. A few had collapsed. The thatch and timber had been consumed by fire, in whole or in part, and under the shattered panes of the glass garden the fruits and vegetables that would have fed the castle during the winter were dead and black and frozen. Tents filled the yard, half buried in the snow. Roose Bolton had brought his host inside the walls, along with his friends the Freys. Thousands huddled amongst the ruins, crowding every court, sleeping in cellar vaults and under topless towers, and in buildings abandoned for centuries. Plumes of grey smoke snaked up from the rebuilt kitchens and re-roofed barracks keep. The battlements and crenellations were crowned with snow and hung with icicles. All the color had been leached from Winterfell until only grey and white remained. The Stark colors. Theon did not know whether he ought to find that ominous or reassuring. Even the sky was grey. Grey and grey and greyer. The whole world grey, everywhere you look, everything grey except the eyes of the bride. The eyes of the bride were brown, big and brown and full of fear. It was not right that she should look to him for rescue. What had she been thinking? That he would whistle up a winged horse and fly her out of here, like some hero in the stories she and Sansa used to love? He could not even help himself. Reek, reek, it rhymes with meek. All about the yard, dead men hung half-frozen at the end of hempen ropes, swollen faces white with hoarfrost. Winterfell had been crawling with squatters when Bolton's van had reached the castle. More than 24 had been driven at spear point from the nests they had made amongst the castle's half-ruined keeps and towers. The boldest and most truculent had been hanged, the rest put to work. Serve well, Lord Bolton told them, and he would be merciful. Stone and timber were plentiful with the wolfswood so close at hand. Stout new gates had gone up first, to replace those that had been burned. Then the collapsed roof of the great hall had been cleared away and a new one raised hurriedly in its stead. When the work was done, Lord Bolton hanged the workers. True to his word, he showed them mercy and did not flay a one. By that time, the rest of Bolton's army had arrived. They raised King Tommen's stag and lion above the walls of Winterfell as the wind came howling from the north, and below it the flayed man of the Dreadfort. Theon arrived in Barbary Dustin's train, with her ladyship herself, her Barrowton levies, and the bride-to-be. Lady Dustin had insisted that she should have custody of Lady Arya until such time as she was wed, but now that time was done. She belongs to Ramsay now, she said the words. By this marriage Ramsay would be Lord of Winterfell. So long as Jane took care not to anger him, he should have no cause to harm her. Arya. Her name is Arya. Even inside fur-lined gloves, Theon's hands had begun to throb with pain. It was often his hands that hurt the worst, especially his missing fingers. Had there truly been a time when women yearned for his touch? I made myself the Prince of Winterfell, he thought, and from that came all of this. He had thought that men would sing of him for 100 years and tell tales of his daring. But if anyone spoke of him now, it was as Theon Turncloak, and the tales they told were of his treachery. This was never my home. I was a hostage here. Lord Stark had not treated him cruelly, but the long steel shadow of his greatsword had always been between them. He was kind to me, but never warm. He knew that one day he might need to put me to death. Theon kept his eyes downcast as he crossed the yard, weaving between the tents. I learned to fight in this yard, he thought, remembering warm summer days spent sparring with Robb and Jon Snow under the watchful eyes of old Ser Roderick. That was back when he was whole, when he could grasp a sword hilt as well as any man. But the yard held darker memories as well. This was where he had assembled Stark's people the night Bran and Rickon fled the castle. Ramsay was Reek, then, standing at his side, whispering that he should flay a few of his captives to make them tell him where the boys had gone. "There will be no flaying here whilst I am Prince of Winterfell," Theon had responded, little dreaming how short his rule would prove. None of them would help me. I had known them all for half my life, and not one of them would help me. Even so, he had done his best to protect them, but once Ramsay put Reek's face aside, he'd slain all the men, and Theon's Ironborn as well. He set my horse afire. That was the last sight he had seen the day the castle fell, Smiler burning, the flames leaping from his mane as he reared up, kicking, screaming, his eyes white with terror. Here in this very yard. The doors of the great hall loomed up in front of him, new-made, to replace the doors that burned. They seemed crude and ugly to him, raw planks hastily joined. A pair of spearmen guarded them, hunched and shivering under thick fur cloaks, their beards crusty with ice. They eyed Theon resentfully as he hobbled up the steps, pushed against the right-hand door, and slipped inside. The hall was blessedly warm and bright with torchlight, as crowded as he had ever seen it. Theon let the heat wash over him, then made his way toward the front of the hall. Men sat crammed knee to knee along the benches, so tightly packed that the servers had to squirm between them. Even the knights and lords above the salt enjoyed less space than usual. Up near the dais, Abel was plucking at his lute and singing Fair Maids of Summer. He calls himself a bard. In truth, he's more a pander. Lord Manderley had brought musicians from White Harbor, but none were singers, so when Abel turned up at the gates with a lute and 6 women, he had been made welcome. 2 sisters, 2 daughters, 1 wife, and my old mother, the singer claimed, though not one looked like him. Some dance, some sing, one plays the pipe and one the drums. Good washerwomen, too. Bard or pander, Abel's voice was passable, his playing fair. Here amongst the ruins, that was as much as anyone might expect. Along the walls the banners hung, the horse-heads of the Ricewells in gold, brown, grey, and black, the roaring giant of House Umber, the stone hand of House Flint of Flint's Finger, the moose of Hornwood and the merman of Manderley, Serwyn's black battle-axe and the tall-heart pines. Yet their bright colors could not entirely cover the blackened walls behind them, nor the boards that closed the holes where windows once had been. Even the roof was wrong, its raw new timbers light and bright, where the old rafters had been stained almost black by centuries of smoke. The largest banners were behind the dais, where the direwolf of Winterfell and the flayed man of the Dreadfort hung back of the bride and groom. The sight of the Stark banner hit Theon harder than he had expected. Wrong, it's wrong, as wrong as her eyes. The arms of House Poole were a blue plate on white, framed by a grey treasure. Those were the arms they should have hung. "Theon Turncloak," someone said as he passed. Other men turned away at the sight of him. One spat. And why not? He was the traitor who had taken Winterfell by treachery, slain his foster brothers, delivered his own people to be flayed at Moat Cailin, and given his foster sister to Lord Ramsay's bed. Roose Bolton might make use of him, but true Northmen must despise him. The missing toes on his left foot had left him with a crabbed, awkward gait, comical to look upon. Back behind him, he heard a woman laugh. Even here in this half-frozen lich-yard of a castle, surrounded by snow and ice and death, there were women. Washerwomen. That was the polite way of saying camp-follower, which was the polite way of saying whore. Where they came from, Theon could not say. They just seemed to appear, like maggots on a corpse or ravens after a battle. Every army drew them. Some were hardened whores who could fuck 20 men in a night and drink them all blind. Others looked as innocent as maids, but that was just a trick of their trade. Some were camp brides, bound to the soldiers they followed with words whispered to one god or another, but doomed to be forgotten once the war was done. They would warm a man's bed by night, patch the holes in his boots at morning, cook his supper come dusk, and loot his corpse after the battle. Some even did a bit of washing. With them, oft as not, came bastard children, wretched, filthy creatures born in one camp or the other. And even such as these made mock of Theon Turncloak. Let them laugh. His pride had perished here in Winterfell. There was no place for such in the dungeons of the Dreadfort. When you have known the kiss of a flaying knife, a laugh loses all its power to hurt you. Birth and blood accorded him a seat upon the dais at the end of the high table beside a wall. To his left sat Lady Dustin, clad as ever in black wool, severe in cut and unadorned. To his right sat no one. They are all afraid the dishonor might rub off on them. If he had dared, he would have laughed. The bride had the place of highest honor, between Ramsay and his father. She sat with eyes downcast as Roose Bolton bid them drink to Lady Arya. "In her children our two ancient houses will become as one," he said, "and the long enmity between Stark and Bolton will be ended." His voice was so soft that the hall grew hushed as men strained to hear. "I am sorry that our good friend Stannis has not seen fit to join us yet," he went on, to a ripple of laughter, "as I know Ramsay had hoped to present his head to Lady Arya as a wedding gift." The laughs grew louder. "We shall give him a splendid welcome when he arrives, a welcome worthy of true Northmen. Until that day, let us eat and drink and make merry, for winter is almost upon us, my friends, and many of us here shall not live to see the spring." The Lord of White Harbor had furnished the food and drink, black stout and yellow beer and wines red and gold and purple, brought up from the warm south on fat-bottomed ships and aged in his deep cellars. The wedding guests gorged on cod cakes and winter squash, hills of neeps and great round wheels of cheese, on smoking slabs of mutton and beef ribs charred almost black, and lastly on 3 great wedding pies, as wide across as wagon wheels, their flaky crusts stuffed to bursting with carrots, onions, turnips, parsnips, mushrooms, and chunks of seasoned pork swimming in a savory brown gravy. Ramsay hacked off slices with his falchion, and Wyman Manderly himself served, presenting the first steaming portions to Roose Bolton and his fat Frey wife, the next to Ser Hostine and Ser Aenys, the sons of Walder Frey. "The best pie you have ever tasted, my lords," the fat lord declared. "Wash it down with arbor gold and savor every bite. I know I shall." True to his word, Manderly devoured 6 portions, 2 from each of the 3 pies, smacking his lips and slapping his belly and stuffing himself until the front of his tunic was half brown with gravy stains and his beard was flecked with crumbs of crust. Even fat Walda Frey could not match his gluttony, though she did manage 3 slices herself. Ramsay ate heartily as well, though his pale bride did no more than stare at the portion set before her. When she raised her head and looked at Theon, he could see the fear behind her big brown eyes. No long swords had been allowed within the hall, but every man there wore a dagger, even Theon Greyjoy. How else to cut his meat? Every time he looked at the girl who had been Jane Poole, he felt the presence of that steel at his side. "I have no way to save her," he thought, "but I could kill her easy enough. No one would expect it. I could beg her for the honor of a dance and cut her throat. That would be a kindness, wouldn't it?
and if the old gods hear my prayer, Ramsay in his wrath might strike me dead as well. Theon was not afraid to die. Underneath the Dreadfort, he had learned there were far worse things than death. Ramsay had taught him that lesson, finger by finger and toe by toe, and it was not one that he was ever like to forget. "You do not eat," observed Lady Dustin. "No." Eating was hard for him. Ramsay had left him with so many broken teeth that chewing was an agony. Drinking was easier, though he had to grasp the wine cup with both hands to keep from dropping it. "No taste for pork pie, my lord. The best pork pie we ever tasted, our fat friend would have us believe." She gestured toward Lord Manderley with her wine cup. "Have you ever seen a fat man so happy? He is almost dancing, serving with his own hands." It was true. The Lord of White Harbor was the very picture of the jolly fat man, laughing and smiling, japing with the other lords and slapping them on the back, calling out to the musicians for this tune or that tune. "Give us The Night That Ended, singer," he bellowed. "The bride will like that one, I know. Or sing to us of brave young Danny Flint and make us weep." To look at him, you would have thought that he was the one newlywed. "He's drunk," said Theon. "Drowning his fears. He is craven to the bone, that one." Was he? Theon was not certain. His sons had been fat as well, but they had not shamed themselves in battle. "Ironborn will feast before a battle, too. A last taste of life should death await. If Stannis comes, he will. He must." Lady Dustin chuckled. "And when he does, the fat man will piss himself. His son died at the Red Wedding, yet he's shared his bread and salt with Freys, welcomed them beneath his roof, promised one his granddaughter. He even serves them pie. The Manderleys ran from the south once, hounded from their lands and keeps by enemies. Blood runs true. The fat man would like to kill us all, I do not doubt, but he does not have the belly for it, for all his girth. Under that sweaty flesh beats a heart as craven and cringing as, well, yours." Her last word was a lash, but Theon dared not answer back in kind. Any insolence would cost him skin. "If my lady believes Lord Manderley wants to betray us, Lord Bolton is the one to tell." "You think Roose does not know? Silly boy. Watch him. Watch how he watches Manderley. No dish so much as touches Roose's lips until he sees Lord Wyman eat of it first. No cup of wine is sipped until he sees Manderley drink of the same cask. I think he would be pleased if the fat man attempted some betrayal. It would amuse him. Roose has no feelings, you see. Those leeches that he loves so well sucked all the passions out of him years ago. He does not love, he does not hate, he does not grieve. This is a game to him, mildly diverting. Some men hunt, some hawk, some tumble dice. Roose plays with men. You and me, these Freys, Lord Manderley, his plump new wife, even his bastard, we are but his playthings." A serving man was passing by. Lady Dustin held out her wine cup and let him fill it, then gestured for him to do the same for Theon. "Truth be told," she said, "Lord Bolton aspires to more than mere lordship. Why not King of the North? Tywin Lannister is dead, the Kingslayer is maimed, the imp is fled. The Lannisters are a spent force, and you were kind enough to rid him of the Starks. Old Walder Frey will not object to his fat little Walda becoming a queen. White Harbor might prove troublesome should Lord Wyman survive this coming battle, but I am quite sure that he will not. No more than Stannis. Roose will remove both of them, as he removed the young wolf. Who else is there?" "You," said Theon. "There is you, the Lady of Barrowton, a Dustin by marriage, a Ricewell by birth." That pleased her. She took a sip of wine, her dark eyes sparkling, and said, "The widow of Barrowton. And yes, if I so choose, I could be an inconvenience. Of course, Roose sees that too, so he takes care to keep me sweet." She might have said more, but then she saw the maesters. 3 of them had entered together by the Lord's door behind the dais, one tall, one plump, one very young, but in their robes and chains they were 3 gray peas from a black pod. Before the war, Medric had served Lord Hornwood, Rodri Lord Serwyn, and young Henley Lord Slate. Roose Bolton had brought them all to Winterfell to take charge of Lewin's ravens, so messages might be sent and received from here again. As Maester Medric went to one knee to whisper in Bolton's ear, Lady Dustin's mouth twisted in distaste. "If I were queen, the first thing I would do would be to kill all those grey rats. They scurry everywhere, living on the leavings of the lords, chittering to one another, whispering in the ears of their masters. But who are the masters and who are the servants, truly? Every great lord has his maester, every lesser lord aspires to one. If you do not have a maester, it is taken to mean that you are of little consequence. The grey rats read and write our letters, even for such lords as cannot read themselves, and who can say for a certainty that they are not twisting the words for their own ends? What good are they, I ask you?" "They heal," said Theon. It seemed to be expected of him. "They heal, yes. I never said they were not subtle. They tend to us when we are sick and injured or distraught over the illness of a parent or a child. Whenever we are weakest and most vulnerable, there they are. Sometimes they heal us, and we are duly grateful. When they fail, they console us in our grief, and we are grateful for that as well. Out of gratitude we give them a place beneath our roof, and make them privy to all our shames and secrets, a part of every council. And before too long the ruler has become the ruled." That was how it was with Lord Rickard Stark. Maester Wallace was his grey rat's name. And isn't it clever how the maesters go by only one name, even those who had two when they first arrived at the Citadel? That way we cannot know who they truly are or where they come from, but if you are dogged enough you can still find out. Before he forged his chain, Maester Wallace had been known as Wallace Flowers. Flowers, hill, rivers, snow. We give such names to base-born children to mark them for what they are, but they are always quick to shed them. Wallace Flowers had a Hightower girl for a mother, and an Archmaester of the Citadel for a father, it was rumoured. The grey rats are not as chaste as they would have us believe. Old Town maesters are the worst of all. Once he forged his chain, his secret father and his friends wasted no time dispatching him to Winterfell to fill Lord Rickard's ears with poisoned words as sweet as honey. The Tully marriage was his notion, never doubt it. She broke off as Roose Bolton rose to his feet, pale eyes shining in the torchlight. "My friends," he began, and a hush swept through the hall, so profound that Theon could hear the wind plucking at the boards over the windows. "Stannis and his knights have left Deepwood Motte, flying the banner of his new red god. The clans of the northern hills come with him on their shaggy, runtish horses. If the weather holds, they could be on us in a fortnight. And Crowfoot Umber marches down the King's Road whilst the Karstarks approach from the east. They mean to join with Lord Stannis here and take this castle from us." Sir Hostine Frey pushed to his feet. "We should ride forth to meet them. Why allow them to combine their strength?" "Because Arnulf Karstark awaits only a sign from Lord Bolton before he turns his cloak," thought Theon, as other lords began to shout out counsel. Lord Bolton raised his hands for silence. "The hall is not the place for such discussions, my lords. Let us adjourn to the solar whilst my son consummates his marriage. The rest of you remain and enjoy the food and drink." As the Lord of the Dreadfort slipped out, attended by the three maesters, other lords and captains rose to follow. Hother Umber, the gaunt old man called Horsebane, went grim-faced and scowling. Lord Manderley was so drunk he required 4 strong men to help him from the hall. "We should have a song about the rat cook," he was muttering as he staggered past Theon, leaning on his knights. "Singer, give us a song about the rat cook." Lady Dustin was amongst the last to bestir herself. When she had gone, all at once the hall seemed stifling. It was not until Theon pushed himself to his feet that he realized how much he'd drunk. When he stumbled from the table, he knocked a flagon from the hands of a serving girl. Wine splashed across his boots and breeches, a dark red tide. A hand grabbed his shoulder, 5 fingers hard as iron digging deep into his flesh. "You're wanted, Reek," said Sour Allen, his breath foul with the smell from his rotten teeth. Yellow Dick and Daemon Dance-For-Me were with him. "Ramsay says you're to bring his bride to his bed." A shiver of fear went through him. I played my part, he thought. Why me? He knew better than to object, though. Lord Ramsay had already left the hall. His bride, forlorn and seemingly forgotten, sat hunched and silent beneath the banner of House Stark, clutching a silver goblet in both hands. Judging from the way she looked at him when he approached, she had emptied that goblet more than once. Perhaps she hoped that if she drank enough, the ordeal would pass her by. Theon knew better. "Lady Arya," he said, "come. It is time you did your duty." 6 of the bastards' boys accompanied them as Theon led the girl out the back of the hall and across the frigid yard to the great keep. It was up 3 flights of stone steps to Lord Ramsay's bedchamber, one of the rooms the fires had touched but lightly. As they climbed, Daemon Dance-For-Me whistled, whilst Skinner boasted that Lord Ramsay had promised him a piece of the bloody sheet as a mark of special favour. The bedchamber had been well prepared for the consummation. All the furnishings were new, brought up from Barrowton in the baggage train. The canopy bed had a feather mattress and drapes of blood-red velvet. The stone floor was covered with wolfskins. A fire was burning in the hearth, a candle on the bedside table. On the sideboard was a flagon of wine, 2 cups, and a half-wheel of veined white cheese. There was a chair as well, carved of black oak with a red leather seat. Lord Ramsay was seated in it when they entered. Spittle glistened on his lips. "There's my sweet maid. Good lads. You may leave us now. Not you, Reek. You stay." Reek, it rhymes with peak. He could feel his missing fingers cramping, 2 on his left hand, 1 on his right, and on his hip his dagger rested, sleeping in its leather sheath, but heavy, oh so heavy. "It is only my pinky gone on my right hand," Theon reminded himself. "I can still grip a knife." "My lord, how may I serve you?" "You gave the wench to me. Who better to unwrap the gift? Let's have a look at Ned Stark's little daughter." "She is no kin to Lord Eddard," Theon almost said. "Ramsay knows. He has to know. What new cruel game is this?" The girl was standing by a bedpost, trembling like a doe. "Lady Arya, if you will turn your back, I must needs unlace your gown." "No." Lord Ramsay poured himself a cup of wine. "Laces take too long. Cut it off her." Theon drew the dagger. "All I need do is turn and stab him. The knife is in my hand." He knew the game by then. Another trap, he told himself, remembering Kyra with her keys. He wants me to try to kill him, and when I fail, he'll flay the skin from the hand I used to hold the blade. He grabbed a handful of the bride's skirt. "Stand still, my lady." The gown was loose below the waist, so that was where he slid the blade in, slicing upwards slowly, so as not to cut her. Steel whispered through wool and silk with a faint, soft sound. The girl was shaking. Theon had to grab her arm to hold her still. Jane, it rhymes with pain. He tightened his grip as much as his maimed left hand would allow. "Stay still." Finally, the gown fell away, a pale tangle round her feet. "Her small clothes, too," Ramsay commanded. Reek obeyed. When it was done, the bride stood naked, her bridal finery a heap of white and grey rags about her feet. Her breasts were small and pointed, her hips narrow and girlish, her legs as skinny as a bird's. A child. Theon had forgotten how young she was. Sansa's age. Arya would be even younger. Despite the fire in the hearth, the bedchamber was chilly. Jane's pale skin was pebbled with goose prickles. There was a moment when her hands rose, as if to cover her breasts, but Theon mouthed a silent no, and she saw and stopped at once. "What do you think of her, Reek?" asked Lord Ramsay. What answer does he want? Was it what the girl had said before the gods would? They all said that I was pretty. She was not pretty now. He could see a spiderweb of faint, thin lines across her back where someone had whipped her. She is beautiful. So beautiful. Ramsay smiled his wet smile. Does she make your cock hard, Reek? Is it straining against your laces? Would you like to fuck her first? He laughed. The Prince of Winterfell should have that right, as all lords did in days of old, the first night. But you're no lord, are you? Only Reek. Not even a man, truth be told. He took another gulp of wine, then threw the cup across the room to shatter off a wall. Red rivers ran down across the stone. Lady Arya, get on the bed. Yes, against the pillows. That's a good wife. Now spread your legs. Let us see your cunt. The girl obeyed, wordless. Theon took a step back toward the door. Lord Ramsay sat beside his bride, slid his hand along her inner thigh, then jammed 2 fingers up inside her. The girl let out a gasp of pain. You're dry as an old bone. Ramsay pulled his hand free and slapped her face. I was told that you'd know how to please a man. Was that a lie? No, my lord. I was trained. Ramsay rose, the firelight shining on his face. Reek, get over here. Get her ready for me. For a moment he did not understand. Do you mean... My lord, I have no... With your mouth, Lord Ramsay said. And be quick about it. If she's not wet by the time I'm done disrobing, I will cut off that tongue of yours and nail it to the wall. Somewhere in the godswood, a raven screamed. The dagger was still in his hand. He sheathed it. Reek. My name is Reek. It rhymes with weak. Reek bent to his task. The Watcher. Let us look upon this head, his prince commanded. Areo-Hota ran his hand along the smooth shaft of his long axe, his ash and iron wife, all the while watching. He watched the White Knight, Ser Balon Swan, and the others who had come with him. He watched the sand snakes, each at a different table. He watched the lords and ladies, the serving men, the old blind seneschal, and the young Maester Miles, with his silky beard and servile smile. Standing half in light and half in shadow, he saw all of them. Serve, protect, obey. That was his task. All the rest had eyes only for the chest. It was carved of ebony, with silver clasps and hinges. A fine-looking box, no doubt, but many of those assembled here in the old palace of Sunspear might soon be dead, depending on what was in that chest. His slippers whispering against the floor, Maester Calliot crossed the hall to Ser Balon Swan. The round little man looked splendid in his new robes, with their broad bands of dun and butternut and narrow stripes of red. Bowing, he took the chest from the hands of the White Knight and carried it to the dais, where Doran Martell sat in his rolling chair between his daughter Arianne and his dead brother's beloved paramour, Elaria. 100 scented candles perfumed the air. Gemstones glittered on the fingers of the lords and the girdles and hairnets of the ladies. Areo-Hota had polished his shirt of copper scales mirror bright, so he would blaze in the candlelight as well. A hush had fallen across the hall. Dorne holds its breath. Maester Calliot set the box on the floor beside Prince Doran's chair. The maester's fingers, normally so sure and deft, turned clumsy as he worked the latch and opened the lid to reveal the skull within. Hota heard someone clear his throat. One of the Fowler twins whispered something to the other. Elaria Sand had closed her eyes and was murmuring a prayer. Ser Balin Swan was taut as a drawn bow, the captain of guards observed. This new white knight was not so tall nor comely as the old one, but he was bigger across the chest, burlier, his arms thick with muscle. His snowy cloak was clasped at the throat by 2 swans on a silver brooch. One was ivory, the other onyx, and it seemed to Ariohota as if the 2 of them were fighting. The man who wore them looked a fighter too. "This one will not die so easy as the other. He will not charge into my axe the way Ser Aris did. He will stand behind his shield and make me come at him." If it came to that, Hota would be ready. His long axe was sharp enough to shave with. He allowed himself a brief glance at the chest. The skull rested on a bed of black felt, grinning. All skulls grinned, but this one seemed happier than most. And bigger. The captain of guards had never seen a larger skull. Its brow shelf was thick and heavy, its jaw massive. The bone shone in the candlelight, white as Ser Balin's cloak. "Place it on the pedestal," the prince commanded. He had tears glistening in his eyes. The pedestal was a column of black marble 3 feet taller than Maester Caliot. The fat little maester hopped up on his toes, but still could not quite reach. Ariohota was about to go and help him, but Obara Sand moved first. Even without her whip and shield, she had an angry, mannish look to her. In place of a gown, she wore men's breeches and a calf-length linen tunic, cinched at the waist with a belt of copper suns. Her brown hair was tied back in a knot. Snatching the skull from the maester's soft pink hands, she placed it up atop the marble column. "The mountain rides no more," the prince said gravely. "Was his dying long and hard, Ser Balin?" asked Tyene Sand, in the tone a maiden might use to ask if her gown was pretty. "He screamed for days, my lady," the White Knight replied, though it was plain that it pleased him little to say so. "We could hear him all over the Red Keep." "Does that trouble you, sir?" asked the Lady Nym. She wore a gown of yellow silk so sheer and fine that the candles shone right through it to reveal the spun gold and jewels beneath. So immodest was her garb that the White Knight seemed uncomfortable looking at her, but Hota approved. Nymeria was least dangerous when nearly naked. Elsewise, she was sure to have a dozen blades concealed about her person. "Ser Gregor was a bloody brute, all men agree. If ever a man deserved to suffer, it was him." "That is as it may be, my lady," said Balin Swan. "But Ser Gregor was a knight, and a knight should die with sword in hand. Poison is a foul and filthy way to kill." Lady Tyene smiled at that. Her gown was cream and green, with long lace sleeves, so modest and so innocent that any man who looked at her might think her the most chaste of maids. Ariohota knew better. Her soft, pale hands were as deadly as Obara's calloused ones, if not more so. He watched her carefully, alert to every little flutter of her fingers. Prince Doran frowned. "That is so, Ser Balin, but the Lady Nym is right. If ever a man deserved to die screaming, it was Gregor Clegane. He butchered my good sister, smashed her babe's head against a wall. I only pray that now he is burning in some hell, and that Elia and her children are at peace. This is the justice that Dorne has hungered for. I am glad that I lived long enough to taste it. At long last the Lannisters have proved the truth of their boast and paid this old blood debt." The prince left it to Ricasso, his blind seneschal, to rise and propose the toast. "Lords and ladies, let us all now drink to Tommen, the first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, and Lord of the 7 Kingdoms." Serving men had begun to move amongst the guests as the seneschal was speaking, filling cups from the flagons that they bore. The wine was Dornish strong wine, dark as blood and sweet as vengeance. The captain did not drink of it. He never drank at feasts. Nor did the prince himself partake. He had his own wine, prepared by Maester Miles and well laced with poppy juice to ease the agony in his swollen joints. The White Knight did drink, as was only courteous. His companions likewise. So did the Princess Arianne, Lady Jordaine, the Lord of God's Grace, the Knight of Lemonwood, the Lady of Ghost Hill, even Elaria Sand, Prince Oberyn's beloved paramour, who had been with him in King's Landing when he died. Hota paid more note to those who did not drink: Ser Daemon Sand, Lord Tremond Gargalen, the Fowler twins, Dagos Manwoody, the Ullers of the Hellholt, the Wiles of the Boneway. If there is trouble, it could start with one of them. Dorne was an angry and divided land, and Prince Doran's hold on it was not as firm as it might be. Many of his own lords thought him weak, and would have welcomed open war with the Lannisters and the boy king on the Iron Throne. Chief amongst those were the Sand Snakes, the bastard daughters of the prince's late brother Oberyn, the Red Viper, 3 of whom were at the feast. Doran Martell was the wisest of princes, and it was not the place of his captain of guards to question his decisions, but Areo Hota did wonder why he had chosen to release the ladies Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene from their lonely cells in the Spear Tower. Tyene declined Ricasso's toast with a murmur, and Lady Nym with a flick of a hand. Obara let them fill her cup to the brim, then upended it to spill the red wine on the floor. When a serving girl knelt to wipe up the spilled wine, Obara left the hall. After a moment, Princess Arianne excused herself and went after her. Obara would never turn her rage on the little princess, Hota knew. They are cousins, and she loves her well. The feast continued late into the night, presided over by the grinning skull on its pillar of black marble. 7 courses were served, in honor of the 7 gods and the 7 brothers of the King's Guard. The soup was made with eggs and lemons, the long green peppers stuffed with cheese and onions. There were lamprey pies, capons glazed with honey, a whisker fish from the bottom of the green blood that was so big it took 4 serving men to carry it to table. After that came a savory snake stew, chunks of 7 different sorts of snake slow-simmered with dragon peppers and blood oranges and a dash of venom to give it a good bite. The stew was fiery hot, Hota knew, though he tasted none of it. Sherbet followed, to cool the tongue. For the sweet, each guest was served a skull of spun sugar. When the crust was broken, they found sweet custard inside and bits of plum and cherry. Princess Arianne returned in time for the stuffed peppers. My little princess, Hota thought, but Arianne was a woman now. The scarlet silks she wore left no doubt of that. Of late she had changed in other ways as well. Her plot to crown Myrcella had been betrayed and smashed, her White Knight had perished bloodily at Hota's hand, and she herself had been confined to the Spear Tower, condemned to solitude and silence. All of that had chastened her. There was something else as well, though, some secret her father had confided in her before releasing her from her confinement. What that was, the captain did not know. The prince had placed his daughter between himself and the White Knight, a place of high honor. Arianne smiled as she slipped into her seat again, and murmured something in Ser Balon's ear. The knight did not choose to respond. He ate little, Hota observed, a spoon of soup, a bite of the pepper, the leg off a capon, some fish. He shunned the lamprey pie and tried only 1 small spoonful of the stew. Even that made his brow break out in sweat. Hota could sympathize. When first he came to Dorne, the fiery food would tie his bowels in knots and burn his tongue. That was years ago, however. Now his hair was white, and he could eat anything a Dornishman could eat. When the spun sugar skulls were served, Ser Balon's mouth grew tight, and he gave the prince a lingering look to see if he was being mocked. Doran Martell took no notice, but his daughter did. "It is the cook's little jape, Ser Balon," said Arianne.
Even death is not sacred to a Dornishman. You won't be cross with us, I pray." She brushed the back of the White Knight's hand with her fingers. "I hope you have enjoyed your time in Dorne."
"Everyone has been most hospitable, my lady."
Arianne touched the pin that clasped his cloak with its quarrelling swans. "I have always been fond of swans. No other bird is half so beautiful this side of the Summer Isles."
"Your peacocks might dispute that," said Ser Balin.
"They might," said Arianne. "But peacocks are vain, proud creatures, strutting about in all those gaudy colors. Give me a swan serene in white or beautiful in black." Ser Balin gave a nod and sipped his wine.
This one is not so easily seduced as was his sworn brother, Hota thought. Ser Aris was a boy, despite his years. This one is a man, and wary. The captain had only to look at him to see that the White Knight was ill at ease. This place is strange to him, and little to his liking. Hota could understand that. Dorne had seemed a queer place to him as well when first he came here with his own princess many years ago. The bearded priests had drilled him on the common speech of Westeros before they sent him forth, but the Dornishmen all spoke too quickly for him to understand. Dornish women were lewd, Dornish wine was sour, and Dornish food was full of queer hot spices. And the Dornish sun was hotter than the pale wan sun of Norvos, glaring down from a blue sky day after day. Ser Balin's journey had been shorter but troubling in its own way, the captain knew. 3 knights, 8 squires, 20 men-at-arms, and sundry grooms and servants had accompanied him from King's Landing, but once they crossed the mountains into Dorne, their progress had been slowed by a round of feasts, hunts, and celebrations at every castle that they chanced to pass. And now that they had reached Sunspear, neither Princess Myrcella nor Ser Aris Oakheart was on hand to greet them. The White Knight knows that something is amiss, Hota could tell, but it is more than that. Perhaps the presence of the sand snakes unnerved him. If so, Obara's return to the hall must have been vinegar in the wound. She slipped back into her place without a word, and sat there sullen and scowling, neither smiling nor speaking. Midnight was close at hand when Prince Doran turned to the White Knight and said, "Ser Balin, I have read the letter that you brought me from our gracious queen. Might I assume that you are familiar with its contents, sir?" Hota saw the knight tense. "I am, my lord. Her Grace informed me that I might be called upon to escort her daughter back to King's Landing. King Tommen has been pining for his sister and would like Princess Myrcella to return to court for a short visit."
Princess Arianne made a sad face. "Oh, but we have all grown so fond of Myrcella, sir. She and my brother Trystane have become inseparable."
"Prince Trystane would be welcome in King's Landing as well," said Balin Swan. "King Tommen would wish to meet him, I am sure. His Grace has so few companions near his own age."
"The bonds formed in boyhood can last a man for life," said Prince Doran. "When Trystane and Myrcella wed, he and Tommen will be as brothers. Queen Cersei has the right of it. The boys should meet, become friends. Dorne will miss him, to be sure, but it is past time Trystane saw something of the world beyond the walls of Sunspear."
"I know King's Landing will welcome him most warmly."
"Why is he sweating now?" the captain wondered, watching. The hall is cool enough, and he never touched the stew. "As for the other matter that Queen Cersei raises," Prince Doran was saying, "it is true, Dorne's seat upon the small council has been vacant since my brother's death, and it is past time that it was filled again. I am flattered that her Grace feels my counsel might be of use to her, though I wonder if I have the strength for such a journey. Perhaps if we went by sea—"
"By ship?"
Ser Balin seemed taken aback.
Would that be safe, my prince? Autumn is a bad season for storms, or so I've heard, and
The pirates in the stepstones. The pirates, to be sure. You may be right, sir. Safer to return the way you came. Prince Doran smiled pleasantly. Let us talk again on the morrow. When we reach the water gardens, we can tell Myrcella. I know how excited she will be. She misses her brother too, I do not doubt. I am eager to see her once again, said Ser Balin, and to visit your water gardens. I've heard they are very beautiful. Beautiful and peaceful, the prince said. Cool breezes, sparkling water, and the laughter of children. The water gardens are my favorite place in this world, sir. One of my ancestors had them built to please his Targaryen bride and free her from the dust and heat of Sunspear. Daenerys was her name. She was sister to King Daeron the Good, and it was her marriage that made Dorne part of the Seven Kingdoms. The whole realm knew that the girl loved Daeron's bastard brother Daemon Blackfyre, and was loved by him in turn. But the king was wise enough to see that the good of thousands must come before the desires of two, even if those two were dear to him. It was Daenerys who filled the gardens with laughing children. Her own children at the start, but later the sons and daughters of lords and landed knights were brought in to be companions to the boys and girls of princely blood. And one summer's day, when it was scorching hot, she took pity on the children of her grooms and cooks and serving-men, and invited them to use the pools and fountains too, a tradition that has endured till this day. The prince grasped the wheels of his chair and pushed himself from the table. But now you must excuse me, sir. All this talk has wearied me, and we should leave at break of day. Obara, would you be so kind as to help me to my bed? Nymeria, Tyene, come as well, and bid your old uncle a fond good night.
So it fell to Obara Sand to roll the prince's chair from Sunspear's feast hall and down a long gallery to his solar. Ariohota followed with her sisters, along with Princess Arianne and Alaria Sand. Master Calliot hurried behind on slippered feet, cradling the mountain's skull as if it were a child. You cannot seriously intend to send Trystane and Myrcella to King's Landing, Obara said as she was pushing. Her strides were long and angry, much too fast, and the chair's big wooden wheels clacked noisily across rough-cut stone floors. Do that, and we will never see the girl again, and your son will spend his life a hostage to the Iron Throne. Do you take me for a fool, Obara? The prince sighed. There is much you do not know. Things best not discussed here where anyone can hear. If you hold your tongue, I may enlighten you. He winced. Slower, for the love you bear me. That last jolt sent a knife right through my knee. Obara slowed her pace by half. What will you do, then? Her sister Tyene gave answer. What he always does, she purred. Delay, obscure, prevaricate. Oh, no one does that half so well as our brave uncle. You do him wrong, said Princess Arianne. Be quiet, all of you, the prince commanded. Not until the doors of his solar were safely closed behind them did he wheel his chair about to face the women. Even that effort left him breathless, and the mirish blanket that covered his legs caught between two spokes as he rolled, so he had to clutch it to keep it from being torn away. Beneath the coverlet, his legs were pale, soft, ghastly. Both of his knees were red and swollen, and his toes were almost purple, twice the size they should have been. Ariohota had seen them 1,000 times and still found them hard to look upon. Princess Arianne came forward. Let me help you, father. The prince pulled the blanket free. I can still master mine own blanket, that much at least. It was little enough. His legs had been useless for 3 years, but there was still some strength in his hands and shoulders. Shall I fetch my prince a thimble cup of milk of the poppy? Maester Calliot asked. I would need a bucket with this pain. Thank you, but no. I want my wits about me. I'll have no more need of you tonight. Very good, my prince. Maester Calliot bowed, Ser Gregor's head still clutched in his soft pink hands. I'll take that.
O'Barra Sand plucked the skull from him and held it at arm's length. "What did the mountain look like? How do we know that this is him? They could have dipped the head in tar. Why strip it to the bone?" "Tar would have ruined the box," suggested Lady Nym, as Maester Calliot scurried off. "No one saw the mountain die, and no one saw his head removed. That troubles me, I confess. But what could the bitch queen hope to accomplish by deceiving us? If Gregor Clegane is alive, soon or late the truth will out. The man was 8 feet tall. There is not another like him in all of Westeros. If any such appears again, Cersei Lannister will be exposed as a liar before all the 7 kingdoms. She would be an utter fool to risk that. What could she hope to gain?" "The skull is large enough, no doubt," said the prince. "And we know that Oberyn wounded Gregor grievously. Every report we have had since claims that Clegane died slowly, in great pain." "Just as father intended," said Tyene. "Sisters, truly, I know the poison father used. If his spear so much as broke the mountain's skin, Clegane is dead. I do not care how big he was. Doubt your little sister if you like, but never doubt our sire." O'Barra bristled. "I never did and never shall." She gave the skull a mocking kiss. "This is a start, I'll grant." "A start?" said Ilaria Sand, incredulous. "Gods forbid! I would it were a finish. Tywin Lannister is dead. So are Robert Baratheon, Amory Lorch, and now Gregor Clegane, all those who had a hand in murdering Elia and her children. Even Joffrey, who was not yet born when Elia died. I saw the boy perish with mine own eyes, clawing at his throat as he tried to draw a breath. Who else is there to kill? Do Myrcella and Tommen need to die so the shades of Rhaenys and Aegon can be at rest? Where does it end?" "It ends in blood as it began," said Lady Nym. "It ends when Casterly Rock is cracked open, so the sun can shine on the maggots and the worms within. It ends with the utter ruin of Tywin Lannister and all his works." "The man died at the hand of his own son," Ilaria snapped back. "What more could you wish?" "I could wish that he died at my hand." Lady Nym settled in a chair, her long black braid falling across one shoulder to her lap. She had her father's widow's peak. Beneath it her eyes were large and lustrous. Her wine-red lips curled in a silken smile. "If he had, his dying would not have been so easy." "Sir Gregor does look lonely," said Tyene in her sweet Septa's voice. "He would like some company, I'm certain." Ilaria's cheeks were wet with tears, her dark eyes shining. Even weeping, she has a strength in her, the captain thought. "Oberyn wanted vengeance for Elia. Now the 3 of you want vengeance for him. I have 4 daughters, I remind you, your sisters. My Elia is 14, almost a woman. Obella is 12, on the brink of maidenhood. They worship you, as Doria and Lorisa worship them. If you should die, must Elle and Obella seek vengeance for you, then Doria and Lori for them? Is that how it goes, round and round forever? I ask again, where does it end?" Ilaria Sand laid her hand on the mountain's head. "I saw your father die. Here is his killer. Can I take a skull to bed with me, to give me comfort in the night? Will it make me laugh, write me songs, care for me when I am old and sick?" "What would you have us do, my lady?" asked the Lady Nym. "Shall we lay down our spears and smile and forget all the wrongs that have been done to us?" "War will come, whether we wish it or not," said O'Barra. "A boy king sits the Iron Throne. Lord Stannis holds the wall and is gathering Northmen to his cause. The 2 queens are squabbling over Tommen like bitches with a juicy bone. The Iron Men have taken the shields and are raiding up the Mander, deep into the heart of the Reach, which means Highgarden will be preoccupied as well. Our enemies are in disarray. The time is ripe." "Ripe for what? To make more skulls?" Ilaria Sand turned to the prince. "They will not see. I can hear no more of this." "Go back to your girls, Ilaria.
the prince told her. "I swear to you no harm will come to them."
"My prince."
Ilaria kissed him on the brow and took her leave. Ariohota was sad to see her go. She is a good woman. When she had gone, Lady Nym said, "I know she loved our father well, but it is plain she never understood him." The prince gave her a curious look. "She understood more than you ever will, Nymeria, and she made your father happy. In the end, a gentle heart may be worth more than pride or valor. Be that as it may, there are things Ilaria does not know and should not know. This war has already begun." Oberra laughed.
"Aye, our sweet Arianne has seen to that."
The princess flushed, and Hota saw a spasm of anger pass across her father's face. "What she did as much for you as for herself. I would not be so quick to mock."
"That was praise," Oberra Sand insisted. "Procrastinate, obscure, prevaricate, dissemble, and delay all you like, uncle. Ser Balin must still come face to face with Myrcella at the Water Gardens, and when he does, he's like to see she's short an ear. And when the girl tells him how your captain cut Arys Oakhart from neck to groin with that steel wife of his, well, no." Princess Arianne unfolded from the cushion where she sat and put a hand on Hota's arm. "That wasn't how it happened, cousin. Ser Arys was slain by Gerald Dane." The Sand Snakes looked at one another. "Darkstar?" "Darkstar did it," his little princess said. "He tried to kill Princess Myrcella, too, as she will tell Ser Balin."
Nym smiled.
"That part at least is true."
"It is all true," said the prince, with a wince of pain. Is it his gout that hurts him, or the lie? "And now Ser Gerald has fled back to High Hermitage beyond our reach."
"Darkstar,"
Tyene murmured, with a giggle.
"Why not? It is all his doing. But will Ser Balin believe it?" "He will if he hears it from Myrcella," Arianne insisted.
Oberra snorted in disbelief.
"She may lie today and lie tomorrow, but soon or late she'll tell the truth. If Ser Balin is allowed to carry tales back to King's Landing, drums will sound and blood will flow. He should not be allowed to leave." "We could kill him, to be sure," said Tyene. "But then we would need to kill the rest of his party too, even those sweet young squires. That would be, oh, so messy."
Prince Doran shut his eyes and opened them again. Hota could see his leg trembling underneath the blanket. "If you were not my brother's daughters, I would send the three of you back to your cells and keep you there until your bones were gray. Instead, I mean to take you with us to the Water Gardens. There are lessons there if you have the wit to see them."
"Lessons?" said Oberra. "All I've seen are naked children."
"Aye," the prince said. "I told the story to Ser Balin, but not all of it. As the children splashed in the pools, Daenerys watched from amongst the orange trees, and a realization came to her. She could not tell the highborn from the low. Naked, they were only children, all innocent, all vulnerable, all deserving of long life, love, protection. 'There is your realm,' she told her son and heir. 'Remember them in everything you do.' My own mother said those same words to me when I was old enough to leave the pools. It is an easy thing for a prince to call the spears, but in the end the children pay the price. For their sake, the wise prince will wage no war without good cause, nor any war he cannot hope to win. I am not blind, nor deaf. I know that you all believe me weak, frightened, feeble. Your father knew me better. Oberyn was ever the viper, deadly, dangerous, unpredictable. No man dared tread on him. I was the grass, pleasant, complacent, sweet-smelling, swaying with every breeze. Who fears to walk upon the grass? But it is the grass that hides the viper from his enemies and shelters him until he strikes.
Your father and I worked more closely than you know, but now he is gone. The question is, can I trust his daughters to serve me in his place?" Hota studied each of them in turn. Obara, rusted nails and boiled leather, with her angry, close-set eyes and rat-brown hair. Nymeria, languid, elegant, olive-skinned, her long black braid bound up in red-gold wire. Tyene, blue-eyed and blonde, a child woman with her soft hands and little giggles. Tyene answered for the three of them. "It is doing nothing that is hard, uncle. Set a task for us, any task, and you shall find us as leal and obedient as any prince could hope for." "That is good to hear," the prince said. "But words are wind. You are my brother's daughters, and I love you. But I have learned I cannot trust you. I want your oath. Will you swear to serve me, to do as I command?" "If we must," said Lady Nym. "Then swear it now upon your father's grave." Obara's face darkened. "If you were not my uncle, I am your uncle, and your prince. Swear or go." "I swear," said Tyene, "on my father's grave." "I swear," said Lady Nym, "by Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, and a better man than you." "Aye," said Obara, "me as well. By father, I swear." Some of the tension went out of the prince. Hota saw him sag back into his chair. He held out his hand, and Princess Arianne moved to his side to hold it. "Tell them, father." Prince Doran took a jagged breath. "Dorne still has friends at court. Friends who tell us things we were not meant to know. This invitation Cersei sent us is a ruse. Trystane is never meant to reach King's Landing. On the road back, somewhere in the Kingswood, Ser Balon's party will be attacked by outlaws, and my son will die. I am asked to court only so that I may witness this attack with my own eyes, and thereby absolve the Queen of any blame. Oh, and these outlaws? They will be shouting, 'Half man, half man,' as they attack. Ser Balon may even catch a quick glimpse of the imp, though no one else will." Areo Hota would not have believed it possible to shock the sand snakes. He would have been wrong. "Seven save us," whispered Tyene. "Trystane? Why?" "The woman must be mad," Obara said. "He's just a boy." "This is monstrous," said Lady Nym. "I would not have believed it, not of a Kingsguard knight." "They are sworn to obey, just as my captain is," the prince said. "I had my doubts as well, but you all saw how Ser Balon balked when I suggested that we go by sea. A ship would have disturbed all the Queen's arrangements." Obara's face was flushed. "Give me back my spear, uncle. Cersei sent us ahead. We should send her back a bag of them." Prince Doran raised a hand. His knuckles were as dark as cherries and near as big. "Ser Balon is a guest beneath my roof. He has eaten of my bread and salt. I will not do him harm. No. We will travel to the Water Gardens, where he will hear Myrcella's story and send a raven to his queen. The girl will ask him to hunt down the man who hurt her. If he is the man I judge, Swan will not be able to refuse. Obara, you will lead him to High Hermitage to beard Darkstar in his den. The time is not yet come for Dorne to openly defy the open throne, so we must needs return Myrcella to her mother, but I will not be accompanying her. That task will be yours, Nymeria. The Lannisters will not like it, no more than they liked it when I sent them Oberyn, but they dare not refuse. We need a voice in council, an ear at court. Be careful, though. King's Landing is a pit of snakes." Lady Nym smiled. "Why, uncle, I love snakes." "And what of me?" asked Tyene. Your mother was a septa. Oberyn once told me that she read to you in the cradle from the seven-pointed star. I want you in King's Landing too, but on the other hill. The swords and the stars have been reformed, and this new High Septon is not the puppet that the others were. Try and get close to him. Why not? White suits my coloring. I look so pure. Good, the prince said. Good. He hesitated. If certain things should come to pass, I will send word to each of you. Things can change quickly in the Game of Thrones. I know you will not fail us, cousins. Arianne went to each of them in turn, took their hands, kissed them lightly on the lips. Obara, so fierce. Nymeria, my sister. Tyene, sweetling. I love you all. The Son of Dorne goes with you. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken, the Sand Snakes said, together. Princess Arianne lingered when her cousins had departed. Ariohota remained as well, as was his place. They are their father's daughters, the prince said. The little princess smiled. 3 Oberyns with teats. Prince Doran laughed. It had been so long since Hota last heard him laugh, he had almost forgotten what it sounded like. I still say it should be me who goes to King's Landing, not Lady Nym, Arianne said. It is too dangerous. You are my heir, the future of Dorne. Your place is by my side. Soon enough you'll have another task. That last part about the message, have you had tidings? Prince Doran shared his secret smile with her. From Lys. A great fleet has put in there to take on water. Volantene ships, chiefly, carrying an army. No word as to who they are or where they might be bound. There was talk of elephants. No dragons? Elephants. Easy enough to hide a young dragon in a big cog's hold, though. Daenerys is most vulnerable at sea. If I were her, I would keep myself and my intentions hidden as long as I could, so I might take King's Landing unawares. Do you think that Quentyn will be with them? He could be, or not. We will know by where they land if Westeros is indeed their destination. Quentyn will bring her up the green blood if he can. But it does no good to speak of it. Kiss me. We leave for the Water Gardens at first light. We may depart by midday, then, Hota thought. Later, when Arianne had gone, he put down his long axe and lifted Prince Doran into his bed. Until the mountain crushed my brother's skull, no Dornishman had died in this War of the Five Kings, the prince murmured softly, as Hota pulled a blanket over him. Tell me, Captain, is that my shame or my glory? That is not for me to say, my prince. Serve, protect, obey. Simple vows for simple men. That was all he knew. John. Val waited by the gate in the pre-dawn cold, wrapped up in a bearskin cloak so large it might well have fit Sam. Beside her was a Garin, saddled and bridled, a shaggy grey with one white eye. Mully and Dolorous Ed stood with her, a pair of unlikely guards, their breath frosted in the cold black air. You gave her a blind horse? John said, incredulous. He's only half blind, my lord, offered Mully. Elsewise he's sound enough. He patted the Garin on the neck. The horse may be half blind, but I am not, said Val. I know where I must go. My lady, you do not have to do this. The risk is mine, Lord Snow, and I am no Southron lady, but a woman of the free folk. I know the forest better than all your black-cloaked rangers. It holds no ghosts for me. I hope not. John was counting on that, trusting that Val could succeed where Blackjack Bulwer and his companions had failed. She need fear no harm from the free folk, he hoped,
but both of them knew too well that wildlings were not the only ones waiting in the woods. "You have sufficient food?" "Hard bread, hard cheese, oat cakes, salt cod, salt beef, salt mutton, and a skin of sweet wine to rinse all that salt out of my mouth. I will not die of hunger." "Then it's time you were away." "You have my word, Lord Snow. I will return, with Tormund or without him." Val glanced at the sky. The moon was but half full. "Look for me on the first day of the full moon." "I will. Do not fail me," he thought, "or Stannis will have my head." "Do I have your word that you will keep our princess closely?" the king had said, and Jon had promised that he would. Val is no princess, though. I told him that 100 times. It was a feeble sort of evasion, a sad rag wrapped around his wounded word. His father would never have approved. "I am the sword that guards the realm of men," Jon reminded himself. And in the end, that must be worth more than one man's honor. The road beneath the wall was as dark and cold as the belly of an ice dragon and as twisty as a serpent. Dolorous Ed led them through with a torch in hand. Mully had the keys for the 3 gates, where bars of black iron as thick as a man's arm closed off the passage. Spearmen at each gate knuckled their foreheads at Jon Snow, but stared openly at Val and her garron. When they emerged north of the wall, through a thick door made of freshly hewn green wood, the wildling princess paused for a moment to gaze out across the snow-covered field where King Stannis had won his battle. Beyond, the haunted forest waited, dark and silent. The light of the half-moon turned Val's honey-blonde hair a pale silver and left her cheeks as white as snow. She took a deep breath. "The air tastes sweet." "My tongue is too numb to tell. All I can taste is cold." "Cold?" Val laughed lightly. "No. When it is cold, it will hurt to breathe. When the others come—" The thought was a disquieting one. 6 of the rangers Jon had sent out were still missing. It is too soon. They may yet be back. But another part of him insisted. They are dead, every man of them. You sent them out to die, and you are doing the same to Val. "Tell Tormund what I've said." "He may not heed your words, but he will hear them." Val kissed him lightly on the cheek. "You have my thanks, Lord Snow, for the half-blind horse, the salt cod, the free air, for hope." Their breath mingled, a white mist in the air. Jon Snow drew back and said, "The only thanks I want is Tormund Giantsbane, aye." Val pulled up the hood of her bearskin. The brown pelt was well salted with gray. "Before I go, one question. Did you kill Jarl, my lord?" "The wall killed Jarl." "So I'd heard. But I had to be sure." "You have my word. I did not kill him. Though I might have if things had gone otherwise." "This is farewell, then," she said, almost playfully. Jon Snow was in no mood for it. It is too cold and dark to play, and the hour is too late. "Only for a time. You will return. For the boy, if for no other reason." "Craster's son?" Val shrugged. "He is no kin to me." "I have heard you singing to him." "I was singing to myself. Am I to blame if he listens?" A faint smile brushed her lips. "It makes him laugh." "Oh, very well. He is a sweet little monster." "Monster?" "His milk name. I had to call him something. See that he stays safe and warm. For his mother's sake, and mine. And keep him away from the Red Woman. She knows who he is. She sees things in her fires." Arya, he thought, hoping it was so. Ashes and cinders. Kings and dragons. Dragons again. For a moment Jon could almost see them too, coiling in the night,
their dark wings outlined against a sea of flame. If she knew, she would have taken the boy away from us. Dalla's boy, not your monster. A word in the king's ear would have been the end of it. And of me. Stannis would have taken it for treason. Why let it happen if she knew? Because it suited her. Fire is a fickle thing. No one knows which way a flame will go. Val put a foot into a stirrup, swung her leg over the horse's back, and looked down from the saddle. "Do you remember what my sister told you?" "Yes." A sword without a hilt, with no safe way to hold it. But Melisandre had the right of it. Even a sword without a hilt is better than an empty hand when foes are all around you. Good. Val wheeled the Garren toward the north. The first night of the full moon, then. Jon watched her ride away, wondering if he would ever see her face again. "I am no Southron lady," he could hear her say, "but a woman of the free folk." "I don't care what she says," muttered Dolorous Ed, as Val vanished behind a stand of soldier pines. "The air is so cold it hurts to breathe. I would stop, but that would hurt worse." He rubbed his hands together. "This is going to end badly." "You say that of everything." "Aye, my lord. Usually I'm right." Mully cleared his throat. "My lord, the wildling princess, letting her go. The men may say that I am half a wildling myself, a turncloak who means to sell the realm to our raiders, cannibals, and giants." Jon did not need to stare into a fire to know what was being said of him. The worst part was, they were not wrong, not wholly. "Words are wind, and the wind is always blowing at the wall. Come." It was still dark when Jon returned to his chambers behind the armory. Ghost was not yet back, he saw. Still hunting. The big white direwolf was gone more oft than not of late, ranging farther and farther in search of prey. Between the men of the watch and the wildlings down in Molestown, the hills and fields near Castle Black had been hunted clean, and there had been little enough game to begin with. Winter is coming, Jon reflected, and soon, too soon. He wondered if they would ever see a spring. Dolorous Ed made the trek to the kitchens, and soon was back with a tankard of brown ale and a covered platter. Under the lid, Jon discovered 3 duck's eggs fried in drippings, a strip of bacon, 2 sausages, a blood pudding, and half a loaf of bread still warm from the oven. He ate the bread and half an egg. He would have eaten the bacon too, but the raven made off with it before he had the chance. "Thief," Jon said, as the bird flapped up to the lintel above the door to devour its prize. "Thief," the raven agreed. Jon tried a bite of sausage. He was washing the taste from his mouth with a sip of ale when Ed returned to tell him Bowen Marsh was without. "Othel's with him, and Septon Celador." That was quick. He wondered who was telling tales and if there was more than one. "Send them in." "Aye, my lord. You'll want to watch your sausages with this lot, though. They have a hungry look about them." Hungry was not the word Jon would have used. Septon Celador appeared confused and groggy and in dire need of some scales from the dragon that had flamed him, whilst First Builder Othel Yarwick looked as if he had swallowed something he could not quite digest. Bowen Marsh was angry. Jon could see it in his eyes, the tightness around his mouth, the flush to those round cheeks. That red is not from cold. "Please sit," he said. "May I offer you food or drink?" "We broke our fast in the Commons," said Marsh. "I could do with more." Yarwick eased himself down onto a chair. "Good of you to offer." "Perhaps some wine," said Septon Celador. "Corn!" screamed the raven from the lintel. "Corn! Corn!" "Wine for the Septon and a plate for our First Builder," Jon told Dolorous Ed. "Nothing for the bird." He turned back to his visitors. "You're here about Val." "And other matters," said Bowen Marsh. The men have concerns, my lord.
And who is it who appointed you to speak for them?
As do I. Othel, how goes the work at the Night Fort? I have had a letter from Sir Axel Florent, who styles himself the Queen's Hand. He tells me that Queen Selyse is not pleased with her quarters at Eastwatch by the Sea and wishes to move into her husband's new seat at once. Will that be possible?
Yarwick shrugged.
We've got most of the keep restored and put a roof back on the kitchens. She'd need food and furnishings and firewood, mind you, but it might serve. Not so many comforts as Eastwatch, to be sure, and a long way from the ships, should her grace wish to leave us, but aye, she could live there, though it will be years before the place looks a proper castle. Sooner if I had more builders.
I could offer you a giant. That gave Othel a start.
The monster in the yard?
His name is One-Weg One-Dar-One, Leathers tells me. A lot to wrap a tongue around, I know. Leathers calls him One-One, and that seems to serve. One-One was very little like the giants in Old Nan's tales, those huge savage creatures who mixed blood into their morning porridge and devoured whole bulls, hair and hide and horns. This giant ate no meat at all, though he was a holy terror when served a basket of roots, crunching onions and turnips and even raw hard neeps between his big square teeth. He's a willing worker, though getting him to understand what you want is not always easy. He speaks the old tongue after a fashion, but nothing of the common. Tireless, though, and his strength is prodigious. He could do the work of a dozen men.
My lord, the men would never— Giants eat human flesh, I think. No, my lord, I thank you, but I do not have the men to watch over such a creature.
Jon Snow was unsurprised. As you wish. We will keep the giant here. Truth be told, he would have been loath to part with One-One. You know nothing, Jon Snow, Ygritte might say, but Jon spoke with the giant whenever he could, through Leathers or one of the free folk they had brought back from the grove, and was learning much and more about his people and their history. He only wished that Sam were here to write the stories down. That was not to say that he was blind to the danger One-One represented. The giant would lash out violently when threatened, and those huge hands were strong enough to rip a man apart. He reminded Jon of Hodor. Hodor twice as big, twice as strong, and half as clever. There's a thought to sober even Septon Celador. But if Tormund has giants with him, One-Weg One-Dar-One may help us treat with them. Mormont's raven muttered his annoyance as the door opened beneath him, heralding the return of Dolorous Ed with a flagon of wine and a plate of eggs and sausages. Bowen Marsh waited with obvious impatience as Ed poured, resuming only when he left again. Tollett is a good man, and well liked, and Iron Emmet has been a fine master-at-arms, he said then. Yet the talk is that you mean to send them away. We need good men at Long Barrow. Whore's Hole the men have started calling it, said Marsh. But be that as it may, is it true that you mean to replace Emmet with this savage Leathers as our master-at-arms? That is an office most oft reserved for knights, or rangers at the least. Leathers is savage, Jon agreed mildly. I can attest to that. I've tried him in the practice yard. He's as dangerous with a stone axe as most knights are with castle-forged steel. I grant you he is not as patient as I'd like, and some of the boys are terrified of him. But that's not all for the bad. One day they'll find themselves in a real fight, and a certain familiarity with terror will serve them well. He's a wildling. He was until he said the words. Now he is our brother, one who can teach the boys more than swordcraft. It would not hurt them to learn a few words of the old tongue and something of the ways of the free folk. Free, the raven muttered. Corn, king. The men do not trust him. Which men? Jon might have asked. How many? But that would lead him down a road he did not mean to ride.
I am sorry to hear that. Is there more? Septon Celador spoke up. This boy Satin. It's said you mean to make him your steward and squire in Tollett's place. My lord, the boy's a whore. Dare I say, a painted catamite from the brothels of Old Town. And you are a drunk. What he was in Old Town is none of our concern. He's quick to learn and very clever. The other recruits started out despising him, but he won them over and made friends of them all. He's fearless in a fight, and can even read and write after a fashion. He should be capable of fetching me my meals and saddling my horse, don't you think? Most like, said Bowen Marsh, stony-faced. But the men do not like it. Traditionally, the Lord Commander's squires are lads of good birth, being groomed for command. Does my lord believe the men of the Night's Watch would ever follow a whore into battle? John's temper flashed. They have followed worse. The old bear left a few cautionary notes about certain of the men for his successor. We have a cook at the Shadow Tower who was fond of raping septas. He burned a 7-pointed star into his flesh for everyone he claimed. His left arm is stars from wrist to elbow, and stars mark his calves as well. At Eastwatch we have a man who set his father's house afire and barred the door. His entire family burned to death, all 9. Whatever Satin may have done in Old Town, he is our brother now, and he will be my squire. Septon Celador drank some wine. Othel Yarwick stabbed a sausage with his dagger. Bowen Marsh sat red-faced. The raven flapped its wings and said, "Corn! Corn! Kill!" Finally, the Lord Steward cleared his throat. Your lordship knows best, I am sure. Might I ask about these corpses in the ice cells? They make the men uneasy. And to keep them under guard? Surely that is a waste of 2 good men. Unless you fear that they will rise? I pray they do. Septon Celador paled. 7 save us. Wine dribbled down his chin in a red line. Lord Commander, whites are monstrous, unnatural creatures. Abominations before the eyes of the gods. You cannot mean to try to talk with them. Can they talk? Asked Jon Snow. I think not, but I cannot claim to know. Monsters they may be, but they were men before they died. How much remains? The one I slew was intent on killing Lord Commander Mormont. Plainly it remembered who he was and where to find him. Maester Aemon would have grasped his purpose, Jon did not doubt. Sam Tarly would have been terrified, but he would have understood as well. My Lord Father used to tell me that a man must know his enemies. We understand little of the whites and less about the others. We need to learn. That answer did not please them. Septon Celador fingered the crystal that hung about his neck and said, I think this most unwise, Lord Snow. I shall pray to the crone to lift her shining lamp and lead you down the path of wisdom. Jon Snow's patience was exhausted. We could all do with a bit more wisdom, I am sure. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Now, shall we speak of Val? It is true, then, said Marsh. You have released her. Beyond the wall. Septon Celador sucked in his breath. The king's prize. His grace will be most wroth to find her gone. Val will return. Before Stannis, if the gods are good. How can you know that? Demanded Bowen Marsh. She said she would. And if she lied? If she meets with misadventure? Why then, you may have a chance to choose a Lord Commander more to your liking. Until such time, I fear you'll still need to suffer me. Jon took a swallow of ale. I sent her to find Tormund Giantsbane and bring him my offer. If we may know, what offer is this? The same offer I made at Molestown. Food and shelter and peace, if he will join his strength to ours, fight our common enemy, help us hold the wall.
Bowen Marsh did not appear surprised. "You mean to let him pass?" His voice suggested he had known all along. "To open the gates for him and his followers. Hundreds, thousands. If he has that many left." Septon Celador made the sign of the star. Othel Yarwick grunted. Bowen Marsh said, "Some might call this treason. These are wildlings, savages, raiders, rapers, more beast than man." "Tormund is none of those things," said Jon. "No more than Mance Rayder. But even if every word you said was true, they are still men, Bowen. Living men, human as you and me. Winter is coming, my lords, and when it does, we living men will need to stand together against the dead." "Snow!" screamed Lord Mormont's raven. "Snow! Snow!" Jon ignored him. "We have been questioning the wildlings we brought back from the grove. Several of them told an interesting tale of a woods witch called Mother Mole." "Mother Mole?" said Bowen Marsh. "An unlikely name." "Supposedly she made her home in a burrow beneath a hollow tree. Whatever the truth of that, she had a vision of a fleet of ships arriving to carry the free folk to safety across the narrow sea. Thousands of those who fled the battle were desperate enough to believe her. Mother Mole has led them all to Hardhome, there to pray and await salvation from across the sea." Othel Yarwick scowled. "I'm no ranger, but Hardhome is an unholy place, it's said. Cursed. Even your uncle used to say as much, Lord Snow. Why would they go there?" Jon had a map before him on the table. He turned it so they could see. "Hardhome sits on a sheltered bay and has a natural harbor deep enough for the biggest ships afloat. Wood and stone are plentiful near there. The waters teem with fish, and there are colonies of seals and sea cows close at hand." "Oh, that's true, I don't doubt," said Yarwick. "But it's not a place I'd want to spend a night. You know the tale." He did. Hardhome had been halfway toward becoming a town, the only true town north of the Wall, until the night 600 years ago when hell had swallowed it. Its people had been carried off into slavery or slaughtered for meat, depending on which version of the tale you believed, their homes and halls consumed in a conflagration that burned so hot that watchers on the wall far to the south had thought the sun was rising in the north. Afterward, ashes rained down on haunted forest and shivering sea alike for almost half a year. Traders reported finding only nightmarish devastation where Hardhome had stood, a landscape of charred trees and burned bones, waters choked with swollen corpses, blood-chilling shrieks echoing from the cave mouths that pocked the great cliff that loomed above the settlement. 6 centuries had come and gone since that night, but Hardhome was still shunned. The Wild had reclaimed the site, Jon had been told, but rangers claimed that the overgrown ruins were haunted by ghouls and demons and burning ghosts with an unhealthy taste for blood. "It is not the sort of refuge I'd choose either," Jon said. "But Mother Mole was heard to preach that the free folk would find salvation where once they found damnation." Septon Celador pursed his lips. "Salvation can be found only through the 7. This witch has doomed them all." "And saved the Wall, mayhaps," said Bowen Marsh. "These are enemies we speak of. Let them pray amongst the ruins, and if their gods send ships to carry them off to a better world, well and good. In this world I have no food to feed them." Jon flexed the fingers of his sword hand. "Cotter Pike's galleys sail past Hardhome from time to time. He tells me there is no shelter there but the caves. The Screaming Caves, his men call them. Mother Mole and those who followed her will perish there, of cold and starvation. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Thousands of enemies, thousands of wildlings. Thousands of people, Jon thought. Men, women, children. Anger rose inside him, but when he spoke his voice was quiet and cold. "Are you so blind, or is it that you do not wish to see?
What do you think will happen when all these enemies are dead?"
Above the door the raven muttered, "Dead, dead, dead."
"Let me tell you what will happen," Jon said. "The dead will rise again in their hundreds and their thousands. They will rise as whites, with black hands and pale blue eyes, and they will come for us." He pushed himself to his feet, the fingers of his sword hand opening and closing. "You have my leave to go." Septon Celador rose grey-faced and sweating, Othel Yarwick stiffly, Bowen Marsh tight-lipped and pale. "Thank you for your time, Lord Snow." They left without another word. Tyrion. The sow had a sweeter temper than some horses he had ridden. Patient and sure-footed, she accepted Tyrion with hardly a squeal when he clambered onto her back, and remained motionless as he reached for shield and lance. Yet when he gathered up her reins and pressed his feet into her side, she moved at once. Her name was Pretty, short for Pretty Pig, and she had been trained to saddle and bridle since she was a piglet. The painted wooden armor clattered as Pretty trotted across the deck. Tyrion's armpits were prickly with perspiration, and a bead of sweat was trickling down his scar beneath the oversized, ill-fitting helm, yet for one absurd moment he felt almost like Jaime, riding out onto a tourney field with lance in hand, his golden armor flashing in the sun. When the laughter began, the dream dissolved. He was no champion, just a dwarf on a pig, clutching a stick, capering for the amusement of some restless, rum-soaked sailors in hopes of sweetening their mood. Somewhere down in hell his father was seething and Joffrey was chuckling. Tyrion could feel their cold, dead eyes watching this mummer's face, as avid as the crew of the Sele Sori Coron. And now here came his foe. Penny rode her big grey dog, her striped lance waving drunkenly as the beast bounded across the deck. Her shield and armor had been painted red, though the paint was chipped and fading. His own armor was blue. Not mine. Groat's. Never mine, I pray. Tyrion kicked at Pretty's haunches to speed her to a charge as the sailors urged him on with hoots and shouts. Whether they were shouting encouragement or mocking him he could not have said for certain, though he had a fair notion. Why did I ever allow myself to be talked into this farce? He knew the answer, though. For 12 days now the ship had floated becalmed in the Gulf of Grief. The mood of the crew was ugly, and like to turn uglier when their daily rum ration went dry. There were only so many hours a man could devote to mending sails, caulking leaks, and fishing. Jorah Mormont had heard the muttering about how dwarf luck had failed them. Whilst the ship's cook still gave Tyrion's head a rub from time to time, in hopes that it might stir a wind, the rest had taken to giving him venomous looks whenever he crossed their paths. Penny's lot was even worse, since the cook had put about the notion that squeezing a dwarf girl's breast might be just the thing to win their luck back. He had also started referring to Pretty Pig as Bacon, a jape that had seemed much funnier when Tyrion had made it. "We have to make them laugh," Penny had said, pleading. "We have to make them like us. If we give them a show, it will help them forget. Please, my lord." And somehow, somewise, someway, he had consented. It must have been the rum. The captain's wine had been the first thing to run out. You could get drunk much quicker on rum than on wine, Tyrion Lannister had discovered. So he found himself clad in Groat's painted wooden armor, astride Groat's sow, whilst Groat's sister instructed him in the finer points of the mummer's joust that had been their bread and salt. It had a certain delicious irony to it, considering that Tyrion had almost lost his head once by refusing to mount the dog for his nephew's twisted amusement. Yet somehow he found it difficult to appreciate the humor of it all from Sowback. Penny's lance descended just in time for its blunted point to brush his shoulder. His own lance wobbled as he brought it down and banged it noisily off a corner of her shield. She kept her seat. He lost his.
But then he was supposed to. Easy as falling off a pig. Though falling off this particular pig was harder than it looked. Tyrion curled into a ball as he dropped, remembering his lesson, but even so, he hit the deck with a solid thump and bit his tongue so hard he tasted blood. He felt as if he were 12 again, cartwheeling across the supper table in Casterly Rock's great hall. Back then his Uncle Geryon had been on hand to praise his efforts, in place of surly sailors. Their laughter seemed sparse and strained compared to the great gales that had greeted Groat's and Penny's antics at Joffrey's wedding feast, and some hissed at him in anger. "No-nos! You ride same way you look! Ugly!" one man shouted from the stern castle. "Must have no balls, let girl beat you!" He wagered coin on me, Tyrion decided. He let the insult wash right over him. He had heard worse in his time. The wooden armor made rising awkward. He found himself flailing like a turtle on its back. That, at least, set a few of the sailors to laughing. A shame I did not break my leg. That would have left them howling. And if they had been in that privy when I shot my father through the bowels, they might have laughed hard enough to shit their britches right along with him. But anything to keep the bloody bastards sweet. Jorah Mormont finally took pity on Tyrion's struggles and pulled him to his feet. "You looked a fool." That was the intent. It is hard to look a hero when mounted on a pig. That must be why I stay off pigs. Tyrion unbuckled his helm, twisted it off, and spat a gobbet of bloody pink phlegm over the side. It feels as though I bit through half my tongue. Next time, bite harder. Ser Jorah shrugged. Truth be told, I've seen worse jousters. Was that praise? I fell off the bloody pig and bit my tongue. What could possibly be worse than that? Getting a splinter through your eye and dying. Penny had vaulted off her dog, a big gray brute called Crunch. The thing is not to joust well, Hugor. She was always careful to call him Hugor where anyone might hear. The thing is to make them laugh and throw coins. Poor payment for the blood and bruises, Tyrion thought, but he kept that to himself as well. We failed at that as well. No one threw coins. Not a penny, not a groat. They will when we get better. Penny pulled off her helm. Mouse-brown hair spilled down to her ears. Her eyes were brown too, beneath a heavy shelf of brow, her cheeks smooth and flushed. She pulled some acorns from a leather bag for Pretty Pig. The sow ate them from her hand, squealing happily. When we perform for Queen Daenerys, the silver will rain down, you'll see. Some of the sailors were shouting at them and slamming their heels against the deck, demanding another tilt. The ship's cook was the loudest, as always. Tyrion had learned to despise that man, even if he was the only half-decent Syvass player on the cog. You see, they liked us, Penny said, with a hopeful little smile. Shall we go again, Hugor? He was on the point of refusing when a shout from one of the mates spared him the necessity. It was mid-morning, and the captain wanted the boats out again. The cog's huge striped sail hung limply from her mast, as it had for days, but he was hopeful that they could find a wind somewhere to the north. That meant rowing. The boats were small, however, and the cog was large. Towing it was hot, sweaty, exhausting work that left the hands blistered and the back aching, and accomplished nothing. The crew hated it. Tyrion could not blame them. The widow should have put us on a galley, he muttered sourly. If someone could help me out of these bloody planks, I would be grateful. I think I may have a splinter through my crotch. Mormont did the duty, albeit with poor grace. Penny collected her dog and pig and led them both below. You might want to tell your lady to keep her door closed and barred when she's inside, Ser Jorah said as he was undoing the buckles on the straps that joined the wooden breastplate to the backplate. I'm hearing too much talk about ribs and hams and bacon. That pig is half her livelihood. I guess Carrie Crew would eat the dog as well. Mormont pulled the breastplate and backplate apart. Just tell her. As you wish. His tunic was soaked with sweat and clinging to his chest. Tyrion plucked at it, wishing for a bit of breeze. The wooden armor was as hot and heavy as it was uncomfortable. Half of it looked to be old paint, layer on layer on layer of it, from 100 past repaintings. At Joffrey's wedding feast, he recalled, one rider had displayed the direwolf of Robb Stark, the other the arms and colors of Stannis Baratheon. "We will need both animals if we're to tilt for Queen Daenerys," he said. If the sailors took it in their heads to butcher Pretty Pig, neither he nor Penny could hope to stop them. But Ser Jorah's longsword might give them pause at least. "Is that how you hope to keep your head, Imp?" "Sir Imp, if you please. And yes, once her grace knows my true worth, she'll cherish me. I am a lovable little fellow after all, and I know many useful things about my kin, but until such time I had best keep her amused." "Caper as you like, it won't wash out your crimes. Daenerys Targaryen is no silly child to be diverted by japes and tumbles. She will deal with you justly." "Oh, I hope not." Tyrion studied Mormont with his mismatched eyes. "And how will she welcome you, this just queen? A warm embrace, a girlish titter, a headsman's axe?" He grinned at the knight's obvious discomfort. "Did you truly expect me to believe you were about the queen's business in that whorehouse, defending her from half a world away? Or could it be that you were running, that your dragon queen sent you from her side? But why would she— Oh, wait, you were spying on her." Tyrion made a clucking sound. "You hope to buy your way back into her favor by presenting her with me. An ill-considered scheme, I'd say. One might even say an act of drunken desperation. Perhaps if I were Jaime— But Jaime killed her father. I only killed my own. You think Daenerys will execute me and pardon you, but the reverse is just as likely. Maybe you should hop up on that pig, Ser Jorah. Put on a suit of iron motley, like Florian the—" The blow the big knight gave him cracked his head around and knocked him sideways, so hard that his head bounced off the deck. Blood filled his mouth as he staggered back onto one knee. He spat out a broken tooth. "Growing prettier every day, but I do believe I poked a wound." "Did the dwarf say something to offend you, sir?" Tyrion asked innocently, wiping bubbles of blood off his broken lip with the back of his hand. "I am sick of your mouth, dwarf," said Mormont. "You still have a few teeth left. If you want to keep them, stay away from me for the rest of this voyage." "That could be difficult. We share a cabin." "You can find somewhere else to sleep. Down in the hold, up on deck, it makes no matter. Just keep out of my sight." Tyrion pulled himself back to his feet. "As you wish," he answered, through a mouthful of blood, but the big knight was already gone, his boots pounding on the deck-boards. Below, in the galley, Tyrion was rinsing out his mouth with rum and water and wincing at the sting when Penny found him. "I heard what happened. Oh, are you hurt?" He shrugged. "A bit of blood and a broken tooth. But I believe I hurt him more. And him a knight. Sad to say, I would not count on Ser Jorah should we need protection." "What did you do? Oh, your lip is bleeding." She slipped a square from her sleeve and dabbed at it. "What did you say?" A few truths Ser Bezor did not care to hear. "You mustn't mock him. Don't you know anything? You can't talk that way to a big person. They can hurt you. Ser Jorah could have tossed you in the sea. The sailors would have laughed to see you drown. You have to be careful around big people. Be jolly and playful with them. Keep them smiling. Make them laugh. That's what my father always said. Didn't your father ever tell you how to act with big people?" "My father called them small folk," said Tyrion. and he was not what you'd call a jolly man. He took another sip of watered rum, sloshed it around his mouth, spat it out. Still, I take your point. I have a deal to learn about being a dwarf. Perhaps you will be good enough to teach me in between the jousting and the pig riding.
I will, my lord, gladly. But what were these truths? Why did Ser Jorah hit you so hard?
Why, for love. The same reason that I stewed that singer. He thought of Shay and the look in her eyes as he tightened the chain about her throat, twisting it in his fist, a chain of golden hands. For hands of gold are always gold, but a woman's hands are warm. Are you a maid, Penny? She blushed.
Yes, of course. Who would have...
Stay that way. Love is madness, and lust is poison. Keep your maidenhead. You'll be happier for it, and you're less like to find yourself in some dingy brothel on the Rhoyne with a whore who looks a bit like your lost love. Or chasing across half the world, hoping to find wherever whores go. Ser Jorah dreams of rescuing his dragon queen and basking in her gratitude, but I know a thing or two about the gratitude of kings, and I'd sooner have a place in Valyria. He broke off suddenly. Did you feel that? The ship moved.
It did.
Penny's face lit up with joy.
We're moving again. The wind...
She rushed to the door.
I want to see. Come, I'll race you up.
Off she went. She is young, Tyrion had to remind himself, as Penny scrambled from the galley and up the steep wooden steps as fast as her short legs would allow. Almost a child. Still, it tickled him to see her excitement. He followed her topside. The sail had come to life again, billowing, emptying, then billowing again, the red stripes on the canvas wriggling like snakes. Sailors dashed across the decks and hauled on lines as the mates bellowed orders in the tongue of old Volantis. The rowers in the ship's boats had loosed their tow ropes and turned back toward the cog, stroking hard. The wind was blowing from the west, swirling and gusting, clutching at ropes and cloaks like a mischievous child. The Celisori Koran was under way. Might be we'll make Meereen after all, Tyrion thought. But when he clambered up the ladder to the stern castle and looked off from the stern, his smile faltered. Blue sky and blue sea here, but off west. I have never seen a sky that color. A thick band of clouds ran along the horizon. A bar sinister, he said to Penny, pointing.
What does that mean?
She asked. It means some big bastard is creeping up behind us. He was surprised to find that Moqorro and two of his fiery fingers had joined them on the stern castle. It was only midday, and the Red Priest and his men did not normally emerge till dusk. The priest gave him a solemn nod.
There you see it, Hugo Hill, God's wrath. The Lord of Light will not be mocked.
Tyrion had a bad feeling about this. The widow said this ship would never reach her destination. I took that to mean that once we were out to sea beyond the reach of Triarchs, the captain would change course for Meereen. Or perhaps that you would seize the ship with your fiery hand and take us to Daenerys. But that isn't what your high priest saw at all, is it?
No.
Moqorro's deep voice told as solemnly as a funeral bell.
This is what he saw.
The Red Priest lifted his staff and inclined its head toward the west. Penny was lost.
I don't understand. What does it mean?
It means we had best get below. Ser Jorah has exiled me from our cabin. Might I hide in yours when the time comes?
Yes, she said. You would be... Oh.
For the better part of 3 hours they ran before the wind as the storm grew closer. The western sky went green, then gray, then black. A wall of dark clouds loomed up behind them, churning like a kettle of milk left on the fire too long. Tyrion and Penny watched from the forecastle, huddled by the figurehead and holding hands, careful to stay out of the way of captain and crew. The last storm had been thrilling, intoxicating, a sudden squall that had left him feeling cleansed and refreshed. This one felt different right from the first. The captain sensed it too. He changed their course to north by northeast to try and get out of the storm's path. It was a futile effort. This storm was too big. The seas around them grew rougher. The wind began to howl. The stinky steward rose and fell as waves smashed against her hull. Behind them, lightning stabbed down from the sky, blinding purple bolts that danced across the sea in webs of light. Thunder followed. "The time has come to hide." Tyrion took Penny by the arm and led her below decks. Pretty and Crunch were both half mad with fear. The dog was barking, barking, barking. He knocked Tyrion right off his feet as they entered. The sow had been shitting everywhere. Tyrion cleaned that up as best he could whilst Penny tried to calm the animals. Then they tied down or put away anything that was still loose. "I'm frightened," Penny confessed. The cabin had begun to tilt and jump, going this way and that as the waves hammered at the hull of the ship. "There are worse ways to die than drowning. Your brother learned that, and so did my lord father. And Shay, that lying cunt. Hands of gold are always cold, but a woman's hands are warm." "We should play a game," Tyrion suggested. "That might help take our thoughts off the storm." "Not Cyvasse," she said at once. "Not Cyvasse," Tyrion agreed, as the deck rose under him. That would only lead to pieces flying violently across the cabin and raining down on sow and dog. "When you were a little girl, did you ever play Come Into My Castle?" "No. Can you teach me?" Could he? Tyrion hesitated. Fool of a dwarf. Of course she's never played Come Into My Castle. She never had a castle. Come Into My Castle was a game for highborn children, one meant to teach them courtesy, heraldry, and a thing or two about their lord father's friends and foes. "That won't—" he started. The deck gave another violent heave, slamming the two of them together. Penny gave a squeak of fright. "That game won't do," Tyrion told her, gritting his teeth. "Sorry, I don't know what game—" "I do." Penny kissed him. It was an awkward kiss, rushed, clumsy, but it took him utterly by surprise. His hands jerked up and grabbed hold of her shoulders to shove her away. Instead, he hesitated, then pulled her closer, gave her a squeeze. Her lips were dry, hard, closed up tighter than a miser's purse. A small mercy, thought Tyrion. This was nothing he had wanted. He liked Penny. He pitied Penny. He even admired Penny in a way, but he did not desire her. He had no wish to hurt her, though. The gods and his sweet sister had given her enough pain. So he let the kiss go on, holding her gently by the shoulders. His own lips stayed firmly shut. The Selesori Koran rolled and shuddered around them. Finally, she pulled back an inch or two. Tyrion could see his own reflection shining in her eyes. Pretty eyes, he thought, but he saw other things as well. A lot of fear, a little hope, but not a bit of lust. She does not want me, no more than I want her. When she lowered her head, he took her under the chin and raised it up again. "We cannot play that game, my lady." Above the thunder boomed, close at hand now. I never kissed a boy before, but I only thought, what if we drown, and I... It was sweet, lied Tyrion. But I am married. She was with me at the feast, you may remember her. Lady Sansa. Was she your wife? She was very beautiful. And false. Sansa, Shay, all my women. Tysha was the only one who ever loved me. Where do whores go? A lovely girl, said Tyrion. and we were joined beneath the eyes of gods and men. It may be that she is lost to me, but until I know that for a certainty, I must be true to her."
"I understand."
Penny turned her face away from his. My perfect woman, Tyrion thought bitterly. One still young enough to believe such blatant lies. The hull was creaking, the deck moving, and Pretty was squealing in distress. Penny crawled across the cabin floor on her hands and knees, wrapped her arms around the sow's head, and murmured reassurance to her. Looking at the two of them, it was hard to know who was comforting whom. The sight was so grotesque it should have been hilarious, but Tyrion could not even find a smile. The girl deserves better than a pig, he thought. An honest kiss, a little kindness, everyone deserves that much, however big or small. He looked about for his wine cup, but when he found it, all the rum had spilled. Drowning is bad enough, he reflected sourly, but drowning sad and sober, that's too cruel. In the end, they did not drown, though there were times when the prospect of a nice peaceful drowning had a certain appeal. The storm raged for the rest of that day and well into the night. Wet winds howled around them, and waves rose like the fists of drowned giants to smash down on their decks. Above, they learned later, a mate and 2 sailors were swept overboard. The ship's cook was blinded when a kettle of hot grease flew up into his face, and the captain was thrown from the stern castle to the main deck so violently he broke both legs. Below, Crunch howled and barked and snapped at Penny, and Pretty Pig began to shit again, turning the cramped, damp cabin into a sty. Tyrion managed to avoid retching his way through all of this, chiefly thanks to the lack of wine. Penny was not so fortunate, but he held her anyway as the ship's hull creaked and groaned alarmingly around them, like a cask about to burst. Near by midnight the winds finally died away, and the sea grew calm enough for Tyrion to make his way back up onto deck. What he saw there did not reassure him. The cog was drifting on a sea of dragon glass beneath a bowl of stars, but all around the storm raged on. East, west, north, south, everywhere he looked, the clouds rose up like black mountains, their tumbled slopes and colossal cliffs alive with blue and purple lightning. No rain was falling, but the decks were slick and wet underfoot. Tyrion could hear someone screaming from below, a thin, high voice hysterical with fear. He could hear Moqorro, too. The Red Priest stood on the forecastle facing the storm, his staff raised above his head as he boomed a prayer. Amidships, a dozen sailors and 2 of the Fiery Fingers were struggling with tangled lines and sodden canvas, but whether they were trying to raise the sail again or pull it down, he never knew. Whatever they were doing, it seemed to him a very bad idea. And so it was. The wind returned as a whispered threat, cold and damp, brushing over his cheek, flapping the wet sail, swirling and tugging at Moqorro's scarlet robes. Some instinct made Tyrion grab hold of the nearest rail, just in time. In the space of 3 heartbeats, the little breeze became a howling gale. Moqorro shouted something, and green flames leapt from the dragon's maw atop his staff to vanish in the night. Then the rains came, black and blinding, and forecastle and sterncastle both vanished behind a wall of water. Something huge flapped overhead, and Tyrion glanced up in time to see the sail taking wing, with 2 men still dangling from the lines. Then he heard a crack. Oh, bloody hell, he had time to think. That had to be the mast. He found a line and pulled on it, fighting toward the hatch to get himself below out of the storm, but a gust of wind knocked his feet from under him, and a second slammed him into the rail, and there he clung. Rain lashed at his face, blinding him. His mouth was full of blood again. The ship groaned and growled beneath him like a constipated fat man straining to shit. Then the mast burst. Tyrion never saw it, but he heard it. That cracking sound again, and then a scream of tortured wood, and suddenly the air was full of shards and splinters. One missed his eye by half an inch, a second found his neck, a third went through his calf, boots and breeches and all. He screamed, but he held on to the line, held on with a desperate strength he did not know he had. The widow said this ship would never reach her destination, he remembered. Then he laughed and laughed, wild and hysterical, as thunder boomed and timbers moaned and waves crashed all around him. By the time the storm abated and the surviving passengers and crew came crawling back on deck, like pale pink worms wriggling to the surface after a rain, the Celisori Coran was a broken thing, floating low in the water and listing 10 degrees to port, her hull sprung in 100 places, her hold awash in seawater, her mast a splintered ruin no taller than a dwarf. Even her figurehead had not escaped. One of his arms had broken off, the one with all his scrolls. 9 men had been lost, including a mate, 2 of the fiery fingers, and Moqorro himself. Did Benerro see this in his fires? Tyrion wondered, when he realized the huge red priest was gone. Did Moqorro? Prophecy is like a half-trained mule, he complained to Jorah Mormont. It looks as though it might be useful, but the moment you trust in it, it kicks you in the head. That bloody widow knew the ship would never reach her destination. She warned us of that, said Benerro saw it in his fires. Only I took that to mean... Well, what does it matter? His mouth twisted. What it really meant was that some bloody big storm would turn our mast to kindling so we could drift aimlessly across the Gulf of Grief until our food ran out and we started eating one another. Who do you suppose they'll carve up first? The pig, the dog, or me? The noisiest, I'd say. The captain died the following day, the ship's cook 3 nights later. It was all that the remaining crew could do to keep the wreck afloat. The mate who had assumed command reckoned that they were somewhere off the southern end of the Isle of Cedars. When he lowered the ship's boats to tow them toward the nearest land, one sank, and the men in the other cut the line and rowed off north, abandoning the cog and all their shipmates. Slaves, said Jorah Mormont, contemptuous. The big knight had slept through the storm to hear him tell it. Tyrion had his doubts, but he kept them to himself. One day he might want to bite someone in the leg, and for that you needed teeth. Mormont seemed content to ignore their disagreement, so Tyrion decided to pretend it had not happened. For 19 days they drifted, as food and water dwindled. The sun beat down on them, relentless. Penny huddled in her cabin with her dog and her pig, and Tyrion brought her food, limping on his bandaged calf and sniffing at the wound by night. When he had nothing else to do, he pricked his toes and fingers too. Ser Jorah made a point of sharpening his sword each day, honing the point until it gleamed. The 3 remaining fiery fingers lit the night fire as the sun went down, but they wore their ornate armor as they led the crew in prayer, and their spears were close at hand, and not a single sailor tried to rub the head of either dwarf. "Should we joust for them again?" Penny asked one night. "Best not," said Tyrion. "That would only serve to remind them we have a nice plump pig." Though Pretty was growing less plump with every passing day, and Crunch was fur and bones. That night he dreamed that he was back in King's Landing again, a crossbow in his hand. "Wherever whores go," Lord Tywin said. But when Tyrion's finger clenched and the bowstring thrummed, it was Penny with the quarrel buried in her belly. He woke to the sound of shouting. The deck was moving under him, and for half a heartbeat he was so confused he thought he was back on the Shy Maid. A whiff of pig shit brought him to his senses. The sorrows were behind him, half a world away, and the joys of that time as well. He remembered how sweet Lemore had looked after her morning swims, with beads of water glistening on her naked skin, but the only maiden here was his poor Penny, the stunted little dwarf girl. Something was afoot, though. Tyrion slipped from the hammock, yawning, and looked about for his boots. And mad though it was, he looked for the crossbow as well, but of course there was none such to be found. A pity, he mused. It might have been some use when the big folk come to eat me. He pulled his boots on and climbed on deck to see what the shouting was about. Penny was there before him, her eyes wide with wonder. "A sail!" she shouted. "There, do you see? A sail! And they've seen us! They have! A sail!" This time he kissed her, once on each cheek, once on the brow, and one last one on the mouth. She was flushed and laughing by the last kiss, suddenly shy again, but it made no matter. The other ship was closing. A big galley, he saw. Her oars left a long white wake behind her. "What ship is that?" he asked Ser Jorah Mormont. "Can you read her name?"
"I don't need to read her name. We're downwind. I can smell her."
Mormont drew his sword.
"That's a slaver."
The Turncloak. The first flakes came drifting down as the sun was setting in the west. By nightfall, snow was coming down so heavily that the moon rose behind a white curtain unseen. "The gods of the north have unleashed their wrath on Lord Stannis," Roose Bolton announced come morning as men gathered in Winterfell's great hall to break their fast. "He is a stranger here, and the old gods will not suffer him to live." His men roared their approval, banging their fists on the long plank tables. Winterfell might be ruined, but its granite walls would still keep the worst of the wind and weather at bay. They were well stocked with food and drink. They had fires to warm them when off duty, a place to dry their clothes, snug corners to lie down and sleep. Lord Bolton had laid by enough wood to keep the fires fed for half a year, so the great hall was always warm and cozy. Stannis had none of that. Theon Greyjoy did not join the uproar. Neither did the men of House Frey, he did not fail to note. They are strangers here as well, he thought, watching Ser Aenys Frey and his half-brother Ser Hostine. Born and bred in the Riverlands, the Freys had never seen a snow like this. The North has already claimed 3 of their blood, Theon thought, recalling the men that Ramsay had searched for fruitlessly, lost between White Harbor and Barrowton. On the dais, Lord Wyman Manderly sat between a pair of his White Harbor knights, spooning porridge into his fat face. He did not seem to be enjoying it near as much as he had the pork pies at the wedding. Elsewhere, one-armed Harwood Stout talked quietly with the cadaverous Horsebane Umber. Theon queued up with the other men for porridge, ladled into wooden bowls from a row of copper kettles. The lords and knights had milk and honey, and even a bit of butter to sweeten their portions, he saw, but none of that would be offered him. His reign as Prince of Winterfell had been a brief one. He had played his part in the mummers' show, giving the feigned Arya to be wed, and now he was of no further use to Roose Bolton. "First winter I remember, the snows came over my head," said a Hornwood man in the queue ahead of him. "Aye, but you were only 3 foot tall at the time," a rider from the Rills replied. Last night, unable to sleep, Theon had found himself brooding on escape, of slipping away unseen whilst Ramsay and his Lord Father had their attention elsewhere. Every gate was closed and barred and heavily guarded, though. No one was allowed to enter or depart the castle without Lord Bolton's leave. Even if he found some secret way out, Theon would not have trusted it. He had not forgotten Kyra and her keys. And if he did get out, where would he go? His father was dead, and his uncles had no use for him. Pike was lost to him. The nearest thing to a home that remained to him was here, amongst the bones of Winterfell. A ruined man, a ruined castle. This is my place. He was still waiting for his porridge when Ramsay swept into the hall with his bastard's boys, shouting for music. Abel rubbed the sleep from his eyes, took up his lute, and launched into The Dornishman's Wife, whilst one of his washerwomen beat time on her drum. The singer changed the words, though. Instead of tasting a Dornishman's wife, he sang of tasting a Northman's daughter. He could lose his tongue for that, Theon thought, as his bowl was being filled. He is only a singer. Lord Ramsay could flay the skin off both his hands and no one would say a word. But Lord Bolton smiled at the lyric and Ramsay laughed aloud. Then others knew that it was safe to laugh as well. Yellow Dick found the song so funny that wine snorted out his nose. Lady Arya was not there to share the merriment. She had not been seen outside her chambers since her wedding night. Sour Allen had been saying that Ramsay kept his bride naked and chained to a bedpost, but Theon knew that was only talk. There were no chains, at least none that men could see. Just a pair of guards outside the bedchamber to keep the girl from wandering. And she is only naked when she bathes. That she did most every night, though. Lord Ramsay wanted his wife clean. "She has no handmaids, poor thing," he had said to Theon. "That leaves you, Reek. Should I put you in a dress?" He laughed. "Perhaps if you beg it of me. Just now it will suffice for you to be her bath maid. I won't have her smelling like you." So whenever Ramsay had an itch to bed his wife, it fell to Theon to borrow some serving women from Lady Walda or Lady Dustin and fetch hot water from the kitchens. Though Arya never spoke to any of them, they could not fail to see her bruises. It is her own fault. She has not pleased him. "Just be Arya," he told the girl once, as he helped her into the water. "Lord Ramsay does not want to hurt you. He only hurts us when we forget. He never cut me without cause." "Theon," she whispered, weeping. "Reek." He grabbed her arm and shook her. "In here I'm Reek. You have to remember, Arya." But the girl was no true Stark, only a steward's whelp. Jane, her name is Jane. She should not look to me for rescue. Theon Greyjoy might have tried to help her once, but Theon had been iron-born, and a braver man than Reek. Reek, Reek, it rhymes with weak. Ramsay had a new plaything to amuse him, one with teats and a cunny, but soon Jane's tears would lose their savor, and Ramsay would want his Reek again. "He will flay me inch by inch. When my fingers are gone, he will take my hands, after my toes, my feet, but only when I beg for it, when the pain grows so bad that I plead for him to give me some relief." There would be no hot baths for Reek. He would roll in shit again, forbidden to wash. The clothes he wore would turn to rags, foul and stinking, and he would be made to wear them till they rotted. The best he could hope for was to be returned to the kennels with Ramsay's girls for company. Kyra, he remembered. The new bitch he calls Kyra. He took his bowl to the back of the hall and found a place on an empty bench, yards away from the nearest torch. Day or night, the benches below the salt were never less than half full, with men drinking, dicing, talking, or sleeping in their clothes in quiet corners. Their sergeants would kick them awake when it came their turn to shrug back into their cloaks and walk the walls. But no man of them would welcome the company of Theon Turncloak, nor did he have much taste for theirs. The gruel was gray and watery, and he pushed it away after his third spoonful and let it congeal in the bowl. At the next table, men were arguing about the storm and wondering aloud how long the snow would fall. "All day and all night, might be even longer," insisted one big, black-bearded archer with a Serwyn axe sewn on his breast. A few of the older men spoke of other snowstorms and insisted this was no more than a light dusting compared to what they'd seen in the winters of their youth. The Riverlanders were aghast. They have no love of snow and cold, these Southron swords. Men entering the hall huddled by the fires or clapped their hands together over glowing braziers as their cloaks hung dripping from pegs inside the door. The air was thick and smoky, and a crust had formed atop his porridge, when a woman's voice behind him said, "Theon Greyjoy." My name is Reek, he almost said. What do you want? She sat down next to him, straddling the bench, and pushed a wild mop of red-brown hair out of her eyes. Why do you eat alone, my lord? Come, rise, join the dance. He went back to his porridge. I don't dance. The Prince of Winterfell had been a graceful dancer, but Reek with his missing toes would be grotesque. Leave me be, I have no coin. The woman smiled crookedly. Do you take me for a whore? She was one of the singer's washerwomen, the tall skinny one, too lean and leathery to be called pretty, though there was a time when Theon would have tumbled her all the same, to see how it felt to have those long legs wrapped around him. What good would coin do me here? What would I buy with it, some snow? She laughed. You could pay me with a smile. I've never seen you smile, not even during your sister's wedding feast. Lady Arya is not my sister. I do not smile either, he might have told her. Ramsay hated my smiles, so he took a hammer to my teeth. I can hardly eat. She never was my sister. A pretty maid, though. I was never beautiful like Sansa, but they all said I was pretty. Jane's words seemed to echo in his head, to the beat of the drums two of Abel's other girls were pounding. Another one had pulled little Walder Frey up onto the table to teach him how to dance. All the men were laughing. Leave me be, said Theon. Am I not to my lord's taste? I could send Myrtle to you if you want. Or Holly. Might be you'd like her better. All the men like Holly. They're not my sisters neither, but they're sweet. The woman leaned close. Her breath smelled of wine. If you have no smile for me, tell me how you captured Winterfell. Abel will put it in a song, and you will live forever. As a betrayer, as Theon Turncloak. Why not Theon the Clever? It was a daring feat, the way we heard it. How many men did you have? 100? 50? Fewer. It was madness. Glorious madness. Stannis has 5,000, they say, but Abel claims 10 times as many still could not breach these walls. So how did you get in, my lord? Did you have some secret way? I had ropes, Theon thought. I had grapnels. I had darkness on my side, and surprise. The castle was but lightly held, and I took them unawares. But he said none of that. If Abel made a song about him, like as not Ramsay would prick his eardrums to make certain that he never heard it. You can trust me, my lord. Abel does. The washerwoman put her hand upon his own. His hands were gloved in wool and leather. Hers were bare, long-fingered, rough, with nails chewed to the quick. You never asked my name. It's Rowan. Theon wrenched away. This was a ploy, he knew it. Ramsay sent her. She's another of his japes, like Kyra with the keys. A jolly jape, that's all. He wants me to run so he can punish me. He wanted to hit her, to smash that mocking smile off her face. He wanted to kiss her, to fuck her right there on the table and make her cry his name. But he knew he dare not touch her, in anger or in lust. Reek, Reek, my name is Reek. I must not forget my name. He jerked to his feet and made his way wordlessly to the doors, limping on his maimed feet. Outside the snow was falling still. Wet, heavy, silent, it had already begun to cover the footsteps left by the men coming and going from the hall. The drifts came almost to the top of his boots. It will be deeper in the Wolf's Wood, and out on the King's Road, where the wind is blowing, there will be no escape from it. A battle was being fought in the yard, Ricewell's pelting Barrowton boys with snowballs. Above, he could see some squires building snowmen along the battlements. They were arming them with spears and shields, putting iron half-helms on their heads, and arraying them along the inner wall, a rank of snowy sentinels. "Lord Winter has joined us with his levies," one of the sentries outside the great hall japed, until he saw Theon's face and realized who he was talking to. Then he turned his head and spat. Beyond the tents, the big destriers of the knights from White Harbor and the twins were shivering in their horse lines. Ramsay had burned the stables when he sacked Winterfell, so his father had thrown up new ones twice as large as the old to accommodate the war horses and palfreys of his lord's bannermen and knights. The rest of the horses were tethered in the wards. Hooded grooms moved amongst them, covering them with blankets to keep them warm. Theon made his way deeper into the ruined parts of the castle. As he picked through the shattered stone that had once been Maester Luwin's turret, ravens looked down from the gash in the wall above, muttering to one another. From time to time, one would let out a raucous scream. He stood in the doorway of a bedchamber that had once been his own, ankle-deep in snow that had blown in through a shattered window, visited the ruins of Micken's forge and Lady Catelyn's sept. Beneath the burned tower, he passed Rickard Ricewell nuzzling at the neck of another one of Abel's washerwomen, the plump one with the apple cheeks and pug nose. The girl was barefoot in the snow, bundled up in a fur cloak. He thought she might be naked underneath. When she saw him, she said something to Ricewell that made him laugh aloud. Theon trudged away from them. There was a stair beyond the mews, seldom used. It was there his feet took him. The steps were steep and treacherous. He climbed carefully and found himself alone on the battlements of the inner wall, well away from the squires and their snowmen. No one had given him freedom of the castle, but no one had denied it to him either. He could go where he would within the walls. Winterfell's inner wall was the older and taller of the two, its ancient gray crenellations rising 100 feet high, with square towers at every corner. The outer wall, raised many centuries later, was 20 feet lower, but thicker and in better repair, boasting octagonal towers in place of square ones. Between the two walls was the moat, deep and wide, and frozen. Drifts of snow had begun to creep across its icy surface. Snow was building up along the battlements, too, filling the gaps between the merlons and putting pale, soft caps on every tower top. Beyond the walls, as far as he could see, the world was turning white. The woods, the fields, the King's Road, the snows were covering all of them beneath a pale, soft mantle, burying the remnants of the winter town, hiding the blackened walls Ramsay's men had left behind when they put the houses to the torch. The wounds snow made, snow conceals. But that was wrong. Ramsay was a Bolton now, not a Snow, never a Snow. Farther off, the rutted King's Road had vanished, lost amidst the fields and rolling hills, all one vast expanse of white. And still the snow was falling, drifting down in silence from a windless sky. Stannis Baratheon is out there somewhere, freezing. Would Lord Stannis try to take Winterfell by storm? If he does, his cause is doomed. The castle was too strong. Even with the moat frozen over, Winterfell's defenses remained formidable. Theon had captured the castle by stealth, sending his best men to scale the walls and swim the moat under the cover of darkness. The defenders had not even known they were under attack until it was too late. No such subterfuge was possible for Stannis. He might prefer to cut the castle off from the outside world and starve out its defenders. Winterfell's storerooms and cellar vaults were empty. A long supply train had come with Bolton and his friends of Frey up through the neck. Lady Dustin had brought food and fodder from Barrowton, and Lord Manderley had arrived well provisioned from White Harbor, but the host was large. With so many mouths to feed, their stores could not last for long. Lord Stannis and his men will be just as hungry, though, and cold and footsore as well, in no condition for a fight, but the storm will make them desperate to get inside the castle. Snow was falling on the Godswood, too, melting when it touched the ground. Beneath the white-cloaked trees, the earth had turned to mud. Tendrils of mist hung in the air like ghostly ribbons. Why did I come here? These are not my gods. This is not my place. The heart tree stood before him, a pale giant with a carved face and leaves like bloody hands. A thin film of ice covered the surface of the pool beneath the weirwood. Theon sank to his knees beside it. "Please," he murmured through his broken teeth. "I never meant—" The words caught in his throat. "Save me," he finally managed. "Give me—" What? Strength? Courage? Mercy? Snow fell around him, pale and silent, keeping its own counsel. The only sound was a faint, soft sobbing. Jane, he thought. It is her, sobbing in her bridal bed. Who else could it be? Gods do not weep. Or do they? The sound was too painful to endure. Theon grabbed hold of a branch and pulled himself back to his feet, knocked the snow off his legs, and limped back toward the lights. There are ghosts in Winterfell, he thought, and I am one of them. More snowmen had risen in the yard by the time Theon Greyjoy made his way back. To command the snowy sentinels on the walls, the squires had erected a dozen snowy lords. One was plainly meant to be Lord Manderly. It was the fattest snowman that Theon had ever seen. The one-armed lord could only be Harwood Stout, the snow lady Barbary Dustin. And the one closest to the door with the beard made of icicles had to be old Horsebane Umber. Inside, the cooks were ladling out beef and barley stew, thick with carrots and onions, served in trenchers hollowed from loaves of yesterday's bread. Scraps were thrown onto the floor to be gobbled up by Ramsay's girls and the other dogs. The girls were glad to see him. They knew him by his smell. Red Jane loped over to lick at his hand, and Helicent slipped under the table and curled up by his feet, gnawing at a bone. They were good dogs. It was easy to forget that every one was named for a girl that Ramsay had hunted and killed. Weary as he was, Theon had appetite enough to eat a little stew, washed down with ale. By then the hall had grown raucous. 2 of Roose Bolton's scouts had come straggling back through the Hunter's Gate to report that Lord Stannis's advance had slowed to a crawl. His knights rode destriers, and the big war-horses were foundering in the snow. The small, sure-footed garrons of the hill clans were faring better, the scouts said, but the clansmen dared not press too far ahead or the whole host would come apart. Lord Ramsay commanded Abel to give them a marching song in honor of Stannis trudging through the snows, so the bard took up his lute again, whilst one of his washerwomen coaxed a sword from Sour Allen and mimed Stannis slashing at the snowflakes. Theon was staring down into the last dregs of his third tankard when Lady Barbary Dustin swept into the hall and sent 2 of her sworn swords to bring him to her. When he stood below the dais, she looked him up and down and sniffed. "Those are the same clothes you wore for the wedding." "Yes, my lady. They are the clothes I was given." That was one of the lessons he had learned at the Dreadfort, to take what he was given and never ask for more. Lady Dustin wore black as ever, though her sleeves were lined with vair. Her gown had a high stiff collar that framed her face. "You know this castle?" "Once." "Somewhere beneath us are the crypts where the old Stark kings sit in darkness. My men have not been able to find the way down into them. They have been through all the undercrofts and cellars, even the dungeons, but the crypts cannot be accessed from the dungeons, my lady." "Can you show me the way down?" "There's nothing down there but dead Starks, aye. And all my favorite Starks are dead as it happens. Do you know the way or not?" "I do." He did not like the crypts, had never liked the crypts, but he was no stranger to them. "Show me. Sergeant, fetch a lantern." My lady will want a warm cloak," cautioned Theon. "We will need to go outside." The snow was coming down heavier than ever when they left the hall, with Lady Dustin wrapped in sable. Huddled in their hooded cloaks, the guards outside were almost indistinguishable from the snowmen. Only their breath fogging the air gave proof that they still lived. Fires burned along the battlements, a vain attempt to drive the gloom away. Their small party found themselves slogging through a smooth, unbroken expanse of white that came halfway up their calves. The tents in the yard were half buried, sagging under the weight of the accumulation. The entrance to the crypts was in the oldest section of the castle, near the foot of the first keep, which had sat unused for hundreds of years. Ramsay had put it to the torch when he sacked Winterfell, and much of what had not burned had collapsed. Only a shell remained, one side open to the elements and filling up with snow. Rubble was strewn all about it, great chunks of shattered masonry, burned beams, broken gargoyles. The falling snow had covered almost all of it, but part of one gargoyle still poked above the drift, its grotesque face snarling sightless at the sky. This is where they found Bran when he fell. Theon had been out hunting that day, riding with Lord Eddard and King Robert, with no hint of the dire news that awaited them back at the castle. He remembered Robb's face when they told him. No one had expected the broken boy to live. The gods could not kill Bran, no more than I could. It was a strange thought, and stranger still to remember that Bran might still be alive. There. Theon pointed to where a snowbank had crept up the wall of the keep. Under there. Watch for broken stones. It took Lady Dustin's men the better part of half an hour to uncover the entrance, shoveling through the snow and shifting rubble. When they did, the door was frozen shut. Her sergeant had to go find an axe before he could pull it open, hinges screaming, to reveal stone steps spiraling down into darkness. "It is a long way down, my lady," Theon cautioned. Lady Dustin was undeterred.
"Baron, the light."
The way was narrow and steep, the steps worn in the center by centuries of feet. They went single file, the sergeant with the lantern, then Theon and Lady Dustin, her other man behind them. He had always thought of the crypts as cold, and so they seemed in summer, but now as they descended the air grew warmer. Not warm, never warm, but warmer than above. Down there below the earth, it would seem, the chill was constant, unchanging. "The bride weeps," Lady Dustin said, as they made their way down, step by careful step. "Our little Lady Arya." "Take care now. Take care, take care." He put one hand on the wall. The shifting torchlight made the steps seem to move beneath his feet. As you say, milady." "Roose is not pleased. Tell your bastard that." "He is not my bastard," he wanted to say, but another voice inside him said, He is. Reek belongs to Ramsay, and Ramsay belongs to Reek. You must not forget your name." "Dressing her in grey and white serves no good if the girl is left to sob. The Freys may not care, but the Northmen, they fear the Dreadfort, but they love the Starks." "Not you," said Theon. "Not me," the Lady of Barrowton confessed. "But the rest, yes. Old Horsebane is only here because the Freys hold the Great John captive. And do you imagine the Hornwood men have forgotten the bastard's last marriage, and how his lady wife was left to starve, chewing her own fingers? What do you think passes through their heads when they hear the new bride weeping? Valiant Ned's precious little girl." "No," he thought. "She is not of Lord Eddard's blood. Her name is Jane. She is only a steward's daughter." He did not doubt that Lady Dustin suspected, but even so. "Lady Arya's sobs do us more harm than all of Lord Stannis' swords and spears. If the bastard means to remain Lord of Winterfell, he had best teach his wife to laugh." My lady, Theon broke in. Here we are. The steps go farther down, observed Lady Dustin. There are lower levels, older. The lowest level is partly collapsed, I hear. I have never been down there. He pushed the door open and led them out into a long vaulted tunnel, where mighty granite pillars marched 2 by 2 into blackness. Lady Dustin's sergeant raised the lantern. Shadows slid and shifted. A small light in a great darkness. Theon had never felt comfortable in the crypts. He could feel the stone kings staring down at him with their stone eyes, stone fingers curled around the hilts of rusted longswords. None had any love for Ironborn. A familiar sense of dread filled him. So many, Lady Dustin said. Do you know their names? Once, but that was a long time ago. Theon pointed. The ones on this side were kings in the north. Torhen was the last. The king who knelt? Aye, my lady. After him they were only lords. Until the young wolf. Where is Ned Stark's tomb? At the end. This way, my lady. Their footsteps echoed through the vault as they made their way between the rows of pillars. The stone eyes of the dead men seemed to follow them, and the eyes of their stone direwolves as well. The faces stirred faint memories. A few names came back to him, unbidden, whispered in the ghostly voice of Maester Luwin. King Edric Snowbeard, who had ruled the north for 100 years, Brandon the Shipwright, who had sailed beyond the sunset, Theon Stark, the Hungry Wolf, my namesake, Lord Baron Stark, who made common cause with Casterly Rock to war against Dagon Greyjoy, Lord of Pike, in the days when the Seven Kingdoms were ruled in all but name by the bastard sorcerer men called Bloodraven. That king is missing his sword, Lady Dustin observed. It was true. Theon did not recall which king it was, but the long sword he should have held was gone. Streaks of rust remained to show where it had been. The sight disquieted him. He had always heard that the iron in the sword kept the spirits of the dead locked within their tombs. If a sword was missing... There are ghosts in Winterfell, and I am one of them. They walked on. Barbara Dustin's face seemed to harden with every step. She likes this place no more than I do. Theon heard himself say, My lady, why do you hate the Starks? She studied him. For the same reason you love them. Theon stumbled. Love them? I took this castle from them, my lady. I had Bran and Rickon put to death, mounted their heads on spikes. I rode south with Robb Stark, fought beside him at the Whispering Wood and River Run, returned to the Iron Islands as his envoy to treat with your own father. Barrowton sent men with the young wolf as well. I gave him as few men as I dared, but I knew that I must needs give him some, or risk the wrath of Winterfell. So I had my own eyes and ears in that host. They kept me well informed. I know who you are. I know what you are. Now answer my question. Why do you love the Starks? Theon put a gloved hand against a pillar. I wanted to be one of them. And never could. We have more in common than you know, my lord. But come. Only a little farther on, 3 tombs were closely grouped together. That was where they halted. Lord Rickard, Lady Dustin observed, studying the central figure. The statue loomed above them, long-faced, bearded, solemn. He had the same stone eyes as the rest, but his looked sad. He lacks a sword as well. It was true. Someone has been down here stealing swords. Brandon's is gone as well. He would hate that. She pulled off her glove and touched his knee, pale flesh against dark stone. Brandon loved his sword. He loved to hone it. I want it sharp enough to shave the hair from a woman's cunt, he used to say. And how he loved to use it. A bloody sword is a beautiful thing, he told me once.
You knew him, Theon said. The lantern light in her eyes made them seem as if they were afire. Brandon was fostered at Barrowton with old Lord Dustin, the father of the one I'd later wed, but he spent most of his time riding the rills. He loved to ride. His little sister took after him in that. A pair of centaurs, those two. And my Lord Father was always pleased to play host to the heir to Winterfell. My father had great ambitions for House Ricewell. He would have served up my maidenhead to any Stark who happened by, but there was no need. Brandon was never shy about taking what he wanted. I am old now, a dried-up thing, too long a widow, but I still remember the look of my maiden's blood on his cock the night he claimed me. I think Brandon liked the sight as well. A bloody sword is a beautiful thing, yes. It hurt, but it was a sweet pain. The day I learned that Brandon was to marry Catelyn Tully, though, there was nothing sweet about that pain. He never wanted her, I promise you that. He told me so, on our last night together. But Rickard Stark had great ambitions too. South-run ambitions that would not be served by having his heir marry the daughter of one of his own vassals. Afterward, my father nursed some hope of wedding me to Brandon's brother Eddard, but Catelyn Tully got that one as well. I was left with young Lord Dustin until Ned Stark took him from me. Robert's Rebellion. Lord Dustin and I had not been married half a year when Robert rose and Ned Stark called his banners. I begged my husband not to go. He had kin he might have sent in his stead, an uncle famed for his prowess with an axe, a great-uncle who had fought in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. But he was a man and full of pride. Nothing would serve but that he lead the Barrowton levies himself. I gave him a horse the day he set out, a red stallion with a fiery mane, the pride of my Lord Father's herds. My lord swore that he would ride him home when the war was done. Ned Stark returned the horse to me on his way back home to Winterfell. He told me that my lord had died an honorable death, that his body had been laid to rest beneath the red mountains of Dorne. He brought his sister's bones back north, though, and there she rests. But I promise you, Lord Eddard's bones will never rest beside hers. I mean to feed them to my dogs. Theon did not understand. His bones? Her lips twisted. It was an ugly smile, a smile that reminded him of Ramsay's. Catelyn Tully dispatched Lord Eddard's bones north before the Red Wedding, but your Iron Uncle seized Moat Cailin and closed the way. I have been watching ever since. Should those bones ever emerge from the swamps, they will get no farther than Barrowton. She threw one last lingering look at the likeness of Eddard Stark. We are done here. The snowstorm was still raging when they emerged from the crypts. Lady Dustin was silent during their ascent, but when they stood beneath the ruins of the first keep again, she shivered and said, "You would do well not to repeat anything I might have said down there. Is that understood?" It was. Hold my tongue or lose it. Roose has trained you well. She left him there. The King's Prize. The King's host departed Deepwood Motte by the light of a golden dawn, uncoiling from behind the log palisades like a long steel serpent emerging from its nest. The Southron knights rode out in plate and mail, dinted and scarred by the battles they had fought, but still bright enough to glitter when they caught the rising sun. Faded and stained, torn and mended, their banners and surcoats still made a riot of colors amidst the winter wood, azure and orange, red and green, purple and blue and gold, glimmering amongst bare brown trunks, grey-green pines and sentinels, drifts of dirty snow,
Each knight had his squires, servants, and men-at-arms. Behind them came armorers, cooks, grooms, ranks of spearmen, axemen, archers, grizzled veterans of 100 battles, and green boys off to fight their first. Before them marched the clansmen from the hills, chiefs and champions astride shaggy garrons, their hirsute fighters trotting beside them, clad in furs and boiled leather and old mail. Some painted their faces brown and green and tied bundles of brush about them to hide amongst the trees. Back of the main column, the baggage train followed, mules, horses, oxen, a mile of wains and carts laden with food, fodder, tents, and other provisions. Last, the rear guard, more knights in plate and mail, with a screening of outriders following half-hidden to make certain no foe could steal up on them unawares. Asha Greyjoy rode in the baggage train, in a covered wain with 2 huge iron-rimmed wheels, fettered at wrist and ankle and watched over day and night by a she-bear who snored worse than any man. His Grace King Stannis was taking no chances on his prize escaping captivity. He meant to carry her to Winterfell, to display her there in chains for the lords of the north to see, the Kraken's daughter bound and broken, proof of his power. Trumpets saw the column on its way. Spear points shone in the light of the rising sun, and all along the verges the grass glistened with the morning frost. Between Deepwood Motte and Winterfell lay 100 leagues of forest, 300 miles as the raven flies. 15 days, the knights told each other. Robert would have done it in 10, Asha heard Lord Fell boasting. His grandsire had been slain by Robert at Summerhall. Somehow this had elevated his slayer to godlike prowess in the grandson's eyes. Robert would have been inside Winterfell a fortnight ago, thumbing his nose at Bolton from the battlements. Best not mention that to Stannis, suggested Justin Massey, or he'll have us marching nights as well as days. This king lives in his brother's shadow, Asha thought. Her ankle still gave a stab of pain whenever she tried to put her weight on it. Something was broken down inside, Asha did not doubt. The swelling had gone down at Deepwood, but the pain remained. A sprain would surely have healed by now. Her irons clacked every time she moved. The fetters chafed at her wrists and at her pride. But that was the cost of submission. No man has ever died from bending his knee, her father had once told her. He who kneels may rise again, blade in hand. He who will not kneel stays dead, stiff legs and all. Balon Greyjoy had proved the truth of his own words when his first rebellion failed. The Kraken bent the knee to Stag and Direwolf, only to rise again when Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark were dead. And so at Deepwood the Kraken's daughter had done the same when she was dumped before the king, bound and limping, though blessedly unraped, her ankle a blaze of pain. I yield, your grace. Do as you wish with me. I ask only that you spare my men. Carl and Triss and the rest who had survived the Wolf's Wood were all she had to care about. Only 9 remained. We Ragged 9, Crom named them. He was the worst wounded. Stannis had given her their lives, yet she sensed no true mercy in the man. He was determined, beyond a doubt, nor did he lack for courage. Men said he was just, and if his was a harsh, hard-handed sort of justice, well, life on the Iron Islands had accustomed Asha Greyjoy to that. All the same, she could not like this king. Those deep-set blue eyes of his seemed always slitted in suspicion, cold fury boiling just below their surface. Her life meant little and less to him. She was only his hostage, a prize to show the North that he could vanquish the Ironborn. More fool him. Bringing down a woman was not like to awe any Northman, if she knew the breed, and her worth as a hostage was less than naught. Her uncle ruled the Iron Islands now, and the Crow's Eye would not care if she lived or died. It might matter some to the wretched ruin of a husband that Euron had inflicted upon her, but Eric Ironmaker did not have coin enough to ransom her. But there was no explaining such things to Stannis Baratheon. Her very womanhood seemed to offend him. Men from the Greenlands liked their women soft and sweet in silk, she knew, not clad in mail and leather with a throwing-axe in each hand. But her short acquaintance with the king at Deepwood Motte convinced her that he would have been no more fond of her in a gown. Even with Galbart Glover's wife, the pious Lady Cybele, he had been correct and courteous, but plainly uncomfortable. This Southron king seemed to be one of those men to whom women are another race, as strange and unfathomable as giants and grumpkins and the children of the forest. The she-bear made him grind his teeth as well. There was only one woman that Stannis listened to, and he had left her on the wall. "Though I would sooner she was with us," confessed Sir Justin Massey, the fair-haired knight who commanded the baggage train. "The last time we went into battle without Lady Melisandre was the Blackwater, when Lord Renly's shade came down upon us and drove half our host into the bay." "The last time?" Asha said. "Was this sorceress at Deepwood Motte? I did not see her." "Hardly a battle," Sir Justin said, smiling. "Your iron men fought bravely, my lady, but we had many times your numbers, and we took you unawares. Winterfell will know that we are coming, and Roose Bolton has as many men as we do." "Or more," thought Asha. Even prisoners have ears, and she had heard all the talk at Deepwood Motte, when King Stannis and his captains were debating this march. Sir Justin had opposed it from the start, along with many of the knights and lords who had come with Stannis from the south. But the wolves insisted. Roose Bolton could not be suffered to hold Winterfell, and the Ned's girl must be rescued from the clutches of his bastard. So said Morgan Little, Brandon Norrie, Big Bucket Wool, the Flints, even the she-bear. 100 leagues from Deepwood Motte to Winterfell, said Artos Flint, the night the argument boiled to a head in Galbart Glover's long hall. 300 miles as the raven flies. A long march, a knight named Corlys Penny said. Not so long as that, insisted Ser Godry, the big knight the others called the Giant Slayer. We have come as far already. The Lord of Light will blaze a path for us. And when we arrive before Winterfell, said Justin Massey, 2 walls with a moat between them, and the inner wall 100 feet high. Bolton will never march out to face us in the field, and we do not have the provisions to mount a siege. Arnulf Karstark will join his strength to ours, never forget, said Harwood Fell. Mors Umber as well. We will have as many Northmen as Lord Bolton. And the woods are thick north of the castle. We will raise siege towers, build rams. And die by the thousands, Asha thought. We might do best to winter here, suggested Lord Peasbury. Winter here? Big Bucket roared. How much food and fodder do you think Galbart Glover has laid by? Then Sir Richard Horpe, the knight with the ravaged face and the death's head moths on his surcoat, turned to Stannis and said, Your Grace, your brother— The king cut him off. We all know what my brother would do. Robert would gallop up to the gates of Winterfell alone, break them with his war-hammer, and ride through the rubble to slay Roose Bolton with his left hand and the bastard with his right. Stannis rose to his feet. I am not Robert. But we will march, and we will free Winterfell, or die in the attempt. Whatever doubts his lords might nurse, the common men seemed to have faith in their king. Stannis had smashed Mance Rayder's wildlings at the wall and cleaned Asha and her Ironborn out of Deepwood Motte. He was Robert's brother, victor in a famous sea battle off Fair Isle, the man who had held Storm's End all through Robert's rebellion. And he bore a hero's sword, the enchanted blade Lightbringer, whose glow lit up the night. Our foes are not as formidable as they appear, Sir Justin assured Asha on the first day of the march. Roose Bolton is feared but little loved, and his friends the Freys. The North has not forgotten the Red Wedding. Every lord at Winterfell lost kinsmen there. Stannis need only bloody Bolton, and the Northmen will abandon him. So you hope, thought Asha. But first the king must bloody him. Only a fool deserts the winning side. Ser Justin called upon her cart 6 times that first day to bring her food and drink and tidings of the march. A man of easy smiles and endless japes, large and well-fleshed, with pink cheeks, blue eyes, and a wind-tossed tangle of white-blonde hair as pale as flax, he was a considerate jailer, ever solicitous of his captive's comfort. "He wants you," said the she-bear, after his 3rd visit. Her proper name was Alysanne of House Mormont, but she wore the other name as easily as she wore her male. Short, chunky, muscular, the heir to Bear Island had big thighs, big breasts, and big hands ridged with callus. Even in sleep she wore ringmail under her furs, boiled leather under that, and an old sheepskin under the leather, turned inside out for warmth. All those layers made her look almost as wide as she was tall. And ferocious. Sometimes it was hard for Asha Greyjoy to remember that she and the she-bear were almost of an age. "He wants my lands," Asha replied. "He wants the Iron Islands." She knew the signs. She had seen the same before in other suitors. Massey's own ancestral holdings far to the south were lost to him, so he must needs make an advantageous marriage, or resign himself to being no more than a knight of the king's household. Stannis had frustrated Ser Justin's hopes of marrying the wildling princess that Asha had heard so much of, so now he had his sights set on her. No doubt he dreamed of putting her in the seastone chair on Pike and ruling through her as her lord and master. That would require ridding her of her present lord and master, to be sure, not to mention the uncle who had married her to him. Not likely, Asha judged. The crow's eye could eat Ser Justin to break his fast and never even belch. It made no matter. Her father's lands would never be hers, no matter whom she married. The Ironborn were not a forgiving people, and Asha had been defeated twice. Once at the Kingsmoot by her uncle Euron, and again at Deepwood Motte by Stannis. More than enough to stamp her as unfit to rule. Wedding Justin Massey, or any of Stannis Baratheon's lordlings, would hurt more than it helped. The Kraken's daughter turned out to be just a woman after all, the captains and the kings would say. See how she spreads her legs for this soft green landlord. Still, if Ser Justin wished to court her favor with food and wine and words, Asha was not like to discourage him. He made for better company than the taciturn she-bear, and she was elsewise alone amongst 5,000 foes. Tris Botley, Carl the Maid, Crom, Roggan, and the rest of her bloodied band had been left behind at Deepwood Motte, in Galbart Glover's dungeons. The army covered 22 miles the first day, by the reckoning of the guides Lady Sabelle had given them, trackers and hunters sworn to Deepwood with clan names like Forrester and Woods, Branch and Bowl. The second day the host made 24, as their vanguard passed beyond the Glover lands into the thick of the Wolfswood. "Rohalor, send your light to lead us through this gloom," the faithful prayed that night as they gathered about a roaring blaze outside the king's pavilion. Southrun knights and men-at-arms, the lot of them. Asha would have called them kingsmen, but the other Stormlanders and Crownlandsmen named them queensmen, though the queen they followed was the red one at Castle Black, not the wife that Stannis Baratheon had left behind at Eastwatch by the sea. "O Lord of Light, we beseech you, cast your fiery eye upon us and keep us safe and warm," they sang to the flames, "for the night is dark and full of terrors." A big knight named Ser Godry Faring led them. Godry the Giant Slayer, a big name for a small man. Faring was broad-chested and well-muscled under his plate and mail. He was also arrogant and vain, it seemed to Asha, hungry for glory, deaf to caution, a glutton for praise, and contemptuous of small folk, wolves, and women. In the last he was not unlike his king. "Let me have a horse," Asha asked Ser Justin, when he rode up to the wain with half a ham. "I am going mad in these chains. I will not attempt escape. You have my word on that." "Would that I could, my lady. You are the king's captive, not mine own." "Your king will not take a woman's word." The she-bear growled. "Why should we trust the word of any Iron Man after what your brother did at Winterfell?" "I am not Theon," Asha insisted, but the chains remained. As Sir Justin galloped down the column, she found herself remembering the last time she had seen her mother. It had been on Harlaw, at 10 Towers. A candle had been flickering in her mother's chamber, but her great carved bed was empty beneath its dusty canopy. Lady Alanis sat beside a window, staring out across the sea. "Did you bring my baby boy?" she'd asked, mouth trembling. "Theon could not come," Asha had told her, looking down upon the ruin of the woman who had given her birth, a mother who had lost 2 of her sons. And the third. "I send you each a piece of Prince." Whatever befell when battle was joined at Winterfell, Asha Greyjoy did not think her brother likely to survive it. Theon Turncloak. Even the she-bear wants his head on a spike. "Do you have brothers?" Asha asked her keeper. "Sisters," Alysanne Mormont replied, gruff as ever. 5 we were, all girls. Lyanna is back on Bear Island. Lyra and Jory are with our mother. Daisy was murdered." "The Red Wedding?" "Aye." Alysanne stared at Asha for a moment. "I have a son. He's only 2. My daughter's 9. "You started young." "Too young, but better that than wait too late." A stab at me, Asha thought, but let it be. "You are wed?" "No. My children were fathered by a bear." Alysanne smiled. Her teeth were crooked, but there was something ingratiating about that smile. "Mormont women are skin changers. We turn into bears and find mates in the woods. Everyone knows." Asha smiled back. "Mormont women are all fighters, too." The other woman's smile faded. "What we are is what you made us. On Bear Island, every child learns to fear krakens rising from the sea." "The old way." Asha turned away, chains clinking faintly. On the 3rd day, the forest pressed close around them, and the rutted roads dwindled down to game trails that soon proved to be too narrow for their larger wagons. Here and there they wound their way past familiar landmarks, a stony hill that looked a bit like a wolf's head when seen from a certain angle, a half-frozen waterfall, a natural stone arch bearded with gray-green moss. Asha knew them all. She had come this way before, riding to Winterfell to persuade her brother Theon to abandon his conquest and return with her to the safety of Deepwood Motte. I failed in that as well. That day they made 14 miles and were glad of it. When dusk fell, the driver pulled the wain off under the tree. As he was loosing the horses from the traces, Sir Justin trotted up and undid the fetters around Asha's ankles. He and the she-bear escorted her through the camp to the king's tent. A captive she might be, but she was still a Greyjoy of Pike, and it pleased Stannis Baratheon to feed her scraps from his own table, where he supped with his captains and commanders. The king's pavilion was near as large as the long hall back at Deepwood Motte, but there was little grand about it beyond its size. Its stiff walls of heavy yellow canvas were badly faded, stained by mud and water, with spots of mildew showing. Atop its center pole flew the royal standard, golden, with a stag's head within a burning heart. On 3 sides, the pavilions of the Southron lordlings who had come north with Stannis surrounded it. On the 4th side, the night fire roared, lashing at the darkening sky with swirls of flame. A dozen men were splitting logs to feed the blaze when Asha came limping up with her keepers. Queen's men. Their god was Red Rahalor, and a jealous god he was. Her own god, the drowned god of the Iron Isles, was a demon to their eyes, and if she did not embrace this Lord of Light, she would be damned and doomed. They would as gladly burn me as those logs and broken branches. Some had urged that very thing within her hearing after the battle in the woods. Stannis had refused. The king stood outside his tent, staring into the night fire. What does he see there? Victory? Doom? The face of his red and hungry god? His eyes were sunk in deep pits, his close-cropped beard no more than a shadow across his hollow cheeks and bony jawbone. Yet there was power in his stare, an iron ferocity that told Asha this man would never, ever turn back from his course. She went to one knee before him. "Sire, am I humbled enough for you, your grace? Am I beaten, bowed, and broken sufficiently for your liking? Strike these chains from my wrists, I beg you. Let me ride. I will attempt no escape." Stannis looked at her as he might look at a dog who presumed to hump against his leg. "You earned those irons." "I did. Now I offer you my men, my ships, my wits." "Your ships are mine, or burnt. Your men, how many are left? 10? 12? 9. 6, if you count only those strong enough to fight. Dagmar Cleftjaw holds Torrhen's Square, a fierce fighter, and a leal servant of House Greyjoy. I can deliver that castle to you, and its garrison as well. Perhaps, she might have added, but it would not serve her cause to show doubt before this king. Torrhen's Square is not worth the mud beneath my heels. It is Winterfell that matters. Strike off these irons, and let me help you take it, sire. Your Grace's royal brother was renowned for turning fallen foes into friends. Make me your man." "The gods did not make you a man. How can I?" Stannis turned back to the night fire and whatever he saw dancing there amongst the orange flames. Sir Justin Massey grasped Asha by the arm and pulled her inside the royal tent. "That was ill-judged, my lady," he told her. "Never speak to him of Robert." "I should have known better." Asha knew how it went with little brothers. She remembered Theon as a boy, a shy child who lived in awe and fear of Roderick and Meryn. They never grow out of it, she decided. A little brother may live to be 100, but he will always be a little brother. She rattled her iron jewelry and imagined how pleasant it would be to step up behind Stannis and throttle him with the chain that bound her wrists. They supped that night on a venison stew made from a scrawny heart that a scout called Benjicot Branch had brought down, but only in the royal tent. Beyond those canvas walls, each man got a heel of bread and a chunk of black sausage no longer than a finger, washed down with the last of Galbart Glover's ale. 100 leagues from Deepwood Motte to Winterfell, 300 miles as the raven flies. "Would that we were ravens," Justin Massey said on the 4th day of the march, the day the snow began to fall. Only a few small flurries at first. Cold and wet, but nothing they could not push through easily. But it snowed again the next day, and the day after, and the day after that. The thick beards of the wolves were soon caked with ice where their breath had frozen, and every clean-shaved Southrun boy was letting his whiskers grow out to keep his face warm. Before long, the ground ahead of the column was blanketed in white, concealing stones and twisted roots and deadfalls, turning every step into an adventure. The wind picked up as well, driving the snow before it. The king's host became a column of snowmen, staggering through knee-high drifts. On the 3rd day of snow, the king's host began to come apart. Whilst the Southrun knights and lordlings struggled, the men of the northern hills fared better. Their garrons were sure-footed beasts that ate less than palfreys, and much less than the big destriers, and the men who rode them were at home in the snow. Many of the wolves donned curious footwear. Bear paws, they called them, queer elongated things made with bent wood and leather strips. Lashed onto the bottoms of their boots, The things somehow allowed them to walk on top of the snow without breaking through the crust and sinking down to their thighs. Some had bear paws for their horses, too, and the shaggy little Garrons wore them as easily as other mounts wore iron horseshoes, but the palfreys and destriers wanted no part of them. When a few of the king's knights strapped them onto their feet nonetheless, the big southern horses balked and refused to move, or tried to shake the things off their feet. One destrier broke an ankle trying to walk in them. The Northmen on their bear paws soon began to outdistance the rest of the host. They overtook the knights in the main column, then Ser Godry Faring and his vanguard. And meanwhile, the wains and wagons of the baggage train were falling farther and farther behind, so much so that the men of the rear guard were constantly chivying them to keep up a faster pace. On the 5th day of the storm, the baggage train crossed a rippling expanse of waist-high snowdrifts that concealed a frozen pond. When the hidden ice cracked beneath the weight of the wagons, 3 teamsters and 4 horses were swallowed up by the freezing water, along with 2 of the men who tried to rescue them. One was Harwood Fell. His knights pulled him out before he drowned, but not before his lips turned blue and his skin as pale as milk. Nothing they did could seem to warm him afterward. He shivered violently for hours, even when they cut him out of his sodden clothes, wrapped him in warm furs, and sat him by the fire. That same night he slipped into a feverish sleep. He never woke. That was the night that Asha first heard the Queen's men muttering about a sacrifice, an offering to their red god, so he might end the storm.
"The gods of the north have unleashed this storm on us," Ser Corlys Penny said.
"False gods," insisted Ser Godry, the giant slayer.
"Rohalor is with us,"
said Ser Clayton Suggs. "Melisandre is not," said Justin Massey. The king said nothing, but he heard. Asha was certain of that. He sat at the high table as a dish of onion soup cooled before him, hardly tasted, staring at the flame of the nearest candle with those hooded eyes, ignoring the talk around him. The second in command, the lean, tall knight named Richard Horpe, spoke for him. "The storm must break soon," he declared. But the storm only worsened. The wind became a lash as cruel as any slaver's whip. Asha thought she had known cold on Pike when the wind came howling off the sea, but that was nothing compared to this. This is a cold that drives men mad. Even when the shout came down the line to make camp for the night, it was no easy thing to warm yourself. The tents were damp and heavy, hard to raise, harder to take down, and prone to sudden collapse if too much snow accumulated on top of them. The king's host was creeping through the heart of the largest forest in the 7 kingdoms, yet dry wood became difficult to find. Every camp saw fewer fires burning, and those that were lit threw off more smoke than heat. Oft as not, food was eaten cold, even raw. Even the night fire shrank and grew feeble, to the dismay of the Queen's men. "Lord of Light, preserve us from this evil," they prayed, led by the deep voice of Ser Godry the Giant Slayer. "Show us your bright sun again, still these winds, and melt these snows, that we may reach your foes and smite them. The night is dark and cold and full of terrors, but yours is the power and glory and the light. Rohalor, fill us with your fire." Later, when Ser Corlys Penny wondered aloud whether an entire army had ever frozen to death in a winter storm, the wolves laughed. "This is no winter," declared Big Bucket Wool. "Up in the hills we say that autumn kisses you, but winter fucks you hard. This is only autumn's kiss." God grant that I never know true winter, then. Asha herself was spared the worst of it. She was the king's prize, after all. Whilst others hungered, she was fed. Whilst others shivered, she was warm. Whilst others struggled through the snows atop weary horses, she rode upon a bed of furs inside a wain, with a stiff canvas roof to keep the snow off, comfortable in her chains. The horses and the common men had it hardest. 2 squires from the Stormlands stabbed a man-at-arms to death in a quarrel over who would sit closest to the fire. The next night, some archers, desperate for warmth, somehow managed to set their tent afire, which had at least the virtue of heating the adjacent tents. Destriers began to perish of exhaustion and exposure. "What is a knight without a horse?" men riddled. "A snowman with a sword." Any horse that went down was butchered on the spot for meat. Their provisions had begun to run low as well. Peaseberry, Cobb, Foxglove, and other Southrun lords urged the king to make camp until the storm had passed. Stannis would have none of that, nor would he heed the queen's men when they came to urge him to make an offering to their hungry red god. That tale she had from Justin Massey, who was less devout than most. "A sacrifice will prove our faith still burns true, sire," Clayton Suggs had told the king. And Godry the Giant Slayer said, "The old gods of the north have sent this storm upon us. Only R'hllor can end it. We must give him an unbeliever." "Half my army is made up of unbelievers," Stannis had replied. "I will have no burnings. Pray harder." No burnings today, and none tomorrow. But if the snows continue, how long before the king's resolve begins to weaken? Asha had never shared her uncle Aeron's faith in the drowned god, but that night she prayed as fervently to he who dwells beneath the waves as ever the Damphair had. The storm did not abate. The march continued, slowing to a stagger, then a crawl. 5 miles was a good day, then 3, then 2. By the 9th day of the storm, every camp saw the captains and commanders entering the king's tent wet and weary, to sink to one knee and report their losses for the day. 1 man dead, 3 missing. 6 horses lost, 1 of them mine own. 2 dead men, 1 a knight. 4 horses down. We got 1 up again. The others are lost. Destriers and 1 palfrey. The Cold Count, Asha heard it named. The baggage train suffered the worst. Dead horses, lost men, wains overturned and broken. "The horses founder in the snow," Justin Massey told the king. "Men wander off or just sit down to die." "Let them," King Stannis snapped. "We press on." The Northmen fared much better, with their garrons and their bear paws. Black Donald Flint and his half-brother Artos only lost 1 man between them. The Littles, the Wulls, and the Norries lost none at all. One of Morgan Little's mules had gone astray, but he seemed to think the Flints had stolen him. 100 leagues from Deepwood Motte to Winterfell, 300 miles as the raven flies, 15 days. The 15th day of the march came and went, and they had crossed less than half the distance. A trail of broken wains and frozen corpses stretched back behind them, buried beneath the blowing snow. The sun and moon and stars had been gone so long that Asha was starting to wonder whether she had dreamed them. It was the 20th day of the advance when she finally won free of her ankle chains. Late that afternoon, one of the horses drawing her wain died in the traces. No replacement could be found. What draft horses remained were needed to pull the wagons that held their food and fodder. When Ser Justin Massey rode up, he told them to butcher the dead horse for meat and break up the wagon for firewood. Then he removed the fetters around Asha's ankles, rubbing the stiffness from her calves. "I have no mount to give you, my lady," he said, "and if we tried to ride double it would be the end of my horse as well. You must walk." Asha's ankle throbbed beneath her weight with every step. "The cold will numb it soon enough," she told herself. "In an hour I won't feel my feet at all." She was only part wrong. It took less time than that. By the time darkness halted the column, she was stumbling and yearning for the comforts of her rolling prison. The irons made me weak. Supper found her so exhausted that she fell asleep at the table. On the 26th day of the 15-day march, the last of the vegetables was consumed. On the 32nd day, the last of the grain and fodder. Asha wondered how long a man could live on raw, half-frozen horse meat. "Branch swears we are only 3 days from Winterfell," Sir Richard Horp told the king that night after the cold count. "If we leave the weakest men behind," said Corlys Penny. "The weakest men are beyond saving," insisted Horp. "Those still strong enough must reach Winterfell or die as well." "The Lord of Light will deliver us the castle," said Sir Godry Faring. "If Lady Melisandre were with us." Finally, after a nightmarish day when the column advanced a bare mile and lost a dozen horses and 4 men, Lord Peasbury turned against the Northmen. "This march was madness. More dying every day, and for what? Some girl?" "Ned's girl," said Morgan Little. He was the second of 3 sons, so the other wolves called him Middle Little, though not often in his hearing. It was Morgan who had almost slain Asha in the fight by Deepwood Motte. He had come to her later, on the march, to beg her pardon, for calling her cunt in his battle lust, not for trying to split her head open with an axe. "Ned's girl," echoed Big Bucket Wall. "And we should have had her and the castle both if you prancing Southron jackanapes didn't piss your satin breeches at a little snow." "A little snow?" Peasbury's soft, girlish mouth twisted in fury. "Your ill counsel forced this march upon us, Wool. I am starting to suspect you have been Bolton's creature all along. Is that the way of it? Did he send you to us to whisper poison in the king's ear?" Big Bucket laughed in his face. "Lord Peapod, if you were a man I would kill you for that, but my sword is made of too fine a steel to besmirch with craven's blood." He took a drink of ale and wiped his mouth. "Aye, men are dying. More will die before we see Winterfell. What of it? This is war. Men die in war. That is as it should be, as it has always been." Sir Corlys Penny gave the clan chief an incredulous look. "Do you want to die, Wool?" That seemed to amuse the Northmen. "I want to live forever in a land where summer lasts 1,000 years. I want a castle in the clouds where I can look down over the world. I want to be 26 again. When I was 26, I could fight all day and fuck all night. What men want does not matter. Winter is almost upon us, boy, and winter is death. I would sooner my men die fighting for the Ned's little girl than alone and hungry in the snow, weeping tears that freeze upon their cheeks. No one sings songs of men who die like that. As for me, I am old. This will be my last winter. Let me bathe in Bolton blood before I die. I want to feel it spatter across my face when my axe bites deep into a Bolton skull. I want to lick it off my lips and die with the taste of it on my tongue." "Aye," shouted Morgan Little. "Blood and battle!" Then all the hillmen were shouting, banging their cups and drinking horns on the table, filling the king's tent with the clangor. Asha Greyjoy would have welcomed a fight herself. One battle to put an end to this misery. Steel on steel, pink snow, broken shields, and severed limbs, and it would all be done. The next day the king's scouts chanced upon an abandoned crofters' village between 2 lakes, a mean and meagre place, no more than a few huts, a long hall, and a watchtower. Richard Horp commanded a halt, though the army had advanced no more than a half-mile that day, and they were hours shy of dark. It was well past moonrise before the baggage train and rear guard straggled in. Asha was amongst them. "There are fish in those lakes," Horp told the king. "We'll cut holes in the ice. The Northmen know how it's done." Even in his bulky fur cloak and heavy armor, Stannis looked like a man with 1 foot in the grave. What little flesh he'd carried on his tall, spare frame at Deepwood Motte had melted away during the march. The shape of his skull could be seen under his skin, and his jaw was clenched so hard Asha feared his teeth might shatter. "Fish, then," he said, biting off each word with a snap. "But we march at first light." Yet when light came, the camp woke to snow and silence. The sky turned from black to white, and seemed no brighter. Asha Greyjoy awoke cramped and cold beneath the pile of sleeping furs, listening to the she-bear's snores. She had never known a woman to snore so loudly, but she had grown used to it whilst on the march, and even took some comfort in it now. It was the silence that troubled her. No trumpets blew to rouse the men to mount up, form column, prepare to march. No war horns summoned forth the Northmen. Something is wrong. Asha crawled out from under her sleeping furs and pushed her way out of the tent, knocking aside the wall of snow that had sealed them in during the night. Her irons clanked as she climbed to her feet and took a breath of icy morning air. The snow was still falling, even more heavily than when she'd crawled inside the tent. The lakes had vanished, and the woods as well. She could see the shapes of other tents and lean-tos and the fuzzy orange glow of the beacon fire burning atop the watchtower, but not the tower itself. The storm had swallowed the rest. Somewhere ahead, Roose Bolton awaited them behind the walls of Winterfell, but Stannis Baratheon's host sat snowbound and unmoving, walled in by ice and snow, starving. Daenerys. The candle was almost gone. Less than an inch remained, jutting from a pool of warm melted wax to cast its light over the Queen's bed. The flame had begun to gutter. It will go out before much longer, Dany realized, and when it does, another night will be at its end. Dawn always came too soon. She had not slept, could not sleep, would not sleep. She had not even dared to close her eyes, for fear it would be morning when she opened them again. If only she had the power, she would have made their nights go on forever, but the best that she could do was stay awake to try and savor every last sweet moment before daybreak turned them into no more than fading memories. Beside her, Daario Naharis was sleeping as peacefully as a newborn babe. He had a gift for sleeping, he'd boasted, smiling in that cocksure way of his. In the field he would sleep in the saddle oft as not, he claimed, so as to be well rested should he come upon a battle. Sun or storm, it made no matter. "A warrior who cannot sleep soon has no strength to fight," he said. He was never vexed by nightmares either. When Dany told him how Serwyn of the Mirror Shield was haunted by the ghosts of all the knights he'd killed, Daario only laughed. "If the ones I killed come bother me, I will kill them all again." He has a sellsword's conscience, she realized then. That is to say, none at all. Daario lay upon his stomach, the light linen coverlets tangled about his long legs, his face half buried in the pillows. Dany ran her hand down his back, tracing the line of his spine. His skin was smooth beneath her touch, almost hairless. His skin is silk and satin. She loved the feel of him beneath her fingers. She loved to run her fingers through his hair, to knead the ache from his calves after a long day in the saddle, to cup his cock and feel it harden against her palm. If she had been some ordinary woman, she would gladly have spent her whole life touching Daario, tracing his scars and making him tell her how he'd come by every one. I would give up my crown if he asked it of me, Dany thought. But he had not asked it, and never would. Daario might whisper words of love when the two of them were as one, but she knew it was the Dragon Queen he loved. If I gave up my crown, he would not want me. Besides, kings who lost their crowns oft lost their heads as well, and she could see no reason why it would be any different for a queen. The candle flickered one last time and died, drowned in its own wax. Darkness swallowed the feather bed and its two occupants, and filled every corner of the chamber. Dany wrapped her arms around her captain and pressed herself against his back. She drank in the scent of him, savoring the warmth of his flesh, the feel of his skin against her own. Remember, she told herself. Remember how he felt. She kissed him on his shoulder. Daario rolled toward her, his eyes open. Daenerys. He smiled a lazy smile. That was another of his talents. He woke all at once, like a cat. Is it dawn? Not yet. We have a while still. Liar. I can see your eyes. Could I do that if it were the black of night? Dario kicked loose of the coverlets and sat up. The half-light. They will be here soon. I do not want this night to end. No? And why is that, my queen? You know. The wedding? He laughed. Marry me instead. You know I cannot do that. You are a queen. You can do what you like. He slid a hand along her leg. How many nights remain to us? 2, only 2. You know as well as I. This night and the next, and we must end this. Marry me, and we can have all the nights forever. If I could, I would. Khal Drogo had been her sun and stars, but he had been dead so long that Daenerys had almost forgotten how it felt to love and be loved. Dario had helped her to remember. I was dead, and he brought me back to life. I was asleep, and he woke me. My brave captain. Even so, of late he grew too bold. On the day that he returned from his latest sortie, he had tossed the head of a younkish lord at her feet and kissed her in the hall for all the world to see, until Barristan Selmy pulled the two of them apart. Ser Grandfather had been so wroth that Dany feared blood might be shed. We cannot wed, my love. You know why. He climbed from her bed. Marry Hisdar, then. I will give him a nice set of horns for his wedding gift. Giscari men like to prance about in horns. They make them from their own hair, with combs and wax and irons. Dario found his breeches and pulled them on. He did not trouble himself with small clothes. Once I am wed, it will be high treason to desire me. Dany pulled the coverlet up over her breasts. Then I must be a traitor. He slipped a blue silk tunic over his head and straightened the prongs of his beard with his fingers. He had dyed it afresh for her, taking it from purple back to blue, as it had been when first she met him. I smell of you, he said, sniffing at his fingers and grinning. Dany loved the way his gold tooth gleamed when he grinned. She loved the fine hairs on his chest. She loved the strength in his arms, the sound of his laughter, the way he would always look into her eyes and say her name as he slid his cock inside her. You are beautiful, she blurted, as she watched him don his riding boots and lace them up. Some days he let her do that for him, but not today, it seemed. That's done with, too. Not beautiful enough to marry. Dario took his sword belt off the peg where he had hung it. Where are you going? Out into your city, he said. To drink a keg or two and pick a quarrel. It has been too long since I've killed a man. Might be I should seek out your betrothed. Dany threw a pillow at him. You will leave Hisdar be. As my queen commands. Will you hold court today? No. On the morrow I will be a woman wed, and Hisdar will be king. Let him hold court. These are his people. Some are his, some are yours, the ones you freed. Are you chiding me? The ones you call your children. They want their mother. You are chiding me. Only a little, bright heart. Will you come hold court? After my wedding, perhaps, after the peace. This after that you speak of never comes. You should hold court. My new men do not believe that you are real, the ones who came over from the Windblown, bred and born in Westeros, most of them, full of tales about Targaryens. They want to see one with their own eyes. The frog has a gift for you. The frog, she said, giggling. And who is he? He shrugged. Some Dornish boy. He squires for the big knight they call Greenguts. I told him he could give his gift to me and I'd deliver it, but he wouldn't have it. Oh, a clever frog. Give the gift to me. She threw the other pillow at him. Would I have ever seen it? Dario stroked his gilded mustachio. would I steal from my sweet queen? If it were a gift worthy of you, I would have put it into your soft hands myself.
As a token of your love?
As to that I will not say, but I told him that he could give it to you. You would not make a liar of Daario Naharis.
Dany was helpless to refuse.
As you wish. Bring your frog to court tomorrow. The others too. The Westerosi.
It would be nice to hear the common tongue from someone besides Ser Barristan.
As my queen commands.
Daario bowed deeply, grinned, and took his leave, his cloak swirling behind him. Dany sat amongst the rumpled bedclothes with her arms about her knees, so forlorn that she did not hear when Missandei came creeping in with bread and milk and figs.
"Your Grace? Are you unwell? In the black of night this one heard you scream."
Dany took a fig. It was black and plump, still moist with dew. Will Hisdar ever make me scream? It was the wind that you heard screaming. She took a bite, but the fruit had lost its savor now that Daario was gone. Sighing, she rose and called to Irri for a robe, then wandered out onto her terrace. Her foes were all about her. There were never less than a dozen ships drawn up on the shore. Some days there were as many as 100 when the soldiers were disembarking. The Yunkai were even bringing in wood by sea. Behind their ditches, they were building catapults, scorpions, tall trebuchets. On still nights, she could hear the hammers ringing through the warm, dry air. No siege towers, though, no battering rams. They would not try to take Meereen by storm. They would wait behind their siege lines, flinging stones at her until famine and disease had brought her people to their knees.
Hisdar will bring me peace. He must.
That night her cooks roasted her a kid with dates and carrots, but Dany could only eat a bite of it. The prospect of wrestling with Meereen once more left her feeling weary. Sleep came hard, even when Daario came back, so drunk that he could hardly stand. Beneath her coverlets she tossed and turned, dreaming that Hisdar was kissing her, but his lips were blue and bruised, and when he thrust himself inside her, his manhood was cold as ice. She sat up with her hair disheveled and the bedclothes a tangle. Her captain slept beside her, yet she was alone. She wanted to shake him, wake him, make him hold her, fuck her, help her forget. But she knew that if she did, he would only smile and yawn and say, "It was just a dream, my queen. Go back to sleep." Instead, she slipped into a hooded robe and stepped out onto her terrace. She went to the parapet and stood there gazing down upon the city as she had done 100 times before.
It will never be my city. It will never be my home.
The pale pink light of dawn found her still out on her terrace, asleep upon the grass beneath a blanket of fine dew.
"I promised Daario that I would hold court today," Daenerys told her handmaids when they woke her. "Help me find my crown. Oh, and some clothes to wear, something light and cool."
She made her descent an hour later.
"All kneel for Daenerys Stormborn, the Unburnt, Queen of Meereen, Queen of the Andals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Khaleesi of Great Grass Sea, Breaker of Shackles and Mother of Dragons," Missandei called.
Resnack Moresnack bowed and beamed.
"Magnificence every day you grow more beautiful. I think the prospect of your wedding has given you a glow. Oh, my shining queen."
Dany sighed.
"Summon the first petitioner."
It had been so long since she last held court that the crush of cases was almost overwhelming. The back of the hall was a solid press of people, and scuffles broke out over precedence. Inevitably, it was Galaza Galere who stepped forward, her head held high, her face hidden behind a shimmering green veil.
"Your Radiance, it might be best were we to speak in private."
"Would that I had the time," said Dany sweetly. "I am to be wed upon the morrow." Her last meeting with the Green Grace had not gone well.
"What would you have of me?" I would speak to you about the presumption of a certain sellsword captain.
She dares say that in open court? Dany felt a blaze of anger. She has courage, I grant that, but if she thinks I am about to suffer another scolding, she could not be more wrong.
The treachery of Brown Ben Plum has shocked us all, she said, but your warning comes too late. And now I know you will want to return to your temple to pray for peace.
The Green Grace bowed.
I shall pray for you as well.
Another slap, thought Dany, color rising to her face.
The rest was a tedium the Queen knew well. She sat upon her cushions, listening, one foot jiggling with impatience. Jiki brought a platter of figs and ham at midday. There seemed to be no end to the petitioners. For every two she sent off smiling, one left red-eyed or muttering. It was close to sunset before Daario Naharis appeared with his new storm-crows, the Westerosi who had come over to him from the wind-blown. Dany found herself glancing at them as yet another petitioner droned on and on. These are my people. I am their rightful queen. They seemed a scruffy bunch, but that was only to be expected of sellswords. The youngest could not have been more than a year older than her. The oldest must have seen 60 name days. A few sported signs of wealth, gold arm rings, silken tunics, silver-studded sword belts. Plunder. For the most part, their clothes were plainly made and showed signs of hard wear. When Daario brought them forward, she saw that one of them was a woman, big and blonde and all in mail. Pretty Maris, her captain named her, though pretty was the last thing Dany would have called her. She was 6 feet tall and earless, with a slit nose, deep scars in both cheeks, and the coldest eyes the Queen had ever seen. As for the rest, Hugh Hungerford was slim and saturnine, long-legged, long-faced, clad in faded finery. Webber was short and muscular, with spiders tattooed across his head and chest and arms. Red-faced Orson Stone claimed to be a knight, as did lanky Lucifer Long. Will of the Woods leered at her even as he took a knee. Dick Straw had cornflower blue eyes, hair as white as flax, and an unsettling smile. Ginger Jack's face was hidden behind a bristly orange beard, and his speech was unintelligible. "He bit off half his tongue in his first battle," Hungerford explained to her. The Dornishmen seemed different. "If it please your grace," said Daario, "these three are Greenguts, Gerald, and Frog." Greenguts was huge and bald as a stone, with arms thick enough to rival even strong Belwas. Gerald was a lean, tall youth with sun-streaks in his hair and laughing blue-green eyes. That smile has won many a maiden's heart, I'll wager. His cloak was made of soft brown wool lined with sand silk, a goodly garment. Frog, the squire, was the youngest of the three, and the least impressive, a solemn, stocky lad, brown of hair and eye. His face was squarish, with a high forehead, heavy jaw, and broad nose. The stubble on his cheeks and chin made him look like a boy trying to grow his first beard. Dany had no inkling why anyone would call him Frog. Perhaps he can jump farther than the others. "You may rise," she said. "Daario tells me you come to us from Dorne. Dornish men will always have a welcome at my court. Sunspear stayed loyal to my father when the usurper stole his throne. You must have faced many perils to reach me." "Too many," said Gerald, the handsome one with the sun-streaked hair. "We were 6 when we left Dorne, your grace." "I am sorry for your losses." The Queen turned to his large companion. "Greenguts is a queer sort of name." "A jape, your grace. From the ships. I was green-sick the whole way from Volantis, heaving and... well, I shouldn't say." Dany giggled. "I think that I can guess, sir. It is sir, is it not? Daario tells me that you are a knight." "If it please your grace, we are all 3 knights." Dany glanced at Daario and saw anger flash across his face. He did not know. "I have need of knights," she said.
Ser Barristan's suspicions had awakened.
"Knighthood is easily claimed this far from Westeros. Are you prepared to defend that boast with sword or lance?"
"If need be," said Gerald, "though I will not claim that any of us is the equal of Barristan the Bold. Your Grace, I beg your pardon, but we have come before you under false names."
"I knew someone else who did that once," said Dany. "A man called Arstan Whitebeard. Tell me your true names, then."
"Gladly, but, if we may beg the Queen's indulgence, is there some place with fewer eyes and ears?"
"Games within games."
"As you wish. Skahaz, clear my court." The Shavepate roared out orders. His brazen beasts did the rest, herding the other Westerosi and the rest of the day's petitioners from the hall. Her counselors remained.
"Now," Dany said, "your names."
Handsome young Gerald bowed.
"Ser Gerris Drinkwater, your Grace. My sword is yours."
Greenguts crossed his arms against his chest. "And my warhammer. I'm Ser Archibald Ironwood."
"And you, sir?"
the Queen asked the boy called Frog.
"If it please your Grace, may I first present my gift?"
"If you wish," Daenerys said, curious. But as Frog started forward, Daario Naharis stepped in front of him and held out a gloved hand. "Give this gift to me." Stone-faced, the stocky lad bent, unlaced his boot, and drew a yellowed parchment from a hidden flap within. "This is your gift? A scrap of writing?" Daario snatched the parchment out of the Dornishman's hands and unrolled it, squinting at the seals and signatures. "Very pretty, all the golden ribbons, but I do not read your Westerosi scratchings." "Bring it to the Queen," Ser Barristan commanded. "Now!" Dany could feel the anger in the hall.
"I am only a young girl, and young girls must have their gifts," she said lightly. "Daario, please, you must not tease me. Give it here."
The parchment was written in the common tongue. The Queen unrolled it slowly, studying the seals and signatures. When she saw the name Ser Willem Darry, her heart beat a little faster. She read it over once, and then again.
"May we know what it says, your Grace?"
asked Ser Barristan.
"It is a secret pact," Dany said, "made in Braavos when I was just a little girl. Ser Willem Darry signed for us, the man who spirited my brother and myself away from Dragonstone before the usurper's men could take us. Prince Oberyn Martell signed for Dorne, with the Sea Lord of Braavos as witness."
She handed the parchment to Ser Barristan, so he might read it for himself.
"The alliance is to be sealed by a marriage, it says. In return for Dorne's help overthrowing the usurper, my brother Viserys is to take Prince Doran's daughter Arianne for his queen."
The old knight read the pact slowly.
"If Robert had known of this, he would have smashed Sunspear as he once smashed Pike, and claimed the heads of Prince Doran and the Red Viper, and like as not the head of this Dornish princess too." "No doubt that was why Prince Doran chose to keep the pact a secret," suggested Daenerys. "If my brother Viserys had known that he had a Dornish princess waiting for him, he would have crossed to Sunspear as soon as he was old enough to wed." "And thereby brought Robert's warhammer down upon himself, and Dorne as well," said Frog. "My father was content to wait for the day that Prince Viserys found his army." "Your father?" "Prince Doran." He sank back onto one knee. "Your Grace, I have the honor to be Quentyn Martell, a prince of Dorne and your most leal subject."
Dany laughed. The Dornish prince flushed red, whilst her own court and counselors gave her puzzled looks. "Radiance?" said Skahaz Shavepate in the Giscari tongue. "Why do you laugh?"
"They call him Frog," she said, "and we have just learned why. In the Seven Kingdoms there are children's tales of frogs who turn into enchanted princes when kissed by their true love."
Smiling at the Dornish knights, she switched back to the common tongue.
"Tell me, Prince Quentyn, are you enchanted?" "No, your Grace." "I feared as much."
Neither enchanted nor enchanting, alas. A pity he's the prince, and not the one with the wide shoulders and the sandy hair.
You have come for a kiss, however. You mean to marry me. Is that the way of it? The gift you bring me is your own sweet self. Instead of Viserys and your sister, you and I must seal this pact if I want Dorne. My father hoped that you might find me acceptable.
Daario Naharis gave a scornful laugh. I say you are a pup. The queen needs a man beside her, not a mewling boy. You are no fit husband for a woman such as her. When you lick your lips, do you still taste your mother's milk? Sir Gerris Drinkwater darkened at his words. Mind your tongue, sellsword. You are speaking to a Prince of Dorne. And to his wet nurse, I am thinking. Daario brushed his thumbs across his sword hilts and smiled dangerously. Skahaz scowled, as only he could scowl. This boy might serve for Dorne, but Meereen needs a king of Giscari blood. I know of this Dorne, said Resnak Mo Resnak. Dorne is sand and scorpions and bleak red mountains baking in the sun. Prince Quentyn answered him. Dorne is 50,000 spears and swords pledged to our queen's service. 50,000, mocked Daario. I count 3. Enough, Daenerys said. Prince Quentyn has crossed half the world to offer me his gift. I will not have him treated with discourtesy. She turned to the Dornishmen. Would that you had come a year ago. I am pledged to wed the noble Hisdar Zolorak. Ser Gerris said, It is not too late. I will be the judge of that, Daenerys said. Resnak, see that the prince and his companions are given quarters suitable to their high birth, and that their wants are attended to. As you wish, your radiance. The queen rose. Then we are done for now. Daario and Ser Barristan followed her up the steps to her apartments. This changes everything, the old knight said. This changes nothing, Dany said, as Irri removed her crown. What good are 3 men? 3 knights, said Selmy. 3 liars, Daario said darkly. They deceived me. And bought you too, I do not doubt. He did not trouble to deny it. Dany unrolled the parchment and examined it again. Braavos. This was done in Braavos while we were living in the house with the red door. Why did that make her feel so strange? She found herself remembering her nightmare. Sometimes there is truth in dreams. Could Hisdar Zolorak be working for the Warlocks? Was that what the dream had meant? Could the dream have been ascending? Were the gods telling her to put Hisdar aside and wed this Dornish prince instead? Something tickled at her memory. Ser Barristan, what are the arms of House Martell? A sun in splendor, transfixed by a spear. The sun's son. A shiver went through her. Shadows and whispers. What else had Quaithe said? The pale mare and the sun's son. There was a lion in it, too, and a dragon. Or am I the dragon? Beware the perfumed seneschal. That she remembered. Dreams and prophecies, why must they always be in riddles? I hate this. Oh, leave me, sir. Tomorrow is my wedding day. That night, Daario had her every way a man can have a woman, and she gave herself to him willingly. The last time, as the sun was coming up, she used her mouth to make him hard again, as Doria had taught her long ago, then rode him so wildly that his wound began to bleed again, and for one sweet heartbeat she could not tell whether he was inside of her or her inside of him. But when the sun rose upon her wedding day, so did Daario Naharis, donning his clothes and buckling on his sword belt with its gleaming golden wantons. "Where are you going?" Dany asked him. "I forbid you to make a sortie today." "My queen is cruel," her captain said. "If I cannot slay your foes, how shall I amuse myself whilst you are being wed?" "By nightfall I shall have no foes." "It is only dawn, sweet queen. The day is long. Time enough for one last sortie. I will bring you back the head of brown Ben Plum for a wedding gift."
No heads, Dany insisted. Once you brought me flowers.
Let Hisdar bring you flowers. He is not one to stoop and pluck a dandelion, true, but he has servants who will be pleased to do it for him. Do I have your leave to go?
No. She wanted him to stay and hold her. One day he will go and not return, she thought. One day some archer will put an arrow through his chest, or 10 men will fall on him with spears and swords and axes, 10 would-be heroes. 5 of them would die, but that would not make her grief easier to bear. One day I will lose him, as I lost my sun and stars, but please gods, not today. Come back to bed and kiss me. No one had ever kissed her like Daario Naharis. I am your queen, and I command you to fuck me. She had meant it playfully, but Daario's eyes hardened at her words. Fucking queens is king's work. Your noble Hisdar can attend to that once you're wed, and if he proves to be too highborn for such sweaty work, he has servants who will be pleased to do that for him as well. Or perhaps you can call the Dornish boy into your bed, and his pretty friend as well, why not? He strode from the bedchamber. He is going to make a sortie, Dany realized, and if he takes Ben Plum's head, he'll walk into the wedding feast and throw it at my feet. 7 save me. Why couldn't he be better born? When he was gone, Missandei brought the queen a simple meal of goat cheese and olives, with raisins for a sweet. Your grace needs more than wine to break her fast. You are such a tiny thing, and you will surely need your strength today. That made Daenerys laugh, coming from a girl so small. She relied so much on the little scribe that she oft forgot that Missandei had only turned 11. They shared the food together on her terrace. As Dany nibbled on an olive, the Nathi girl gazed at her with eyes like molten gold and said, "It is not too late to tell them that you have decided not to wed." It is, though, the queen thought, sadly. Hisdar's blood is ancient and noble. Our joining will join my freedmen to his people. When we become as one, so will our city. Your grace does not love the noble Hisdar. This one thinks you would sooner have another for your husband. I must not think of Daario today. The queen loves where she must, not where she will. Her appetite had left her. Take this food away, she told Missandei. It is time I bathed. Afterward, as Jiki was patting Daenerys dry, Irri approached with her tokar. Dany envied the Dothraki maids their loose sand-silk trousers and painted vests. They would be much cooler than her in her tokar, with its heavy fringe of baby pearls. Help me wind this round myself, please. I cannot manage all these pearls by myself. She should be eager with anticipation for her wedding and the night that would follow, she knew. She remembered the night of her first wedding, when Khal Drogo had claimed her maidenhead beneath the stranger stars. She remembered how frightened she had been, and how excited. Would it be the same with Hisdar? No, I am not the girl I was, and he is not my sun and stars. Missandei re-emerged from inside the pyramid. Reznak and Skahaz beg the honor of escorting your grace to the Temple of the Graces. Reznak has ordered your palanquin made ready. Myrinese seldom rode within their city walls. They preferred palanquins, litters, and sedan chairs, borne upon the shoulders of their slaves. Horses befoul the streets, one man of Zak had told her. Slaves do not. Dany had freed the slaves, yet palanquins, litters, and sedan chairs still choked the streets as before, and none of them floated magically through the air. The day is too hot to be shut up in a palanquin, said Dany. Have my silver saddled. I would not go to my lord husband upon the backs of bearers. Your grace, said Missandei, this one is so sorry, but you cannot ride in a tokar. The little scribe was right, as she so often was. The tokar was not a garment meant for horseback. Dany made a face. As you say. Not the palanquin, though. I would suffocate behind those drapes. Have them ready a sedan chair.
If she must wear her floppy ears, let all the rabbits see her. When Dany made her descent, Resnak and Skahaz dropped to their knees. "Your worship shines so brightly you will blind every man who dares to look upon you," said Resnak. The seneschal wore a tokar of maroon samite with golden fringes. "Hizdahr-zo Lorak is most fortunate in you, and you in him, if I may be so bold as to say. This match will save our city, you will see." "So we pray. I want to plant my olive trees and see them fruit. Does it matter that Hizdar's kisses do not please me? Peace will please me. Am I a queen or just a woman?" The crowds will be thick as flies today. The shave-pate was clad in a pleated black skirt and a muscled breastplate, with a brazen helm shaped like a serpent's head beneath one arm. "Should I be afraid of flies? Your brazen beasts will keep me safe from any harm." It was always dusk inside the base of the Great Pyramid. Walls 30 feet thick muffled the tumult of the streets and kept the heat outside, so it was cool and dim within. Her escort was forming up inside the gates. Horses, mules, and donkeys were stabled in the western walls, elephants in the eastern. Dany had acquired 3 of those huge, queer beasts with her pyramid. They reminded her of hairless gray mammoths, though their tusks had been bobbed and gilded, and their eyes were sad. She found Strong Belwas eating grapes, as Barristan Selmy watched a stable boy cinch the girth on his dapple gray. The 3 Dornishmen were with him, talking, but they broke off when the queen appeared. Their prince went to one knee. "Your grace, I must entreat you. My father's strength is failing, but his devotion to your cause is as strong as ever. If my manner or my person have displeased you, that is my sorrow, but if you would please me, sir, be happy for me," Daenerys said. "This is my wedding day. They will be dancing in the Yellow City, I do not doubt." She sighed. "Rise, my prince, and smile. One day I shall return to Westeros to claim my father's throne, and look to Dorne for help. But on this day the Yunkai have my city ringed in steel. I may die before I see my 7 kingdoms. Hizdahr may die. Westeros may be swallowed by the waves." Dany kissed his cheek. "Come, it's time I wed." Ser Barristan helped her up onto her sedan chair. Quentyn rejoined his fellow Dornishmen. Strong Belwas bellowed for the gates to be opened, and Daenerys Targaryen was carried forth into the sun. Selmy fell in beside her on his dapple gray. "Tell me," Dany said, as the procession turned toward the Temple of the Graces, "if my father and my mother had been free to follow their own hearts, whom would they have wed?" "It was long ago. Your grace would not know them." "You know, though. Tell me." The old knight inclined his head. "The queen, your mother, was always mindful of her duty." He was handsome in his gold and silver armor, his white cloak streaming from his shoulders, but he sounded like a man in pain, as if every word were a stone he had to pass. "As a girl, though. She was once smitten with a young knight from the Stormlands who wore her favor at a tourney and named her Queen of Love and Beauty. A brief thing." "What happened to this knight?" "He put away his lance the day your lady mother wed your father. Afterward he became most pious, and was heard to say that only the maiden could replace Queen Rhaella in his heart. His passion was impossible, of course. A landed knight is no fit consort for a princess of royal blood." "And Daario Naharis is only a sellsword, not fit to buckle on the golden spurs of even a landed knight." "And my father? Was there some woman he loved better than his queen?" Ser Barristan shifted in the saddle. Not loved. Mayhaps wanted is a better word, but it was only kitchen gossip, the whispers of washerwomen and stable-boys. I want to know. I never knew my father. I want to know everything about him, the good and the rest." "As you command." The White Knight chose his words with care.
Prince Aerys. As a youth, he was taken with a certain lady of Casterly Rock, a cousin of Tywin Lannister. When she and Tywin wed, your father drank too much wine at the wedding feast, and was heard to say that it was a great pity that the lord's right to the first night had been abolished. A drunken jape, no more, but Tywin Lannister was not a man to forget such words, or the liberties your father took during the bedding. His face reddened. I have said too much, your grace. Gracious queen, well met. Another procession had come up beside her own, and Hisdar zo Loraq was smiling at her from his own sedan chair. My king. Dany wondered where Daario Naharis was, what he was doing. If this were a story, he would gallop up just as we reached the temple to challenge Hisdar for my hand. Side by side, the Queen's procession and Hisdar zo Loraq's made their slow way across Meereen, until finally the Temple of the Graces loomed up before them, its golden domes flashing in the sun. How beautiful, the Queen tried to tell herself, but inside her was some foolish little girl who could not help but look about for Daario. If he loved you, he would come and carry you off at sword point, as Rhaegar carried off his northern girl, the girl in her insisted, but the Queen knew that was folly. Even if her captain was mad enough to attempt it, the brazen beasts would cut him down before he got within 100 yards of her. Galaza Galere awaited them outside the temple doors, surrounded by her sisters in white and pink and red, blue and gold and purple. There are fewer than there were. Dany looked for Azara and did not see her. Has the bloody flux taken even her? Though the Queen had let the Astapori starve outside her walls to keep the bloody flux from spreading, it was spreading nonetheless. Many had been stricken, freedmen, sellswords, brazen beasts, even Dothraki, though as yet none of the Unsullied had been touched. She prayed the worst was past. The Graces brought forth an ivory chair and a golden bowl. Holding her tokar daintily so as not to tread upon its fringes, Daenerys Targaryen eased herself onto the chair's plush velvet seat, and Hisdar zo Loraq went to his knees, unlaced her sandals, and washed her feet whilst 50 eunuchs sang and 10,000 eyes looked on. He has gentle hands, she mused, as warm, fragrant oils ran between her toes. If he has a gentle heart as well, I may grow fond of him in time. When her feet were clean, Hisdar dried them with a soft towel, laced her sandals on again, and helped her stand. Hand in hand, they followed the green grace inside the temple, where the air was thick with incense and the gods of Gis stood cloaked in shadows in their alcoves. 4 hours later, they emerged again as man and wife, bound together wrist and ankle with chains of yellow gold. Jon. Queen Selyse descended upon Castle Black with her daughter and her daughter's fool, her serving girls and lady companions, and a retinue of knights, sworn swords, and men-at-arms 50 strong. Queen's men all, Jon Snow knew. They may attend Selyse, but it is Melisandre they serve. The Red Priestess had warned him of their coming almost a day before the Raven arrived from Eastwatch with the same message. He met the Queen's party by the stables, accompanied by Satin, Bowen Marsh, and 6 guards in long black cloaks. It would never do to come before this Queen without a retinue of his own, if half of what they said of her was true. She might mistake him for a stable boy and hand him the reins of her horse. The Snows had finally moved off to the south and given them a respite. There was even a hint of warmth in the air as Jon Snow took a knee before this Southron Queen. "Your Grace, Castle Black welcomes you and yours." Queen Selyse looked down at him. "My thanks. Please escort me to your Lord Commander." "My brothers chose me for that honor. I am Jon Snow." "You? They said you were young, but—" Queen Selyse's face was pinched and pale. She wore a crown of red gold with points in the shape of flames, a twin to that worn by Stannis. "You may rise, Lord Snow. This is my daughter, Shireen.
Princess. Jon inclined his head. Shireen was a homely child, made even uglier by the grayscale that had left her neck and part of her cheeks stiff and gray and cracked.
My brothers and I are at your service, he told the girl.
Shireen reddened.
Thank you, my lord. I believe you are acquainted with my kinsman, Sir Axel Florent, the Queen went on.
Only by Raven. And report. The letters he'd received from Eastwatch by the Sea had a deal to say about Axel Florent, very little of it good.
Sir Axel?
Lord Snow?
A stout man, Florent had short legs and a thick chest. Coarse hair covered his cheeks and jowls and poked from his ears and nostrils.
My loyal knights,
Queen Selyse went on.
Sir Norbert, Sir Benathon, Sir Bruss, Sir Patrick, Sir Dorden, Sir Malagorn, Sir Lambert, Sir Perkin.
Each worthy bowed in turn. She did not trouble to name her fool, but the cowbells on his antlered hat and the motley tattooed across his puffy cheeks made him hard to overlook. Patchface. Cotter Pike's letters had made mention of him as well. Pike claimed he was a simpleton. Then the Queen beckoned to another curious member of her entourage, a tall, gaunt stick of a man, his height accentuated by an outlandish three-tiered hat of purple felt.
And here we have the Honorable Tycho Nestoris, an emissary of the Iron Bank of Bravos, come to treat with his Grace King Stannis.
The banker doffed his hat and made a sweeping bow.
Lord Commander, I thank you and your brothers for your hospitality.
He spoke the common tongue flawlessly, with only the slightest hint of an accent. Half a foot taller than Jon, the Bravosi sported a beard as thin as a rope sprouting from his chin and reaching almost to his waist. His robes were a somber purple, trimmed with ermine. A high stiff collar framed his narrow face.
I hope we shall not inconvenience you too greatly.
Not at all, my lord. You are most welcome.
More welcome than this queen, if truth be told. Cotter Pike had sent a raven ahead to advise them of the banker's coming. Jon Snow had thought of little since. Jon turned back to the Queen.
The royal chambers in the King's Tower have been prepared for your grace for so long as you wish to remain with us. This is our Lord Steward, Bowen Marsh. He will find quarters for your men. How kind of you to make room for us.
The Queen's words were courteous enough, though her tone said, "It is no more than your duty, and you had best hope these quarters please me."
We will not be with you long, a few days at the most. It is our intent to press on to our new seat at the Night Fort as soon as we are rested. The journey from Eastwatch was wearisome.
As you say, Your Grace, said Jon. You will be cold and hungry, I am sure. A hot meal awaits you in our common room.
Very good.
The Queen glanced about the yard.
First, though, we wish to consult with the Lady Melisandre.
Of course, Your Grace. Her apartments are in the King's Tower as well. This way, if you will. Queen Selyse nodded, took her daughter by the hand, and permitted him to lead them from the stables. Sir Axel, the Bravosi banker, and the rest of her party followed, like so many ducklings done up in wool and fur.
Your Grace, said Jon Snow, my builders have done all they can to make the Night Fort ready to receive you, yet much of it remains in ruins. It is a large castle, the largest on the wall, and we have only been able to restore a part of it. You might be more comfortable back at Eastwatch by the Sea.
Queen Selyse sniffed.
We are done with Eastwatch. We did not like it there. The Queen should be mistress beneath her own roof. We found your Cotter Pike to be an uncouth and unpleasant man, quarrelsome and niggardly.
You should hear what Cotter says of you.
I am sorry for that, but I fear your Grace will find conditions at the Night Fort even less to your liking. We speak of a fortress, not a palace. A grim place, and cold, whereas Eastwatch is not safe.
The Queen put a hand on her daughter's shoulder.
This is the King's true heir. Shireen will one day sit the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms. She must be kept from harm, and Eastwatch is where the attack will come. This night fort is the place my husband has chosen for our seat, and there we shall abide. Oh. An enormous shadow emerged from behind the shell of the Lord Commander's tower. Princess Shireen gave a shriek, and 3 of the Queen's knights gasped in harmony. Another swore. "Seven save us," he said, quite forgetting his new red god in his shock. "Don't be afraid," Jon told them. "There's no harm in him, Your Grace. This is One.
One weg one dar one."
The giant's voice rumbled like a boulder crashing down a mountainside. He sank to his knees before them. Even kneeling, he loomed over them.
"Kneel, Queen, little Queen."
Words that Leathers had taught him, no doubt. Princess Shireen's eyes went wide as dinner plates.
"He's a giant. A real true giant, like from the stories. But why does he talk so funny?"
"He only knows a few words of the common tongue as yet," said Jon. "In their own land, giants speak the old tongue."
"Can I touch him?"
"Best not," her mother warned. "Look at him, a filthy creature." The Queen turned her frown on Jon.
"Lord Snow, what is this bestial creature doing on our side of the wall?"
One is a guest of the Night's Watch, as you are." The Queen did not like that answer, nor did her knights. Ser Axel grimaced in disgust, Ser Bruss gave a nervous titter, Ser Norbert said, "I had been told all the giants were dead." "Almost all." Ygritte wept for them.
"In the dark the dead are dancing."
Patchface shuffled his feet in a grotesque dance step.
I know, oh.
At Eastwatch, someone had sewn him a motley cloak of beaver pelts, sheepskins, and rabbit fur. His hat sported antlers hung with bells and long brown flaps of squirrel fur that hung down over his ears. Every step he took set him to ringing. One gaped at him with fascination, but when the giant reached for him, the fool hopped back away, jingling.
Oh no.
That brought One lurching to his feet. The Queen grabbed hold of Princess Shireen and pulled her back. Her knights reached for their swords, and Patchface reeled away in alarm, lost his footing, and plopped down on his arse in a snowdrift. One began to laugh. A giant's laughter could put to shame a dragon's roar. Patchface covered his ears, Princess Shireen pressed her face into her mother's furs, and the boldest of the Queen's knights moved forward, steel in hand. Jon raised an arm to block his path.
"You do not want to anger him. Sheathe your steel, sir. Leathers, take One back to Hardin's."
"Eat now, One?"
asked the giant. "Eat now," Jon agreed. To Leathers he said, "I'll send out a bushel of vegetables for him and meat for you. Start a fire." Leathers grinned. "I will, my lord, but Hardin's is bone cold. Perhaps my lord could send out some wine to warm us?" "For you, not him." One had never tasted wine until he came to Castle Black, but once he had taken a gigantic liking to it. Too much a liking. Jon had enough to contend with just now without adding a drunken giant to the mix. He turned back to the Queen's knights. "My lord father used to say a man should never draw his sword unless he means to use it." "Using it was my intent." The knight was clean-shaved and wind-burnt. Beneath a cloak of white fur, he wore a cloth of silver surcoat emblazoned with a blue five-pointed star. "I had been given to understand that the Night's Watch defended the realm against such monsters. No one mentioned keeping them as pets." Another bloody Southron fool. "You are?" "Ser Patrek of King's Mountain, if it please, my lord." "I do not know how you observe guest right on your mountain, sir. In the north we hold it sacred. One is a guest here." Ser Patrek smiled. "Tell me, Lord Commander, should the others turn up, do you plan to offer hospitality to them as well?" The knight turned to his queen. "Your Grace, that is the King's Tower there, if I am not mistaken, if I may have the honor."
As you wish. The Queen took his arm and swept past the men of the Night's Watch with never a second glance. Those flames on her crown are the warmest thing about her. "Lord Tycho," Jon called. "A moment, please." The Braavosi halted.
"No, Lord, I. Only a simple servant of the Iron Bank of Bravos."
"Cotter Pike informs me that you came to Eastwatch with 3 ships, a galleass, a galley, and a cog."
"Just so, my lord. The crossing can be perilous in this season. 1 ship alone may founder, where 3 together may aid one another. The Iron Bank is always prudent in such matters."
"Perhaps before you leave we might have a quiet word."
"I am at your service, Lord Commander. And in Bravos we say there is no time like the present. Will that suit?"
"As good as any. Shall we repair to my solar, or would you like to see the top of the wall?" The banker glanced up to where the ice loomed vast and pale against the sky.
"I fear it will be bitter cold up top."
"That and windy. You learned to walk well away from the edge. Men have been blown off. Still, the wall is like nothing else on earth. You may never have another chance to see it."
"No doubt I shall rue my caution upon my deathbed, but after a long day in the saddle, a warm room sounds preferable to me."
"My solar, then. Satin, some mulled wine if you would." Jon's rooms behind the armory were quiet enough, if not especially warm. His fire had gone out some time ago. Satin was not as diligent in feeding it as Dolorous Ed had been. Mormont's raven greeted them with a shriek of "Corn!" Jon hung up his cloak. "You come seeking Stannis, is that correct?"
"It is, my lord. Queen Selyse has suggested that we might send word to Deepwood Motte by raven to inform his grace that I await his pleasure at the Night Fort. The matter that I mean to put to him is too delicate to entrust to letters."
"A debt. What else could it be? His own debt or his brother's?" The banker pressed his fingers together.
"It would not be proper for me to discuss Lord Stannis's indebtedness or lack of same. As to King Robert, it was indeed our pleasure to assist his grace in his need. For so long as Robert lived, all was well. Now, however, the Iron Throne has ceased all repayment."
Could the Lannisters truly be so foolish? "You cannot mean to hold Stannis responsible for his brother's debts."
"The debts belong to the Iron Throne," Tycho declared, "and whosoever sits on that chair must pay them. Since young King Tommen and his councillors have become so obdurate, we mean to broach the subject with King Stannis. Should he prove himself more worthy of our trust, it would of course be our great pleasure to lend him whatever help he needs."
"Help!" the raven screamed. "Help! Help! Help!" Much of this Jon had surmised the moment he learned that the Iron Bank had sent an envoy to the wall. "When last we heard, his grace was marching on Winterfell to confront Lord Bolton and his allies. You may seek him there if you wish, though that carries a risk. You could find yourself caught up in his war." Tycho bowed his head. "We who serve the Iron Bank face death full as often as you who serve the Iron Throne." "Is that whom I serve?" Jon Snow was no longer certain. "I can provide you with horses, provisions, guides, whatever is required to get you as far as Deepwood Motte. From there you will need to make your own way to Stannis. And you may well find his head upon a spike. There will be a price." "Price?" screamed Mormont's raven. "Price! Price!" "There is always a price, is there not?" The Braavosi smiled. "What does the watch require?" "Your ships for a start, with their crews." "All 3? How will I return to Braavos?" "I only need them for a single voyage." "A hazardous voyage, I assume? For a start, you said." "We need a loan as well. Gold enough to keep us fed till spring, to buy food and hire ships to bring it to us." "Spring?" Tycho sighed. "It is not possible, my lord." What was it Stannis had said to him?
You haggle like a crone with a codfish, Lord Snow. Did Lord Eddard father you on a fishwife? Perhaps he had at that. It took the better part of an hour before the impossible became possible, and another hour before they could agree on terms. The flagon of mulled wine that Satin delivered helped them settle the more nettlesome points. By the time Jon Snow signed the parchment, the Braavosi drew up. Both of them were half drunk and quite unhappy. Jon thought that a good sign. The 3 Braavosi ships would bring the fleet at Eastwatch up to 11, including the Ibbenese whaler that Cotter Pike had commandeered on Jon's order, a trading galley out of Pentos similarly impressed, and 3 battered Lysine warships, remnants of Salladhor Saan's former fleet driven back north by the autumn storms. All 3 of Saan's ships had been in dire need of refitting, but by now the work should be complete. 11 ships was nowise enough, but if he waited any longer, the free folk at Hardhome would be dead by the time the rescue fleet arrived. Sail now or not at all. Whether Mother Mole and her people would be desperate enough to entrust their lives to the Night's Watch, though. The day had darkened by the time he and Tycho Nestoris left the Solar. Snow had begun to fall. Our respite was a brief one, it would seem. Jon drew his cloak about himself more tightly. Winter is nigh upon us. The day I left Braavos there was ice on the canals. 3 of my men passed through Braavos not long ago, Jon told him. An old maester, a singer, and a young steward. They were escorting a wildling girl and her child to Old Town. I do not suppose you chanced to encounter them. I fear not, my lord. Westerosi pass through Braavos every day, but most come and go from the Ragman's harbour. The ships of the Iron Bank moor at the Purple Harbour. If you wish, I can make inquiries after them when I return home. No need. By now they should be safe in Old Town. Let us hope so. The narrow sea is perilous this time of year, and of late there have been troubling reports of strange ships seen amongst the stepstones. Salladhor Saan? The Lysine pirate? Some say he has returned to his old haunts, this is so. And Lord Redwine's war fleet creeps through the Broken Arm as well. On its way home, no doubt. But these men and their ships are well known to us. No, these other sails. From farther east, perhaps. One hears queer talk of dragons. Would that we had one here. A dragon might warm things up a bit. My lord jests. You will forgive me if I do not laugh. We Braavosi are descended from those who fled Valyria and the wrath of its dragon lords. We do not jape of dragons. No, I suppose not. My apologies, Lord Tycho. None is required, Lord Commander. Now I find that I am hungry. Lending such large sums of gold will give a man an appetite. Will you be so good as to point me to your feast hall? I will take you there myself. Jon gestured. This way. Once there, it would have been discourteous not to break bread with the banker, so Jon sent Satin off to fetch them food. The novelty of newcomers had brought out almost all the men who were not on duty or asleep, so the cellar was crowded and warm. The queen herself was absent, as was her daughter. By now, presumably, they were settling into the king's tower, but Ser Bruss and Sir Malagorn were on hand, entertaining such brothers as had gathered with the latest tidings from Eastwatch and beyond the sea. 3 of the queen's ladies sat together, attended by their serving maids and a dozen admiring men of the Night's Watch. Nearer the door, the queen's hand was attacking a brace of capons, sucking the meat off the bones and washing down each bite with ale. When he espied Jon Snow, Axel Florent tossed a bone aside, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and sauntered over. With his bowed legs, barrel chest, and prominent ears, he presented a comical appearance, but Jon knew better than to laugh at him. He was an uncle to Queen Selyse, and had been among the first to follow her in accepting Melisandre's red god. If he is not a kinslayer, he is the next best thing. Axel Florent's brother had been burned by Melisandre, Maester Aemon had informed him, yet Sir Axel had done little and less to stop it. What sort of man can stand by idly and watch his own brother being burned alive?
"Nestorius," said Sir Axel, "and the Lord Commander. Might I join you?"
He lowered himself to the bench before they could reply.
"Lord Snow, if I may ask, this wildling princess his grace King Stannis wrote of, where might she be, my lord?"
Long leagues from here, Jon thought. If the gods are good, by now she has found Tormund Giantsbane. Val is the younger sister of Dalla, who was Mance Rayder's wife and mother to his son. King Stannis took Val and the child captive after Dalla died in childbed, but she is no princess, not as you mean it. Sir Axel shrugged.
"Whatever she may be, at Eastwatch men claimed the wench was fair. I'd like to see with mine own eyes. Some of these wildling women, well, a man would need to turn them over to do his duty as a husband. If it please the Lord Commander, bring her out. Let us have a look."
"She is not a horse to be paraded for inspection, sir."
"I promise not to count her teeth."
Florent grinned.
"Oh, never fear. I'll treat her with all the courtesy she is due."
He knows I do not have her. A village has no secrets, and no more did Castle Black. Val's absence was not spoken of openly, but some men knew, and in the common hall at night the brothers talked. What has he heard? Jon wondered. How much does he believe?
"Forgive me, sir, but Val will not be joining us." "I'll go to her. Where do you keep the wench?"
"Away from you." "Somewhere safe. Enough, sir." The knight's face grew flushed.
"My lord, have you forgotten who I am?"
His breath smelled of ale and onions.
"Must I speak to the Queen? A word from her grace, and I can have this wildling girl delivered naked to the hall for our inspection."
That would be a pretty trick, even for a queen. "The Queen would never presume upon our hospitality," Jon said, hoping that was true. "Now I fear I must take my leave before I forget the duties of a host. Lord Tycho, pray excuse me."
"Yes, of course," the banker said. "A pleasure."
Outside, the snow was coming down more heavily. Across the yard, the King's Tower had turned into a hulking shadow, the lights in its windows obscured by falling snow. Back in his solar, Jon found the old bear's raven perched on the back of the oak and leather chair behind the trestle table. The bird began to scream for food the moment he entered. Jon took a fistful of dried kernels from the sack by the door and scattered them on the floor, then claimed the chair. Tycho Nestorius had left behind a copy of their agreement. Jon read it over thrice. That was simple, he reflected. Simpler than I dared hope. Simpler than it should have been. It gave him an uneasy feeling. Braavosi coin would allow the Night's Watch to buy food from the south when their own stores ran short, food enough to see them through the winter, however long it might prove to be. A long, hard winter will leave the Watch so deep in debt that we will never climb out, Jon reminded himself. But when the choice is debt or death, best borrow. He did not have to like it, though. And come spring, when the time came to repay all that gold, he would like it even less. Tycho Nestorius had impressed him as cultured and courteous, but the Iron Bank of Braavos had a fearsome reputation when collecting debts. Each of the 9 free cities had its bank, and some had more than one, fighting over every coin like dogs over a bone, but the Iron Bank was richer and more powerful than all the rest combined. When princes defaulted on their debts to lesser banks, ruined bankers sold their wives and children into slavery and opened their own veins. When princes failed to repay the Iron Bank, new princes sprang up from nowhere and took their thrones. As poor plump Tommen may be about to learn. No doubt the Lannisters had good reason for refusing to honor King Robert's debts, but it was folly all the same. If Stannis was not too stiff-necked to accept their terms, the Braavosi would give him all the gold and silver he required, coin enough to buy a dozen sellsword companies, to bribe 100 lords, to keep his men paid, fed, clothed, and armed. Unless Stannis is lying dead beneath the walls of Winterfell, he may just have won the Iron Throne. He wondered if Melisandre had seen that in her fires. Jon sat back, yawned, stretched. On the morrow he would draft orders for Cotter Pike. 11 ships to Hardhome. Bring back as many as you can, women and children first. It was time they set sail. Should I go myself, though, or leave it to Cotter? The old bear had led a ranging. Aye, and never returned. Jon closed his eyes, just for a moment, and woke, stiff as a board, with the old bear's raven muttering, "Snow! Snow!" and Mully shaking him. "My lord, you're wanted. Beg pardon, my lord, a girl's been found." A girl? Jon sat, rubbing the sleep from his eyes with the back of his hands. Val? Has Val returned? Not Val, my lord. This side of the wall it were. Arya. Jon straightened. It had to be her. "Girl!" screamed the raven. "Girl! Girl!" Ty and Dan'l came on her 2 leagues south of Molestown. They were chasing down some wildlings who scampered off down the King's Road. Brought them back as well, but then they come on the girl. She's highborn, my lord, and she's been asking for you. How many with her? He moved to his basin, splashed water on his face. Gods, but he was tired. None, my lord. She come alone. Her horse was dying under her. All skin and ribs it was, lame and lathered. They cut it loose and took the girl for questioning. A grey girl on a dying horse. Melisandre's fires had not lied, it would seem. But what had become of Mance Rayder and his spearwives? Where is the girl now? Maester Aemon's chambers, my lord. The men of Castle Black still called it that, though by now the old maester should be warm and safe in Old Town. Girl was blue from the cold, shivering like all get-out, so Ty wanted Clytus to have a look at her. That's good. Jon felt 15 years old again. Little sister. He rose and donned his cloak. The snow was still falling as he crossed the yard with Mully. A golden dawn was breaking in the east, but behind Lady Melisandre's window in the King's Tower a reddish light still flickered. Does she never sleep? What game are you playing, priestess? Did you have some other task for Mance? He wanted to believe it would be Arya. He wanted to see her face again, to smile at her and muss her hair, to tell her she was safe. She won't be safe, though. Winterfell is burned and broken, and there are no more safe places. He could not keep her here with him, no matter how much he might want to. The wall was no place for a woman, much less a girl of noble birth. Nor was he about to turn her over to Stannis or Melisandre. The king would only want to marry her to one of his own men, Horp or Massey or Godry Giant Slayer, and the gods alone knew what use the Red Woman might want to make of her. The best solution he could see would mean dispatching her to Eastwatch and asking Cotter Pike to put her on a ship to some place across the sea, beyond the reach of all these quarrelsome kings. It would need to wait until the ships returned from Hardhome, to be sure. She could return to Braavos with Tycho Nestoris. Perhaps the Iron Bank could help find some noble family to foster her. Braavos was the nearest of the free cities, though, which made it both the best and the worst choice. Lorath or the port of Ibn might be safer. Wherever he might send her, though, Arya would need silver to support her, a roof above her head, someone to protect her. She was only a child. Maester Aemon's old chambers were so warm that the sudden cloud of steam when Mully pulled the door open was enough to blind the both of them. Within, a fresh fire was burning in the hearth, logs crackling and spitting. Jon stepped over a puddle of damp clothing. "Snow! Snow! Snow!" the ravens called down from above. The girl was curled up near the fire, wrapped in a black woolen cloak 3 times her size and fast asleep. She looked enough like Arya to give him pause, but only for a moment. A tall, skinny, coltish girl, all legs and elbows, her brown hair was woven in a thick braid and bound about with strips of leather. She had a long face, a pointy chin, small ears. But she was too old, far too old. This girl is almost of an age with me."
"Has she eaten?" Jon asked Molly.
"Only bread and broth, my lord."
Clydas rose from a chair.
"It is best to go slow, Maester Aemon always said. Any more and she might not have been able to digest it."
Molly nodded.
"Daniel had one of Hobbs' sausages and offered her a bite, but she wouldn't touch it."
Jon could not blame her for that. Hobbs' sausages were made of grease and salt and things that did not bear thinking about. Perhaps we should just let her rest. That was when the girl sat up, clutching the cloak to her small, pale breasts. She looked confused.
"Where?"
"Castle Black, my lady."
"The wall."
Her eyes filled up with tears.
"I'm here."
Clydas moved closer.
"Poor child. How old are you?"
16 on my next name day, and no child but a woman grown and flowered."
She yawned, covered her mouth with the cloak. One bare knee peeked through its folds.
"You do not wear a chain. Are you a maester?"
"No," said Clydas, "but I have served one."
She does look a bit like Arya, Jon thought. Starved and skinny, but her hair's the same color, and her eyes.
"I am told you have been asking after me.
I am Jon Snow."
The girl tossed her braid back.
"My house and yours are bound in blood and honor. Hear me, kinsman. My uncle Cregan is hard upon my trail. You must not let him take me back to Carhold."
Jon was staring.
"I know this girl."
There was something about her eyes, the way she held herself, the way she talked. For a moment the memory eluded him. Then it came.
Alice Karstark.
That brought the ghost of a smile to her lips.
"I was not sure you would remember. I was 6 the last time you saw me."
"You came to Winterfell with your father."
"The father Robb beheaded."
"I don't recall what for." She blushed.
"So I could meet your brother. Oh, there was some other pretext, but that was the real reason. I was almost of an age with Robb, and my father thought we might make a match. There was a feast. I danced with you and your brother both. He was very courteous and said that I danced beautifully. You were sullen. My father said that was to be expected in a bastard."
"I remember. It was only half a lie."
"You're still a little sullen," the girl said.
"But I will forgive you that if you will save me from my uncle."
"Your uncle, would that be Lord Arnulf?"
"He is no lord," Alice said scornfully. "My brother Harry is the rightful lord, and by law I am his heir. A daughter comes before an uncle. Uncle Arnulf is only castellan. He's my great-uncle, actually, my father's uncle. Cregan is his son. I suppose that makes him a cousin, but we always called him uncle. Now they mean to make me call him husband."
She made a fist.
"Before the war I was betrothed to Darin Hornwood. We were only waiting till I flowered to be wed, but the Kingslayer killed Darin in the Whispering Wood. My father wrote that he would find some Southron lord to wed me, but he never did. Your brother Robb cut off his head for killing Lannisters."
Her mouth twisted.
"I thought the whole reason they marched south was to kill some Lannisters."
"It was not so simple as that.
Lord Karstark slew 2 prisoners, my lady, unarmed boys, squires in a cell."
The girl did not seem surprised.
"My father never bellowed like the great John, but he was no less dangerous in his wrath. He is dead now too, though. So is your brother. But you and I are here, still living. Is there blood feud between us, Lord Snow?"
"When a man takes the black, he puts his feuds behind him. The Night's Watch has no quarrel with Carhold nor with you."
"Good. I was afraid. I begged my father to leave one of my brothers as castellan, but none of them wished to miss the glory and ransoms to be won in the south. Now Tor and Ed are dead. Harry was a prisoner at Maidenpool when last we heard, but that was almost a year ago. He may be dead as well. I did not know where else to turn but to the last son of Eddard Stark."
"Why not the king? Carhold declared for Stannis."
My uncle declared for Stannis, in hopes it might provoke the Lannisters to take poor Harry's head. Should my brother die, Carhold should pass to me, but my uncles want my birthright for their own. Once Cregan gets a child by me, they won't need me any more. He's buried 2 wives already."
She rubbed away a tear angrily, the way Arya might have done it.
"Will you help me?"
"Marriages and inheritance are matters for the king, my lady. I will write to Stannis on your behalf, but—" Alice Karstark laughed, but it was the laughter of despair.
"Write, but do not look for a reply. Stannis will be dead before he gets your message. My uncle will see to that."
"What do you mean?"
"Arnulf is rushing to Winterfell, 'tis true, but only so he might put his dagger in your king's back. He cast his lot with Roose Bolton long ago, for gold, the promise of a pardon, and poor Harry's head. Lord Stannis is marching to a slaughter, so he cannot help me, and would not even if he could."
Alice knelt before him, clutching the black cloak.
"You are my only hope, Lord Snow. In your father's name, I beg you, protect me."
The Blind Girl. Her nights were lit by distant stars and the shimmer of moonlight on snow, but every dawn she woke to darkness. She opened her eyes and stared up blind at the black that shrouded her, her dream already fading.
So beautiful.
She licked her lips, remembering the bleating of the sheep, the terror in the shepherd's eyes, the sound the dogs had made as she killed them one by one, the snarling of her pack. Game had become scarcer since the snows began to fall, but last night they had feasted. Lamb and dog and mutton and the flesh of man. Some of her little gray cousins were afraid of men, even dead men, but not her. Meat was meat, and men were prey. She was the night wolf. But only when she dreamed. The blind girl rolled onto her side, sat up, sprang to her feet, stretched. Her bed was a rag-stuffed mattress on a shelf of cold stone, and she was always stiff and tight when she awakened. She padded to her basin on small, bare, calloused feet, silent as a shadow, splashed cool water on her face, patted herself dry. Ser Gregor, she thought. Dunsen, Raff the Sweetling, Ser Eilen, Ser Meryn, Queen Cersei. Her morning prayer. Or was it? No, she thought. Not mine. I am no one. That is the night wolf's prayer. Some day she will find them, hunt them, smell their fear, taste their blood. Some day. She found her small clothes in a pile, sniffed at them to make sure they were fresh enough to wear, donned them in her darkness. Her servant's garb was where she'd hung it, a long tunic of undyed wool, rough-spun and scratchy. She snapped it out and pulled it down over her head with one smooth, practiced motion. Socks came last, one black, one white. The black one had stitching round the top, the white none. She could feel which was which, make sure she got each sock on the right leg. Skinny as they were, her legs were strong and springy and growing longer every day. She was glad of that. A water dancer needs good legs. Blind Beth was no water dancer, but she would not be Beth forever. She knew the way to the kitchens, but her nose would have led her there even if she hadn't. Hot peppers and fried fish, she decided, sniffing down the hall, and bread fresh from Umma's oven. The smells made her belly rumble. The night wolf had feasted, but that would not fill the blind girl's belly. Dream meat could not nourish her, she had learned that early on. She broke her fast on sardines, fried crisp in pepper oil and served so hot they burned her fingers. She mopped up the leftover oil with a chunk of bread torn off the end of Umma's morning loaf and washed it all down with a cup of watered wine, savoring the tastes and the smells, the rough feel of the crust beneath her fingers, the slickness of the oil, the sting of the hot pepper when it got into the half-healed scrape on the back of the hand. Hear, smell, taste, feel, she reminded herself. There are many ways to know the world for those who cannot see. Someone had entered the room behind her, moving on soft padded slippers, quiet as a mouse. Her nostrils flared. The kindly man. Men had a different smell than women, and there was a hint of orange in the air as well. The priest was fond of chewing orange rinds to sweeten his breath whenever he could get them. "And who are you this morning?" she heard him ask as he took his seat at the head of the table. Tap, tap, she heard, then a tiny crackling sound, breaking his first egg. "No one," she replied. "A lie. I know you. You are that blind beggar girl." "Beth." She had known a Beth once, back at Winterfell when she was Arya Stark. Maybe that was why she'd picked the name. Or maybe it was just because it went so well with blind. "Poor child," said the kindly man. "Would you like to have your eyes back? Ask, and you shall see." He asked the same question every morning. "I may want them on the morrow, not today." Her face was still water, hiding all, revealing nothing. "As you will." She could hear him peeling the egg, then a faint silvery clink as he picked up the salt spoon. He liked his eggs well salted. "Where did my poor blind girl go begging last night?" "The Inn of the Green Eel." "And what 3 things do you know that you did not know when last you left us?" "The Sea Lord is still sick." "This is no new thing. The Sea Lord was sick yesterday, and he will still be sick upon the morrow." "Or dead." "When he is dead, that will be a new thing." "When he is dead, there will be a choosing, and the knives will come out." That was the way of it in Braavos. In Westeros, a dead king was followed by his eldest son, but the Braavosi had no kings. "Tormo Friggar will be the new Sea Lord." "Is that what they are saying at the Inn of the Green Eel?" "Yes." The kindly man took a bite of his egg. The girl heard him chewing. He never spoke with his mouth full. He swallowed and said, "Some men say there is wisdom in wine. Such men are fools. At other inns, other names are being bruited about, never doubt." He took another bite of egg, chewed, swallowed. "What 3 new things do you know that you did not know before?" "I know that some men are saying that Tormo Friggar will surely be the new Sea Lord," she answered. "Some drunken men." "Better. And what else do you know?" "It is snowing in the Riverlands, in Westeros," she almost said. But he would have asked her how she knew that, and she did not think that he would like her answer. She chewed her lip, thinking back to last night. "The whore Sevron is with child. She is not certain of the father, but thinks it might have been that Tyroshi sellsword that she killed." "This is good to know. What else?" "The Merling Queen has chosen a new mermaid to take the place of the one that drowned. She is the daughter of a Prestane serving maid, 13 and penniless, but lovely." "So are they all at the beginning," said the priest. "But you cannot know that she is lovely unless you have seen her with your own eyes, and you have none. Who are you, child?" "No one." "Blind Beth the beggar girl is who I see. She is a wretched liar, that one. See to your duties. Valar Morghulis." "Valar Dohaeris." She gathered up her bowl and cup, knife and spoon, and pushed to her feet. Last of all, she grasped her stick. It was 5 feet long, slender and supple, thick as her thumb, with leather wrapped around the shaft a foot from the top. "Better than eyes once you learn how to use it," the waif had told her. That was a lie. They often lied to her to test her. No stick was better than a pair of eyes. It was good to have, though, so she always kept it close. Umma had taken to calling her Stick, but names did not matter. She was her. "No one. I am no one. Just a blind girl, just a servant of him of many faces." Each night at supper the waif brought her a cup of milk and told her to drink it down. The drink had a queer bitter taste that the blind girl soon learned to loathe. Even the faint smell that warned her what it was before it touched her tongue soon made her feel like retching, but she drained the cup all the same.
"How long must I be blind?" she would ask.
"Until darkness is as sweet to you as light," the waif would say, "or until you ask us for your eyes. Ask, and you shall see."
"And then you will send me away. Better blind than that. They would not make her yield." On the day she had woken blind, the waif took her by the hand and led her through the vaults and tunnels of the rock on which the house of black and white was built, up the steep stone steps into the temple proper.
"Count the steps as you climb," she had said. "Let your fingers brush the wall. There are markings there, invisible to the eye, plain to the touch."
That was her first lesson. There had been many more. Poisons and potions were for the afternoons. She had smell and touch and taste to help her, but touch and taste could be perilous when grinding poisons, and with some of the waif's more toxic concoctions, even smell was less than safe. Burned pinky tips and blistered lips became familiar to her, and once she made herself so sick she could not keep down any food for days. Supper was for language lessons. The blind girl understood Braavosi and could speak it passably. She had even lost most of her barbaric accent, but the kindly man was not content. He was insisting that she improve her High Valyrian and learn the tongues of Lys and Pentos too. In the evening she played the lying game with the waif, but without eyes to see, the game was very different. Sometimes all she had to go on was tone and choice of words. Other times the waif allowed her to lay hands upon her face. At first the game was much, much harder, the next thing to impossible. But just when she was near the point of screaming with frustration, it all became much easier. She learned to hear the lies, to feel them in the play of the muscles around the mouth and eyes. Many of her other duties had remained the same, but as she went about them she stumbled over furnishings, walked into walls, dropped trays, got helplessly lost inside the temple. Once she almost fell headlong down the steps, but Syrio Forel had taught her balance in another lifetime, when she was the girl called Arya, and somehow she recovered and caught herself in time. Some nights she might have cried herself to sleep if she had still been Ari or Weasel or Cat, or even Arya of House Stark, but no one had no tears. Without eyes, even the simplest task was perilous. She burned herself a dozen times as she worked with Amma in the kitchens. Once, chopping onions, she cut her finger down to the bone. Twice she could not even find her own room in the cellar and had to sleep on the floor at the base of the steps. All the nooks and alcoves made the temple treacherous, even after the blind girl had learned to use her ears. The way her footsteps bounced off the ceiling and echoed round the legs of the 30 tall stone gods made the walls themselves seem to move, and the pool of still black water did strange things to sound as well.
"You have 5 senses," the kindly man said. "Learn to use the other 4, you will have fewer cuts and scrapes and scabs."
She could feel air currents on her skin now. She could find the kitchens by their smell, tell men from women by their scents. She knew Amma and the servants and the acolytes by the pattern of their footfalls, could tell one from the other before they got close enough to smell, but not the waif or the kindly man, who hardly made a sound at all unless they wanted to. The candles burning in the temple had scents as well. Even the unscented ones gave off faint wisps of smoke from their wicks. They had as well been shouting, once she had learned to use her nose. The dead men had their own smell too. One of her duties was to find them in the temple every morning, wherever they had chosen to lie down and close their eyes after drinking from the pool. This morning she found 2. One man had died at the feet of the stranger, a single candle flickering above him. She could feel its heat, and the scent that it gave off tickled her nose. The candle burned with a dark red flame, she knew. For those with eyes, the corpse would have seemed awash in a ruddy glow. Before summoning the serving men to carry him away, she knelt and felt his face, tracing the line of his jaw, brushing her fingers across his cheeks and nose, touching his hair. Curly hair and thick, a handsome face unlined. He was young. She wondered what had brought him here to seek the gift of death. Dying bravos oft found their way to the House of Black and White to hasten their ends, but this man had no wounds that she could find. The second body was that of an old woman. She had gone to sleep upon a dreaming couch in one of the hidden alcoves where special candles conjured visions of things loved and lost. A sweet death and a gentle one, the kindly man was fond of saying. Her fingers told her that the old woman had died with a smile on her face. She had not been dead long. Her body was still warm to the touch. Her skin is so soft, like old thin leather that's been folded and wrinkled 1,000 times. When the serving men arrived to bear the corpse away, the blind girl followed them. She let their footsteps be her guide, but when they made their descent, she counted. She knew the counts of all the steps by heart. Under the temple was a maze of vaults and tunnels where even men with 2 good eyes were often lost, but the blind girl had learned every inch of it, and she had her stick to help her find her way should her memory falter. The corpses were laid out in the vault. The blind girl went to work in the dark, stripping the dead of boots and clothes and other possessions, emptying their purses and counting out their coins. Telling one coin from another by touch alone was one of the first things the waif had taught her, after they took away her eyes. The Braavosi coins were old friends. She need only brush her fingertips across their faces to recognize them. Coins from other lands and cities were harder, especially those from far away. Volantine honors were most common, little coins no bigger than a penny with a crown on one side and a skull on the other. Lycine coins were oval and showed a naked woman. Other coins had ships stamped onto them, or elephants or goats. The Westerosi coins showed a king's head on the front and a dragon on the back. The old woman had no purse, no wealth at all but for a ring on one thin finger. On the handsome man she found 4 golden dragons out of Westeros. She was running the ball of her thumb across the most worn of them, trying to decide which king it showed, when she heard the door opening softly behind her. "Who is there?" she asked. "No one." The voice was deep, harsh, cold, and moving. She stepped to one side, grabbed for her stick, snapped it up to protect her face. Wood clacked against wood. The force of the blow almost knocked the stick from her hand. She held on, slashed back, and found only empty air where he should have been. "Not there," the voice said. "Are you blind?" She did not answer. Talking would only muddle any sounds he might be making. He would be moving, she knew. Left or right. She jumped left, swung right, hit nothing. A stinging cut from behind her caught her in the back of the legs. "Are you deaf?" She spun, the stick in her left hand, whirling, missing. From the left she heard the sound of laughter. She slashed right. This time she connected. Her stick smacked off his own. The impact sent a jolt up her arm. "Good," the voice said. The blind girl did not know whom the voice belonged to. One of the acolytes, she supposed. She did not remember ever hearing his voice before, but what was there to say that the servants of the many-faced god could not change their voices as easily as they did their faces? Besides her, the House of Black and White was home to 2 serving men, 3 acolytes, the cook, and the 2 priests that she called the waif and the kindly man. Others came and went, sometimes by secret ways, but those were the only ones who lived here. Her nemesis could be any of them. The girl darted sideways, her stick spinning, heard a sound behind her, whirled in that direction, struck at air, and all at once his own stick was between her legs, tangling them as she tried to turn again, scraping down her shin. She stumbled and went down to one knee, so hard she bit her tongue. There she stopped, still as stone. Where is he? Behind her, he laughed. He rapped her smartly on one ear, then cracked her knuckles as she was scrambling to her feet. Her stick fell clattering to the stone.
She hissed in fury. "Go on, pick it up. I am done beating you for today."
"No one beat me."
The girl crawled on all fours until she found her stick, then sprang back to her feet, bruised and dirty. The vault was still and silent. He was gone. Or was he? He could be standing right beside her. She would never know. Listen for his breathing, she told herself, but there was nothing. She gave it another moment, then put her stick aside and resumed her work. If I had my eyes, I could beat him bloody. One day the kindly man would give them back, and she would show them all. The old woman's corpse was cool by now, the bravo's body stiffening. The girl was used to that. Most days she spent more time with the dead than with the living. She missed the friends she'd had when she was cat of the canals, old Brusco with his bad back, his daughters Talia and Bria, the mummers from the ship, Mary and her whores at the Happy Port, all the other rogues and wharf-side scum. She missed Cat herself the most of all, even more than she missed her eyes. She had liked being Cat, more than she had ever liked being Salty or Squab or Weasel or Ari. I killed Cat when I killed that singer. The kindly man had told her that they would have taken her eyes from her anyway, to help her to learn to use her other senses, but not for half a year. Blind acolytes were common in the House of Black and White, but few as young as she. The girl was not sorry, though. Daenerys had been a deserter from the Night's Watch. He had deserved to die. She had said as much to the kindly man.
"And are you a god to decide who should live and who should die?" he asked her. "We give the gift to those marked by him of many faces, after prayers and sacrifice. So has it always been from the beginning. I have told you of the founding of our order, of how the first of us answered the prayers of slaves who wished for death. The gift was given only to those who yearned for it in the beginning. But one day, the first of us heard a slave praying not for his own death, but for his master's. So fervently did he desire this that he offered all he had, that his prayer might be answered. And it seemed to our first brother that this sacrifice would be pleasing to him of many faces, so that night he granted the prayer. Then he went to the slave and said, 'You offered all you had for this man's death, but slaves have nothing but their lives. That is what the god desires of you. For the rest of your days on earth you will serve him.' And from that moment we were two." His hand closed around her arm, gently but firmly. "All men must die. We are but death's instruments, not death himself. When you slew the singer, you took God's powers on yourself. We kill men, but we do not presume to judge them. Do you understand?" No, she thought. "Yes," she said. "You lie, and that is why you must now walk in darkness until you see the way. Unless you wish to leave us, you need only ask, and you may have your eyes back." "No," she thought. "No," she said. That evening, after supper and a short session of the lying game, the blind girl tied a strip of rag around her head to hide her useless eyes, found her begging bowl, and asked the waif to help her don Beth's face. The waif had shaved her head for her when they took her eyes, a mummer's cut, she called it, since many mummers did the same so their wigs might fit them better. But it worked for beggars, too, and helped to keep their heads free from fleas and lice. More than a wig was needed, though. "I could cover you with weeping sores," the waif said, "but then innkeeps and taverners would chase you from their doors." Instead, she gave her pox scars and a mummer's mole on one cheek with a dark hair growing from it. "Is it ugly?" the blind girl asked. "It is not pretty." "Good." She had never cared if she was pretty, even when she was stupid Arya Stark. Only her father had ever called her that. Him, and Jon Snow sometimes. Her mother used to say she could be pretty if she would just wash and brush her hair and take more care with her dress, the way her sister did. To her sister and sister's friends and all the rest, she had just been Arya Horseface. But they were all dead now,
even Arya, everyone but her half-brother Jon. Some nights she heard talk of him in the taverns and brothels of the Ragman's harbor. The Black Bastard of the Wall, one man had called him. Even Jon would never know Blind Beth, I bet. That made her sad. The clothes she wore were rags, faded and fraying, but warm, clean rags for all that. Under them she hid 3 knives, one in a boot, one up a sleeve, one sheathed at the small of her back. Braavosi were a kindly folk, by and large, more like to help the poor blind beggar girl than try to do her harm, but there were always a few bad ones who might see her as someone they could safely rob or rape. The blades were for them, though so far the blind girl had not been forced to use them. A cracked wooden begging bowl and belt of hempen rope completed her garb. She set out as the Titan roared the sunset, counting her way down the steps from the temple door, then tapping to the bridge that took her over the canal to the Isle of the Gods. She could tell that the fog was thick from the clammy way her clothes clung to her and the damp feeling of the air on her bare hands. The mists of Braavos did queer things to sounds as well, she had found. Half the city will be half-blind tonight. As she made her way past the temples, she could hear the acolytes of the cult of starry wisdom atop their scrying tower, singing to the evening stars. A wisp of scented smoke hung in the air, drawing her down the winding path to where the red priests had fired the great iron braziers outside the house of the Lord of Light. Soon she could even feel the heat in the air, as Red R'hllor's worshippers lifted their voices in prayer. "For the night is dark and full of terrors," they prayed. Not for me. Her nights were bathed in moonlight and filled with the songs of her pack, with the taste of red meat torn off the bone, with the warm, familiar smells of her grey cousins. Only during the days was she alone and blind. She was no stranger to the waterfront. Cat used to prowl the wharves and alleys of the Ragman's harbor, selling mussels and oysters and clams for Brusco. With her rag and her shaved head and her mummer's mole, she did not look the same as she had then, but just to be safe, she stayed away from the ship and the Happy Port and the other places where Cat had been best known. She knew each inn and tavern by its scent. The Black Bargeman had a briny smell. Pinto's stank of sour wine, stinky cheese, and Pinto himself, who never changed his clothes or washed his hair. At the sailmender's, the smoky air was always spiced with the scent of roasting meat. The House of 7 Lamps was fragrant with incense, the Satin Palace with the perfumes of pretty young girls who dreamed of being courtesans. Each place had its own sounds, too. Morago's and the Inn of the Green Eel had singers performing most nights. At the Outcast Inn, the patrons themselves did the singing, in drunken voices and 100 tongues. The Fog House was always crowded with polemen off the serpent boats, arguing about gods and courtesans and whether or not the Sea Lord was a fool. The Satin Palace was much quieter, a place of whispered endearments, the soft rustle of silk gowns, and the giggling of girls. Beth did her begging at a different place every night. She had learned early on that innkeeps and taverners were more apt to tolerate her presence if it was not a frequent occurrence. Last night she had spent outside the Inn of the Green Eel, so tonight she turned right instead of left after the Bloody Bridge and made her way to Pinto's at the other end of Ragman's harbor, right on the edge of the drowned town. Loud and smelly he might be, but Pinto had a soft heart under all his unwashed clothes and bluster. Oft as not, he would let her come inside where it was warm if the place was not too crowded, and now and again he might even let her have a mug of ale and a crust of food whilst regaling her with his stories. In his younger days, Pinto had been the most notorious pirate in the Stepstones, to hear him tell it. He loved nothing better than to speak at great length about his exploits. She was in luck tonight. The tavern was near empty, and she was able to claim a quiet corner not far from the fire. No sooner had she settled there and crossed her legs than something brushed up against her thigh. "You again," said the blind girl. She scratched his head behind one ear, and the cat jumped up into her lap and began to purr.
Braavos was full of cats, and no place more than Pinto's. The old pirate believed they brought good luck and kept his tavern free of vermin. "You know me, don't you?" she whispered. Cats were not fooled by a mummer's moles. They remembered Cat of the Canals. It was a good night for the blind girl. Pinto was in a jolly mood and gave her a cup of watered wine, a chunk of stinky cheese, and half of an eel pie. "Pinto is a very good man," he announced, then settled down to tell her of the time he seized the spice ship, a tale she had heard a dozen times before. As the hours passed, the tavern filled. Pinto was soon too busy to pay her any mind, but several of his regulars dropped coins into her begging bowl. Other tables were occupied by strangers, Ibonese whalers who reeked of blood and blubber, a pair of Braavos with scented oil in their hair, a fat man out of Lorath who complained that Pinto's booths were too small for his belly, and later 3 Lyseni, sailors off the Good Heart, a storm-racked galley that had limped into Braavos last night and been seized this morning by the Sea Lord's guards. The Lyseni took the table nearest to the fire and spoke quietly over cups of black tar rum, keeping their voices low so no one could overhear. But she was no one, and she heard most every word. And for a time it seemed that she could see them too, through the slitted yellow eyes of the tomcat purring in her lap. One was old and one was young, and one had lost an ear, but all 3 had the white blonde hair and smooth fair skin of Lys, where the blood of the old freehold still ran strong. The next morning, when the kindly man asked her what 3 things she knew that she had not known before, she was ready. "I know why the Sea Lord seized the Good Heart. She was carrying slaves, hundreds of slaves, women and children, roped together in her hold. Braavos had been founded by escaped slaves, and the slave trade was forbidden here. I know where the slaves came from. They were wildlings from Westeros, from a place called Hardhome, an old ruined place, accursed. Old Nan had told her tales of Hardhome, back at Winterfell when she had still been Arya Stark. After the big battle where the king beyond the wall was killed, the wildlings ran away, and this woods witch said that if they went to Hardhome, ships would come and carry them away to some place warm. But no ships came, except these 2 Lyseni pirates, Goodheart and Elephant, that had been driven north by a storm. They dropped anchor off Hardhome to make repairs, and saw the wildlings, but there were thousands, and they didn't have room for all of them, so they said they'd just take the women and the children. The wildlings had nothing to eat, so the men sent out their wives and daughters, but as soon as the ships were out to sea, the Lyseni drove them below and roped them up. They meant to sell them all in Lys. Only then they ran into another storm, and the ships were parted. The Goodheart was so damaged her captain had no choice but to put in here, but the Elephant may have made it back to Lys. The Lyseni at Pinto's think that she'll return with more ships. The price of slaves is rising, they said, and there are thousands more women and children at Hardhome. It is good to know. This is 2. Is there a 3rd? Yes. I know that you're the one who has been hitting me. Her stick flashed out and cracked against his fingers, sending his own stick clattering to the floor. The priest winced and snatched his hand back. And how could a blind girl know that? I saw you. I gave you 3. I don't need to give you 4. Maybe on the morrow she would tell him about the cat that had followed her home last night from Pinto's, the cat that was hiding in the rafters, looking down on them. Or maybe not. If he could have secrets, so could she. That evening, Uma served salt-crusted crabs for supper. When her cup was presented to her, the blind girl wrinkled her nose and drank it down in 3 long gulps. Then she gasped and dropped the cup. Her tongue was on fire, and when she gulped a cup of wine, the flames spread down her throat and up her nose. Wine will not help, and water will just fan the flames, the waif told her. Eat this. A heel of bread was pressed into her hand. The girl stuffed it in her mouth, chewed, swallowed. It helped. A second chunk helped more. And come the morning, when the night wolf left her and she opened her eyes,
She saw a tallow candle burning where no candle had been the night before, its uncertain flame swaying back and forth like a whore at the happy port. She had never seen anything so beautiful. A ghost in Winterfell. The dead man was found at the base of the inner wall, with his neck broken and only his left leg showing above the snow that had buried him during the night. If Ramsay's bitches had not dug him up, he might have stayed buried till spring. By the time Ben Bones pulled them off, Grey Jane had eaten so much of the dead man's face that half the day was gone before they knew for certain who he'd been, a man-at-arms of 44 years who had marched north with Roger Ricewell. "A drunk," Ricewell declared. "Pissing off the wall, I'll wager. He slipped and fell." No one disagreed. But Theon Greyjoy found himself wondering why any man would climb the snow-slick steps to the battlements in the black of night just to take a piss. As the garrison broke its fast that morning on stale bread fried in bacon grease, the lords and knights ate the bacon, the talk along the benches was of little but the corpse. "Stannis has friends inside the castle," Theon heard one sergeant mutter. He was an old tall-heart man, 3 trees sewn on his ragged surcoat. The watch had just changed. Men were coming in from the cold, stomping their feet to knock the snow off their boots and breeches as the midday meal was served, blood sausage, leeks, and brown bread still warm from the ovens. "Stannis?" laughed one of Roose Ricewell's riders. "Stannis is snowed to death by now. Else he's run back to the wall with his tail froze between his legs." "He could be camped 5 feet from our walls with 100,000 men," said an archer wearing Serwyn colors. "We'd never see a one of them through this storm." Endless, ceaseless, merciless, the snow had fallen day and night. Drifts climbed the walls and filled the crenels along the battlements. White blankets covered every roof. Tents sagged beneath the weight. Ropes were strung from hall to help men keep from getting lost as they crossed the yards. Sentries crowded into the guard turrets to warm half-frozen hands over glowing braziers, leaving the wall walks to the snowy sentinels the squires had thrown up, who grew larger and stranger every night as wind and weather worked their will upon them. Ragged beards of ice grew down the spears clasped in their snowy fists. No less a man than Hostine Frey, who had been heard growling that he did not fear a little snow, lost an ear to frostbite. The horses in the yards suffered most. The blankets thrown over them to keep them warm soaked through and froze, if not changed regularly. When fires were lit to keep the cold at bay, they did more harm than good. The war horses feared the flames and fought to get away, injuring themselves and other horses as they twisted at their lines. Only the horses in the stables were safe and warm, but the stables were already overcrowded. "The gods have turned against us," old Lord Locke was heard to say in the great hall. "This is their wrath. A wind as cold as hell itself and snows that never end. We are cursed." "Stannis is cursed," a Dreadfort man insisted. "He is the one out there in the storm." "Lord Stannis might be warmer than we know," one foolish free-rider argued. "His sorceress can summon fire. Might be her red god can melt these snows." That was unwise, Theon knew at once. The man spoke too loudly, and in the hearing of Yellow Dick and Sour Allen and Ben Bones. When the tale reached Lord Ramsay, he sent his bastards' boys to seize the man and drag him out into the snow. "As you seem so fond of Stannis, we will send you to him," he said. Damon Dance-for-Me gave the free rider a few lashes with his long greased whip. Then, whilst Skinner and Yellow Dick made wagers on how fast his blood would freeze, Ramsay had the man dragged up to the battlements gate. Winterfell's great main gates were closed and barred, and so choked with ice and snow that the portcullis would need to be chipped free before it could be raised. Much the same was true of the Hunter's Gate, though there at least ice was not a problem, since the gate had seen recent use. The King's Road Gate had not, and ice had frozen those drawbridge chains rock hard, which left the Battlements Gate, a small arched postern in the inner wall.
Only half a gate in truth. It had a drawbridge that spanned the frozen moat, but no corresponding gateway through the outer wall, offering access to the outer ramparts, but not the world beyond. The bleeding freerider was carried across the bridge and up the steps, still protesting. Then Skinner and Sour Allen seized his arms and legs and tossed him from the wall to the ground 80 feet below. The drifts had climbed so high that they swallowed the man bodily, but bowmen on the battlements claimed they glimpsed him some time later, dragging a broken leg through the snow. One feathered his rump with an arrow as he wriggled away. "He will be dead within the hour," Lord Ramsay promised. "Or he'll be sucking Lord Stannis's cock before the sun goes down," Horsebane Umber threw back. "He'd best take care it don't break off," laughed Rickard Ricewell. "Any man out there in this, his cock is frozen hard." "Lord Stannis is lost in the storm," said Lady Dustin. "He's leagues away, dead or dying. Let winter do its worst. A few more days and the snows will bury him and his army both." "And us as well," thought Theon, marveling at her folly. Lady Barbary was of the north and should have known better. The old gods might be listening. Supper was peas porridge and yesterday's bread, and that caused muttering amongst the common men as well. Above the salt, the lords and knights were seen to be eating ham. Theon was bent over a wooden bowl finishing the last of his own portion of peas porridge when a light touch on his shoulder made him drop his spoon. "Never touch me," he said, twisting down to snatch the fallen utensil off the floor before one of Ramsay's girls could get hold of it. "Never touch me." She sat down next to him, too close, another of Abel's washerwomen. This one was young, 15 or maybe 16, with shaggy blonde hair in need of a good wash and a pair of pouty lips in need of a good kiss. "Some girls like to touch," she said, with a little half-smile. "If it please, my lord, I'm Holly." Holly the whore, he thought. But she was pretty enough. Once he might have laughed and pulled her into his lap, but that day was done. "What do you want?" "To see these crypts." "Where are they, my lord? Would you show me?" Holly toyed with a strand of her hair, coiling it around her little finger. "Deep and dark, they say. A good place for touching. All the dead kings watching." "Did Abel send you to me?" "Might be. Might be I sent myself. But if it's Abel you're wanting, I could bring him. He'll sing my lord a sweet song." Every word she said persuaded Theon that this was all some ploy. But whose, and to what end? What could Abel want of him? The man was just a singer, a pander with a lute and a false smile. "He wants to know how I took the castle, but not to make a song of it." The answer came to him. He wants to know how we got in so he can get out. Lord Bolton had Winterfell sewn up tight as a babe's swaddling clothes. No one could come or go without his leave. He wants to flee, him and his washerwoman. Theon could not blame him, but even so, he said, "I want no part of Abel or you or any of your sisters. Just leave me be." Outside, the snow was swirling, dancing. Theon groped his way to the wall, then followed it to the battlement's gate. He might have taken the guards for a pair of little Walder's snowmen if he had not seen the white plumes of their breath. "I want to walk the walls," he told them, his own breath frosting in the air. "Bloody cold up there," one warned. "Bloody cold down here," the other said. "But you do as you like, Turncloak." He waved Theon through the gate. The steps were snow-packed and slippery, treacherous in the dark. Once he reached the wall walk, it did not take him long to find the place where they'd thrown down the freerider. He knocked aside the wall of fresh-fallen snow filling up the crenel and leaned out between the merlons. I could jump, he thought. He lived, why shouldn't I? He could jump and what? Break a leg and die beneath the snow? Creep away to freeze to death? It was madness. Ramsay would hunt him down with the girls. Red Jane and Jez and Helicent would tear him to pieces if the gods were good. Or worse, he might be taken back alive.
"I have to remember my name," he whispered.
The next morning, Ser Aenys Frey's grizzled squire was found naked and dead of exposure in the old castle lich-yard, his face so obscured by hoarfrost that he appeared to be wearing a mask. Ser Aenys put it forth that the man had drunk too much and gotten lost in the storm, though no one could explain why he had taken off his clothes to go outside. Another drunkard, Theon thought. Wine could drown a host of suspicions. Then, before the day was done, a crossbowman sworn to the flints turned up in the stables with a broken skull. Kicked by a horse, Lord Ramsay declared. A club, more like, Theon decided. It all seemed so familiar, like a mummer show that he had seen before, only the mummers had changed. Roose Bolton was playing the part that Theon had played the last time round, and the dead men were playing the parts of Agar, Jaime Rednose, and Jelmar the Grim. Reek was there too, he remembered, but he was a different Reek, a Reek with bloody hands and lies dripping from his lips, sweet as honey. Reek, Reek, it rhymes with sneak. The deaths set Roose Bolton's lords to quarreling openly in the great hall. Some were running short of patience.
"How long must we sit here waiting for this king who never comes?" Ser Hostine Frey demanded. "We should take the fight to Stannis and make an end to him." "Leave the castle?" croaked one-armed Harwood Stout. His tones suggested he would sooner have his remaining arm hacked off. "Would you have us charge blindly into the snow?" "To fight Lord Stannis, we would first need to find him," Roose Ricewell pointed out. "Our scouts go out the Hunter's Gate, but of late none of them return."
Lord Wyman Manderly slapped his massive belly.
"White Harbor does not fear to ride with you, Ser Hostine. Lead us out, and my knights will ride behind you."
Ser Hostine turned on the fat man.
"Close enough to drive a lance through my back, aye? Where are my kin, Manderly? Tell me that. Your guests, who brought your son back to you." "His bones, you mean?"
Manderly speared a chunk of ham with his dagger.
"I recall them well. Rhaegar of the Round Shoulders, with his glib tongue. Bold Ser Jared, so swift to draw his steel. Simond, the spy master, always clinking coins. They brought home Wendell's bones. It was Tywin Lannister who returned Wyllis to me, safe and whole, as he had promised. A man of his word, Lord Tywin. 7 save his soul."
Lord Wyman popped the meat into his mouth, chewed it noisily, smacked his lips, and said,
"The road has many dangers, sir. I gave your brothers guest gifts when we took our leave of White Harbor. We swore we would meet again at the wedding. Many and more bore witness to our parting."
"Many and more," mocked Aenys Frey. "Or you and yours?"
"What are you suggesting, Frey?"
The Lord of White Harbor wiped his mouth with his sleeve.
"I do not like your tone, sir. No, not one bloody bit." "Step out into the yard, you sack of suet, and I'll serve you all the bloody bits that you can stomach," Ser Hostine said.
Wyman Manderly laughed, but half a dozen of his knights were on their feet at once. It fell to Roger Ricewell and Barbary Dustin to calm them with quiet words. Roose Bolton said nothing at all, but Theon Greyjoy saw a look in his pale eyes that he had never seen before, an uneasiness, even a hint of fear. That night the new stable collapsed beneath the weight of the snow that had buried it. 26 horses and 2 grooms died, crushed beneath the falling roof or smothered under the snows. It took the best part of the morning to dig out the bodies. Lord Bolton appeared briefly in the outer ward to inspect the scene, then ordered the remaining horses brought inside, along with the mounts still tethered in the outer ward. And no sooner had the men finished digging out the dead men and butchering the horses than another corpse was found. This one could not be waved away as some drunken tumble or the kick of a horse. The dead man was one of Ramsay's favorites, the squat, scrofulous, ill-favored man-at-arms called Yellow Dick. Whether his dick had actually been yellow was hard to determine, as someone had sliced it off and stuffed it into his mouth so forcefully they had broken 3 of his teeth. When the cooks found him outside the kitchens, buried up to his neck in a snowdrift, both Dick and man were blue from cold. "Burn the body," Roose Bolton ordered, "and see that you do not speak of this. I'll not have this tale spread." The tale spread nonetheless. By midday most of Winterfell had heard, many from the lips of Ramsay Bolton, whose boy Yellow Dick had been. "When we find the man who did this," Lord Ramsay promised, "I will flay the skin off him, cook it crisp as crackling, and make him eat it, every bite." Word went out that the killer's name would be worth a golden dragon. The reek within the great hall was palpable by eventide. With hundreds of horses, dogs, and men squeezed underneath one roof, the floors slimy with mud and melting snow, horse shit, dog turds, and even human feces, the air redolent with the smells of wet dog, wet wool, and sodden horse blankets, there was no comfort to be found amongst the crowded benches, but there was food. The cooks served up great slabs of fresh horse meat, charred outside and bloody red within, with roast onions and neeps, and for once the common soldiers ate as well as the lords and knights. The horse meat was too tough for the ruins of Theon's teeth. His attempts to chew gave him excruciating pain. So he mashed the neeps and onions up together with the flat of his dagger and made a meal of that, then cut the horse up very small, sucked on each piece, and spat it out. That way at least he had the taste, and some nourishment from the grease and blood. The bone was beyond him, though, so he tossed it to the dogs and watched Grey Jane make off with it whilst Sarah and Willow snapped at her heels. Lord Bolton commanded Abel to play for them as they ate. The bard sang Iron Lances, then The Winter Maid. When Barbary Dustin asked for something more cheerful, he gave them The Queen Took Off Her Sandal, The King Took Off His Crown, and The Bear and the Maiden Fair. The Freys joined the singing, and even a few Northmen slammed their fists on the table to the chorus, bellowing, "A bear! A bear!" But the noise frightened the horses, so the singers soon let off, and the music died away. The Bastards' boys gathered beneath a wall sconce where a torch was flaming smokily. Luton and Skinner were throwing dice. Grunt had a woman in his lap, a breast in his hand. Damon Dance-for-Me sat greasing up his whip. "Reek!" he called. He tapped the whip against his calf as a man might do to summon his dog. "You are starting to stink again, Reek." Theon had no reply for that beyond a soft, "Yes." "Lord Ramsay means to cut your lips off when all this is done," said Damon, stroking his whip with a greasy rag. "My lips have been between his lady's legs. That insolence cannot go unpunished." "As you say." Luton guffawed. "I think he wants it." "Go away, Reek," Skinner said. "The smell of you turns my stomach." The others laughed. He fled quickly before they changed their minds. His tormentors would not follow him outside, not so long as there was food and drink within, willing women and warm fires. As he left the hall, Abel was singing The Maids That Bloom in Spring. Outside, the snow was coming down so heavily that Theon could not see more than 3 feet ahead of him. He found himself alone in a white wilderness, walls of snow looming up to either side of him chest high. When he raised his head, the snowflakes brushed his cheeks like cold, soft kisses. He could hear the sound of music from the hall behind him. A soft song now, and sad. For a moment he felt almost at peace. Farther on, he came upon a man striding in the opposite direction, a hooded cloak flapping behind him. When they found themselves face to face, their eyes met briefly. The man put a hand on his dagger. "Theon Turncloak. Theon Kinslayer." "I'm not. I was Ironborn." "False is all you were. How is it you still breathe?" "The gods are not done with me," Theon answered, wondering if this could be the killer, the night walker who had stuffed Yellow Dick's cock into his mouth and pushed Roger Ricewell's groom off the battlements. Oddly, he was not afraid. He pulled the glove from his left hand. "Lord Ramsay is not done with me." The man looked and laughed. "I leave you to him, then." Theon trudged through the storm until his arms and legs were caked with snow and his hands and feet had gone numb from cold, then climbed to the battlements of the inner wall again. Up here, 100 feet high, a little wind was blowing, stirring the snow. All the crenels had filled up. Theon had to punch through a wall of snow to make a hole, only to find that he could not see beyond the moat. Of the outer wall, nothing remained but a vague shadow and a few dim lights floating in the dark. The world is gone. King's Landing, River Run, Pike, and the Iron Islands, all the 7 kingdoms, every place that he had ever known, every place that he had ever read about or dreamed of, all gone. Only Winterfell remained. He was trapped here with the ghosts. The old ghosts from the crypts and the younger ones that he had made himself, Mikken and Farlan, Jaime Rednose, Agar, Jelmar the Grim, the miller's wife from Acorn Water and her 2 young sons, and all the rest. My work, my ghosts, they are all here, and they are angry. He thought of the crypts and those missing swords. Theon returned to his own chambers. He was stripping off his wet clothes when Steelshanks Walton found him. "Come with me, Turncloak. His lordship wants words with you." He had no clean, dry clothes, so he wriggled back into the same damp rags and followed. Steelshanks led him back to the great keep and the solar that had once been Eddard Stark's. Lord Bolton was not alone. Lady Dustin sat with him, pale-faced and severe. An iron horsehead brooch clasped Roger Ricewell's cloak. Aenys Fry stood near the fire, pinched cheeks flushed with cold. "I am told you have been wandering the castle," Lord Bolton began. "Men have reported seeing you in the stables, in the kitchens, in the barracks, on the battlements. You have been observed near the ruins of collapsed keeps, outside Lady Catelyn's old sept, coming and going from the Godswood. Do you deny it?" "No, my lord." Theon made sure to muddy up the word. He knew that pleased Lord Bolton. "I cannot sleep, my lord. I walk." He kept his head down, fixed upon the old stale rushes scattered on the floor. It was not wise to look his lordship in the face. "I was a boy here before the war, a ward of Eddard Stark." "You were a hostage," Bolton said. "Yes, my lord, a hostage. It was my home, though. Not a true home, but the best I ever knew." "Someone has been killing my men." "Yes, my lord." "Not you, I trust." Bolton's voice grew even softer. "You would not repay all my kindness with such treachery." "No, my lord, not me. I wouldn't. I only walk is all." Lady Dustin spoke up. "Take off your gloves." Theon glanced up sharply. "Please, no. I... "Do as she says," Ser Aenys said. "Show us your hands." Theon peeled his gloves off and held his hands up for them to see. "It is not as if I stand before them naked. It is not so bad as that." His left hand had 3 fingers, his right 4. Ramsay had taken only the pinky off the one, the ring finger and forefingers from the other. "The bastard did this to you," Lady Dustin said. "If it please, milady, I asked it of him." Ramsay always made him ask. Ramsay always makes me beg. "Why would you do that?" I did not need so many fingers." "4 is enough." Ser Aenys Frey fingered the wispy brown beard that sprouted from his weak chin like a rat's tail. 4 on his right hand. He could still hold a sword, a dagger. Lady Dustin laughed. "Are all Freys such fools? Look at him. Hold a dagger? He hardly has the strength to hold a spoon. Do you truly think he could have overcome the bastard's disgusting creature and shoved his manhood down his throat? "These dead were all strong men," said Roger Ricewell, "and none of them were stabbed. The Turncloak's not our killer." Roose Bolton's pale eyes were fixed on Theon, as sharp as Skinner's flaying knife. "I am inclined to agree. Strength aside, he does not have it in him to betray my son." Roger Ricewell grunted. "If not him, who? Stannis has some man inside the castle, that's plain." Reek is no man, not Reek, not me. He wondered if Lady Dustin had told them about the crypts, the missing swords. "We must look at Manderley," muttered Ser Aenys Frey. "Lord Wyman loves us not." Ricewell was not convinced. "He loves his steaks and chops and meat pies, though. Prowling the castle by dark would require him to leave the table. The only time he does that is when he seeks the privy for one of his hour-long squats." "I do not claim Lord Wyman does the deeds himself. He brought 300 men with him, 100 knights. Any of them might have—" "Night work is not knight's work," Lady Dustin said. "And Lord Wyman is not the only man who lost kin at your red wedding fray. Do you imagine Horsebane loves you any better? If you did not hold the Greatjohn, he would pull out your entrails and make you eat them, as Lady Hornwood ate her fingers. Flints, Serwins, Tallhearts, Slates, they all had men with the young wolf." "House Ricewell, too," said Roger Ricewell. "Even Dustin's out of Barrowton." Lady Dustin parted her lips in a thin, feral smile. "The North remembers Frey." Aenys Frey's mouth quivered with outrage. "Stark dishonored us. That is what you Northmen had best remember." Roose Bolton rubbed at his chapped lips. "This squabbling will not serve." He flicked his fingers at Theon. "You are free to go. Take care where you wander, else it might be you we find upon the morrow smiling a red smile." "As you say, my lord." Theon drew his gloves on over his maimed hands and took his leave, limping on his maimed foot. The hour of the wolf found him still awake, wrapped in layers of heavy wool and greasy fur, walking yet another circuit of the inner walls, hoping to exhaust himself enough to sleep. His legs were caked with snow to the knee, his head and shoulders shrouded in white. On this stretch of the wall the wind was in his face, and melting snow ran down his cheeks like icy tears. Then he heard the horn. A long, low moan, it seemed to hang above the battlements, lingering in the black air, soaking deep into the bones of every man who heard it. All along the castle walls, sentries turned toward the sound, their hands tightening around the shafts of their spears. In the ruined halls and keeps of Winterfell, lords hushed other lords, horses nickered, and sleepers stirred in their dark corners. No sooner had the sound of the war horn died away than a drum began to beat, boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom. And a name passed from the lips of each man to the next, written in small white puffs of breath. "Stannis," they whispered. "Stannis is here. Stannis has come. Stannis, Stannis, Stannis." Theon shivered. Baratheon or Bolton, it made no matter to him. Stannis had made common cause with Jon Snow at the wall, and Jon would take his head off in a heartbeat. Plucked from the clutches of one bastard to die at the hands of another, what a jape. Theon would have laughed aloud if he'd remembered how. The drumming seemed to be coming from the Wolfswood beyond the Hunter's Gate. They are just outside the walls. Theon made his way along the wall walk, one more man amongst a score doing the same. But even when they reached the towers that flanked the gate itself, there was nothing to be seen beyond the veil of white. "Do they mean to try and blow our walls down?" japed a Flint when the war horn sounded once again. "Mayhaps he thinks he's found the horn of Joramun." "Is Stannis fool enough to storm the castle?" a sentry asked. "He's not Robert," declared a Barrowton man. "He'll see if he don't. Try and starve us out." "He'll freeze his balls off first," another sentry said. "We should take the fight to him," declared a Frey. Do that, Theon thought.
Ride out into the snow and die. Leave Winterfell to me and the ghosts. Roose Bolton would welcome such a fight, he sensed. He needs an end to this. The castle was too crowded to withstand a long siege, and too many of the lords here were of uncertain loyalty. Fat Wyman Manderly, Horsebane Umber, the men of House Hornwood and House Tallheart, the Locks and Flints and Ricewells, all of them were Northmen, sworn to House Stark for generations beyond count. It was the girl who held them here, Lord Eddard's blood, but the girl was just a mummer's ploy, a lamb in a direwolf's skin. So why not send the Northmen forth to battle Stannis before the farce unraveled? Slaughter in the snow, and every man who falls is one less foe for the Dreadfort. Theon wondered if he might be allowed to fight. Then at least he might die a man's death, sword in hand. That was a gift Ramsay would never give him, but Lord Roose might. If I beg him. I did all he asked of me. I played my part. I gave the girl away. Death was the sweetest deliverance he could hope for. In the Godswood, the snow was still dissolving as it touched the earth. Steam rose off the hot pools, fragrant with the smell of moss and mud and decay. A warm fog hung in the air, turning the trees into sentinels, tall soldiers shrouded in cloaks of gloom. During daylight hours, the steamy wood was often full of Northmen come to pray to the old gods, but at this hour Theon Greyjoy found he had it all to himself. And in the heart of the wood, the weirwood waited with its knowing red eyes. Theon stopped by the edge of the pool and bowed his head before its carved red face. Even here he could hear the drumming. Boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom. Like distant thunder, the sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. The night was windless, the snow drifting straight down out of a cold black sky, yet the leaves of the heart tree were rustling his name. "Theon," they seemed to whisper. "Theon." The old gods, he thought. They know me. They know my name. I was Theon of House Greyjoy. I was a ward of Eddard Stark, a friend and brother to his children. Please. He fell to his knees. A sword, that's all I ask. Let me die as Theon, not as Reek. Tears trickled down his cheeks, impossibly warm. I was iron-born. A son of Pike, of the islands. A leaf drifted down from above, brushed his brow, and landed in the pool. It floated on the water, red, five-fingered, like a bloody hand. Bran, the tree murmured. They know. The gods know. They saw what I did. And for one strange moment, it seemed as if it were Bran's face carved into the pale trunk of the weirwood, staring down at him with eyes red and wise and sad. Bran's ghost, he thought. But that was madness. Why should Bran want to haunt him? He had been fond of the boy, had never done him any harm. It was not Bran we killed, it was not Rickon. They were only miller's sons from the mill by the acorn water. I had to have two heads, else they would have mocked me, laughed at me. They... A voice said, Who are you talking to? Theon spun, terrified that Ramsay had found him. But it was just the washerwomen, Holly, Rowan, and one whose name he did not know. The ghosts, he blurted. They whisper to me. They know my name. Theon Turncloak. Rowan grabbed his ear, twisting. You had to have two heads, did you? Elsewise men would have laughed at him, said Holly. They do not understand. Theon wrenched free. What do you want? He asked. You, said the third washerwoman, an older woman, deep-voiced, with gray streaks in her hair. I told you. I want to touch you, Turncloak. Holly smiled. In her hand a blade appeared. I could scream, Theon thought. Someone will hear. The castle is full of armed men. He would be dead before help reached him, to be sure, his blood soaking into the ground to feed the heart tree. And what would be so wrong with that?
"Touch me," he said.
"Kill me."
There was more despair than defiance in his voice.
"Go on. Do me, the way you did the others. Yellow Dick and the rest. It was you."
Holly laughed.
"How could it be us? We're women. Teats and cunnies, here to be fucked, not feared." "Did the bastard hurt you?" Rowan asked. "Chopped off your fingers, did he? Skinned your widow toes? Knocked your teeth out? Poor lad." She patted his cheek. "There will be no more of that, I promise. You prayed, and the gods sent us. You want to die as Theon? We'll give you that. A nice, quick death. 'Twill hardly hurt at all." She smiled. "But not till you've sung for Abel. He's waiting for you."
Tyrion.
"Lot 97. The auctioneer snapped his whip. "A pair of dwarfs, well trained for your amusement." The auction block had been thrown up where the broad brown Skahazadan flowed into Slaver's Bay. Tyrion Lannister could smell the salt in the air, mingled with the stink from the latrine ditches behind the slave pens. He did not mind the heat so much as he did the damp. The very air seemed to weigh him down, like a warm, wet blanket across his head and shoulders. "Dog and pig included in the lot," the auctioneer announced. "The dwarfs ride them. Delight the guests at your next feast, or use them for a folly." The bidders sat on wooden benches sipping fruit drinks. A few were being fanned by slaves. Many wore tokars, that peculiar garment beloved by the old blood of Slaver's Bay, as elegant as it was impractical. Others dressed more plainly, men in tunics and hooded cloaks, women in colored silks. Whores or priestesses, most like. This far east it was hard to tell the two apart. Back behind the benches, trading japes and making mock of the proceedings, stood a clot of Westerners. Sellswords, Tyrion knew. He spied long swords, dirks and daggers, a brace of throwing axes, mail beneath their cloaks. Their hair and beards and faces marked most for men of the free cities, but here and there were a few who might have been Westerosi. Are they buying, or did they just turn up for the show? "Who will open for this pair?" 300, bid a matron on an antique palanquin. 4, called a monstrously fat Yunkishman from the litter where he sprawled like a leviathan. Covered all in yellow silk fringed with gold, he looked as large as 4 Illyrios. Tyrion pitied the slaves who had to carry him. At least we will be spared that duty. What joy to be a dwarf. "And 1, said a crone in a violet tokar. The auctioneer gave her a sour look, but did not disallow the bid. The slave sailors off the Selisori Koran, sold singly, had gone for prices ranging from 500 to 900 pieces of silver. Seasoned seamen were a valuable commodity. None had put up any sort of fight when the slavers boarded their crippled cog. For them this was just a change of owner. The ship's mates had been freemen, but the widow of the waterfront had written them a binder, promising to stand their ransom in such a case as this. The 3 surviving fiery fingers had not been sold yet, but they were chattels of the Lord of Light, and could count on being bought back by some red temple. The flames tattooed upon their faces were their binders. Tyrion and Penny had no such reassurance. 450, came the bid. 480. 500. Some bids were called out in High Valyrian, some in the mongrel tongue of Gis. A few buyers signaled with a finger, the twist of a wrist, or the wave of a painted fan. "I'm glad they are keeping us together," Penny whispered. The slave trader shot them a look. "No talk." Tyrion gave Penny's shoulder a squeeze. Strands of hair, pale blonde and black, clung to his brow, the rags of his tunic to his back. Some of that was sweat, some dried blood.
He had not been so foolish as to fight the slavers, as Jorah Mormont had, but that did not mean he had escaped punishment. In his case, it was his mouth that earned him lashes. 800. And 50.
And 1.
We're worth as much as a sailor, Tyrion mused. Though perhaps it was pretty pig the buyers wanted. A well-trained pig is hard to find. They certainly were not bidding by the pound. At 900 pieces of silver, the bidding began to slow. At 951, from the crone, it stopped. The auctioneer had the scent, though, and nothing would do but that the dwarfs give the crowd a taste of their show. Crunch and Pretty Pig were led up onto the platform. Without saddles or bridles, mounting them proved tricky. The moment the sow began to move, Tyrion slid off her rump and landed on his own, provoking gales of laughter from the bidders. 1,000, bid the grotesque fat man.
And 1.
The crone again. Penny's mouth was frozen in a rictus of a smile. Well trained for your amusement. Her father had a deal to answer for, in whatever small hell was reserved for dwarfs. 1,200. The Leviathan in yellow. A slave beside him handed him a drink. Lemon, no doubt. The way those yellow eyes were fixed upon the block made Tyrion uncomfortable.
1,300. And 1.
The crone. My father always said a Lannister was worth 10 times as much as any common man. At 1,600, the pace began to flag again, so the slave trader invited some of the buyers to come up for a closer look at the dwarfs. The female's young, he promised. You could breed the two of them, get good coin for the whelps.
Half his nose is gone,
complained the crone once she'd had a good close look. Her wrinkled face puckered with displeasure. Her flesh was maggot white. Wrapped in the violet tokar, she looked like a prune gone to mold.
His eyes don't match neither. An ill-favored thing.
My lady hasn't seen my best part yet. Tyrion grabbed his crotch in case she missed his meaning. The hag hissed in outrage, and Tyrion got a lick of the whip across his back, a stinging cut that drove him to his knees. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He grinned and spat. 2,000, called a new voice, back of the benches. And what would a sellsword want with a dwarf? Tyrion pushed himself back to his feet to get a better look. The new bidder was an older man, white-haired, yet tall and fit, with leathery brown skin and a close-cropped salt-and-pepper beard. Half hidden under a faded purple cloak were a long sword and a brace of daggers.
2,500.
A female voice this time, a girl, short, with a thick waist and heavy bosom, clad in ornate armor. Her sculpted black steel breastplate was inlaid in gold and showed a harpy rising with chains dangling from her claws. A pair of slave soldiers lifted her to shoulder height on a shield. 3,000. The brown-skinned man pushed through the crowd, his fellow sellswords shoving buyers aside to clear a path. Yes, come closer. Tyrion knew how to deal with sellswords. He did not think for a moment that this man wanted him to frolic at feasts. He knows me. He means to take me back to Westeros and sell me to my sister. The dwarf rubbed his mouth to hide his smile. Cersei and the Seven Kingdoms were half a world away. Much and more could happen before he got there. I turned Bronn. Give me half a chance, might be I could turn this one too. The crone and the girl on the shield gave up the chase at 3,000, but not the fat man in yellow. He weighed the sellswords with his yellow eyes, flicked his tongue across his yellow teeth, and said, 5,000 silvers for the lot. The sellsword frowned, shrugged, turned away. 7 hells. Tyrion was quite certain that he did not want to become the property of the immense Lord Yellowbelly. Just the sight of him sagging across his litter, a mountain of sallow flesh with piggy yellow eyes and breasts as big as Pretty Pig pushing at the silk of his tokar, was enough to make the dwarf's skin crawl, and the smell wafting off him was palpable even on the block. "If there are no further bids, 7,000, shouted Tyrion. Laughter rippled across the benches.
"The dwarf wants to buy himself,"
the girl on the shield observed. Tyrion gave her a lascivious grin. "A clever slave deserves a clever master, and you lot all look like fools." That provoked more laughter from the bidders, and a scowl from the auctioneer, who was fingering his whip indecisively as he tried to puzzle out whether this would work to his benefit.
5,000 is an insult,
Tyrion called out. "I joust, I sing, I say amusing things. I'll fuck your wife and make her scream. Or your enemy's wife, if you prefer. What better way to shame him? I'm murder with a crossbow, and men 3 times my size quail and tremble when we meet across a cyvasse table. I have even been known to cook from time to time. I bid 10,000 silvers for myself. I'm good for it, I am. My father told me I must always pay my debts." The sellsword in the purple cloak turned back. His eyes met Tyrion's across the rows of other bidders, and he smiled. A warm smile, that, the dwarf reflected. Friendly. But my, those eyes are cold. Might be I don't want him to buy us after all. The yellow enormity was squirming in his litter, a look of annoyance on his huge pie face. He muttered something sour in Giscari that Tyrion did not understand, but the tone of it was plain enough. "Was that another bid?" The dwarf cocked his head. "I offer all the gold of Casterly Rock." He heard the whip before he felt it, a whistle in the air, thin and sharp. Tyrion grunted under the blow, but this time he managed to stay on his feet. His thoughts flashed back to the beginnings of his journey, when his most pressing problem had been deciding which wine to drink with his mid-morning snails. See what comes of chasing dragons. A laugh burst from his lips, spattering the first row of buyers with blood and spit. "You are sold," the auctioneer announced. Then he hit him again, just because he could. This time Tyrion went down. One of the guards yanked him back to his feet. Another prodded Penny down off the platform with the butt of his spear. The next piece of chattel was already being led up to take their place. A girl, 15 or 16, not off the Selesori Koran this time. Tyrion did not know her. The same age as Daenerys Targaryen, or near enough. The slaver soon had her naked. At least we were spared that humiliation. Tyrion gazed across the Yunkish camp to the walls of Meereen. Those gates looked so close. And if the talk in the slave pens could be believed, Meereen remained a free city for the nonce. Within those crumbling walls, slavery and the slave trade were still forbidden. All he had to do was reach those gates and pass beyond, and he would be a free man again. But that was hardly possible unless he abandoned Penny. She'd want to take the dog and the pig along. "It won't be so terrible, will it?" Penny whispered. "He paid so much for us. He'll be kind, won't he?" "So long as we amuse him." "We're too valuable to mistreat," he reassured her, with blood still trickling down his back from those last 2 lashes. "When our show grows stale, however, and it does grow stale." Their master's overseer was waiting to take charge of them, with a mule cart and 2 soldiers. He had a long, narrow face and a chin beard bound about with golden wire, and his stiff red-black hair swept out from his temples to form a pair of taloned hands. "What darling little creatures you are," he said. "You remind me of my own children, or would if my little ones were not dead. I shall take good care of you. Tell me your names." "Penny." Her voice was a whisper, small and scared. "Tyrion of House Lannister, rightful lord of Casterly Rock, you sniveling worm." "Yallo." Bold yellow, bright penny, you are the property of the noble and valorous Yazanzo Kagaz, scholar and warrior, revered amongst the wise masters of Yunkai. Count yourselves fortunate, for Yazan is a kindly and benevolent master. Think of him as you would your father. Gladly, thought Tyrion, but this time he held his tongue. They would have to perform for their new master soon enough, he did not doubt, and he could not take another lash. Your father loves his special treasures best of all, and he will cherish you, the overseer was saying. And me? Think of me as you would the nurse who cared for you when you were small. Nurse is what all my children call me. Lot 99, the auctioneer called. A warrior. The girl had sold quickly and was being bundled off to her new owner, clutching her clothing to small pink-tipped breasts. 2 slavers dragged Jorah Mormont onto the block to take her place. The knight was naked but for a breechclout, his back raw from the whip, his face so swollen as to be almost unrecognizable. Chains bound his wrists and ankles. A little taste of the meal he cooked for me, Tyrion thought, yet he found that he could take no pleasure from the big knight's miseries. Even in chains, Mormont looked dangerous, a hulking brute with big, thick arms and sloped shoulders. All that coarse, dark hair on his chest made him look more beast than man. Both his eyes were blackened, 2 dark pits in that grotesquely swollen face. Upon one cheek he bore a brand, a demon's mask. When the slavers had swarmed aboard the Selisori Koran, Ser Jorah had met them with long sword in hand, slaying 3 before they overwhelmed him. Their shipmates would gladly have killed him, but the captain forbade it. A fighter was always worth good silver. So Mormont had been chained to an oar, beaten within an inch of his life, starved and branded. Big and strong, this one, the auctioneer declared. Plenty of piss in him. He'll give a good show in the fighting pits. Who will start me out at 300? No one would. Mormont paid no mind to the mongrel crowd. His eyes were fixed beyond the siege lines, on the distant city with its ancient walls of many-colored brick. Tyrion could read that look as easy as a book. So near and yet so distant. The poor wretch had returned too late. Daenerys Targaryen was wed, the guards on the pens had told them, laughing. She had taken a Myrinese slaver as her king, as wealthy as he was noble, and when the peace was signed and sealed, the fighting pits of Meereen would open once again. Other slaves insisted that the guards were lying, that Daenerys Targaryen would never make peace with slavers. Mysa, they called her. Someone told him that meant mother. Soon the Silver Queen would come forth from her city, smash the Yunkai, and break their chains, they whispered to one another. And then she'll bake us all a lemon pie and kiss our widow wounds and make them better, the dwarf thought. He had no faith in royal rescues. If need be, he would see to their deliverance himself. The mushrooms jammed into the toe of his boot should be sufficient for both him and Penny. Crunch and Pretty Pig would need to fend for themselves. Nurse was still lecturing his master's new prizes. Do all you are told and nothing more, and you shall live like little lords, pampered and adored, he promised. Disobey? But you would never do that, would you? Not my sweetlings. He reached down and pinched Penny on her cheek. 200 then, the auctioneer said. A big brute like this, he's worth 3 times as much. What a bodyguard he will make. No enemy will dare molest you. Come, my little friends, Nurse said. I will show you to your new home. In Yunkai you will dwell in the golden pyramid of Kagaz and dine off silver plates. But here we live simply, in the humble tents of soldiers. Who will give me 100? Cried the auctioneer. That drew a bid at last, though it was only 50 silvers. The bidder was a thin man in a leather apron. And 1, said the crone in the violet tokar. One of the soldiers lifted Penny onto the back of the mule cart. Who is the old woman? The dwarf asked him. Zarina, the man said. "Cheap fighters, hers. Meat for heroes. Your friend dead soon." He was no friend to me. Yet Tyrion Lannister found himself turning to Nurse and saying, "You cannot let her have him." Nurse squinted at him. "What is this noise you make?" Tyrion pointed. "That one is part of our show. The Bear and the Maiden Fair. Jorah is the bear, Penny is the maiden, I am the brave knight who rescues her. I dance about and hit him in the balls. Very funny." The overseer squinted at the auction block. "Him?" The bidding for Jorah Mormont had reached 200 silvers. "And one," said the crone in the violet tokar. "Your bear. I see." Nurse went scuttling off through the crowd, bent over the huge yellow Yunkishman in his litter, whispered in his ear. His master nodded, chins wobbling, then raised his fan. 300, he called out in a wheezy voice. The crone sniffed and turned away. "Why did you do that?" Penny asked in the common tongue. A fair question, thought Tyrion. Why did I? "Your show was growing dull. Every mummer needs a dancing bear." She gave him a reproachful look, then retreated to the back of the cart and sat with her arms around Crunch, as if the dog was her last true friend in the world. Perhaps he is. Nurse returned with Jorah Mormont. 2 of their master's slave soldiers flung him into the back of the mule cart between the dwarfs. The knight did not struggle. All the fight went out of him when he heard that his queen had wed, Tyrion realized. One whispered word had done what fists and whips and clubs could not. It had broken him. I should have let the crone have him. He's going to be as useful as nipples on a breastplate. Nurse climbed onto the front of the mule cart and took up the reins, and they set off through the siege camp to the compound of their new master, the noble Yezan Zo Kagaz. 4 slave soldiers marched beside them, 2 on either side of the cart. Penny did not weep, but her eyes were red and miserable, and she never lifted them from Crunch. Does she think all this might fade away if she does not look at it? Ser Jorah Mormont looked at no one and nothing. He sat huddled, brooding in his chains. Tyrion looked at everything and everyone. The Yunkish encampment was not one camp, but 100 camps raised up cheek by jowl in a crescent around the walls of Meereen, a city of silk and canvas with its own avenues and alleys, taverns and trollops, good districts and bad. Between the siege lines and the bay, tents had sprouted up like yellow mushrooms. Some were small and mean, no more than a flap of old stained canvas to keep off the rain and sun, but beside them stood barracks tents large enough to sleep 100 men and silken pavilions as big as palaces with harpies gleaming atop their roof poles. Some camps were orderly, with the tents arrayed around a fire pit in concentric circles, weapons and armor stacked around the inner ring, horse lines outside. Elsewhere, pure chaos seemed to reign. The dry, scorched plains around Meereen were flat and bare and treeless for long leagues, but the Yunkish ships had brought lumber and hides up from the south, enough to raise 6 huge trebuchets. They were arrayed on 3 sides of the city, all but the riverside, surrounded by piles of broken stone and casks of pitch and resin just waiting for a torch. One of the soldiers walking along beside the cart saw where Tyrion was looking, and proudly told him that each of the trebuchets had been given a name: Dragonbreaker, Harridan, Harpy's Daughter, Wicked Sister, Ghost of Astapor, Mazdan's Fist. Towering above the tents to a height of 40 feet, the trebuchets were the siege camp's chief landmarks. "Just the sight of them drove the Dragon Queen to her knees," he boasted. "And there she will stay, sucking Hisdar's noble cock, else we smash her walls to rubble." Tyrion saw a slave being whipped, blow after blow, until his back was nothing but blood and raw meat. A file of men marched past in irons, clanking with every step. They carried spears and wore short swords, but chains linked them wrist to wrist and ankle to ankle. The air smelled of roasting meat, and he saw one man skinning a dog for his stew pot. He saw the dead as well, and heard the dying. Under the drifting smoke, the smell of horses, and the sharp salt tang of the bay, was a stink of blood and shit. Some flux, he realized, as he watched two sellswords carry the corpse of a third from one of the tents. That made his fingers twitch. Disease could wipe out an army quicker than any battle, he had heard his father say once. All the more reason to escape, and soon. A quarter-mile on, he found good reason to reconsider. A crowd had formed around 3 slaves taken whilst trying to escape. "I know my little treasures will be sweet and obedient," Nurse said. "See what befalls ones who try to run." The captives had been tied to a row of crossbeams, and a pair of slingers were using them to test their skills. "Tolosi," one of the guards told them. "The best slingers in the world. They throw soft lead balls in place of stones." Tyrion had never seen the point of slings, when bows had so much better range, but he had never seen Tolosi at work before. Their lead balls did vastly more damage than the smooth stones other slingers used, and more than any bow as well. One struck the knee of one of the captives, and it burst apart in a gout of blood and bone that left the man's lower leg dangling by a rope of dark red tendon. "Well, he won't run again," Tyrion allowed, as the man began to scream. His shrieks mingled in the morning air with the laughter of camp followers and the curses of those who'd wagered good coin that the slinger would miss. Penny looked away, but Nurse grasped her under the chin and twisted her head back around. "Watch," he commanded. "You too, Bear." Jorah Mormont raised his head and stared at Nurse. Tyrion could see the tightness in his arms. He's going to throttle him, and that will be the end for all of us. But the knight only grimaced, then turned to watch the bloody show. To the east, the massive brick walls of Meereen shimmered through the morning heat. That was the refuge these poor fools had hoped to reach. How long will it remain a refuge, though? All 3 of the would-be escapees were dead before Nurse gathered up the reins again. The mule cart rumbled on. Their master's camp was south and east of the Harridan, almost in its shadow, and spread over several acres. The humble tent of Yezanzo-Kagaz proved to be a palace of lemon-colored silk. Gilded harpies stood atop the center poles of each of its 9-peaked roofs, shining in the sun. Lesser tents ringed it on all sides. "Those are the dwellings of our noble master's cooks, concubines, and warriors, and a few less favored kinsmen," Nurse told them. "But you, little darlings, shall have the rare privilege of sleeping within Yezan's own pavilion. It pleases him to keep his treasures close." He frowned at Mormont. "Not you, Bear. You are big and ugly. You will be chained outside." The knight did not respond. "First, all of you must be fitted for collars." The collars were made of iron, lightly gilded to make them glitter in the light. Yezan's name was incised into the metal in Valyrian glyphs, and a pair of tiny bells were affixed below the ears, so the wearer's every step produced a merry little tinkling sound. Jorah Mormont accepted his collar in a sullen silence, but Penny began to cry as the armorer was fastening her own into place. "It's so heavy," she complained. Tyrion squeezed her hand. "It's solid gold," he lied. "In Westeros, high-born ladies dream of such a necklace." "Better a collar than a brand. A collar can be removed." He remembered Shay, and the way the golden chain had glimmered as he twisted it tighter and tighter about her throat. Afterward, Nurse had Ser Jorah's chains fastened to a stake near the cook fire, whilst he escorted the 2 dwarfs inside the master's pavilion and showed them where they would sleep, in a carpeted alcove separated from the main tent by walls of yellow silk. They would share this space with Yezan's other treasures, a boy with twisted, hairy goat legs, a two-headed girl out of Mantaris, a bearded woman, and a willowy creature called Sweets, who dressed in moonstones and Mirish lace. "You are trying to decide if I'm a man or a woman," Sweets said when she was brought before the dwarfs. Then she lifted her skirts and showed them what was underneath. "I'm both, and Master loves me best." A grotesquerie, Tyrion realized. Somewhere some god is laughing. "Lovely," he said to Sweets, who had purple hair and violet eyes. "But we were hoping to be the pretty ones for once." Sweets sniggered, but Nurse was not amused. "Save your japes for this evening when you perform for our noble master. If you please him, you will be well rewarded. If not—" He slapped Tyrion across the face. "You will want to be careful with Nurse," said Sweets when the overseer had departed. "He is the only true monster here." The bearded woman spoke an incomprehensible variety of Giscari, the goat voice some guttural sailor's pidgin called the trade talk. The two-headed girl was feeble-minded. One head was no bigger than an orange and did not speak at all. The other had filed teeth and was like to growl at anyone who came too close to her cage. But Sweets was fluent in 4 tongues, one of them High Valyrian.
"What is the master like?"
Penny asked anxiously.
"His eyes are yellow, and he stinks," said Sweets. 10 years ago he went to Sothoros, and he has been rotting from the inside out ever since. Make him forget that he is dying, even for a little while, and he can be most generous. Deny him nothing."
They had only the afternoon to learn the ways of chattel. Yezan's body slaves filled a tub with hot water, and the dwarfs were allowed to bathe, Penny first, then Tyrion. Afterward, another slave spread a stinging ointment across the cuts on his back to keep them from mortifying, then covered them with a cool poultice. Penny's hair was cut, and Tyrion's beard got a trim. They were given soft slippers and fresh clothing, plain but clean. As evening fell, Nurse returned to tell them that it was time to don their mummers' plate. Yezan would be hosting the Yunkish Supreme Commander, the noble Yorkaz Zoyunzak, and they would be expected to perform. "Shall we unchain your bear?" "Not this night," Tyrion said. "Let us joust for our master first and save the bear for some other time." "Just so. After your capers are concluded, you will help serve and pour. See that you do not spill on the guests, or it will go ill for you." A juggler began the evening's frolics. Then came a trio of energetic tumblers. After them, the goat-legged boy came out and did a grotesque jig, whilst one of Yorkaz's slaves played on a bone flute. Tyrion had half a mind to ask him if he knew the Rains of Castamere. As they waited their own turn to perform, he watched Yezan and his guests. The human prune in the place of honor was evidently the Yunkish Supreme Commander, who looked about as formidable as a loose stool. A dozen other Yunkish lords attended him. 2 sellsword captains were on hand as well, each accompanied by a dozen men of his company. One was an elegant Pentashi, gray-haired and clad in silk but for his cloak, a ragged thing sewn from dozens of strips of torn, blood-stained cloth. The other captain was the man who'd tried to buy them that morning, the brown-skinned bidder with the salt and pepper beard. "Brown Ben Plum," Sweets named him, "captain of the Second Sons." A Westerosi and a Plum. Better and better. "You are next," Nurse informed them. "Be amusing, my little darlings, or you will wish you had." Tyrion had not mastered half of Groat's old tricks, but he could ride the sow, fall off when he was meant to, roll and pop back onto his feet. All of that proved well received. The sight of little people running about drunkenly and whacking at one another with wooden weapons appeared to be just as hilarious in a siege camp by Slaver's Bay as at Joffrey's wedding feast in King's Landing. Contempt, thought Tyrion, the universal tongue. Their master Yezan laughed loudest and longest whenever one of his dwarfs suffered a fall or took a blow. his whole vast body shaking like suet in an earthquake. His guests waited to see how Yurkhaz no Yunzak responded before joining in. The Supreme Commander appeared so frail that Tyrion was afraid laughing might kill him. When Penny's helm was struck off and flew into the lap of a sour-faced Yunkish man in a striped green and gold tokar, Yurkhaz cackled like a chicken. When said lord reached inside the helm and drew out a large purple melon dribbling pulp, he wheezed until his face turned the same color as the fruit. He turned to his host and whispered something that made their master chortle and lick his lips, though there was a hint of anger in those slitted yellow eyes, it seemed to Tyrion. Afterward, the dwarfs stripped off their wooden armor and the sweat-soaked clothing beneath, and changed into the fresh yellow tunics that had been provided them for serving. Tyrion was given a flagon of purple wine, Penny a flagon of water. They moved about the tent filling cups, their slippered feet whispering over thick carpets. It was harder work than it appeared. Before long, his legs were cramping badly, and one of the cuts on his back had begun to bleed again, the red seeping through the yellow linen of his tunic. Tyrion bit his tongue and kept on pouring. Most of the guests paid them no more mind than they did the other slaves, but one Yunkish man declared drunkenly that Yazan should make the two dwarfs fuck, and another demanded to know how Tyrion had lost his nose. "I shoved it up your wife's cunt and she bit it off," he almost replied. But the storm had persuaded him that he did not want to die as yet, so instead he said, "It was cut off to punish me for insolence, lord." Then a lord in a blue tokar fringed with tiger's eyes recalled that Tyrion had boasted of his skill at Sivas on the auction block. "Let us put him to the test," he said. A table and set of pieces was duly produced. A scant few moments later, the red-faced lord shoved the table over in fury, scattering the pieces across the carpets to the sound of Yunkish laughter. "You should have let him win," Penny whispered. Brown Ben Plum lifted the fallen table, smiling. "Try me next, dwarf. When I was younger, the Second Sons took contract with Volantis. I learned the game there." "I am only a slave. My noble master decides when and who I play." Tyrion turned to Yazan. "Master?" The Yellow Lord seemed amused by the notion. "What stakes do you propose, Captain?" "If I win, give this slave to me," said Plum. "No," Yazan Zo Kagaz said. "But if you can defeat my dwarf, you may have the price I paid for him in gold." "Done," the sellsword said. The scattered pieces were picked up off the carpet, and they sat down to play. Tyrion won the first game. Plum took the second for double the stakes. As they set up for their third contest, the dwarf studied his opponent. Brown-skinned, his cheeks and jaw covered by a close-cropped bristly beard of gray and white, his face creased by 1,000 wrinkles and a few old scars, Plum had an amiable look to him, especially when he smiled. The faithful retainer, Tyrion decided. Every man's favorite nuncle, full of chuckles and old sayings and rough-spun wisdom. It was all sham. Those smiles never touched Plum's eyes, where greed hid behind a veil of caution. Hungry but wary, this one. The sellsword was nearly as bad a player as the Yunkish lord had been, but his play was stolid and tenacious rather than bold. His opening arrays were different every time, yet all the same, conservative, defensive, passive. He does not play to win, Tyrion realized. He plays so as not to lose. It worked in their second game, when the little man overreached himself with an unsound assault. It did not work in the third game, nor the fourth, nor the fifth, which proved to be their last. Near the end of that final contest, with his fortress in ruins, his dragon dead, elephants before him, and heavy horse circling round his rear, Plum looked up smiling and said, "Yellow wins again. Death in 4. 3. Tyrion tapped his dragon. "I was lucky. Perhaps you should give my head a good rub before our next game, Captain. Some of that luck might rub off on your fingers. You will still lose, but you might give me a better game." Grinning, he pushed back from the Sivas table, picked up his wine flagon, and returned to pouring with Yazenzo Kagaz considerably richer and Brown Ben Plum considerably impoverished. His gargantuan master had fallen off into drunken sleep during the third game, his goblet slipping from his yellowed fingers to spill its contents on the carpet, but perhaps he would be pleased when he awakened. When the Supreme Commander Yurkaz Zoyunzak departed, supported by a pair of burly slaves, that seemed to be a general signal for the other guests to take their leaves as well. After the tent had emptied out, Nurse reappeared to tell the servers that they might make their own feast from the leavings. "Eat quickly. All this must be clean again before you sleep." Tyrion was on his knees, his legs aching and his bloody back screaming with pain, trying to scrub out the stain that the noble Yazan's spilled wine had left upon the noble Yazan's carpet, when the overseer tapped his cheek gently with the end of his whip. "Yolo, you have done well. You and your wife?" "She is not my wife." "Your whore, then. On your feet, both of you." Tyrion rose unsteadily, one leg trembling beneath him. His thighs were knots, so cramped that Penny had to lend him a hand to pull him to his feet. "What have we done?" "Much and more," said the overseer. "Nurse said you would be rewarded if you pleased your father, did he not? Though the noble Yazan is loath to lose his little treasures, as you have seen, Yurkaz Zoyunzak persuaded him that it would be selfish to keep such droll antics to himself. Rejoice! To celebrate the signing of the peace, you shall have the honor of jousting in the great pit of Daznak. Thousands will come see you, tens of thousands. And oh, how we shall laugh!" Jaime. Raven Tree Hall was old. Moss grew thick between its ancient stones, spiderwebbing up its walls like the veins in a crone's legs. Two huge towers flanked the castle's main gate, and smaller ones defended every angle of its walls. All were square. Drum towers and half-moons held up better against catapults, since thrown stones were more apt to deflect off a curved wall, but Raventree predated that particular bit of builder's wisdom. The castle dominated the broad fertile valley that maps and men alike called Blackwood Vale. A vale it was, beyond a doubt, but no wood had grown here for several thousand years, be it black or brown or green. Once, yes, but axes had long since cleared the trees away. Homes and mills and holdfasts had risen where once the oaks stood tall. The ground was bare and muddy, and dotted here and there with drifts of melting snow. Inside the castle walls, however, a bit of the forest still remained. House Blackwood kept the old gods, and worshipped as the first men had in the days before the Andals came to Westeros. Some of the trees in their godswood were said to be as old as Raventree's square towers, especially the heart tree, a weirwood of colossal size whose upper branches could be seen from leagues away, like bony fingers scratching at the sky. As Jaime Lannister and his escort wound through the rolling hills into the Vale, little remained of the fields and farms and orchards that had once surrounded Raventree, only mud and ashes, and here and there the blackened shells of homes and mills. Weeds and thorns and nettles grew in that wasteland, but nothing that could be called a crop. Everywhere Jaime looked, he saw his father's hand, even in the bones they sometimes glimpsed beside the road. Most were sheep bones, but there were horses too, and cattle, and now and again a human skull, or a headless skeleton with weeds poking up through its rib cage. No great hosts encircled Raventree, as River Run had been encircled. This siege was a more intimate affair, the latest step in a dance that went back many centuries. At best, Jonas Bracken had 500 men about the castle. Jaime saw no siege towers, no battering rams, no catapults. Bracken did not mean to break the gates of Raventree, nor storm its high, thick walls. With no prospect of relief in sight, he was content to starve his rival out. No doubt there had been sorties and skirmishes at the start of the siege, and arrows flying back and forth. Half a year into it, everyone was too tired for such nonsense. Boredom and routine had taken over, the enemies of discipline. Past time this was ended, thought Jaime Lannister. With Riverrun now safely in Lannister hands, Raventree was the remnant of the young wolf's short-lived kingdom. Once it yielded, his work along the Trident would be done, and he would be free to return to King's Landing. To the king, he told himself, but another part of him whispered, to Cersei. He would have to face her, he supposed, assuming the High Septon had not put her to death by the time he got back to the city. Come at once, she had written, in the letter he'd had Peck burn at Riverrun. Help me, save me, I need you now as I have never needed you before. I love you, I love you, I love you, come at once. Her need was real enough, Jaime did not doubt. As for the rest, she's been fucking Lancel and Osmond Kettleblack and Moonboy for all I know. Even if he had gone back, he could not hope to save her. She was guilty of every treason laid against her, and he was short a sword hand. When the column came trotting from the fields, the sentries stared at them with more curiosity than fear. No one sounded the alarm, which suited Jaime well enough. Lord Bracken's pavilion did not prove difficult to find. It was the largest in the camp, and the best sited. Sitting atop a low rise beside a stream, it commanded a clear view of two of Raventree's gates. The tent was brown, like the standard flapping from its center pole, where the red stallion of House Bracken reared upon its gold escutcheon. Jaime gave the order to dismount, and told his men that they might mingle if they liked. Not you two, he said to his banner-bearers. Stay close. This will not keep me long. Jaime vaulted down off honor and strode to Bracken's tent, his sword rattling in its scabbard. The guards outside the tent flap exchanged an anxious look at his approach. "My lord," said one, "shall we announce you?" "I'll announce myself." Jaime pushed aside the flap with his golden hand and ducked inside. They were well and truly at it when he entered, so intent on their rutting that neither took any note of his arrival. The woman had her eyes closed. Her hands clutched the coarse brown hair on Bracken's back. She gasped every time he drove into her. His lordship's head was buried in her breasts, his hands locked around her hips. Jaime cleared his throat. "Lord Jonas." The woman's eyes flew open, and she gave a startled shriek. Jonas Bracken rolled off her, grabbed for his scabbard, and came up with naked steel in hand, cursing. "Seven bloody hells!" he started. "Who dares—" Then he saw Jaime's white cloak and golden breastplate. His sword point dropped. "Lannister?" "I am sorry to disturb you at your pleasure, my lord," said Jaime with a half-smile. "But I am in some haste. May we talk?" "Talk, aye." Lord Jonas sheathed his sword. He was not quite so tall as Jaime, but he was heavier, with thick shoulders and arms that would have made a blacksmith envious. Brown stubble covered his cheeks and chin. His eyes were brown as well, the anger in them poorly hidden. "You took me unawares, my lord. I was not told of your coming." "And I seem to have prevented yours." James smiled at the woman in the bed. She had one hand over her left breast and the other between her legs, which left her right breast exposed. Her nipples were darker than Cersei's and thrice the size. When she felt James' gaze, she covered her right nipple, but that revealed her mound. "Are all camp followers so modest?" he wondered. "If a man wants to sell his turnips, he needs to set them out."
"You've been looking at my turnips since you came in, sir."
The woman found the blanket and pulled it up high enough to cover herself to the waist, then raised one hand to push her hair back from her eyes. "And they're not for sale, neither." Jaime gave a shrug. My apologies if I mistook you for something you're not. My little brother has known 100 whores, I'm sure, but I've only ever bedded one. She's a prize of war. Bracken retrieved his breeches from the floor and shook them out. She belonged to one of Blackwood's sworn swords till I split his head in two. Put your hands down, woman. My Lord of Lannister wants a proper look at those teats. Jaime ignored that. You are putting those breeches on backwards, my lord, he told Bracken. As Jonas cursed, the woman slipped off the bed to snatch up her scattered clothing, her fingers fluttering nervously between her breasts and cleft as she bent and turned and reached. Her efforts to conceal herself were oddly provocative, far more so than if she'd simply gone about the business naked. Do you have a name, woman? He asked her.
My mother named me Hildy, sir.
She pulled a soiled shift down over her head and shook her hair out. Her face was almost as dirty as her feet, and she had enough hair between her legs to pass for Bracken's sister, but there was something appealing about her all the same. That pug nose, her shaggy mane of hair, or the way she did a little curtsy after she had stepped into her skirt.
Have you seen my other shoe, my lord?
The question seemed to vex Lord Bracken. Am I a bloody handmaid to fetch you shoes? Go barefoot if you must. Just go.
Does that mean my lord won't be taking me home with him to pray with his little wife?
Laughing, Hildy gave Jaime a brazen look.
Do you have a little wife, sir?
No, I have a sister. What color is my cloak?
White, she said. But your hand is solid gold. I like that in a man. And what is it you like in a woman, my lord?
Innocence.
In a woman, I said, not a daughter.
He thought of Myrcella.
I will need to tell her too.
The Dornishman might not like that. Doran Martell had betrothed her to his son in the belief that she was Robert's blood. Knots and tangles, Jaime thought, wishing he could cut through all of it with one swift stroke of his sword. I have sworn a vow, he told Hildy wearily.
No turnips for you, then, the girl said, saucily.
Get out! Lord Jonas roared at her.
She did. But as she slipped past Jaime, clutching one shoe and a pile of her clothes, she reached down and gave his cock a squeeze through his breeches.
Hildy, she reminded him, before she darted half-clothed from the tent. Hildy, Jaime mused.
And how fares your lady wife? He asked Lord Jonas when the girl was gone.
How would I know? Ask her Septon. When your father burned our castle, she decided the gods were punishing us. Now all she does is pray. Jonas had finally gotten his breeches turned the right way round, and was lacing them up the front. What brings you here, my lord? The Blackfish? We heard how he escaped.
Did you?
Jaime settled on a camp stool.
From the man himself, perchance?
Sir Brynden knows better than to come running to me. I am fond of the man, I won't deny that. That won't stop me clapping him in chains if he shows his face near me or mine. He knows I've bent the knee. He should have done the same, but he always was a stubborn one. His brother could have told you that.
Tytos Blackwood has not bent the knee, Jaime pointed out. Might the Blackfish seek refuge at Raventree?
He might seek it, but to find it he'd need to get past my siege lines, and last I heard he hadn't grown wings. Tytos will be needing refuge himself before much longer. They're down to rats and roots in there. He'll yield before the next full moon.
He'll yield before the sun goes down. I mean to offer him terms and accept him back into the king's peace.
I see. Lord Jonas shrugged into a brown woolen tunic with the red stallion of Bracken embroidered on the front. Will my lord take a horn of ale?
No, but don't go dry on my account.
Bracken filled a horn for himself, drank half of it, and wiped his mouth. You spoke of terms. What sort of terms? The usual sort. Lord Blackwood shall be required to confess his treason and abjure his allegiance to the Starks and Tullys. He will swear solemnly before gods and men to henceforth remain a leal vassal of Harrenhal and the Iron Throne, and I will give him pardon in the king's name. We will take a pot or two of gold, of course, the price of rebellion. I'll claim a hostage as well, to ensure that Raventree does not rise again."
"His daughter," suggested Bracken. "Blackwood has 6 sons but only 1 daughter. He dotes on her. A snot-nosed little creature, couldn't be more than 7.
"Young, but she might serve."
Lord Jonas drained the last of his ale and tossed the horn aside. "What of the lands and castles we were promised?"
"What lands were these?"
"The east bank of the Widow's Wash, from Crossbow Ridge to Rutting Meadow, and all the islands in the stream, Grindcorn Mill and Lord's Mill, the ruins of Muddy Hall, the Ravishment, Battle Valley, Old Forge, the villages of Buckle, Black Buckle, Cairns, and Claypool, and the market town at Mudgrave, Waspwood, Lorgan's Wood, Greenhill, and Barbas Teats. Missy's Teats, the Blackwoods called them, but they were Barbas first. Honey Tree and all the hives. Here, I've marked them out if my lord would like a look." He rooted about on a table and produced a parchment map. Jaime took it with his good hand, but he had to use the gold to open it and hold it flat. "This is a deal of land," he observed. "You will be increasing your domains by a quarter." Bracken's mouth set stubbornly. "All these lands belonged to Stonehenge once. The Blackwoods stole them from us."
"What about this village here, between the Teats?" Jaime tapped the map with a gilded knuckle.
"Pennytree. That was ours once too, but it's been a royal fief for 100 years. Leave that out. We ask only for the lands stolen by the Blackwoods. Your Lord Father promised to restore them to us if we would subdue Lord Tytos for him."
"Yet as I was riding up, I saw Tully banners flying from the castle walls, and the dire wolf of Stark as well. That would seem to suggest that Lord Tytos has not been subdued."
"We've driven him and his from the field and penned them up inside Raventree. Give me sufficient men to storm his walls, my lord, and I will subdue the whole lot of them to their graves."
"If I gave you sufficient men, they would be doing the subduing, not you, in which case I should reward myself."
Jaime let the map roll up again.
"I'll keep this if I might."
"The map is yours. The lands are ours. It's said that a Lannister always pays his debts. We fought for you."
"Not half as long as you fought against us."
"The king has pardoned us for that. I lost my nephew to your swords and my natural son. Your mountain stole my harvest and burned everything he could not carry off. He put my castle to the torch and raped one of my daughters. I will have recompense."
"The mountain's dead, as is my father," Jaime told him. "And some might say your head was recompense enough. You did declare for Stark, and kept faith with him until Lord Walder killed him."
"Murdered him, and a dozen good men of my own blood." Lord Jonas turned his head and spat. "Aye, I kept faith with the young wolf, as I'll keep faith with you so long as you treat me fair. I bent the knee because I saw no sense in dying for the dead nor shedding Bracken blood in a lost cause."
"A prudent man, though some might say that Lord Blackwood has been more honorable." "You'll get your lands, some of them at least, since you partly subdued the Blackwoods." That seemed to satisfy Lord Jonas.
"We will be content with whatever portion my lord thinks fair. If I may offer you some counsel, though, it does not serve to be too gentle with these Blackwoods. Treachery runs in their blood. Before the Andals came to Westeros, House Bracken ruled this river. We were kings, and the Blackwoods were our vassals, but they betrayed us and usurped the crown. Every Blackwood is born a Turncloak. You would do well to remember that when you are making terms."
"Oh, I shall," Jaime promised.
When he rode from Bracken's siege camp to the gates of Raventree, Peck went before him with a peace banner. Before they reached the castle,
20 pairs of eyes were watching them from the gatehouse ramparts. He drew Honor to a halt at the edge of the moat, a deep trench lined with stone, its green waters choked by scum. Jaime was about to command Ser Kennos to sound the Horn of Herrick when the drawbridge began to descend. Lord Tytos Blackwood met him in the outer ward, mounted on a destrier as gaunt as himself. Very tall and very thin, the Lord of Raventree had a hooked nose, long hair, and a ragged salt and pepper beard that showed more salt than pepper. In silver inlay on the breastplate of his burnished scarlet armor was a white tree bare and dead, surrounded by a flock of onyx ravens taking flight. A cloak of raven feathers fluttered from his shoulders. "Lord Tytos," James said. "Sir." "Thank you for allowing me to enter." "I will not say that you are welcome, nor will I deny that I have hoped that you might come. You are here for my sword." "I am here to make an end of this. Your men have fought valiantly, but your war is lost. Are you prepared to yield?" "To the king, not to Jonas Bracken." "I understand." Blackwood hesitated a moment. "Is it your wish that I dismount and kneel before you here and now?" 100 eyes were looking on. "The wind is cold and the yard is muddy," said Jaime. "You can do your kneeling on the carpet in your solar once we've agreed on terms." "That is chivalrous of you," said Lord Tytos. "Come, sir. My hall might lack for food, but never for courtesy." Blackwood's solar was on the second floor of a cavernous timber keep. There was a fire burning in the hearth when they entered. The room was large and airy, with great beams of dark oak supporting the high ceiling. Woolen tapestries covered the walls, and a pair of wide lattice-work doors looked out upon the godswood. Through their thick, diamond-shaped panes of yellow glass, Jane glimpsed the gnarled limbs of the tree from which the castle took its name. It was a weirwood ancient and colossal, 10 times the size of the one in the stone garden at Casterly Rock. This tree was bare and dead, though. "The brackens poisoned it," said his host. "For 1,000 years it has not shown a leaf. In another 1,000 it will have turned to stone, the maesters say. Weirwoods never rot." "And the ravens?" asked Jaime. "Where are they?" "They come at dusk and roost all night. Hundreds of them. They cover the tree like black leaves, every limb and every branch. They have been coming for thousands of years. How or why no man can say, yet the tree draws them every night." Blackwood settled in a high-backed chair. "For honor's sake, I must ask about my liege lord." "Ser Edmure is on his way to Casterly Rock as my captive. His wife will remain at the Twins until their child is born. Then she and the babe will join him. So long as he does not attempt escape or plot rebellion, Edmure will live a long life." "Long and bitter. A life without honor. Until his dying day, men will say he was afraid to fight." Unjustly, Jaime thought. It was his child he feared for. He knew whose son I am better than mine own aunt. The choice was his. His uncle would have made us bleed. "We agree on that much." Blackwood's voice gave nothing away. "What have you done with Ser Brynden, if I may ask?" "I offered to let him take the black. Instead, he fled." Jaime smiled. "Do you have him here, perchance?" "No." "Would you tell me if you did?" It was Tytos Blackwood's turn to smile. Jaime brought his hands together, the gold fingers inside the fleshy ones. "Perhaps it is time we talked of terms." "Is this where I get down on my knees?" "If it please you, or we can say you did." Lord Blackwood remained seated. They soon reached agreement on the major points: confession, fealty, pardon, a certain sum of gold and silver to be paid. "What lands will you require?" Lord Tytos asked. When Jaime handed him the map, he took one look and chuckled. "To be sure. The Turncloak must be given his reward." Yes, but a smaller one than he imagines for a smaller service. Which of these lands will you consent to part with? Lord Tytos considered for a moment. Woodhedge, Crossbow Ridge, and Buckle. A ruin, a ridge, and a few hovels? Come, my lord. You must suffer for your treason. He will want one of the mills at least. Mills were a valuable source of tax. The lord received 1/10 of all the grain they ground. Lord's mill, then. Grind corn is ours. And another village. Cairns? I have forebears buried beneath the rocks of Cairns. He looked at the map again. Give him Honey Tree and its hives. All that sweet will make him fat and rot his teeth. Done then. But for one last thing. A hostage. Yes, my lord. You have a daughter, I believe. Bethany. Lord Tytos looked stricken. I also have 2 brothers and a sister, a pair of widowed aunts, nieces, nephews, cousins. I had thought you might consent. It must be a child of your blood. Bethany is only 8. A gentle girl, full of laughter. She has never been more than a day's ride from my hall. Why not let her see King's Landing? His Grace is almost of an age with her. He would be pleased to have another friend. One he can hang if the friend's father should displease him? Asked Lord Tytos. I have 4 sons. Would you consider one of them instead? Ben is 12 and thirsty for adventure. He could squire for you if it please, my lord. I have more squires than I know what to do with. Every time I take a piss, they fight for the right to hold my cock. And you have 6 sons, my lord, not 4. Once. Robert was my youngest and never strong. He died 9 days ago, of a looseness of the bowels. Lucas was murdered at the Red Wedding. Walder Frey's 4th wife was a Blackwood, but kinship counts for no more than guest right at the Twins. I should like to bury Lucas beneath the tree, but the Freys have not yet seen fit to return his bones to me. I'll see that they do. Was Lucas your eldest son? My second. Brynden is my eldest and my heir. Next comes Hoster, a bookish boy, I fear. They have books in King's Landing, too. I recall my little brother reading them from time to time. Perhaps your son would like a look at them. I will accept Hoster as our hostage. Blackwood's relief was palpable. Thank you, my lord. He hesitated a moment. If I may be so bold, you would do well to require a hostage from Lord Jonas, too, one of his daughters. For all his rutting, he has not proved man enough to father sons. He had a bastard son killed in the war. Did he? Harry was a bastard, true enough, but whether Jonas sired him is a thornier question. A fair-haired boy he was, and comely. Jonas is neither. Lord Tytos got to his feet. Will you do me the honor of taking supper with me? Some other time, my lord. The castle was starving. No good would be served by James stealing food from their mouths. I cannot linger. River Run awaits. River Run or King's Landing? Both. Lord Tytos did not attempt to dissuade him. Hoster can be ready to depart within the hour. He was. The boy met Jaime by the stables, with a bedroll slung over one shoulder and a bundle of scrolls beneath his arm. He could not have been any older than 16, yet he was even taller than his father, almost 7 feet of legs and shins and elbows, a gangling, gawky boy with a cowlick. Lord Commander, I'm your hostage, Hoster. Hoss, they call me. He grinned. Does he think this is a lark? Pray, who are they? My friends, my brothers. I am not your friend, and I am not your brother. That cleaned the grin off the boy's face. Jaime turned to Lord Tytos. My lord, let there be no misunderstanding here. Lord Beric Dondarrion, Thoros of Myr, Sandor Clegane, Brynden Tully, This woman Stoneheart. All these are outlaws and rebels, enemies to the king and all his loyal subjects. If I should learn that you or yours are hiding them, protecting them, or assisting them in any way, I will not hesitate to send you your son's head. I hope you understand that. Understand this as well. I am not Ryman Frey. No. All trace of warmth had left Lord Blackwood's mouth. I know who I am dealing with. Kingslayer. Good. Jaime mounted and wheeled Honor toward the gate. I wish you a good harvest and the joy of the king's peace. He did not ride far. Lord Jonas Bracken was waiting for him outside Raventree, just beyond the range of a good crossbow. He was mounted on an armored destrier and had donned his plate and mail, and a grey steel great-helm with a horsehair crest. I saw them pull the direwolf banner down, he said when Jaime reached him. Is it done? Done and done. Go home and plant your fields. Lord Bracken raised his visor. I trust I have more fields to plant than when you went into that castle. Buckle, wood hedge, honey tree, and all its hives. He was forgetting one. Oh, and Crossbow Ridge. A mill, said Bracken. I must have a mill. Lord's mill. Lord Jonas snorted. Aye, that will serve. For now. He pointed at Hoster Blackwood, riding back with Peck. Is this what he gave you for a hostage? You are cousins, sir. A weakling, this one. Water for blood. Never mind how tall he is, any one of my girls could snap him like a rotten twig. How many daughters do you have, my lord? Jaime asked him. 5. 2 by my first wife and 3 by my third. Too late, he seemed to realize that he might have said too much. Send one of them to court. She will have the privilege of attending the Queen Regent. Bracken's face grew dark as he realized the import of those words. Is this how you repay the friendship of Stonehenge? It is a great honor to wait upon the Queen, Jaime reminded his lordship. You might want to impress that on her. We'll look for the girl before the year is out. He did not wait for Lord Bracken to reply, but touched Honor lightly with his golden spurs and trotted off. His men formed up and followed, banners streaming. Castle and camp were soon lost behind them, obscured by the dust of their hooves. Neither outlaws nor wolves had troubled them on their way to Raventree, so Jaime decided to return by a different route. If the gods were good, he might stumble on the Blackfish, or lure Beric Dondarrion into an unwise attack. They were following the Widow's Wash when they ran out of day. Jaime called his hostage forward and asked him where to find the nearest ford, and the boy led them there. As the column splashed across the shallow waters, the sun was setting behind a pair of grassy hills. The Teats, said Hoster Blackwood. Jaime recalled Lord Bracken's map. There's a village between those hills. Pennytree, the lad confirmed. We'll camp there for the night. If there were villagers about, they might have knowledge of Ser Brynden or the outlaws. Lord Jonas made some remark about whose Teats they were, he recalled to the Blackwood boy as they rode toward the darkening hills and the last light of the day. The Brackens call them by one name and the Blackwoods by another. Aye, my lord, for 100 years or so. Before that, they were the Mother's Teats, or just the Teats. There are 2 of them, and it was thought that they resembled— I can see what they resemble. Jaime found himself thinking back on the woman in the tent and the way she'd tried to hide her large, dark nipples. What changed 100 years ago? Aegon the Unworthy took Barba Bracken as his mistress, the bookish boy replied. She was a very buxom wench, they say, and one day when the king was visiting at the Stone Hedge, he went out hunting and saw the Teats and named them for his mistress. Aegon IV had died long before Jaime had been born, but he recalled enough of the history of his reign to guess what must have happened next. Only later he put the Bracken girl aside and took up with the Blackwood. Was that the way of it?
Lady Melissa, Hoster confirmed. Missy, they called her. There's a statue of her in our Godswood. She was much more beautiful than Barba Bracken, but slender, and Barba was heard to say that Missy was flat as a boy. When King Aegon heard, he gave her Barba's teats. Jaime laughed. How did all this begin between Blackwood and Bracken? Is it written down? It is, my lord, the boy said. But some of the histories were penned by their maesters and some by ours, centuries after the events that they purport to chronicle. It goes back to the Age of Heroes. The Blackwoods were kings in those days. The Brackens were petty lords, renowned for breeding horses. Rather than pay their king his just due, they used the gold their horses brought them to hire swords and cast him down. When did all this happen? 500 years before the Andals. 1,000 if the true history is to be believed. Only no one knows when the Andals crossed the Narrow Sea. The true history says 4,000 years have passed since then, but some maesters claim that it was only 2. Past a certain point, all the dates grow hazy and confused, and the clarity of history becomes the fog of legend. Tyrion would like this one. They could talk from dusk to dawn arguing about books. For a moment, his bitterness toward his brother was forgotten, until he remembered what the imp had done. So, you are fighting over a crown that one of you took from the other back when the Casterlys still held Casterly Rock. Is that the root of it? The crown of a kingdom that has not existed for thousands of years? He chuckled. So many years, so many wars, so many kings. You'd think someone would have made a peace. Someone did, my lord. Many someones. We've had 100 peaces with the Brackens, many sealed with marriages. There's Blackwood blood in every Bracken, and Bracken blood in every Blackwood. The old king's peace lasted half a century. But then some fresh quarrel broke out, and the old wounds opened and began to bleed again. That's how it always happens, my father says. So long as men remember the wrongs done to their forebears, no peace will ever last. So we go on century after century, with us hating the Brackens and them hating us. My father says there will never be an end to it. There could be. How, my lord? The old wounds never heal, my father says. My father had a saying, too. Never wound a foe when you can kill him. Dead men don't claim vengeance. Their sons do, said Hoster apologetically. Not if you kill the sons as well. Ask the Casterlys about that if you doubt me. Ask Lord and Lady Tarbeck, or the Rains of Castamere. Ask the Prince of Dragonstone. For an instant, the deep red clouds that crowned the western hills reminded him of Rhaegar's children, all wrapped up in crimson cloaks. Is that why you killed all the Starks? Not all, said Jaime. Lord Eddard's daughters live. One has just been wed. The other... Brienne, where are you? Have you found her? If the gods are good, she'll forget she was a Stark. She'll wed some burly blacksmith or fat-faced innkeep, fill his house with children, and never need to fear that some knight might come along to smash their heads against a wall. The gods are good, his hostage said, uncertainly. You go on believing that. Jaime let honor feel his spurs. Pennytree proved to be a much larger village than he had anticipated. The war had been here too. Blackened orchards and the scorched shells of broken houses testified to that. But for every home in ruins, 3 more had been rebuilt. Through the gathering blue dusk, Jaime glimpsed fresh thatch upon a score of roofs, and doors made of raw green wood. Between a duck pond and a blacksmith's forge, he came upon the tree that gave the place its name, an oak ancient and tall. Its gnarled roots twisted in and out of the earth like a nest of slow brown serpents, and hundreds of old copper pennies had been nailed to its huge trunk. Peck stared at the tree, then at the empty houses. Where are the people? Hiding, Jaime told him. Inside the homes, all the fires had been put out, but some still smoked, and none of them were cold.
The nanny goat that Hot Harry Merrill found rooting through a vegetable garden was the only living creature to be seen, but the village had a holdfast as strong as any in the Riverlands, with thick stone walls 12 feet high, and Jaime knew that was where he'd find the villagers. They hid behind those walls when raiders came. That's why there's still a village here. And they are hiding there again, from me. He rode Honor up to the holdfast gates. You in the holdfast. We mean you no harm. We're king's men. Faces appeared on the wall above the gate. They was king's men burned our village, one man called down. Before that, some other king's men took our sheep. They were for a different king, but that didn't matter none to our sheep. King's men killed Harsley and Ser Ormond and raped Lacey till she died. Not my men, James said. Will you open your gates? When you're gone, we will. Ser Kennos rode close to him. We could break that gate down easy enough, or put it to the torch. While they drop stones on us and feather us with arrows. James shook his head. It would be a bloody business, and for what? These people have done us no harm. We'll shelter in the houses, but I'll have no stealing. We have our own provisions. As a half-moon crept up the sky, they staked their horses out in the village commons and supped on salted mutton, dried apples, and hard cheese. Jaime ate sparingly and shared a skin of wine with Peck and Hoss the hostage. He tried to count the pennies nailed to the old oak, but there were too many of them, and he kept losing count. What's that all about? The Blackwood boy would tell him if he asked, but that would spoil the mystery. He posted sentries to see that no one left the confines of the village. He sent out scouts as well, to make certain no enemy took them unawares. It was near midnight when two came riding back with a woman they had taken captive. She rode up bold as you please, my lord, demanding words with you. James scrambled to his feet. My lady, I had not thought to see you again so soon. Gods be good, she looks 10 years older than when I saw her last. And what's happened to her face? That bandage. You've been wounded. A bite. She touched the hilt of her sword, the sword that he had given her. Oathkeeper. My lord, you gave me a quest. The girl. Have you found her? I have, said Brienne, maid of Tarth. Where is she? A day's ride. I can take you to her, sir, but you will need to come alone. Elsewise the hound will kill her. John. Rohalor, sang Melisandre, her arms upraised against the falling snow. You are the light in our eyes, the fire in our hearts, the heat in our loins. Yours is the sun that warms our days, yours the stars that guard us in the dark of night. All praise Rohalor, the Lord of Light, the wedding guests answered in ragged chorus before a gust of ice-cold wind blew their words away. Jon Snow raised the hood of his cloak. The snowfall was light today, a thin scattering of flakes dancing in the air, but the wind was blowing from the east along the wall, cold as the breath of the ice dragon in the tales old Nan used to tell. Even Melisandre's fire was shivering. The flames huddled down in the ditch, crackling softly as the Red Priestess sang. Only Ghost seemed not to feel the chill. Alice Karstark leaned close to Jon. Snow during a wedding means a cold marriage. My lady mother always said so. He glanced at Queen Selyse. There must have been a blizzard the day she and Stannis wed. Huddled beneath her ermine mantle and surrounded by her ladies, serving girls, and knights, the Southron queen seemed a frail, pale, shrunken thing. A strange smile was frozen into place on her thin lips, but her eyes brimmed with reverence. She hates the cold, but loves the flames. He had only to look at her to see that. A word from Melisandre, and she would walk into the fire willingly, embrace it like a lover. Not all her queen's men seemed to share her fervor. Ser Bruss appeared half drunk. Ser Malagorn's gloved hand was cupped round the arse of the lady beside him. Ser Narbert was yawning, and Ser Patrek of King's Mountain looked angry. Jon Snow had begun to understand why Stannis had left them with his queen.
"The night is dark and filled with terrors," Melisandre sang. "Alone we are born and alone we die, but as we walk through this black veil we draw strength from one another, and from you, our lord."
Her scarlet silks and satins swirled with every gust of wind.
"Two come forth today to join their lives, so they may face this world's darkness together. Fill their hearts with fire, my lord, so they may walk your shining path hand in hand forever." "Lord of Light, protect us!" cried Queen Selyse.
Other voices echoed the response. Melisandre's faithful, pallid ladies, shivering serving girls, Ser Axel and Ser Narbert and Ser Lambert, men-at-arms in iron mail and thenns in bronze, even a few of Jon's black brothers.
"Lord of Light, bless your children!"
Melisandre's back was to the wall, on one side of the deep ditch where her fire burned. The couple to be joined faced her across the ditch. Behind them stood the queen, with her daughter and her tattooed fool. Princess Shireen was wrapped in so many furs that she looked round, breathing in white puffs through the scarf that covered most of her face. Ser Axel Florent and his queen's men surrounded the royal party. Though only a few men of the Night's Watch had gathered about the ditch fire, more looked down from rooftops and windows and the steps of the great switchback stair. Jon took careful note of who was there and who was not. Some men had the duty, many just off watch were fast asleep, but others had chosen to absent themselves to show their disapproval. Othel Yarwick and Bowen Marsh were amongst the missing. Septon Chael had emerged briefly from the sept, fingering the seven-sided crystal on the thong about his neck, only to retreat inside again once the prayers began. Melisandre raised her hands, and the ditch fire leapt upward toward her fingers, like a great red dog springing for a treat. A swirl of sparks rose to meet the snowflakes coming down.
"O Lord of Light, we thank you," she sang to the hungry flames. "We thank you for brave Stannis, by your grace our king. Guide him and defend him, R'hllor. Protect him from the treacheries of evil men, and grant him strength to smite the servants of the dark." "Grant him strength," answered Queen Selyse and her knights and ladies. "Grant him courage, grant him wisdom."
Alice Karstark slipped her arm through Jon's.
"How much longer, Lord Snow? If I'm to be buried beneath this snow, I'd like to die a woman wed."
"Soon, my lady," Jon assured her. "Soon."
"We thank you for the sun that warms us," chanted the queen. "We thank you for the stars that watch over us in the black of night. We thank you for our hearths and for our torches that keep the savage dark at bay. We thank you for our bright spirits, the fires in our loins and in our hearts."
And Melisandre said,
"Let them come forth who would be joined."
The flames cast her shadow on the wall behind her, and her ruby gleamed against the paleness of her throat. Jon turned to Alice Karstark. "My lady, are you ready?"
"Yes, oh yes."
"You're not scared?" The girl smiled in a way that reminded Jon so much of his little sister that it almost broke his heart.
"Let him be scared of me."
The snowflakes were melting on her cheeks, but her hair was wrapped in a swirl of lace that Satin had found somewhere, and the snow had begun to collect there, giving her a frosty crown. Her cheeks were flushed and red, and her eyes sparkled. "Winter's lady." Jon squeezed her hand. The Magnar of Thenn stood waiting by the fire, clad as if for battle, in fur and leather and bronze scales, a bronze sword at his hip. His receding hair made him look older than his years, but as he turned to watch his bride approach, Jon could see the boy in him. His eyes were big as walnuts, though whether it was the fire, the priestess, or the woman that had put the fear in him, Jon could not say. Alice was more right than she knew.
"Who brings this woman to be wed?"
asked Melisandre.
"I do," said Jon. "Now comes Alice of House Karstark, a woman grown and flowered, of noble blood and birth."
He gave her hand one last squeeze and stepped back to join the others.
"Who comes forth to claim this woman?" asked Melisandre.
"Me." Sigorn slapped his chest.
"Magnar of Thenn."
"Sigorn," asked Melisandre,
"will you share your fire with Alice and warm her when the night is dark and full of terrors?"
"I swear me." The Magnar's promise was a white cloud in the air. Snow dappled his shoulders. His ears were red.
"By the red god's flames I warm her all her days." "Alice, do you swear to share your fire with Sigorn and warm him when the night is dark and full of terrors?"
"Till his blood is boiling." Her maiden's cloak was the black wool of the Night's Watch. The Karstark sunburst sewn on its back was made of the same white fur that lined it. Melisandre's eyes shone as bright as the ruby at her throat.
"Then come to me and be as one."
As she beckoned, a wall of flames roared upward, licking at the snowflakes with hot orange tongues. Alice Karstark took her Magnar by the hand. Side by side, they leapt the ditch.
Two went into the flames.
A gust of wind lifted the red woman's scarlet skirts till she pressed them down again.
One emerges.
Her coppery hair danced about her head.
What fire joins, none may put asunder. What fire joins, none may put asunder,
came the echo, from Queen's men and Thenns and even a few of the Black Brothers. Except for kings and uncles, thought Jon Snow. Cregan Karstark had turned up a day behind his niece. With him came 4 mounted men-at-arms, a huntsman, and a pack of dogs, sniffing after Lady Alice as if she were a deer. Jon Snow met them on the King's Road half a league south of Molestown, before they could turn up at Castle Black, claim guest right, or call for parley. One of Karstark's men had loosed a crossbow quarrel at Ty and died for it. That left 4, and Cregan himself. Fortunately, they had a dozen ice cells. Room for all. Like so much else, heraldry ended at the wall. The Thenns had no family arms, as was customary amongst the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, so Jon told the stewards to improvise. He thought they had done well. The bride's cloak Sigorn fastened about Lady Alice's shoulders showed a bronze disc on a field of white wool, surrounded by flames made with wisps of crimson silk. The echo of the Karstark sunburst was there for those who cared to look, but differenced to make the arms appropriate for House Thenn. The Magnar all but ripped the maiden's cloak from Alice's shoulders, but when he fastened her bride's cloak about her, he was almost tender. As he leaned down to kiss her cheek, their breath mingled. The flames roared once again. The Queen's men began to sing a song of praise.
"Is it done?"
Jon heard Satin whisper.
"Done and done,"
muttered Mully.
"And a good thing. They're wed and I'm half froze."
He was muffled up in his best blacks, woolens so new that they had hardly had a chance to fade yet, but the wind had turned his cheeks as red as his hair.
"Hobbs mulled some wine with cinnamon and cloves. That'll warm us some."
"What's cloves?"
asked Owen the oaf. The snow had started to descend more heavily, and the fire in the ditch was guttering out. The crowd began to break apart and stream from the yard, Queen's men, King's men, and free folk alike, all anxious to get out of the wind and the cold.
"Will my lord be feasting with us?"
Mully asked Jon Snow. Shortly. Sigorn might take it as a slight if he did not appear.
"And this marriage is mine own work, after all."
"I have other matters to attend to first, however." Jon crossed to Queen's Salice, with Ghost behind him. His boots crunched through piles of old snow. It was growing ever more time-consuming to shovel out the paths from one building to another. More and more, The men were resorting to the underground passages they called wormways.
"Such a beautiful rite," the queen was saying. "I could feel our lord's fiery gaze upon us. Oh, you cannot know how many times I have begged Stannis to let us be wed again, a true joining of body and spirit blessed by the Lord of Light. I know that I could give his grace more children if we were bound in fire."
To give him more children, you would first need to get him into your bed. Even at the Wall, it was common knowledge that Stannis Baratheon had shunned his wife for years. One could only imagine how his grace had responded to the notion of a second wedding in the midst of his war. Jon bowed. "If it please your grace, the feast awaits." The queen glanced at Ghost suspiciously, then raised her head to Jon.
"To be sure. Lady Melisandre knows the way."
The Red Priestess spoke up.
"I must attend my fires, your grace. Perhaps R'hllor will vouchsafe me a glimpse of his grace, a glimpse of some great victory, mayhaps." "Oh."
Queen Selyse looked stricken.
"To be sure. Let us pray for a vision from our lord."
"Satin, show her grace to her place," said Jon. Ser Malagorn stepped forward. "I will escort her grace to the feast. We shall not require your steward." The way the man drew out the last word told Jon that he had been considering saying something else. Boy, pet, whore. Jon bowed again. "As you wish. I shall join you shortly." Ser Malagorn offered his arm, and Queen Selyse took it stiffly. Her other hand settled on her daughter's shoulder. The royal ducklings fell in behind them as they made their way across the yard, marching to the music of the bells on the Fool's Hat.
"Under the sea the mermen feast on starfish soup, and all the serving men are crabs,"
Patchface proclaimed as they went.
I know, oh, oh, oh."
Melisandre's face darkened.
"That creature is dangerous. Many a time I have glimpsed him in my flames. Sometimes there are skulls about him, and his lips are red with blood."
"I wonder you haven't had the poor man burned." All it would take was a word in the queen's ear, and Patchface would feed her fires.
"You see fools in your fire, but no hint of Stannis?" "When I search for him, all I see is snow."
The same useless answer. Clydas had dispatched a raven to Deepwood Motte to warn the king of Arnulf Karstark's treachery, but whether the bird had reached his grace in time Jon did not know. The Braavosi banker was off in search of Stannis as well, accompanied by the guides that Jon had given him, but between the war and weather it would be a wonder if he found him. "Would you know if the king was dead?" Jon asked the Red Priestess. "He is not dead. Stannis is the Lord's chosen, destined to lead the fight against the dark. I have seen it in the flames, read of it in ancient prophecy. When the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again amidst smoke and salt to wake dragons out of stone. Dragonstone is the place of smoke and salt." Jon had heard all this before. Stannis Baratheon was the Lord of Dragonstone, but he was not born there. He was born at Storm's End like his brothers. He frowned. "And what of Mance? Is he lost as well? What do your fires show?"
"The same, I fear, only snow."
Snow. It was snowing heavily to the south, Jon knew. Only 2 days' ride from here, the King's Road was said to be impassable.
Melisandre knows that, too.
And to the east, a savage storm was raging on the Bay of Seals. At last report, the ragtag fleet they had assembled to rescue the free folk from Hardhome still huddled at Eastwatch by the Sea, confined to port by the rough seas. "You are seeing cinders dancing in the updraft."
"I am seeing skulls. And you. I see your face every time I look into the flames. The danger that I warned you of grows very close now."
"Daggers in the dark, I know. You will forgive my doubts, my lady. A grey girl on a dying horse fleeing from a marriage, that was what you said."
"I was not wrong."
You were not right. Alice is not Arya. The vision was a true one. It was my reading that was false. I am as mortal as you, Jon Snow. All mortals err. Even Lord Commanders. Mance Rayder and his spear wives had not returned, and Jon could not help but wonder whether the Red Woman had lied of a purpose. Is she playing her own game? You would do well to keep your wolf beside you, my lord. Ghost is seldom far. The direwolf raised his head at the sound of his name. Jon scratched him behind the ears. But now you must excuse me. Ghost, with me. Carved from the base of the wall and closed with heavy wooden doors, the ice cells ranged from small to smaller. Some were big enough to allow a man to pace, others so small that prisoners were forced to sit. The smallest were too cramped to allow even that. Jon had given his chief captive the largest cell, a pail to shit in, enough furs to keep him from freezing, and a skin of wine. It took the guards some time to open his cell, as ice had formed inside the lock. Rusted hinges screamed like damned souls when Wick Whittlestick yanked the door wide enough for Jon to slip through. A faint fecal odor greeted him, though less overpowering than he'd expected. Even shit froze solid in such bitter cold. Jon Snow could see his own reflection dimly inside the icy walls. In one corner of the cell, a heap of furs was piled up almost to the height of a man. "Karstark," said Jon Snow. "Wake up." The furs stirred. Some had frozen together, and the frost that covered them glittered when they moved. An arm emerged, then a face, brown hair, tangled and matted and streaked with gray, 2 fierce eyes, a nose, a mouth, a beard. Ice caked the prisoner's mustache, clumps of frozen snot. "Snow." His breath steamed in the air, fogging the ice behind his head. "You have no right to hold me. The laws of hospitality. You are no guest of mine. You came to the wall without my leave, armed, to carry off your niece against her will. Lady Alice was given bread and salt. She is a guest. You are a prisoner." Jon let that hang for a moment, then said, "Your niece is wed." Cregan Karstark's lips skinned back from his teeth. "Alice was promised to me." Though past 50, he had been a strong man when he went into the cell. The cold had robbed him of that strength and left him stiff and weak. "My lord father, your father is a castellan, not a lord, and a castellan has no right to make marriage pacts." "My father Arnulf is lord of Carhold." "A son comes before an uncle by all the laws I know." Cregan pushed himself to his feet and kicked aside the furs clinging to his ankles. "Harrion is dead. Or will be soon. A daughter comes before an uncle, too. If her brother is dead, Carhold belongs to Lady Alice, and she has given her hand in marriage to Sigorn, Magnar of Thenn." "A wildling! A filthy, murdering wildling!" Cregan's hands closed into fists. The gloves that covered them were leather, lined with fur to match the cloak that hung matted and stiff from his broad shoulders. His black wool surcoat was emblazoned with the white sunburst of his house. "I see what you are, Snow. Half a wolf and half a wildling, base-born get of a traitor and a whore. You would deliver a high-born maid to the bed of some stinking savage. Did you sample her yourself first?" He laughed. "If you mean to kill me, do it and be damned for a kinslayer. Stark and Karstark are one blood." "My name is Snow." "Bastard." "Guilty. Of that, at least." "Let this Magnar come to Carhold. We'll hack off his head and stuff it in a privy so we can piss into his mouth." "Sigorn leads 200 Thenns," Jon pointed out, "and Lady Alice believes Carhold will open its gates to her. 2 of your men have already sworn her their service and confirmed all she had to say concerning the plans your father made with Ramsay Snow. You have close kin at Carhold, I am told. A word from you could save their lives. Yield the castle. Lady Alice will pardon the women who betrayed her and allow the men to take the black." Cregan shook his head. Chunks of ice had formed about the tangles in his hair and clicked together softly when he moved. "Never," he said. "Never, never, never." I should make his head a wedding gift for Lady Alice and her Magnar, Jon thought, but dare not take the risk. The Night's Watch took no part in the quarrels of the realm. Some would say he had already given Stannis too much help. Behead this fool, and they will claim I am killing Northmen to give their lands to wildlings. Release him, and he will do his best to rip apart all I've done with Lady Alice and the Magnar. Jon wondered what his father would do, how his uncle might deal with this. But Eddard Stark was dead, Benjen Stark lost in the frozen wilds beyond the wall. "You know nothing, Jon Snow." "Never is a long time," Jon said. "You may feel differently on the morrow, or a year from now. Soon or late, King Stannis will return to the wall, however. When he does, he will have you put to death, unless it happens that you are wearing a black cloak. When a man takes the black, his crimes are wiped away. Even such a man as you. Now pray excuse me, I have a feast to attend." After the biting cold of the ice cells, the crowded cellar was so hot that Jon felt suffocated from the moment he came down the steps. The air smelled of smoke and roasting meat and mulled wine. Axel Florent was making a toast as Jon took his place upon the dais. "To King Stannis and his wife, Queen Selyse, Light of the North," Sir Axel bellowed. "To Rahalor, the Lord of Light, may he defend us all. One land, one God, one king." "One land, one God, one king," the Queen's men echoed. Jon drank with the rest. Whether Alice Karstark would find any joy in her marriage he could not say, but this one night at least should be one of celebration. The stewards began to bring out the first dish, an onion broth flavored with bits of goat and carrot. Not precisely royal fare, but nourishing. It tasted good enough and warmed the belly. Owen the Oaf took up his fiddle, and several of the free folk joined in with pipes and drums. The same pipes and drums they played to sound Mance Rayder's attack upon the wall. Jon thought they sounded sweeter now. With the broth came loaves of coarse brown bread, warm from the oven. Salt and butter sat upon the tables. The sight made Jon gloomy. They were well provided with salt, Bowen Marsh had told him, but the last of the butter would be gone within a moon's turn. Old Flint and the Norrie had been given places of high honor just below the dais. Both men had been too old to march with Stannis. They had sent their sons and grandsons in their stead. But they had been quick enough to descend on Castle Black for the wedding. Each had brought a wet nurse to the wall as well. The Norrie woman was 40, with the biggest breasts Jon Snow had ever seen. The Flint girl was 14 and flat-chested as a boy, though she did not lack for milk. Between the two of them, the child Val called Monster seemed to be thriving. For that much Jon was grateful, but he did not believe for a moment that two such hoary old warriors would have hied down from their hills for that alone. Each had brought a tale of fighting men, 5 for old Flint, 12 for the Norrie, all clad in ragged skins and studded leathers, fearsome as the face of winter. Some had long beards, some had scars, some had both. All worshipped the old gods of the north, those same gods worshipped by the free folk beyond the wall. Yet here they sat, drinking to a marriage hallowed by some queer red god from beyond the seas. Better that than refuse to drink. Neither Flint nor Norrie had turned their cups over to spill their wine upon the floor. That might betoken a certain acceptance. Or perhaps they just hate to waste good Southron wine. They will not have tasted much of it up in those stony hills of theirs. Between courses, Sir Axel Florent led Queen Selyse out onto the floor to dance. Others followed, the Queen's knights first, partnered with her ladies. Ser Bruss gave Princess Shireen her first dance, then took a turn with her mother. Ser Narbert danced with each of Selyse's lady companions in turn. The Queen's men outnumbered the Queen's ladies 3 to 1, so even the humblest serving girls were pressed into the dance. After a few songs, some black brothers remembered their skills learned at the courts and castles of their youth, before their sins had sent them to the wall, and took the floor as well. That old rogue Ulmer of the Kingswood proved as adept at dancing as he was at archery, no doubt regaling his partners with his tales of the Kingswood Brotherhood, when he rode with Simon Toyne and Big Belly Ben, and helped Wenda the White Fawn burn her mark in the buttocks of her high-born captives. Satin was all grace, dancing with 3 serving girls in turn, but never presuming to approach a high-born lady. John judged that wise. He did not like the way some of the Queen's knights were looking at the steward, particularly Ser Patrack of King's Mountain. That one wants to shed a bit of blood, he thought. He is looking for some provocation. When Owen the Oaf began to dance with Patchface the Fool, laughter echoed off the vaulted ceiling. The sight made Lady Alice smile. "Do you dance often here at Castle Black?" "Every time we have a wedding, my lady." "You could dance with me, you know. It would be only courteous. You danced with me anon." "Anon?" teased John. "When we were children." She tore off a bit of bread and threw it at him. "As you know well." "My lady should dance with her husband." "My Magnar is not one for dancing, I fear. If you will not dance with me, at least pour me some of the mulled wine." "As you command." He signaled for a flagon. "So," said Alice, as John poured, "I am now a woman wed, a wildling husband with his own little wildling army." Free folk is what they call themselves. Most, at least. The Thens are a people apart, though, very old. Ygritte had told him that. You know nothing, Jon Snow. They come from a hidden vale at the north end of the Frostfangs, surrounded by high peaks, and for thousands of years they've had more truck with the giants than with other men. It made them different. "Different," she said, "but more like us." "Aye, my lady. The Thens have lords and laws. They know how to kneel. They mine tin and copper for bronze, forge their own arms and armor instead of stealing it. A proud folk, and brave. Mance Rayder had to best the old Magnar thrice before Styr would accept him as king beyond the wall. And now they are here, on our side of the wall, driven from their mountain fastness and into my bedchamber." She smiled a wry smile. "It is my own fault. My lord father told me I must charm your brother Robb, but I was only 6 and didn't know how." "Aye, but now you're almost 6 and 10, and we must pray you will know how to charm your new husband. My lady, how do things stand at Carhold with your food stores?" "Not well." Alice sighed. "My father took so many of our men south with him that only the women and young boys were left to bring the harvest in. Them, and the men too old or crippled to go off to war. Crops withered in the fields or were pounded into the mud by autumn rains. And now the snows are come. This winter will be hard. Few of the old people will survive it, and many children will perish as well." It was a tale that any Northman knew well. "My father's grandmother was a Flint of the mountains, on his mother's side," John told her. "The first Flints, they call themselves. They say the other Flints are the blood of younger sons, who had to leave the mountains to find food and land and wives. It has always been a harsh life up there. When the snows fall and food grows scarce, their young must travel to the winter town or take service at one castle or the other. The old men gather up what strength remains in them and announce that they are going hunting. Some are found come spring. More are never seen again." "It is much the same at Carhold." That did not surprise him. "When your stores begin to dwindle, my lady, remember us. Send your old men to the wall, let them say our words. Here at least they will not die alone in the snow, with only memories to warm them. Send us boys as well, if you have boys to spare." "As you say." She touched his hand. "Carhold remembers." The elk was being carved. It smelled better than John had any reason to expect. He dispatched a portion to Leathers out at Harden's Tower, along with 3 big platters of roast vegetables for 1-1, then ate a healthy slice himself. Three-Finger Hobbs acquitted himself well. That had been a concern. Hobb had come to him 2 nights ago, complaining that he'd joined the Night's Watch to kill wildlings, not to cook for them. "Besides, I never done no wedding feast, my lord. Black brothers don't never take no wifes. It's in the bloody vows, I swear 'tis." John was washing the roast down with a sip of mulled wine when Clytus appeared at his elbow. "A bird," he announced, and slipped a parchment into John's hand. The note was sealed with a dot of hard black wax. Eastwatch, John knew, even before he broke the seal. The letter had been written by Maester Harmune. Cotter Pike could neither read nor write. But the words were Pike's, set down as he had spoken them, blunt and to the point. "Calm seas today. 11 ships set sail for Hardhome on the morning tide. 3 Bravosi, 4 Lyseni, 4 of ours. 2 of the Lyseni barely seaworthy. We may drown more wildlings than we save. Your command. 20 ravens aboard, and Maester Harmune. We'll send reports. I command from Talon, Tattersalt second on Blackbird. Sir Glendon holds Eastwatch." "Dark wings, dark words?" asked Alice Karstark. "No, my lady, this news was long awaited. Though the last part troubles me. Glendon Hewitt was a seasoned man and a strong one, a sensible choice to command in Cotter Pike's absence. But he was also as much a friend as Alistair Thorne could boast, and a crony of sorts with Janos Slint, however briefly. John could still recall how Hewitt had dragged him from his bed, and the feel of his boot slamming into his ribs. Not the man I would have chosen. He rolled the parchment up and slipped it into his belt. The fish course was next, but as the pike was being boned, Lady Alice dragged the Magnar up onto the floor. From the way he moved, it was plain that Sigorn had never danced before, but he had drunk enough mulled wine so that it did not seem to matter. "A northern maid and a wildling warrior, bound together by the Lord of Light." Sir Axel Florent slipped into Lady Alice's vacant seat. "Her Grace approves. I am close to her, my lord, so I know her mind. King Stannis will approve as well. Unless Roose Bolton has stuck his head on a spear." Not all agree, alas. Sir Axel's beard was a ragged brush beneath his sagging chin. Coarse hair sprouted from his ears and nostrils. "Sir Patrick feels he would have made a better match for Lady Alice. His lands were lost to him when he came north." "There are many in this hall who have lost far more than that," said John, "and more who have given up their lives in service to the realm. Sir Patrick should count himself fortunate." Axel Florent smiled. "The king might say the same if he were here. Yet some provision must be made for his Grace's leal knights, surely. They have followed him so far and at such cost, and we must needs bind these wildlings to king and realm. This marriage is a good first step, but I know that it would please the queen to see the wildling princess wed as well." John sighed. He was weary of explaining that Val was no true princess. No matter how often he told them, they never seemed to hear. "You are persistent, Sir Axel, I grant you that." "Do you blame me, my lord? Such a prize is not easily won. A nubile girl, I hear, and not hard to look upon. Good hips, good breasts, well made for whelping children." "Who would father these children? Sir Patrick? You?" "Who better? We Florents have the blood of the old Gardener kings in our veins. Lady Melisandre could perform the rites, as she did for Lady Alice and the Magnar." "All you are lacking is a bride." "Easily remedied." Florent's smile was so false that it looked painful. "Where is she, Lord Snow? Have you moved her to one of your other castles? Greyguard or the Shadow Tower? Horsborough with t'other wenches?" He leaned close. "Some say you have her tucked away for your own pleasure. It makes no matter to me, so long as she is not with child. I'll get my own sons on her. If you've broken her to saddle, well, we are both men of the world, are we not?" Jon had heard enough. "Sir Axel, if you are truly the Queen's hand, I pity her grace." Florence's face grew flushed with anger. "So it is true. You mean to keep her for yourself, I see it now. The bastard wants his father's seat." "The bastard refused his father's seat. If the bastard had wanted Val, all he had to do was ask for her." "You must excuse me, sir," he said. "I need a breath of fresh air." "It stinks in here." His head turned. That was a horn. Others had heard it too. The music and the laughter died at once. Dancers froze in place, listening. Even Ghost pricked up his ears.
"Did you hear that?" Queen Selyse asked her knights.
"A war horn, your grace,"
said Sir Norbert. The Queen's hand went fluttering to her throat. "Are we under attack?"
"No, your grace," said Ulmer of the Kingswood. "It's the watchers on the wall is all."
One blast, thought Jon Snow. Rangers returning. Then it came again. The sound seemed to fill the cellar. "2 blasts," said Mully. Black brothers, Northmen, free folk, Thenns, Queen's men, all of them fell quiet, listening. 5 heartbeats passed. 10. 20. Then Owen the Oaf tittered, and Jon Snow could breathe again. 2 blasts, he announced. Wildlings. Val. Tormund Giantsbane had come at last. Daenerys. The hall rang to yunkish laughter, yunkish songs, yunkish prayers. Dancers danced, musicians played queer tunes with bells and squeaks and bladders, singers sang ancient love songs in the incomprehensible tongue of old Gis. Wine flowed, not the thin pale stuff of Slaver's Bay, but rich, sweet vintages from the arbor and dream wine from Karth, flavored with strange spices. The Yunkai had come at King Hisdar's invitation to sign the peace and witness the rebirth of Meereen's far-famed fighting pits. Her noble husband had opened the Great Pyramid to fet them. "I hate this," thought Daenerys Targaryen. "How did this happen, that I am drinking and smiling with men I'd sooner flay?" A dozen different sorts of meat and fish were served: camel, crocodile, singing squid, lacquered ducks and spiny grubs, with goat and ham and horse for those whose tastes were less exotic, plus dog. No Giscari feast was complete without a course of dog. Hisdar's cooks prepared dog 4 different ways. "Giscari will eat anything that swims or flies or crawls, but for man and dragon," Daario had warned her. "And I'd wager they'd eat dragon too if given half a chance." Meat alone does not make a meal, though, so there were fruits and grains and vegetables as well. The air was redolent with the scents of saffron, cinnamon, cloves, pepper, and other costly spices. Dany scarce touched a bite. "This is peace," she told herself. "This is what I wanted, what I worked for. This is why I married Hisdar. So why does it taste so much like defeat?" "It is only for a little while more, my love," Hisdar had assured her. "The Yunkai will soon be gone, and their allies and hirelings with them. We shall have all we desired: peace, food, trade. Our port is open once again, and ships are being permitted to come and go." "They are permitting that, yes," she had replied. "But their warships remain. They can close their fingers around our throat again whenever they wish. They have opened a slave market within sight of my walls." "Outside our walls, sweet queen. That was a condition of the peace, that Yunkai would be free to trade in slaves as before, unmolested." "In their own city, not where I have to see it." The wise masters had established their slave pens and auction block just south of the Skahazadan, where the wide brown river flowed into Slaver's Bay.
They are mocking me to my face, making a show of how powerless I am to stop them."
"Posing and posturing," said her noble husband. "A show, as you have said. Let them have their mummery. When they are gone, we will make a fruit market of what they leave behind."
"When they are gone," Dany repeated. "And when will they be gone? Riders have been seen beyond the Skahazadan. Dothraki scouts, Rakaro says, with a Khalasar behind them. They will have captives. Men, women, and children, gifts for the slavers."
Dothraki did not buy or sell, but they gave gifts and received them.
"That is why the Yunkai have thrown up this market. They will leave here with thousands of new slaves."
Hizdahr zo Lorak shrugged. "But they will leave. That is the important part, my love. Yunkai will trade in slaves, Meereen will not. This is what we have agreed. Endure this for a little while longer, and it shall pass."
So Daenerys sat silent through the meal, wrapped in a vermilion tokar and black thoughts, speaking only when spoken to, brooding on the men and women being bought and sold outside her walls, even as they feasted here within the city. Let her noble husband make the speeches and laugh at the feeble yunkish japes. That was a king's right and a king's duty. Much of the talk about the table was of the matches to be fought upon the morrow. Barsina Blackhair was going to face a boar, his tusks against her dagger. Kraz was fighting, as was the spotted cat. And in the day's final pairing, Gogor the Giant would go against Bellaquo Bonebreaker. One would be dead before the sun went down. No queen has clean hands, Dany told herself. She thought of Doria, of Quaro, of Arroway, of a little girl she had never met, whose name had been Hazia. Better a few should die in the pit than thousands at the gates. This is the price of peace. I pay it willingly. If I look back, I am lost. The Yunkish Supreme Commander, Yurkhaz zo Yunzak, might have been alive during Aegon's conquest, to judge by his appearance. Bent-backed, wrinkled, and toothless, he was carried to the table by 2 strapping slaves. The other Yunkish lords were hardly more impressive. One was small and stunted, though the slave soldiers who attended him were grotesquely tall and thin. The third was young, fit, and dashing, but so drunk that Dany could scarce understand a word he said. How could I have been brought to this pass by creatures such as these? The sellswords were a different matter. Each of the 4 free companies serving Yunkai had sent its commander. The Windblown were represented by the Pentoshi nobleman known as the Tattered Prince, the Long Lances by Gilo Regan, who looked more shoemaker than soldier and spoke in murmurs. Bloodbeard, from the company of the Cat, made enough noise for him and a dozen more. A huge man with a great bush of beard and a prodigious appetite for wine and women, he bellowed, belched, farted like a thunderclap, and pinched every serving girl who came within his reach. From time to time he would pull one down into his lap to squeeze her breasts and fondle her between the legs. The second sons were represented too. If Daario were here, this meal would end in blood. No promised peace could ever have persuaded her captain to permit Brown Ben Plum to stroll back into Meereen and leave alive. Dany had sworn that no harm would come to the 7 envoys and commanders, though that had not been enough for the Yunkai. They had required hostages of her as well. To balance the 3 Yunkish nobles and 4 sellsword captains, Meereen sent 7 of its own out to the siege camp, Hizdahr's sister, 2 of his cousins, Dany's blood rider Jogo, her admiral Grolio, the unsullied captain Hero, and Daario Naharis. "I will leave my girls with you," her captain had said, handing her his sword belt and its gilded wantons. "Keep them safe for me, beloved. We would not want them making bloody mischief amongst the Yunkai." The shave-pate was absent as well. The first thing Hizdahr had done upon being crowned was to remove him from command of the brazen beasts, replacing him with his own cousin, the plump and pasty Margaz zo Lorak. It is for the best. The Green Grace says there is blood between Lorak and Kandak, and the shave-pate never made a secret of his disdain for my lord husband. And Daario.
Dario had only grown wilder since her wedding. Her peace did not please him, her marriage pleased him less, and he had been furious at being deceived by the Dornishmen. When Prince Quentyn told them that the other Westerosi had come over to the Stormcrows at the command of the Tattered Prince, only the intercession of Grey Worm and his Unsullied prevented Dario from killing them all. The false deserters had been imprisoned safely in the bowels of the pyramid, but Dario's rage continued to fester. "He will be safer as a hostage. My captain was not made for peace." Dany could not risk his cutting down Brown Ben Plum, making mock of Hisdar before the court, provoking the Yunkai, or otherwise upsetting the agreement that she had given up so much to win. Dario was war and woe. Henceforth she must keep him out of her bed, out of her heart, and out of her. If he did not betray her, he would master her. She did not know which of those she feared the most. When the gluttony was done, and all the half-eaten food had been cleared away, to be given to the poor who gathered below, at the Queen's insistence, tall glass flutes were filled with a spiced liqueur from Karth as dark as amber. Then began the entertainments. A troupe of Yunkish castrati owned by Yurkhaz Zoyunzak sang them songs in the ancient tongue of the old empire, their voices high and sweet and impossibly pure. "Have you ever heard such singing, my love?" Hisdar asked her. "They have the voices of gods, do they not?" "Yes," she said, "though I wonder if they might not have preferred to have the fruits of men." All of the entertainers were slaves. That had been part of the peace, that slave owners be allowed the right to bring their chattels into Meereen without fear of having them freed. In return, the Yunkai had promised to respect the rights and liberties of the former slaves that Dany had freed. A fair bargain, Hisdar said, but the taste it left in the Queen's mouth was foul. She drank another cup of wine to wash it out. "If it please you, Yurkhaz will be pleased to give us the singers, I do not doubt," her noble husband said. "A gift to seal our peace, an ornament to our court." He will give us these castrati, Dany thought, and then he will march home and make some more. The world is full of boys. The tumblers who came next failed to move her either, even when they performed a human pyramid 9 levels high, with a naked little girl on top. Is that meant to represent my pyramid? The Queen wondered. Is the girl on top meant to be me? Afterward, her lord husband led his guests onto the lower terrace, so the visitors from the Yellow City might behold Meereen by night. Wine cups in hand, the Yunkai wandered the garden in small groups, beneath lemon trees and night-blooming flowers, and Dany found herself face to face with Brown Ben Plum. He bowed low. "Worship, you look lovely. Well, you always did. None of them Yunkish men are half so pretty. I thought I might bring a wedding gift for you, but the bidding went too high for old Brown Ben." "I want no gifts from you." "This one you might. The head of an old foe." "Your own?" she said sweetly. "You betrayed me." "Now that's a harsh way of putting it, if you don't mind me saying." Brown Ben scratched at his speckled gray and white whiskers. "We went over to the winning side is all. Same as we done before. It weren't all me, neither. I put it to my men." "So they betrayed me, is that what you are saying? Why? Did I mistreat the Second Sons? Did I cheat you on your pay?" "Never that," said Brown Ben. "But it's not all about the coin, your high and mightiness. I learned that a long time back, at my first battle. Morning after the fight, I was rooting through the dead, looking for the odd bit of plunder, as it were. Came upon this one corpse. Some axeman had taken his whole arm off at the shoulder. He was covered with flies, all crusty with dried blood. Might be why no one else had touched him, but under them he wore this studded jerkin. Looked to be good leather. I figured it might fit me well enough. So I chased away the flies and cut it off him. The damn thing was heavier than it had any right to be, though. Under the lining, he'd sewn a fortune in coin. Gold, your worship. Sweet yellow gold. Enough for any man to live like a lord for the rest of his days. But what good did it do him? There he was, with all his coin, lying in the blood and mud with his fucking arm cut off. And that's the lesson, see? Silver's sweet and gold's our mother, but once you're dead, they're worth less than that last shit you take as you lie dying. I told you once, there are old sellswords and there are bold sellswords, but there are no old, bold sellswords. My boys didn't care to die, that's all. And when I told them that you couldn't unleash them dragons against the Yunkish men, well... You saw me as defeated, Dany thought, and who am I to say that you were wrong? I understand. She might have ended it there, but she was curious. Enough gold to live like a lord, you said. What did you do with all that wealth? Brown Ben laughed. Fool boy that I was, I told a man I took to be my friend, and he told our sergeant, and my brothers in arms come and relieved me of that burden. Sergeant said I was too young, that I'd only waste it all on whores and such. He let me keep the jerkin, though. He spat. You don't never want to trust a sellsword, milady. I have learned that much. One day I must be sure to thank you for the lesson. Brown Ben's eyes crinkled up. No need. I know the sort of thanks you have in mind. He bowed again and moved away. Dany turned to gaze out over her city. Beyond her walls, the yellow tents of the Yunkai stood in orderly rows beside the sea, protected by the ditches their slaves had dug for them. 2 iron legions out of New Gis, trained and armed in the same fashion as Unsullied, were encamped across the river to the north. 2 more Giscari legions had made camp to the east, choking off the road to the Kaizai Pass. The horse lines and cook fires of the free companies lay to the south. By day, thin plumes of smoke hung against the sky like ragged gray ribbons. By night, distant fires could be seen. Hard by the bay was the abomination, the slave market at her door. She could not see it now with the sunset, but she knew that it was there. That just made her angrier. Ser Barristan, she said softly. The White Knight appeared at once. Your Grace? How much did you hear? Enough. He was not wrong. Never trust a sellsword. Or a queen, thought Dany. Is there some man in the Second Sons who might be persuaded to remove Brown Ben? As Daario Naharis once removed the other captains of the Stormcrows? The old knight looked uncomfortable. Perhaps. I would not know, Your Grace. No, she thought, you are too honest and too honorable. If not, the Yunkai employ 3 other companies. Rogues and cutthroats, scum of 100 battlefields, Ser Barristan warned, with captains full as treacherous as plum. I am only a young girl and know little of such things, but it seems to me that we want them to be treacherous. Once, you'll recall, I convinced the Second Sons and Stormcrows to join us. If your Grace wishes a privy word with Gilo Regan or the Tattered Prince, I could bring them up to your apartments. This is not the time. Too many eyes, too many ears. Their absence would be noted, even if you could separate them discreetly from the Yunkai. We must find some quieter way of reaching out to them. Not tonight, but soon. As you command. Though I fear this is not a task for which I am well suited. In King's Landing, work of this sort was left to Lord Littlefinger or the Spider. We old knights are simple men, only good for fighting. He patted his sword hilt. Our prisoners, suggested Dany. The Westerosi who came over from the Windblown with the 3 Dornish men. We still have them in cells, do we not? Use them. Free them, you mean? Is that wise? They were sent here to worm their way into your trust so they might betray your Grace at the first chance. Then they failed. I do not trust them. I will never trust them. If truth be told, Dany was forgetting how to trust. We can still use them. One was a woman, Maris. Send her back as a gesture of my regard.
If their captain is a clever man, he will understand.
The woman is the worst of all.
All the better. Dany considered a moment. We should sound out the long lances too, and the company of the cat.
Bloodbeard.
Ser Barristan's frown deepened.
If it please your grace, we want no part of him. Your grace is too young to remember the Ninepenny Kings, but this Bloodbeard is cut from the same savage cloth. There is no honor in him, only hunger, for gold, for glory, for blood.
You know more of such men than me, sir.
If Bloodbeard might be truly the most dishonorable and greedy of the sellswords, he might be the easiest to sway, but she was loath to go against Ser Barristan's counsel in such matters.
Do as you think best, but do it soon. If Hisdar's peace should break, I want to be ready. I do not trust the slavers.
I do not trust my husband.
They will turn on us at the first sign of weakness.
The Yunkai grow weaker as well. The bloody flux has taken hold amongst the Tolosi, it is said, and spread across the river to the 3rd Giscari Legion.
The Pale Mare. Daenerys sighed. Quaithe warned me of the Pale Mare's coming. She told me of the Dornish prince as well, the sun's son. She told me much and more, but all in riddles. I cannot rely on plague to save me from my enemies. Set pretty Maris free, at once.
As you command. Though, your grace, if I may be so bold, there is another road.
The Dornish road? Dany sighed. The 3 Dornish men had been at the feast, as befit Prince Quentyn's rank, though Resnack had taken care to seat them as far as possible from her husband. Hisdar did not seem to be of a jealous nature, but no man would be pleased by the presence of a rival suitor near his new bride. The boy seems pleasant and well-spoken, but
House Martell is ancient and noble, and has been a leal friend to House Targaryen for more than a century, your grace. I had the honor of serving with Prince Quentyn's great-uncle in your father's 7. Prince Lewin was as valiant a brother-in-arms as any man could wish for. Quentyn Martell is of the same blood, if it please your grace.
It would please me if he had turned up with these 50,000 swords he speaks of. Instead, he brings 2 knights and a parchment. Will a parchment shield my people from the Yunkai? If he had come with a fleet—
Sunspear has never been a sea power, your grace.
No. Dany knew enough of Westerosi history to know that. Nymeria had landed 10,000 ships upon Dorne's sandy shores, but when she wed her Dornish prince, she had burned them all and turned her back upon the sea forever. Dorne is too far away. To please this prince, I would need to abandon all my people. You should send him home.
Dornish men are notoriously stubborn, your grace. Prince Quentyn's forebears fought your own for the better part of 200 years. He will not go without you.
Then he will die here, Daenerys thought, unless there is more to him than I can see. Is he still within?
Drinking with his knights.
Bring him to me. It is time he met my children. A flicker of doubt passed across the long, solemn face of Barristan Selmy.
As you command.
Her king was laughing with Yurkhaz Zoyunzak and the other Yunkish lords. Dany did not think that he would miss her, but just in case, she instructed her handmaids to tell him that she was answering a call of nature should he inquire after her. Ser Barristan was waiting by the steps with the Dornish prince. Martell's square face was flushed and ruddy. Too much wine, the queen concluded, though he was doing his best to conceal that. Apart from the line of copper suns that ornamented his belt, the Dornishman was plainly dressed. They call him Frog, Dany recalled. She could see why. He was not a handsome man. She smiled. "My prince, it is a long way down. Are you certain that you wish to do this?"
"If it would please your grace."
"Then come." A pair of Unsullied went down the steps before them, bearing torches. Behind came 2 brazen beasts, one masked as a fish, the other as a hawk.
Even here in her own pyramid, on this happy night of peace and celebration, Ser Barristan insisted on keeping guards about her everywhere she went. The small company made the long descent in silence, stopping thrice to refresh themselves along the way.
"The dragon has 3 heads," Dany said when they were on the final flight. "My marriage need not be the end of all your hopes. I know why you are here."
"For you," said Quentyn, all awkward gallantry.
"No," said Dany. "For fire and blood."
One of the elephants trumpeted at them from his stall. An answering roar from below made her flush with sudden heat. Prince Quentyn looked up in alarm.
"The dragons know when she is near," Ser Barristan told him.
Every child knows its mother, Dany thought. When the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves.
"They call to me. Come."
She took Prince Quentyn by the hand and led him to the pit where 2 of her dragons were confined.
"Remain outside,"
Dany told Ser Barristan, as the Unsullied were opening the huge iron doors.
"Prince Quentyn will protect me."
She drew the Dornish prince inside with her to stand above the pit. The dragons craned their necks around, gazing at them with burning eyes. Viserion had shattered one chain and melted the others. He clung to the roof of the pit like some huge white bat, his claws dug deep into the burnt and crumbling bricks. Rhaegal, still chained, was gnawing on the carcass of a bull. The bones on the floor of the pit were deeper than the last time she had been down here, and the walls and floors were black and gray, more ash than brick. They would not hold much longer, but behind them was only earth and stone. Can dragons tunnel through rock like the fireworms of old Valyria? She hoped not. The Dornish prince had gone as white as milk.
I had heard that there were 3.
"Drogon is hunting." He did not need to hear the rest.
"The white one is Viserion, the green is Rhaegal. I named them for my brothers."
Her voice echoed off the scorched stone walls. It sounded small, a girl's voice, not the voice of a queen and conqueror, nor the glad voice of a new-made bride. Rhaegal roared in answer, and fire filled the pit, a spear of red and yellow. Viserion replied, his own flames gold and orange. When he flapped his wings, a cloud of gray ash filled the air. Broken chains clanked and clattered about his legs. Quentyn Martell jumped back a foot. A crueler woman might have laughed at him, but Dany squeezed his hand and said, "They frighten me as well. There is no shame in that. My children have grown wild and angry in the dark."
You mean to ride them?"
"One of them. All I know of dragons is what my brother told me when I was a girl, and some I read in books, but it is said that even Aegon the Conqueror never dared mount Vagar or Meraxes, nor did his sisters ride Balerion the Black Dread. Dragons live longer than men, some for hundreds of years, so Balerion had other riders after Aegon died, but no rider ever flew 2 dragons." Viserion hissed again. Smoke rose between his teeth, and deep down in his throat they could see gold fire churning.
They are fearsome creatures."
"They are dragons, Quentyn." Dany stood on her toes and kissed him lightly, once on each cheek. "And so am I." The young prince swallowed.
I have the blood of the dragon in me as well, Your Grace. I can trace my lineage back to the first Daenerys, the Targaryen princess who was sister to King Daeron the Good and wife to the Prince of Dorne. He built the water gardens for her."
The water gardens? She knew little and less of Dorne or its history, if truth be told.
"My father's favorite palace. It would please me to show them to you one day. They are all of pink marble, with pools and fountains overlooking the sea."
"They sound lovely." She drew him away from the pit.
"He does not belong here. He should never have come. You ought to return there.
My court is no safe place for you, I fear. You have more enemies than you know. You made Dario look a fool, and he is not a man to forget such a slight. I have my knights, my sworn shields. 2 knights. Dario has 500 Stormcrows, and you would do well to beware of my lord husband too. He seems a mild and pleasant man, I know, but do not be deceived. Hisdar's crown derives from mine, and he commands the allegiance of some of the most fearsome fighters in the world. If one of them should think to win his favor by disposing of a rival— I am a Prince of Dorne, your grace. I will not run from slaves and sellswords. Then you truly are a fool, Prince Frog. Dany gave her wild children one last lingering look. She could hear the dragons screaming as she led the boy back to the door, and see the play of light against the bricks, reflections of their fires. If I look back, I am lost. Ser Barristan will have summoned a pair of sedan chairs to carry us back up to the banquet, but the climb can still be wearisome. Behind them, the great iron doors closed with a resounding clang. Tell me of this other Daenerys. I know less than I should of the history of my father's kingdom. I never had a maester growing up. Only a brother. It would be my pleasure, your grace, said Quentyn. It was well past midnight before the last of their guests took their leave, and Dany retired to her own apartments to join her lord and king. Hisdar, at least, was happy, if somewhat drunk. I keep my promises, he told her, as Irri and Jiki were robing them for bed. You wished for peace, and it is yours. And you wished for blood, and soon enough I must give it to you, Dany thought, but what she said was, I am grateful. The excitement of the day had inflamed her husband's passions. No sooner had her handmaids retired for the night than he tore the robe from her and tumbled her backwards into bed. Dany slid her arms around him and let him have his way. Drunk as he was, she knew he would not be inside her long. Nor was he. Afterward, he nuzzled at her ear and whispered, Gods grant that we have made a son tonight. The words of Mirri Maz Dur rang in her head. When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, when the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves, when your womb quickens again and you bear a living child, then he will return, and not before. The meaning was plain enough. Khal Drogo was as like to return from the dead as she was to bear a living child. But there are some secrets she could not bring herself to share, even with a husband, so she let Hisdar zo Loraq keep his hopes. Her noble husband was soon fast asleep. Daenerys could only twist and turn beside him. She wanted to shake him, wake him, make him hold her, kiss her, fuck her again. But even if he did, he would fall back to sleep again afterward, leaving her alone in the darkness. She wondered what Dario was doing. Was he restless as well? Was he thinking about her? Did he love her truly? Did he hate her for marrying Hisdar? I should never have taken him into my bed. He was only a sellsword, no fit consort for a queen, and yet— I knew that all along, but I did it anyway.
My queen?
Said a soft voice in the darkness. Dany flinched.
Who is there? Only Miss Ende.
The Nathi scribe moved closer to the bed.
This one heard you crying.
Crying? I was not crying. Why would I cry? I have my peace, I have my king, I have everything a queen might wish for. You had a bad dream, that was all.
As you say, your grace.
She bowed and made to go.
Stay,
said Dany. I do not wish to be alone.
His grace is with you,
Missandei pointed out.
His grace is dreaming, but I cannot sleep. On the morrow I must bathe in blood, the price of peace.
She smiled wanly and patted the bed.
Come, sit.
Talk with me.
If it please you.
Missandei sat down beside her.
What shall we talk of?
Home, said Dany. "Noth. Butterflies and brothers. Tell me of the things that make you happy, the things that make you giggle, all your sweetest memories. Remind me that there is still good in the world." Missandei did her best. She was still talking when Dany finally fell to sleep, to dream queer, half-formed dreams of smoke and fire. The morning came too soon. Theon. Day stole upon them just as Stannis had, unseen. Winterfell had been awake for hours, its battlements and towers crammed with men in wool and mail and leather awaiting an attack that never came. By the time the sky began to lighten, the sound of drums had faded away, though war horns were heard thrice more, each time a little closer. And still the snow fell. "The storm will end today," one of the surviving stable boys was insisting loudly. "Why, it isn't even winter." Theon would have laughed if he had dared. He remembered tales old Nan had told them of storms that raged for 40 days and 40 nights, for a year, for 10 years, storms that buried castles and cities and whole kingdoms under 100 feet of snow. He sat in the back of the great hall, not far from the horses, watching Abel, Rowan, and a mousy brown-haired washerwoman called Squirrel attack slabs of stale brown bread fried in bacon grease. Theon broke his own fast with a tankard of dark ale, cloudy with yeast and thick enough to chew on. A few more tankards, and perhaps Abel's plan might not seem quite so mad. Roose Bolton entered, pale-eyed and yawning, accompanied by his plump and pregnant wife, Fat Walda. Several lords and captains had preceded him, amongst them Horsebane Umber, Aenys Frey, and Roger Ricewell. Farther down the table, Wyman Manderly sat wolfing down sausages and boiled eggs, whilst old Lord Locke beside him spooned gruel into his toothless mouth. Lord Ramsay soon appeared as well, buckling on his sword belt as he made his way to the front of the hall. His mood is foul this morning, Theon could tell. The drums kept him awake all night, he guessed, or someone has displeased him. One wrong word, an ill-considered look, an ill-timed laugh, any of them could provoke his lordship's wrath and cost a man a strip of skin. "Please, my lord, don't look this way." One glance would be all it would take for Ramsay to know everything. "He'll see it written on my face. He'll know. He always knows." Theon turned to Abel. "This will not work." His voice was pitched so low that even the horses could not have overheard. "We will be caught before we leave the castle. Even if we do escape, Lord Ramsay will hunt us down, him and Ben Bones and the girls." "Lord Stannis is outside the walls, and not far by the sound of it. All we need do is reach him." Abel's fingers danced across the strings of his lute. The singer's beard was brown, though his long hair had largely gone to gray. "If the bastard does come after us, he might live long enough to rue it." "Think that," Theon thought. "Believe that. Tell yourself it's true." "Ramsay will use your women as his prey," he told the singer. "He'll hunt them down, rape them, and feed their corpses to his dogs. If they lead him a good chase, he may name his next litter of bitches after them. You he'll flay. Him and Skinner and Damon Dance for me. They will make a game of it. You'll be begging them to kill you." He clutched the singer's arm with a maimed hand. "You swore you would not let me fall into his hands again. I have your word on that." He needed to hear it again. "Abel's word," said Squirrel. "Strong as oak." Abel himself only shrugged. "No matter what, my prince." Up on the dais, Ramsay was arguing with his father. They were too far away for Theon to make out any of the words, but the fear on Fat Walda's round pink face spoke volumes. He did hear Wyman Manderly calling for more sausages and Roger Ricewell's laughter at some jape from one-armed Harwood Stout. Theon wondered if he would ever see the drowned god's watery halls, or if his ghost would linger here at Winterfell.
Dead is dead. Better dead than reek. If Abel's scheme went awry, Ramsay would make their dying long and hard. He will flay me from head to heel this time, and no amount of begging will end the anguish. No pain Theon had ever known came close to the agony that Skinner could evoke with a little flensing blade. Abel would learn that lesson soon enough. And for what? Jane. Her name is Jane, and her eyes are the wrong color. A mummer playing a part. Lord Bolton knows, and Ramsay, but the rest are blind, even this bloody bard with his sly smiles. The jape is on you, Abel, you and your murdering whores. You'll die for the wrong girl. He had come this close to telling them the truth when Rowan had delivered him to Abel in the ruins of the burned tower, but at the last instant he had held his tongue. The singer seemed intent on making off with the daughter of Eddard Stark. If he knew that Lord Ramsay's bride was but a steward's whelp, well. The doors of the great hall opened with a crash. A cold wind came swirling through, and a cloud of ice crystals sparkled blue-white in the air. Through it strode Ser Hostine Frey, caked with snow to the waist, a body in his arms. All along the benches men put down their cups and spoons to turn and gape at the grisly spectacle. The hall grew quiet. Another murder. Snow slid from Ser Hostine's cloaks as he stalked toward the high table, his steps ringing against the floor. A dozen Frey knights and men-at-arms entered behind him. One was a boy Theon knew, Big Walder, the little one, fox-faced and skinny as a stick. His chest and arms and cloak were spattered with blood. The scent of it set the horses to screaming. Dogs slid out from under the tables, sniffing. Men rose from the benches. The body in Ser Hostine's arms sparkled in the torchlight, armored in pink frost. The cold outside had frozen his blood. "My brother Merritt's son!" Hostine Frey lowered the body to the floor before the dais. "Butchered like a hog and shoved beneath a snowbank. A boy!" Little Walder, thought Theon. The big one. He glanced at Rowan. There are 6 of them, he remembered. Any of them could have done this. But the washerwoman felt his eyes. "This was no work of ours," she said. "Be quiet," Abel warned her. Lord Ramsay descended from the dais to the dead boy. His father rose more slowly, pale-eyed, still-faced, solemn. "This was foul work." For once, Roose Bolton's voice was loud enough to carry. "Where was the body found?" "Under that ruined keep, my lord," replied Big Walder. "The one with the old gargoyles." The boy's gloves were caked with his cousin's blood. "I told him not to go out alone, but he said he had to find a man who owed him silver." "What man?" Ramsay demanded. "Give me his name. Point him out to me, boy, and I will make you a cloak of his skin." "He never said, my lord, only that he won the coin at dice." The Frey boy hesitated. "It was some White Harbor men who taught dice. I couldn't say which ones, but it was them." "My lord," boomed Hostine Frey, "we know the man who did this, killed this boy and all the rest. Not by his own hand, no. He is too fat and craven to do his own killing, but by his word." He turned to Wyman Manderly. "Do you deny it?" The Lord of White Harbor bit a sausage in half. "I confess—" He wiped the grease from his lips with his sleeve. "I confess that I know little of this poor boy. Lord Ramsay's squire, was he not? How old was the lad?" 9 on his last name day." "So young," said Wyman Manderly. "Though mayhaps this was a blessing. Had he lived, he would have grown up to be a Frey." Ser Hostine slammed his foot into the tabletop, knocking it off its trestles, back into Lord Wyman's swollen belly. Cups and platters flew, sausages scattered everywhere, and a dozen Manderly men came cursing to their feet. Some grabbed up knives, platters, flagons, anything that might serve as a weapon. Ser Hostine Frey ripped his long sword from its scabbard and leapt toward Wyman Manderly.
The Lord of White Harbor tried to jerk away, but the tabletop pinned him to his chair. The blade slashed through 3 of his 4 chins in a spray of bright red blood. Lady Walda gave a shriek and clutched at her lord husband's arm. "Stop!" Roose Bolton shouted. "Stop this madness!" His own men rushed forward as the Manderleys vaulted over the benches to get at the Freys. One lunged at Ser Hostine with a dagger, but the big knight pivoted and took his arm off at the shoulder. Lord Wyman pushed to his feet, only to collapse. Old Lord Locke was shouting for a maester as Manderley flopped on the floor like a clubbed walrus in a spreading pool of blood. Around him, dogs fought over sausages. It took 20 Dreadfort spearmen to part the combatants and put an end to the carnage. By that time 6 White Harbor men and 2 Freys lay dead upon the floor. A dozen more were wounded, and one of the bastards' boys, Luton, was dying noisily, crying for his mother as he tried to shove a fistful of slimy entrails back through a gaping belly wound. Lord Ramsay silenced him, yanking a spear from one of Steelshanks's men and driving it down through Luton's chest. Even then the rafters still rang with shouts and prayers and curses, the shrieks of terrified horses, and the growls of Ramsay's bitches. Steelshanks Walton had to slam the butt of his spear against the floor a dozen times before the hall quieted enough for Roose Bolton to be heard. "I see you all want blood," the Lord of the Dreadfort said. Maester Rodri stood beside him, a raven on his arm. The bird's black plumage shone like coal oil in the torchlight. Wet, Theon realized, and in his lordship's hand a parchment. That will be wet as well. Dark wings, dark words. "Rather than use our swords upon each other, you might try them on Lord Stannis." Lord Bolton unrolled the parchment. "His host lies not 3 days' ride from here, snowbound and starving, and I for one am tired of waiting on his pleasure. Ser Hostine, assemble your knights and men-at-arms by the main gates. As you are so eager for battle, you shall strike our first blow. Lord Wyman, gather your White Harbor men by the east gate. They shall go forth as well." Hostine Frey's sword was red almost to the hilt. Blood spatters speckled his cheeks like freckles. He lowered his blade and said, "As my lord commands. But after I deliver you the head of Stannis Baratheon, I mean to finish hacking off Lord Lards." 4 White Harbor knights had formed a ring around Lord Wyman, as Maester Medrick labored over him to staunch his bleeding. "First you must needs come through us, sir," said the eldest of them, a hard-faced greybeard whose blood-stained surcoat showed 3 silvery mermaids upon a violet field. "Gladly. One at a time or all at once, it makes no matter." "Enough!" roared Lord Ramsay, brandishing his bloody spear. "Another threat and I'll gut you all myself. My lord father has spoken. Save your wrath for the pretender Stannis." Roose Bolton gave an approving nod. "As he says. There will be time enough to fight each other once we are done with Stannis." He turned his head, his pale cold eyes searching the hall until they found the bard Abel beside Theon. "Singer," he called, "come sing us something soothing." Abel bowed. "If it please your lordship." Lute in hand, he sauntered to the dais, hopping nimbly over a corpse or two, and seated himself cross-legged on the high table. As he began to play, a sad, soft song that Theon Greyjoy did not recognize, Ser Hostine, Ser Aenys, and their fellow Freys turned away to lead their horses from the hall. Rowan grasped Theon's arm. "The bath. It must be now." He wrenched free of her touch. "By day, we will be seen. The snow will hide us. Are you deaf? Bolton is sending forth his swords. We have to reach King Stannis before they do." "But Abel can fend for himself," murmured Squirrel. "This is madness. Hopeless, foolish, doomed." Theon drained the last dregs of his ale and rose reluctantly to his feet. "Find your sisters. It takes a deal of water to fill my lady's tub." Squirrel slipped away, soft-footed as she always was. Rowan walked Theon from the hall. Since she and her sisters had found him in the Godswood, one of them had dogged his every step, never letting him out of sight. They did not trust him. Why should they? I was Reek before and might be Reek again. Reek, it rhymes with sneak. Outside, the snow still fell. The snowmen the squires had built had grown into monstrous giants, 10 feet tall and hideously misshapen. White walls rose to either side as he and Rowan made their way to the godswood. The paths between keep and tower and hall had turned into a maze of icy trenches, shoveled out hourly to keep them clear. It was easy to get lost in that frozen labyrinth, but Theon Greyjoy knew every twist and turning. Even the godswood was turning white. A film of ice had formed upon the pool beneath the heart tree, and the face carved into its pale trunk had grown a mustache of little icicles. At this hour they could not hope to have the old gods to themselves. Rowan pulled Theon away from the Northmen praying before the tree to a secluded spot back by the barracks wall, beside a pool of warm mud that stank of rotten eggs. Even the mud was icing up about the edges, Theon saw. Winter is coming. Rowan gave him a hard look. You have no right to mouth Lord Eddard's words. Not you, not ever. After what you did, you killed a boy as well. That was not us, I told you. Words are wind. They are no better than me. We're just the same. You killed the others, why not him? Yellow Dick stank as bad as you, a pig of a man. And little Walder was a piglet. Killing him brought the Freys and Manderleys to dagger points. That was cunning. You, not us. Rowan grabbed him by the throat and shoved him back against the barracks wall, her face an inch from his. Say it again, and I will rip your lying tongue out, Kinslayer. He smiled through his broken teeth. You won't. You need my tongue to get you past the guards. You need my lies. Rowan spat in his face. Then she let him go and wiped her gloved hands on her legs, as if just touching him had soiled her. Theon knew he should not goad her. In her own way, this one was as dangerous as Skinner or Damon Dance for me. But he was cold and tired, his head was pounding, he had not slept in days. I have done terrible things. Betrayed my own, turned my cloak, ordered the death of men who trusted me, but I am no kinslayer. Stark's boys were never brothers to you, we know. That was true, but it was not what Theon had meant. They were not my blood, but even so, I never harmed them. The 2 we killed were just some miller's sons. Theon did not want to think about their mother. He had known the miller's wife for years, had even bedded her. Big, heavy breasts with wide, dark nipples, a sweet mouth, a merry laugh. Joys that I will never taste again. But there was no use telling Rowan any of that. She would never believe his denials, any more than he believed hers. There is blood on my hands, but not the blood of brothers, he said wearily. And I've been punished. Not enough. Rowan turned her back on him. Foolish woman. He might well be a broken thing, but Theon still wore a dagger. It would have been a simple thing to slide it out and drive it down between her shoulder blades. That much he was still capable of, missing teeth and broken teeth and all. It might even be a kindness, a quicker, cleaner end than the one she and her sisters would face when Ramsay caught them. Reek might have done it, would have done it, in hopes it might please Lord Ramsay. These whores meant to steal Ramsay's bride. Reek could not allow that. But the old gods had known him, had called him Theon. Ironborn, I was Ironborn, Balon Greyjoy's son and rightful heir to Pike. The stumps of his fingers itched and twitched, but he kept his dagger in its sheath. When Squirrel returned, the other 4 were with her, gaunt gray-haired Myrtle, Willow Witch-Eye with her long black braid, Frenya of the thick waist and enormous breasts, Holly with her knife. Clad as serving girls in layers of drab gray rough-spun, they wore brown woolen cloaks lined with white rabbit fur. No swords, Theon saw. No axes, no hammers, no weapons but knives. Holly's cloak was fastened with a silver clasp, and Frenya had a girdle of hempen rope wound about her middle from her hips to breasts. It made her look even more massive than she was. Myrtle had servant's garb for Rowan.
"The yards are crawling with fools," she warned them. "They mean to ride out." "Kneelers," said Willow, with a snort of contempt. "Their lordly lord spoke, they must obey." "They're going to die," chirped Holly, happily. "Them and us," said Theon. "Even if we do get past the guards, how do you mean to get Lady Arya out?" Holly smiled. 6 women go in, 6 come out. Who looks at serving girls? We'll dress the Stark girl up as Squirrel." Theon glanced at Squirrel. "They are almost of a size. It might work." "And how does Squirrel get out?" Squirrel answered for herself. "Out a window, and straight down to the Godswood. I was 12 the first time my brother took me raiding south of your wall. That's where I got my name. My brother said I looked like a squirrel running up a tree. I've done that wall 6 times since, over and back again. I think I can climb down some stone tower." "Happy, Turncloak?" Rowan asked. "Let's be about it." Winterfell's cavernous kitchen occupied a building all its own, set well apart from the castle's main halls and keeps in case of fire. Inside, the smells changed hour by hour, an ever-changing perfume of roast meats, leeks and onions, fresh-baked bread. Roose Bolton had posted guards at the kitchen door. With so many mouths to feed, every scrap of food was precious. Even the cooks and potboys were watched constantly. But the guards knew Reek. They liked to taunt him when he came to fetch hot water for Lady Arya's bath. None of them dared go further than that, though. Reek was known to be Lord Ramsay's pet. "The Prince of Stink is come for some hot water," one guard announced when Theon and his serving girls appeared before him. He pushed the door open for them. "Quick now, before all that sweet warm air escapes." Within, Theon grabbed a passing potboy by the arm. "Hot water for my lady, boy," he commanded. "6 pails full, and see that it's good and hot. Lord Ramsay wants her pink and clean." "Aye, my lord," the boy said. "At once, my lord." At once took longer than Theon would have liked. None of the big kettles was clean, so the potboy had to scrub one out before filling it with water. Then it seemed to take forever to come to a rolling boil, and twice forever to fill 6 wooden pails. All the while Abel's women waited, their faces shadowed by their cowls. They are doing it all wrong. Real serving girls were always teasing the potboys, flirting with the cooks, wheedling a taste of this, a bite of that. Rowan and her scheming sisters did not want to attract notice, but their sullen silence soon had the guards giving them queer looks. "Where's Maisie and Jez and t'other girls?" one asked Theon. "The usual ones." "Lady Arya was displeased with them," he lied. "Her water was cold before it reached the tub last time." The hot water filled the air with clouds of steam, melting the snowflakes as they came drifting down. Back through the maze of ice-walled trenches went the procession. With every sloshing step the water cooled. The passages were clogged with troops, armored knights in woolen surcoats and fur cloaks, men-at-arms with spears across their shoulders, archers carrying unstrung bows and sheaves of arrows, free riders, grooms leading war horses. The Frey men wore the badge of the 2 towers, those from White Harbor displayed merman and trident. They shouldered through the storm in opposite directions, and eyed each other warily as they passed, but no swords were drawn. Not here. It may be different out there in the woods. 6 seasoned Dreadfort men guarded the doors of the great keep. "Another bloody bath," said their sergeant when he saw the pails of steaming water. He had his hands tucked up into his armpits against the cold. "She had a bath last night. How dirty can one woman get in her own bed?" "Dirtier than you know when you share that bed with Ramsay," Theon thought, remembering the wedding night and the things that he and Jane had been made to do. "Lord Ramsay's command." "Get in there, then, before the water freezes," the sergeant said. 2 of the guards pushed open the double doors. The entryway was nigh as cold as the air outside. Holly kicked snow from her boots and lowered the hood of her cloak. "I thought that would be harder." Her breath frosted the air. "There are more guards upstairs at my lord's bedchamber," Theon warned her. "Ramsay's men."
He dare not call them the bastards' boys, not here. You never knew who might be listening. Keep your heads down and your hoods up. Do as he says, Holly, Rowan said. There's some will know your face. We don't need that trouble. Theon led the way up the stairs. I have climbed these steps 1,000 times before. As a boy, he would run up. Descending, he would take the steps 3 at a time, leaping. Once, he leapt right into old Nan and knocked her to the floor. That earned him the worst thrashing he ever had at Winterfell, though it was almost tender compared to the beatings his brothers used to give him back on Pike. He and Robb had fought many a heroic battle on these steps, slashing at one another with wooden swords. Good training, that. It brought home how hard it was to fight your way up a spiral stair against determined opposition. Ser Roderick liked to say that one good man could hold 100 fighting down. That was long ago, though. They were all dead now. Jory, old Ser Roderick, Lord Eddard, Harwin and Hullen, Kyne and Desmond and Fat Tom, Alan with his dreams of knighthood, Micken, who had given him his first real sword, even old Nan, like as not. And Robb. Robb, who had been more a brother to Theon than any son born of Balon Greyjoy's loins. Murdered at the Red Wedding, butchered by the Freys. I should have been with him. Where was I? I should have died with him. Theon stopped so suddenly that Willow almost plowed into his back. The door to Ramsay's bedchamber was before him, and guarding it were 2 of the bastards' boys, Sour Allen and Grunt. The old gods must wish us well. Grunt had no tongue, and Sour Allen had no wits, Lord Ramsay liked to say. One was brutal, the other mean, but both had spent most of their lives in service at the Dreadfort. They did as they were told. I have hot water for the Lady Arya, Theon told them. Try a wash yourself, Reek, said Sour Allen. You smell like horse piss. Grunt grunted in agreement. Or perhaps that noise was meant to be a laugh. But Allen unlocked the door to the bedchamber, and Theon waved the women through. No day had dawned inside this room. Shadows covered all. One last log cracked feebly amongst the dying embers in the hearth, and a candle flickered on the table beside a rumpled, empty bed. The girl is gone, Theon thought. She has thrown herself out a window in despair. But the windows here were shuttered against the storm, sealed up by crusts of blown snow and frost. Where is she? Holly asked. Her sisters emptied their pails into the big round wooden tub. Frenya shut the chamber door and put her back against it. Where is she? Holly said again. Outside a horn was blowing. A trumpet. The Freys, assembling for battle. Theon could feel an itching in his missing fingers. Then he saw her. She was huddled in the darkest corner of the bedchamber, on the floor, curled up in a ball beneath a pile of wolfskins. Theon might never have spotted her but for the way she trembled. Jane had pulled the furs up over herself to hide. From us? Or was she expecting her lord husband? The thought that Ramsay might be coming made him want to scream. My lady. Theon could not bring himself to call her Arya and dare not call her Jane. No need to hide. These are friends. The furs stirred. An eye peered out, shining with tears. Dark, too dark, a brown eye. Theon? Lady Arya. Rowan moved closer. You must come with us, and quickly. We've come to take you to your brother. Brother? The girl's face emerged from underneath the wolfskins. I have no brothers. She has forgotten who she is. She has forgotten her name. That's so, said Theon. But you had brothers once. 3 of them. Robb and Bran and Rickon. They're dead. I have no brothers now. You have a half-brother, Rowan said. Lord Crow he is. Jon Snow? We'll take you to him, but you must come at once. Jane pulled her wolfskins up to her chin. No. This is some trick. It's him. It's my lord, my sweet lord. He sent you.
This is just some test to make sure that I love him. I do, I love him more than anything.
A tear ran down her cheek.
Tell him, you tell him. I'll do what he wants, whatever he wants, with him or with the dog, or... Please. He doesn't need to cut my feet off. I won't try to run away, not ever. I'll give him sons. I swear it. I swear it.
Rowan whistled softly. Gods curse the man.
I'm a good girl, Jane whimpered. They trained me.
Willow scowled. Someone stop her crying. That guard was mute, not deaf. They're going to hear. Get her up, Turncloak. Holly had her knife in hand. Get her up, or I will. We have to go. Get the little cunt up on her feet and shake some courage into her. And if she screams, said Rowan. We are all dead, Theon thought. I told them this was folly, but none of them would listen. Abel had doomed them. All singers were half mad. In songs, the hero always saved the maiden from the monster's castle, but life was not a song, no more than Jane was Arya Stark. Her eyes are the wrong color, and there are no heroes here, only whores. Even so, he knelt beside her, pulled down the furs, touched her cheek. You know me. I'm Theon, you remember. I know you too. I know your name.
My name?
She shook her head.
My name... It's...
He put a finger to her lips. We can talk about that later. You need to be quiet now. Come with us. With me. We will take you away from here. Away from him. Her eyes widened.
Please,
she whispered.
Oh, please.
Theon slipped his hand through hers. The stumps of his lost fingers tingled as he drew the girl to her feet. The wolfskins fell away from her. Underneath them she was naked, her small pale breasts covered with teeth marks. He heard one of the women suck in her breath. Rowan thrust a bundle of clothes into his hands. Get her dressed. It's cold outside. Squirrel had stripped down to her small clothes and was rooting through a carved cedar chest in search of something warmer. In the end, she settled for one of Lord Ramsay's quilted doublets and a well-worn pair of breeches that flapped about her legs like a ship's sails in a storm. With Rowan's help, Theon got Jane Poole into Squirrel's clothes. If the gods are good and the guards are blind, she may pass. Now we are going out and down the steps, Theon told the girl. Keep your head down and your hood up. Follow Holly. Don't run, don't cry, don't speak. Don't look anyone in the eye.
Stay close to me, Jane said. Don't leave me.
I will be right beside you, Theon promised, as Squirrel slipped into Lady Arya's bed and pulled the blanket up. Frenya opened the bedchamber door. You give her a good wash, Reek? Asked Sour Allen as they emerged. Grunt gave Willow's breast a squeeze as she went by. They were fortunate in his choice. If the man had touched Jane, she might have screamed. Then Holly would have opened his throat for him with the knife hidden up her sleeve. Willow simply twisted away and past him. For a moment, Theon felt almost giddy. They never looked. They never saw. We walked the girl right by them. But on the steps the fear returned. What if they met Skinner or Damon Dance for me or Steel Shanks Walton? Or Ramsay himself? God save me, not Ramsay, anyone but him. What use was it to smuggle the girl out of her bedchamber? They were still inside the castle, with every gate closed and barred and the battlements thick with sentries. Like as not, the guards outside the keep would stop them. Holly and her knife would be of small use against 6 men in mail with swords and spears. But the guards outside were huddled by the doors, backs turned against the icy wind and blown snow. Even the sergeant did not spare them more than a quick glance. Theon felt a stab of pity for him and his men. Ramsay would flay them all when he learned his bride was gone, and what he would do to Grunt and Sour Allen did not bear thinking about. Not 10 yards from the door, Rowan dropped her empty pail, and her sisters did likewise. The great keep was already lost to sight behind them. The yard was a white wilderness,
full of half-heard sounds that echoed strangely amidst the storm. The icy trenches rose around them, knee-high, then waist-high, then higher than their heads. They were in the heart of Winterfell with the castle all around them, but no sign of it could be seen. They might have easily been lost amidst the land of always winter, 1,000 leagues beyond the wall.
"It's cold,"
Jane Poole whimpered as she stumbled along at Theon's side. And soon to be colder. Beyond the castle walls, winter was waiting with its icy teeth. If we get that far. "This way," he said when they came to a junction where 3 trenches crossed.
"Frenya, Holly, go with them," Rowan said.
"We will be along with Abel. Do not wait for us." And with that, she whirled and plunged into the snow toward the great hall. Willow and Myrtle hurried after her, cloaks snapping in the wind. Madder and madder, thought Theon Greyjoy. Escape had seemed unlikely with all 6 of Abel's women. With only 2 it seemed impossible. But they had gone too far to return the girl to her bedchamber and pretend none of this had ever happened. Instead, he took Jane by the arm and drew her down the pathway to the battlement's gate. Only a half-gate, he reminded himself. Even if the guards let us pass, there is no way through the outer wall. On other nights, the guards had allowed Theon through, but all those times he'd come alone. He would not pass so easily with 3 serving girls in tow, and if the guards looked beneath Jane's hood and recognized Lord Ramsay's bride... The passage twisted to the left. There before them, behind a veil of falling snow, yawned the battlement's gate, flanked by a pair of guards. In their wool and fur and leather, they looked as big as bears. The spears they held were 8 feet tall. "Who goes there?" one called out. Theon did not recognize the voice. Most of the man's features were covered by the scarf about his face. Only his eyes could be seen. "Reek, is that you?" Yes, he meant to say. Instead, he heard himself reply, "Theon Greyjoy, I have brought some women for you."
"You poor boys must be freezing," said Holly. "Here, let me warm you up."
She slipped past the guard's spear point and reached up to his face, pulling loose the half-frozen scarf to plant a kiss upon his mouth. And as their lips touched, her blade slid through the meat of his neck just below the ear. Theon saw the man's eyes widen. There was blood on Holly's lips as she stepped back, and blood dribbling from his mouth as he fell. The second guard was still gaping in confusion when Frenya grabbed the shaft of his spear. They struggled for a moment, tugging, till the woman wrenched the weapon from his fingers and clouted him across the temple with its butt. As he stumbled backwards, she spun the spear around and drove its point through his belly with a grunt. Jane Poole let out a shrill, high scream. "Oh, bloody shit," said Holly. "That will bring the kneelers down on us, and no mistake. Run!" Theon clapped one hand around Jane's mouth, grabbed her about the waist with the other, and pulled her past the dead and dying guards, through the gate, and over the frozen moat. And perhaps the old gods were still watching over them. The drawbridge had been left down, to allow Winterfell's defenders to cross to and from the outer battlements more quickly. From behind them came alarums and the sounds of running feet, then the blast of a trumpet from the ramparts of the inner wall. On the drawbridge, Frenya stopped and turned. "Go on. I will hold the kneelers here." The bloody spear was still clutched in her big hands. Theon was staggering by the time he reached the foot of the stair. He slung the girl over his shoulder and began to climb. Jane had ceased to struggle by then, and she was such a little thing besides. But the steps were slick with ice beneath soft powdery snow, and halfway up he lost his footing and went down hard on one knee. The pain was so bad he almost lost the girl, and for half a heartbeat he feared this was as far as he would go. But Holly pulled him back onto his feet, and between the 2 of them they finally got Jane up to the battlements. As he leaned up against a merlin, breathing hard, Theon could hear the shouting from below, where Frenya was fighting 6 guardsmen in the snow. "Which way?" he shouted at Holly. "Where do we go now? How do we get out?" The fury on Holly's face turned to horror. "Oh, fuck me bloody! The rope!" She gave a hysterical laugh. "Frenya has the rope!" Then she grunted and grabbed her stomach. A quarrel had sprouted from her gut. When she wrapped a hand around it, blood leaked through her fingers.
"Kneeler's on the inner wall,"
she gasped, before a second shaft appeared between her breasts. Holly grabbed for the nearest Merlin and fell. The snow that she'd knocked loose buried her with a soft thump. Shouts rang out from their left. Jane Poole was staring down at Holly as the snowy blanket over her turned from white to red. On the inner wall, the crossbowmen would be reloading, Theon knew. He started right, but there were men coming from that direction too, racing toward them with swords in hand. Far off to the north, he heard a war horn sound. Stannis, he thought wildly. Stannis is our only hope if we can reach him. The wind was howling, and he and the girl were trapped. The crossbow snapped. A bolt passed within a foot of him, shattering the crust of frozen snow that had plugged the closest crenel. Of Abel, Rowan, Squirrel, and the others there was no sign. He and the girl were alone. If they take us alive, they will deliver us to Ramsay. Theon grabbed Jane about the waist and jumped. Daenerys. The sky was a merciless blue, without a wisp of cloud in sight. The bricks will soon be baking in the sun, thought Dany. Down on the sands, the fighters will feel the heat through the soles of their sandals. Jiki slipped Dany's silk robe from her shoulders, and Irri helped her into her bathing pool. The light of the rising sun shimmered on the water, broken by the shadow of the persimmon tree.
"Even if the pits must open, must your grace go yourself?" asked Missandei as she was washing the queen's hair. "Half of Meereen will be there to see me, gentle heart." "Your grace," said Missandei, "this one begs leave to say that half of Meereen will be there to watch men bleed and die." She is not wrong, the queen knew, but it makes no matter. Soon Dany was as clean as she was ever going to be. She pushed herself to her feet, splashing softly. Water ran down her legs and beaded on her breasts. The sun was climbing up the sky, and her people would soon be gathering. She would rather have drifted in the fragrant pool all day, eating iced fruit off silver trays and dreaming of a house with a red door, but a queen belongs to her people, not to herself. Jiki brought a soft towel to pat her dry. "Khaleesi, which tokar will you want today?" asked Irri. "The yellow silk." The Queen of the Rabbits could not be seen without her floppy ears. The yellow silk was light and cool, and it would be blistering down in the pit. The red sands will burn the souls of those about to die. And over it the long red veils. The veils would keep the wind from blowing sand into her mouth, and the red will hide any blood spatters. As Jiki brushed Dany's hair and Irri painted the queen's nails, they chattered happily about the day's matches. Missandei re-emerged. "Your Grace, the king bids you join him when you are dressed, and Prince Quentyn has come with his Dornish men. They beg a word if that should please you." "Little about this day shall please me. Some other day." At the base of the Great Pyramid, Ser Barristan awaited them beside an ornate open palanquin, surrounded by brazen beasts. Ser Grandfather, Dany thought. Despite his age, he looked tall and handsome in the armor that she'd given him. "I would be happier if you had unsullied guards about you today, Your Grace," the old knight said, as Hisdar went to greet his cousin. "Half of these brazen beasts are untried freedmen." "And the other half are Meereenese of doubtful loyalty," he left unsaid. Selmy mistrusted all the Meereenese, even shave-pates. "And untried they shall remain unless we try them." "A mask can hide many things, Your Grace. Is the man behind the owl mask the same owl who guarded you yesterday and the day before? How can we know?" "How should Meereen ever come to trust the brazen beasts if I do not? There are good brave men beneath those masks. I put my life into their hands." Dany smiled for him. "You fret too much, sir. I will have you beside me. What other protection do I need?" "I am one old man, Your Grace." "Strong Belwas will be with me as well."
As you say. Ser Barristan lowered his voice. Your Grace, we set the woman Maris free, as you commanded. Before she went, she asked to speak with you. I met with her instead. She claims this tattered prince meant to bring the wind-blown over to your cause from the beginning, that he sent her here to treat with you secretly, but the Dornishmen unmasked them and betrayed them before she could make her own approach. Treachery on treachery, the Queen thought wearily. Is there no end to it? How much of this do you believe, sir? Little and less, your Grace, but those were her words. Will they come over to us if need be? She says they will, but for a price. Pay it. Meereen needed iron, not gold. The tattered prince will want more than coin, your Grace. Maris says that he wants Pentos. Pentos? Her eyes narrowed. How can I give him Pentos? It is half a world away. He would be willing to wait, the woman Maris suggested, until we march for Westeros. And if I never march for Westeros? Pentos belongs to the Pentoshi, and Magister Illyrio is in Pentos. He who arranged my marriage to Khal Drogo and gave me my dragon eggs. Who sent me you, and Belwas, and Groleo. I owe him much and more. I will not repay that debt by giving his city to some sellsword, no. Ser Barristan inclined his head. Your Grace is wise. Have you ever seen such an auspicious day, my love? Isdar Zolorak commented when she rejoined him. He helped Dany up onto the palanquin, where two tall thrones stood side by side. Auspicious for you, perhaps. Less so for those who must die before the sun goes down. All men must die, said Hisdar, but not all can die in glory, with the cheers of the city ringing in their ears. He lifted a hand to the soldiers on the doors. Open. The plaza that fronted on her pyramid was paved with bricks of many colors, and the heat rose from them in shimmering waves. People swarmed everywhere. Some rode litters or sedan chairs, some forked donkeys, many were afoot. 9 of every 10 were moving westward, down the broad brick thoroughfare to Daznak's pit. When they caught sight of the palanquin emerging from the pyramid, a cheer went up from those nearest and spread across the plaza. How queer, the Queen thought. They cheer me on the same plaza where I once impaled 163 great masters. A great drum led the royal procession to clear their way through the streets. Between each beat, a shave-paid herald in a shirt of polished copper discs cried for the crowd to part. Bom! They come! Bom! Make way! Bom! The Queen! Bom! The King! Bom! Behind the drum marched brazen beasts 4 abreast. Some carried cudgels, others staves. All wore pleated skirts, leathern sandals, and patchwork cloaks sewn from squares of many colors to echo the many-colored bricks of Meereen. Their masks gleamed in the sun, boars and bulls, hawks and herons, lions and tigers and bears, fork-tongued serpents and hideous basilisks. Strong Belwas, who had no love for horses, walked in front of them in his studded vest, his scarred brown belly jiggling with every step. Irri and Jiki followed a horse, with Aggo and Rakaro, then Reznak in an ornate sedan chair with an awning to keep the sun off his head. Ser Barristan Selmy rode at Dany's side, his armor flashing in the sun. A long cloak flowed from his shoulders, bleached as white as bone. On his left arm was a large white shield. A little farther back was Quentyn Martell, the Dornish prince, with his 2 companions. The column crept slowly down the long brick street. Bom! They come! Bom! Our Queen, our King! Bom! Make way! Dany could hear her handmaids arguing behind her, debating who was going to win the day's final match. Jiki favored the gigantic Gogor, who looked more bull than man, even to the bronze ring in his nose. Irri insisted that Bellaquo Bonebreaker's flail would prove the giant's undoing. My handmaids are Dothraki, she told herself. Death rides with every Khalasar.
The day she wed Khal Drogo, the arrax had flashed at her wedding feast, and men had died whilst others drank and mated. Life and death went hand in hand amongst the horse lords, and a sprinkling of blood was thought to bless a marriage. Her new marriage would soon be drenched in blood. How blessed it would be. Bom, 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 came the drumbeats, faster than before, suddenly angry and impatient. Ser Barristan drew his sword as the column ground to an abrupt halt between the pink and white pyramid of Pal and the green and black of Nakan. Dany turned. "Why are we stopped?" Hisdar stood. "The way is blocked." A palanquin lay overturned athwart their way. One of its bearers had collapsed to the bricks, overcome by heat. "Help that man," Dany commanded. "Get him off the street before he's stepped on and give him food and water. He looks as though he has not eaten in a fortnight." Ser Barristan glanced uneasily to left and right. Giscari faces were visible on the terraces, looking down with cool and unsympathetic eyes. "Your Grace, I do not like this halt. This may be some trap. The sons of the Harpy have been tamed," declared Hisdar zo Loraq. "Why should they seek to harm my queen when she has taken me for her king and consort? Now help that man, as my sweet queen has commanded." He took Dany by the hand and smiled. The brazen beasts did as they were bid. Dany watched them at their work. "Those bearers were slaves before I came. I made them free. Yet that palanquin is no lighter." "True," said Hisdar, "but those men are paid to bear its weight now. Before you came, that man who fell would have an overseer standing over him, stripping the skin off his back with a whip. Instead, he is being given aid." It was true. A brazen beast in a boar mask had offered the litter-bearer a skin of water. "I suppose I must be thankful for small victories," the Queen said. "One step, then the next, and soon we shall be running. Together we shall make a new Meereen." The street ahead had finally cleared. "Shall we continue on?" What could she do but nod? One step, then the next. But where is it I'm going? At the gates of Daznak's pit, two towering bronze warriors stood locked in mortal combat. One wielded a sword, the other an axe. The sculptor had depicted them in the act of killing one another, their blades and bodies forming an archway overhead. The mortal art, thought Dany. She had seen the fighting pits many times from her terrace. The small ones dotted the face of Meereen like pockmarks. The larger were weeping sores, red and raw. None compared to this one, though. Strong Belwas and Ser Barristan fell in to either side as she and her lord husband passed beneath the bronzes, to emerge at the top of a great brick bowl ringed by descending tiers of benches, each a different color. Hisdar zo Loraq led her down, through black, purple, blue, green, white, yellow, and orange, to the red, where the scarlet bricks took the color of the sands below. Around them, peddlers were selling dog sausages, roast onions, and unborn puppies on a stick, but Dany had no need of such. Hisdar had stocked their box with flagons of chilled wine and sweet water, with figs, dates, melons, and pomegranates, with pecans and peppers, and a big bowl of honeyed locusts. Strong Belwas bellowed, "Locusts!" as he seized the bowl and began to crunch them by the handful. "Those are very tasty," advised Hisdar. "You ought to try a few yourself, my love. They are rolled in spice before the honey, so they are sweet and hot at once." "That explains the way Belwas is sweating," Dany said. "I believe I will content myself with figs and dates." Across the pit, the Graces sat in flowing robes of many colors, clustered around the austere figure of Galaza Galer, who alone amongst them wore the green. The great masters of Meereen occupied the red and orange benches. The women were veiled, and the men had brushed and lacquered their hair into horns and hands and spikes. Hisdar's kin of the ancient line of Loraq seemed to favor tokars of purple and indigo and lilac, whilst those of Pal were striped in pink and white. The envoys from Yunkai were all in yellow and filled the box beside the kings, each of them with his slaves and servants. Meereenese of lesser birth crowded the upper tiers, more distant from the carnage. The black and purple benches, highest and most distant from the sand, were crowded with freedmen and other common folk. The sellswords had been placed up there as well, Daenerys saw, their captains seated right amongst the common soldiers. She spied Brown Ben's weathered face and Bloodbeard's fiery red whiskers and long braids. Her lord husband stood and raised his hands. "Great masters, my queen has come this day to show her love for you, her people. By her grace and with her leave, I give you now your mortal art. Meereen, let Queen Daenerys hear your love." 10,000 throats roared out their thanks, then 20,000, then all. They did not call her name, which few of them could pronounce. "Mother," they cried instead. In the old dead tongue of Gis, the word was Maisa. They stamped their feet and slapped their bellies and shouted, "Maisa! Maisa! Maisa!" until the whole pit seemed to tremble. Dany let the sound wash over her. "I am not your mother," she might have shouted back. "I am the mother of your slaves, of every boy who ever died upon these sands whilst you gorged on honeyed locusts." Behind her, Resnack leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Magnificence, hear how they love you!" No, she knew, they loved their mortal art. When the cheers began to ebb, she allowed herself to sit. Their box was in the shade, but her head was pounding. "Jiki," she called. "Sweet water, if you would. My throat is very dry." "Kraz will have the honor of the day's first kill," Hisdar told her. "There has never been a better fighter." "Strong Belwas was better," insisted Strong Belwas. Kraz was Meereenese, of humble birth, a tall man with a brush of stiff red-black hair running down the center of his head. His foe was an ebon-skinned spearman from the Summer Isles, whose thrusts kept Kraz at bay for a time, but once he slipped inside the spear with his short sword, only butchery remained. After it was done, Kraz cut the heart from the black man, raised it above his head red and dripping, and took a bite from it. "Kraz believes the hearts of brave men make him stronger," said Hisdar. Jiki murmured her approval. Dany had once eaten a stallion's heart to give strength to her unborn son, but that had not saved Rhaego when the Magi murdered him in her womb. 3 treasons shall you know. She was the first, Jorah was the second, Brown Ben Plum the third. Was she done with betrayals? "Ah," said Hisdar, pleased. "Now comes the spotted cat. See how he moves, my queen, a poem on 2 feet." The foe Hisdar had found for the walking poem was as tall as Gogor and as broad as Belwas, but slow. They were fighting 6 feet from Dany's box when the spotted cat hamstrung him. As the man stumbled to his knees, the cat put a foot on his back and a hand around his head and opened his throat from ear to ear. The red sands drank his blood, the wind his final words. The crowd screamed its approval. "Bad fighting, good dying," said Strong Belwas. "Strong Belwas hates it when they scream." He had finished all the honeyed locusts. He gave a belch and took a swig of wine. Pale Carthene, black Summer Islanders, copper-skinned Dothraki, Tyroshi with blue beards, lamb men, Jogos Nhai, sullen Bravosi, brindle-skinned half-men from the jungles of Sothoros. From the ends of the world they came to die in Daznak's pit. "This one shows much promise, my sweet," Hisdar said of a Lysine youth with long blonde hair that fluttered in the wind. But his foe grabbed a handful of that hair, pulled the boy off balance, and gutted him. In death he looked even younger than he had with blade in hand. "A boy," said Dany. "He was only a boy." 6 and 10, Hisdar insisted. "A man grown who freely chose to risk his life for gold and glory. No children die today in Daznax, as my gentle queen in her wisdom has decreed." Another small victory. Perhaps I cannot make my people good, she told herself, but I should at least try to make them a little less bad. Daenerys would have prohibited contests between women as well, but Barcina Blackhair protested that she had as much right to risk her life as any man. The queen had also wished to forbid the follies, comic combats where cripples, dwarfs, and crones had at one another with cleavers, torches, and hammers. The more inept the fighters, the funnier the folly, it was thought. But Hisdar said his people would love her more if she laughed with them, and argued that without such frolics, the cripples, dwarfs, and crones would starve. So Dany had relented. It had been the custom to sentence criminals to the pits. That practice she agreed might resume, but only for certain crimes. Murderers and rapers may be forced to fight, and all those who persist in slaving, but not thieves or debtors. Beasts were still allowed, though. Dany watched an elephant make short work of a pack of 6 red wolves. Next, a bull was set against a bear in a bloody battle that left both animals torn and dying. "The flesh is not wasted," said Hisdar. "The butchers use the carcasses to make a healthful stew for the hungry. Any man who presents himself at the gates of fate may have a bowl." "A good law," Dany said. "You have so few of them." "We must make certain that this tradition is continued." After the beast fights came a mock battle, pitting 6 men on foot against 6 horsemen, the former armed with shields and long swords, the latter with Dothraki araks. The mock knights were clad in mail hauberks, whilst the mock Dothraki wore no armor. At first the riders seemed to have the advantage, riding down 2 of their foes and slashing the ear from a third, but then the surviving knights began to attack the horses, and one by one the riders were unmounted and slain, to Jiki's great disgust. "That was no true Khalasar," she said. "These carcasses are not destined for your healthful stew, I would hope," Dany said, as the slain were being removed. "The horses, yes," said Hisdar. "The men, no." "Horse meat and onions makes you strong," said Belwas. The battle was followed by the day's first folly, a tilt between a pair of jousting dwarfs, presented by one of the Yunkish lords that Hisdar had invited to the games. One rode a hound, the other a sow. Their wooden armor had been freshly painted, so one bore the stag of the usurper Robert Baratheon, the other the golden lion of House Lannister. That was for her sake, plainly. Their antics soon had Belwas snorting laughter, though Dany's smile was faint and forced. When the dwarf in red tumbled from the saddle and began to chase his sow across the sands, whilst the dwarf on the dog galloped after him, whapping at his buttocks with a wooden sword, she said, "This is sweet and silly, but be patient, my sweet," said Hisdar. "They are about to loose the lions." Daenerys gave him a quizzical look. "Lions?" "3 of them. The dwarfs will not expect them." She frowned. "The dwarfs have wooden swords, wooden armor. How do you expect them to fight lions?" "Badly," said Hisdar, "though perhaps they will surprise us. More like they will shriek and run about and try to climb out of the pit. That is what makes this a folly." Dany was not pleased. "I forbid it." "Gentle queen, you do not want to disappoint your people." "You swore to me that the fighters would be grown men who had freely consented to risk their lives for gold and honor. These dwarfs did not consent to battle lions with wooden swords. You will stop it, now." The king's mouth tightened. For a heartbeat, Dany thought she saw a flash of anger in those placid eyes. "As you command." Hisdar beckoned to his pitmaster. "No lions," he said when the man trotted over, whip in hand. "Not one, magnificence? Where is the fun in that?" "My queen has spoken. The dwarfs will not be harmed." "The crowd will not like it." "Then bring on Barsina. That should appease them." "Your worship knows best." The pitmaster snapped his whip and shouted out commands. The dwarfs were herded off, pig and dog and all, as the spectators hissed their disapproval and pelted them with stones and rotten fruit. A roar went up as Barsina Blackhair strode onto the sands, naked save for breechclout and sandals. A tall, dark woman of some 30 years, she moved with the feral grace of a panther. "Barsina is much loved," Hisdar said, as the sound swelled to fill the pit. "The bravest woman I have ever seen." Strong Belwas said, "Fighting girls is not so brave. Fighting strong Belwas would be brave." "Today she fights a boar," said Hisdar. "Aye," thought Dany,
because you could not find a woman to face her, no matter how plump the purse. And not with a wooden sword, it would seem. The boar was a huge beast, with tusks as long as a man's forearm and small eyes that swam with rage. She wondered whether the boar that had killed Robert Baratheon had looked as fierce. A terrible creature and a terrible death. For a heartbeat, she felt almost sorry for the usurper.
"Barsina is very quick," Resnack said. "She will dance with the boar magnificence and slice him when he passes near her. He will be awash in blood before he falls, you shall see."
It began just as he said. The boar charged, Barsina spun aside, her blade flashed silver in the sun.
"She needs a spear," Ser Barristan said, as Barsina vaulted over the beast's second charge. "That is no way to fight a boar."
He sounded like someone's fussy old grandsire, just as Daario was always saying. Barsina's blade was running red, but the boar soon stopped. He is smarter than a bull, Dany realized. He will not charge again. Barsina came to the same realization. Shouting, she edged closer to the boar, tossing her knife from hand to hand. When the beast backed away, she cursed and slashed at his snout, trying to provoke him, and succeeding. This time her leap came an instant too late, and a tusk ripped her left leg open from knee to crotch. A moan went up from 30,000 throats. Clutching at her torn leg, Barsina dropped her knife and tried to hobble off, but before she had gone 2 feet, the boar was on her once again. Dany turned her face away.
"Was that brave enough?" she asked Strong Belwas, as a scream rang out across the sand.
"Fighting pigs is brave, but it is not brave to scream so loud. It hurts Strong Belwas in the ears."
The eunuch rubbed his swollen stomach, crisscrossed with old white scars.
"It makes Strong Belwas sick in his belly, too."
The boar buried his snout in Barsina's belly and began rooting out her entrails. The smell was more than the queen could stand. The heat, the flies, the shouts from the crowd. I cannot breathe. She lifted her veil and let it flutter away. She took her tokar off as well. The pearls rattled softly against one another as she unwound the silk.
"Khaleesi?" Irri asked. "What are you doing?"
"Taking off my floppy ears." A dozen men with boar spears came trotting out onto the sand to drive the boar away from the corpse and back to his pen. The pitmaster was with them, a long barbed whip in his hand. As he snapped it at the boar, the queen rose.
"Ser Barristan, will you see me safely back to my garden?"
Hisdar looked confused.
"There is more to come. A folly, 6 old women, and 3 more matches. Be'lakor and Gogor." "Be'lakor will win," Irri declared. "It is known." "It is not known," Jiki said. "Be'lakor will die." "One will die or the other will," said Dany. "And the one who lives will die some other day. This was a mistake."
"Strong Belwas ate too many locusts."
There was a queasy look on Belwas's broad brown face.
"Strong Belwas needs milk."
Hisdar ignored the eunuch.
"Magnificence, the people of Meereen have come to celebrate our union. You heard them cheering you. Do not cast away their love."
"It was my floppy ears they cheered, not me. Take me from this abattoir, husband."
She could hear the boar snorting, the shouts of the spearmen, the crack of the pitmaster's whip.
"Sweet lady, no. Stay only a while longer, for the folly, and one last match. Close your eyes, no one will see. They will be watching Be'lakor and Gogor. This is no time for—"
A shadow rippled across his face. The tumult and the shouting died. 10,000 voices stilled. Every eye turned skyward. A warm wind brushed Dany's cheeks, and above the beating of her heart she heard the sound of wings. 2 spearmen dashed for shelter. The pitmaster froze where he stood. The boar went snuffling back to Barsina. Strong Belwas gave a moan, stumbled from his seat, and fell to his knees. Above them all the dragon turned, dark against the sun. His scales were black, his eyes and horns and spinal plates blood-red. Ever the largest of her 3, in the wild Drogon had grown larger still. His wings stretched 20 feet from tip to tip, black as jet. He flapped them once as he swept back above the sands,
and the sound was like a clap of thunder. The boar raised his head, snorting, and flame engulfed him, black fire shot with red. Dany felt the wash of heat 30 feet away. The beast's dying scream sounded almost human. Drogon landed on the carcass and sank his claws into the smoking flesh. As he began to feed, he made no distinction between Barcina and the boar.
"Oh, gods!" moaned Resnack. "He's eating her!"
The seneschal covered his mouth. Strong Belwas was retching noisily. A queer look passed across Hizdahr zo Loraq's long, pale face, part fear, part lust, part rapture. He licked his lips. Dany could see the Pauls streaming up the steps, clutching their tokars and tripping over the fringes in their haste to be away. Others followed. Some ran, shoving at one another. More stayed in their seats. One man took it on himself to be a hero. He was one of the spearmen sent out to drive the boar back to his pen. Perhaps he was drunk or mad. Perhaps he had loved Barcina Blackhair from afar or had heard some whisper of the girl Hazia. Perhaps he was just some common man who wanted bards to sing of him. He darted forward, his boar spear in his hands. Red sand kicked up beneath his heels, and shouts rang out from the seats. Drogon raised his head, blood dripping from his teeth. The hero leapt onto his back and drove the iron spear point down at the base of the dragon's long scaled neck. Dany and Drogon screamed as one. The hero leaned into his spear, using his weight to twist the point in deeper. Drogon arched upward with a hiss of pain. His tail lashed sideways. She watched his head crane around at the end of that long serpentine neck, saw his black wings unfold. The dragon slayer lost his footing and went tumbling to the sand. He was trying to struggle back to his feet when the dragon's teeth closed hard around his forearm. "No!" was all the man had time to shout. Drogon wrenched his arm from his shoulder and tossed it aside as a dog might toss a rodent in a rat pit. "Kill it!" Hizdahr zo Loraq shouted to the other spearmen. "Kill the beast!" Ser Barristan held her tightly. "Look away, Your Grace." "Let me go!" Dany twisted from his grasp. The world seemed to slow as she cleared the parapet. When she landed in the pit, she lost a sandal. Running, she could feel the sand between her toes, hot and rough. Ser Barristan was calling after her. Strong Belwas was still vomiting. She ran faster. The spearmen were running too. Some were rushing toward the dragon, spears in hand. Others were rushing away, throwing down their weapons as they fled. The hero was jerking on the sand, the bright blood pouring from the ragged stump of his shoulder. His spear remained in Drogon's back, wobbling as the dragon beat his wings. Smoke rose from the wound. As the other spears closed in, the dragon spat fire, bathing two men in black flame. His tail lashed sideways and caught the pitmaster creeping up behind him, breaking him in two. Another attacker stabbed at his eyes until the dragon caught him in his jaws and tore his belly out. The Myrinese were screaming, cursing, howling. Dany could hear someone pounding after her. "Drogon!" she screamed. "Drogon!" His head turned. Smoke rose between his teeth. His blood was smoking too, where it dripped upon the ground. He beat his wings again, sending up a choking storm of scarlet sand. Dany stumbled into the hot red cloud, coughing. He snapped. "No," was all that she had time to say. "No, not me. Don't you know me?" The black teeth closed inches from her face. "He meant to tear my head off." The sand was in her eyes. She stumbled over the pitmaster's corpse and fell on her backside. Drogon roared. The sound filled the pit. A furnace wind engulfed her. The dragon's long-scaled neck stretched toward her. When his mouth opened, she could see bits of broken bone and charred flesh between his black teeth. His eyes were molten. "I am looking into hell, but I dare not look away." She had never been so certain of anything. "If I run from him, he will burn me and devour me." In Westeros, the Septons spoke of 7 hells and 7 heavens, but the 7 kingdoms and their gods were far away. If she died here, Dany wondered, would the horse god of the Dothraki part the grass and claim her for his starry Khalasar, so she might ride the nightlands beside her sun and stars?
Or would the angry gods of Gis send their harpies to seize her soul and drag her down to torment? Drogon roared full in her face, his breath hot enough to blister skin. Off to her right, Dany heard Barristan Selmy shouting, "Me! Try me! Over here! Me!" In the smoldering red pits of Drogon's eyes, Dany saw her own reflection. How small she looked, how weak and frail and scared. "I cannot let him see my fear." She scrabbled in the sand, pushing against the pitmaster's corpse, and her fingers brushed against the handle of his whip. Touching it made her feel braver. The leather was warm, alive. Drogon roared again, the sound so loud that she almost dropped the whip. His teeth snapped at her. Dany hit him. "No!" she screamed, swinging the lash with all the strength that she had in her. The dragon jerked his head back. "No!" she screamed again. "No!" The barbs raked along his snout. Drogon rose, his wings covering her in shadow. Dany swung the lash at his scaled belly, back and forth until her arm began to ache. His long serpentine neck bent like an archer's bow. With a hiss, he spat black fire down at her. Dany darted underneath the flames, swinging the whip and shouting, "No, no, no! Get down!" His answering roar was full of fear and fury, full of pain. His wings beat once, twice, and folded. The dragon gave one last hiss and stretched out flat upon his belly. Black blood was flowing from the wound where the spear had pierced him, smoking where it dripped onto the scorched sands. "He is fire-made flesh," she thought, "and so am I." Daenerys Targaryen vaulted onto the dragon's back, seized the spear, and ripped it out. The point was half melted, the iron red-hot, glowing. She flung it aside. Drogon twisted under her, his muscles rippling as he gathered his strength. The air was thick with sand. Dany could not see, she could not breathe, she could not think. The black wings cracked like thunder, and suddenly the scarlet sands were falling away beneath her. Dizzy, Dany closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she glimpsed the Myrinese beneath her through a haze of tears and dust, pouring up the steps and out into the streets. The lash was still in her hand. She flicked it against Drogon's neck and cried, "Higher!" Her other hand clutched at his scales, her fingers scrabbling for purchase. Drogon's wide black wings beat the air. Dany could feel the heat of him between her thighs. Her heart felt as if it were about to burst. "Yes," she thought. "Yes, now, do it, take me, fly!"
Jon. He was not a tall man, Tormund Giantsbane, but the gods had given him a broad chest and massive belly. Mance Rayder had named him Tormund Hornblower for the power of his lungs, and was wont to say that Tormund could laugh the snow off mountain tops. In his wrath, his bellows reminded Jon of a mammoth trumpeting. That day Tormund bellowed often and loudly. He roared, he shouted, he slammed his fist against the table so hard that a flagon of water overturned and spilled. A horn of mead was never far from his hand, so the spittle he sprayed when making threats was sweet with honey. He called Jon Snow a craven, a liar, and a turncloak, cursed him for a black-hearted buggering kneeler, a robber, and a carrion crow, accused him of wanting to fuck the free folk up the arse. Twice he flung his drinking horn at Jon's head, though only after he had emptied it. Tormund was not the sort of man to waste good mead. Jon let it all wash over him. He never raised his own voice, nor answered threat with threat, but neither did he give more ground than he had come prepared to give. Finally, as the shadows of the afternoon grew long outside the tent, Tormund Giantsbane, tall talker, horn-blower, and breaker of ice, Tormund Thunderfist, husband to bears, mead king of Ruddy Hall, speaker to gods and father of hosts, thrust out his hand. "Done then, and may the gods forgive me. There's 100 mothers never will, I know." Jon clasped the offered hand. The words of his oath rang through his head. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. And for him a new refrain. I am the guard who opened the gates and let the foe march through. He would have given much and more to know that he was doing the right thing, but he had gone too far to turn back. "Done and done," he said. Tormund's grip was bone-crushing. That much had not changed about him. The beard was the same as well, though the face under that thicket of white hair had thinned considerably, and there were deep lines graven in those ruddy cheeks. "Mance should have killed you when he had the chance," he said as he did his best to turn Jon's hand to pulp and bone. "Gold for gruel, and boys, a cruel price. Whatever happened to that sweet lad I knew?" "They made him Lord Commander." "A fair bargain leaves both sides unhappy, I've heard it said. 3 days?" "If I live that long, some of my own will spit on me when they hear these terms." Tormund released Jon's hand. "Your crows will grumble too if I know them, and I ought to. I have killed more of you black buggers than I can count." "It might be best if you did not mention that so loudly when you come south of the wall." "Ha!" Tormund laughed. That had not changed either. He still laughed easily and often. "Wise words. I'd not want you crows to peck me to death." He slapped Jon's back. "When all my folk are safe behind your wall, we'll share a bit of meat and mead. Till then—" The wildling pulled off the band from his left arm and tossed it at Jon, then did the same with its twin upon his right. "Your first payment. Had those from my father and him from his. Now they're yours, you thieving black bastard." The armbands were old gold, solid and heavy, engraved with the ancient runes of the first men. Tormund Giantsbane had worn them as long as Jon had known him. They had seemed as much a part of him as his beard. "The Braavosi will melt these down for the gold. That seems a shame. Perhaps you ought to keep them." "No. I'll not have it said that Tormund Thunderfist made the free folk give up their treasures whilst he kept his own." He grinned. "But I'll keep the ring I wear about me member. Much bigger than those little things. On you it'd be a torque." Jon had to laugh. "You never change." "Oh, I do." The grin melted away like snow in summer. "I am not the man I was at Ruddy Hall. Seen too much death, and worse things too. My sons—" Grief twisted Tormund's face. "Tormund was cut down in the battle for the wall, and him still half a boy. One of your king's knights did for him, some bastard all in grey steel with moths upon his shield. I saw the cut, but my boy was dead before I reached him. And Torwind, it was the cold claimed him. Always sickly, that one. He just up and died one night. The worst of it, before we ever knew he died, he rose pale with them blue eyes. Had to see to him myself. That was hard, Jon." Tears shone in his eyes. "He wasn't much of a man, truth be told, but he'd been me little boy once, and I loved him." Jon put a hand on his shoulder. "I am so sorry." "Why, weren't your doing? There's blood on your hands, aye, same as mine. But not his." Tormund shook his head. "I still have 2 strong sons." "Your daughter?" "Munda." That brought Tormund's smile back. "Took that long spear right to husband, if you believe it. Boy's got more cock than sense, you ask me, but he treats her well enough. I told him if he ever hurt her, I'd yank his member off and beat him bloody with it." He gave Jon another hearty slap. "Time you were going back. Keep you any longer, they're like to think we ate you." "Dawn, then. 3 days from now. The boys first." "I heard you the first 10 times, Crow.
A man'd think there was no trust between us." He spat. "Boys first, aye. Mammoths go the long way round. You make sure Eastwatch expects them. I'll make sure there's no fighting, nor rushing at your bloody gate. Nice and orderly we'll be, ducklings in a row. And me the mother duck. Ha!" Tormund led Jon from his tent. Outside, the day was bright and cloudless. The sun had returned to the sky after a fortnight's absence, and to the south the wall rose blue-white and glittering. There was a saying Jon had heard from the older men at Castle Black. "The wall has more moods than Mad King Aerys," they'd say, or sometimes, "The wall has more moods than a woman." On cloudy days it looked to be white rock. On moonless nights it was as black as coal. In snowstorms it seemed carved of snow. But on days like this, there was no mistaking it for anything but ice. On days like this, the wall shimmered bright as a septon's crystal, every crack and crevasse limned by sunlight, as frozen rainbows danced and died behind translucent ripples. On days like this, the wall was beautiful. Tormund's eldest son stood near the horses, talking with Leathers. Tall Toreg, he was called amongst the free folk. Though he barely had an inch on Leathers, he overtopped his father by a foot. Hareth, the strapping Molestown boy called Horse, huddled near the fire, his back to the other two. He and Leathers were the only men Jon had brought with him to the parley. Any more might have been seen as a sign of fear, and 20 men would have been of no more use than 2 if Tormund had been intent on blood. Ghost was the only protection Jon needed. The direwolf could sniff out foes, even those who hid their enmity behind smiles. Ghost was gone, though. Jon peeled off one black glove, put 2 fingers in his mouth, and whistled. "Ghost! To me!" From above came the sudden sound of wings. Mormont's raven flapped from a limb of an old oak to perch upon Jon's saddle. "Corn!" it cried. "Corn! Corn! Corn!" "Did you follow me as well?" Jon reached to shoo the bird away, but ended up stroking its feathers. The raven cocked its eye at him. "Snow," it muttered, bobbing its head knowingly. Then Ghost emerged from between 2 trees, with Val beside him. They look as though they belonged together. Val was clad all in white woolen breeches tucked into high boots of bleached white leather, white bearskin cloak pinned at the shoulder with a carved weirwood face, white tunic with bone fastenings. Her breath was white as well, but her eyes were blue, her long braid the color of dark honey, her cheeks flushed red from the cold. It had been a long while since Jon Snow had seen a sight so lovely. "Have you been trying to steal my wolf?" he asked her. "Why not? If every woman had a direwolf, men would be much sweeter, even crows." "Ha!" laughed Tormund Giantsbane. "Don't bandy words with this one, Lord Snow. She's too clever for the likes of you and me. Best steal her quick before Toreg wakes up and takes her first." What had that oaf Axel Florence said of Val? A nubile girl, not hard to look upon, good hips, good breasts, well made for whelping children. All true enough, but the wildling woman was so much more. She had proved that by finding Tormund where seasoned rangers of the Watch had failed. She may not be a princess, but she would make a worthy wife for any lord. But that bridge had been burned a long time ago, and Jon himself had thrown the torch. "Toreg is welcome to her," he announced. "I took a vow." "She won't mind. Will you, girl?" Val patted the long bone knife on her hip. "Lord Crow is welcome to steal into my bed any night he dares. Once he's been gelded, keeping those vows will come much easier for him." "Ha!" Tormund snorted again. "You hear that, Toreg? Stay away from this one. I have one daughter, don't need another." Shaking his head, the wildling chief ducked back inside his tent. As Jon scratched Ghost behind the ear, Toreg brought up Val's horse for her. She still rode the gray Garin that Mully had given her the day she left the wall,
a shaggy, stunted thing, blind in one eye. As she turned it toward the wall, she asked,
"How fares the little monster?"
"Twice as big as when you left us, and thrice as loud. When he wants the teat, you can hear him wail in Eastwatch." Jon mounted his own horse. Val fell in beside him.
"So, I brought you Tormund, as I said I would. What now? Am I to be returned to my old cell?"
"Your old cell is occupied. Queen Selyse has claimed the King's Tower for her own. Do you remember Hardin's Tower?"
"The one that looks about to collapse?"
"It's looked that way for 100 years. I've had the top floor made ready for you, my lady. You will have more room than in the King's Tower, though you may not be as comfortable. No one has ever called it Hardin's Palace."
"I would choose freedom over comfort every time."
"Freedom of the castle you shall have, but I regret to say you must remain a captive. I can promise that you will not be troubled by unwanted visitors, however. My own men guard Hardin's Tower, not the Queen's, and one sleeps in the entry hall."
"A giant as protector. Even Dalla could not boast of that."
Tormund's wildlings watched them pass, peering out from tents and lean-tos beneath leafless trees. For every man of fighting age, Jon saw 3 women and as many children, gaunt-faced things with hollow cheeks and staring eyes. When Mance Rayder had led the free folk down upon the wall, his followers drove large herds of sheep and goats and swine before them, but now the only animals to be seen were the mammoths. If not for the ferocity of the giants, those would have been slaughtered too, he did not doubt. There was a lot of meat on a mammoth's bones. Jon saw signs of sickness too. That disquieted him more than he could say. If Tormund's band were starved and sick, what of the thousands who had followed Mother Mole to Hardhome? Cotter Pike should reach them soon. If the winds were kind, his fleet might well be on its way back to Eastwatch even now, with as many of the free folk as he could cram aboard.
"How did you fare with Tormund?" asked Val.
"Ask me a year from now. The hard part still awaits me, the part where I convince mine own to eat this meal I've cooked for them. None of them are going to like the taste, I fear."
"Let me help."
"You have. You brought me Tormund."
"I can do more."
"Why not?" thought Jon. "They are all convinced she is a princess." Val looked the part and rode as if she had been born on horseback. A warrior princess, he decided. Not some willowy creature who sits up in a tower, brushing her hair and waiting for some knight to rescue her. "I must inform the Queen of this agreement," he said. "You are welcome to come meet her, if you can find it in yourself to bend a knee." It would never do to offend her grace before he even opened his mouth.
"May I laugh when I kneel?"
"You may not. This is no game. A river of blood runs between our peoples, old and deep and red. Stannis Baratheon is one of the few who favors admitting wildlings to the realm. I need his queen's support for what I've done." Val's playful smile died.
"You have my word, Lord Snow. I will be a proper wildling princess for your queen."
"She is not my queen," he might have said. "If truth be told, the day of her departure cannot come too fast for me. And if the gods are good, she will take Melisandre with her." They rode the rest of the way in silence, Ghost loping at their heels. Mormont's raven followed them as far as the gate, then flapped upward as the rest of them dismounted. Horse went ahead with a brand to light the way through the icy tunnel. A small crowd of black brothers was waiting by the gate when Jon and his companions emerged south of the wall. Ulmer of the Kingswood was amongst them, and it was the old archer who came forward to speak for the rest.
"If it please my lord, the lads were wondering, will it be peace, my lord, or blood and iron?"
"Peace," Jon Snow replied. 3 days hence, Tormund Giantsbane will lead his people through the wall, as friends, not foes. Some may even swell our ranks as brothers. It will be for us to make them welcome. Now back to your duties." Jon handed the reins of his horse to Satin.
I must see Queen Selyse. Her Grace would take it as a slight if he did not come to her at once. Afterward I will have letters to write. Bring parchment, quills, and a pot of maester's black to my chambers. Then summon Marsh, Yarwick, Septon Celador, Clydas. Celador would be half drunk, and Clydas was a poor substitute for a real maester, but they were what he had. Till Sam returns. The Northmen, too. Flint and Norrie. Leathers, you should be there as well.
Hob is baking onion pies, said Satin. Shall I request that they all join you for supper?
John considered. No. Ask them to join me atop the wall at sunset. He turned to Val. My lady, with me, if you please.
The crow commands, the captive must obey.
Her tone was playful.
This queen of yours must be fierce if the legs of grown men give out beneath them when they meet her. Should I have dressed in mail instead of wool and fur? These clothes were given to me by Dalla. I would sooner not get blood-stains all over them.
If words drew blood, you might have cause to fear. I think your clothes are safe enough, my lady. They made their way toward the king's tower, along fresh-shoveled pathways between mounds of dirty snow.
I have heard it said that your queen has a great dark beard.
John knew he should not smile, but he did. Only a mustache, very wispy. You can count the hairs.
How disappointing.
For all her talk about wanting to be mistress of her seat, Selyse Baratheon seemed in no great haste to abandon the comforts of Castle Black for the shadows of the night fort. She kept guards, of course, 4 men posted at the door, 2 outside on the steps, 2 inside by the brazier. Commanding them was Ser Patrick of King's Mountain, clad in his knightly raiment of white and blue and silver, his cloak a spatter of 5-pointed stars. When presented to Val, the knight sank to one knee to kiss her glove.
You are even lovelier than I was told, princess, he declared. The queen has told me much and more of your beauty. How odd when she has never seen me.
Val patted Ser Patrick on the head.
Up with you now, Ser Kneeler. Up, up.
She sounded as if she were talking to a dog. It was all that John could do not to laugh. Stone-faced, he told the knight that they required audience with the queen. Ser Patrick sent one of the men-at-arms scrambling up the steps to inquire as to whether her grace would receive them.
The wolf stays here, though,
Ser Patrick insisted. John had expected that. The dire wolf made Queen Selyse anxious, almost as much as one wig one dar one. Ghost, stay. They found her grace sewing by the fire, whilst her fool danced about to music only he could hear, the cowbells on his antlers clanging.
The crow,
Patchface cried when he saw John.
Under the sea the crows are white as snow. I know, oh, oh, oh.
Princess Shireen was curled up in a window seat, her hood drawn up to hide the worst of the grayscale that had disfigured her face. There was no sign of Lady Melisandre. For that much John was grateful. Soon or late he would need to face the Red Priestess, but he would sooner it was not in the Queen's presence. Your Grace? He took a knee. Val did likewise. Queen Selyse set aside her sewing.
You may rise.
If it please your Grace, may I present the Lady Val? Her sister Dalla was
mother to that squalling babe who keeps us awake at night. I know who she is, Lord Snow.
The Queen sniffed.
You are fortunate that she returned to us before the king, my husband, else it might have gone badly for you. Very badly indeed. Are you the wildling princess? Shireen asked Val.
Some call me that, said Val.
My sister was wife to Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. She died giving him a son. I'm a princess too, Shireen announced. But I never had a sister. I used to have a cousin once, before he sailed away. He was just a bastard, but I liked him.
Honestly, Shireen, her mother said, I am sure the Lord Commander did not come to hear about Robert's byblows.
Patchface, be a good fool and take the princess to her room.
The bells on his hat rang.
Away, away, the fool sang. Come with me beneath the sea, away, away, away.
He took the little princess by one hand and drew her from the room, skipping. Jon said, "Your Grace, the leader of the Free Folk, has agreed to my terms." Queen Selyse gave the tiniest of nods.
It was ever my lord husband's wish to grant sanctuary to these savage peoples. So long as they keep the king's peace and the king's laws, they are welcome in our realm.
She pursed her lips.
I am told they have more giants with them.
Val answered,
Almost 200 of them, Your Grace, and more than 80 mammoths.
The Queen shuddered.
Dreadful creatures.
Jon could not tell if she was speaking of the mammoths or the giants.
Though such beasts might be useful to my lord husband in his battles.
That may be, Your Grace, Jon said, but the mammoths are too big to pass through our gate.
Cannot the gate be widened?
That would be unwise, I think.
Selyse sniffed. If you say so. No doubt you know about such things. Where do you mean to settle these wildlings? Surely Molestown is not large enough to contain— How many are they?
4,000, Your Grace. They will help us garrison our abandoned castles, the better to defend the wall.
I had been given to understand that those castles were ruins. Dismal places, bleak and cold, hardly more than heaps of rubble. At Eastwatch we heard talk of rats and spiders.
The cold will have killed the spiders by now, thought Jon, and the rats may be a useful source of meat come winter. All true, Your Grace, but even ruins offer some shelter, and the wall will stand between them and the others.
I see you have considered all this carefully, Lord Snow. I am sure King Stannis will be pleased when he returns triumphant from his battle.
Assuming he returns at all.
Of course, the Queen went on, the wildlings must first acknowledge Stannis as their king and R'hllor as their god.
And here we are, face to face in the narrow passage. Your Grace, forgive me. Those were not the terms that we agreed to. The Queen's face hardened.
A grievous oversight.
What faint traces of warmth her voice had held vanished all at once.
Free folk do not kneel, Val told her.
Then they must be knelt, the Queen declared.
Do that, Your Grace, and we will rise again at the first chance, Val promised. Rise with blades in hand.
The Queen's lips tightened, and her chin gave a small quiver.
You are insolent. I suppose that is only to be expected of a wildling. We must find you a husband who can teach you courtesy.
The Queen turned her glare on Jon.
I do not approve, Lord Commander, nor will my lord husband. I cannot prevent you from opening your gate, as we both know full well, but I promise you that you shall answer for it when the king returns from battle. Mayhaps you might want to reconsider.
Your Grace. Jon knelt again. This time Val did not join him.
I am sorry my actions have displeased you. I did as I thought best.
Do I have your leave to go?
You do, at once.
Once outside and well away from the Queen's men, Val gave vent to her wrath.
You lied about her beard. That one has more hair on her chin than I have between my legs. And the daughter, her face,
grayscale.
The Grey Death is what we call it.
It is not always mortal in children.
North of the wall it is. Hemlock is a sure cure, but a pillow or a blade will work as well. If I had given birth to that poor child, I would have given her the gift of mercy long ago.
This was a Val that Jon had never seen before.
Princess Shireen is the Queen's only child. I pity both of them. The child is not clean. If Stannis wins his war, Shireen will stand as heir to the Iron Throne. Then I pity your 7 kingdoms.
The maesters say grayscale is not— The maesters may believe what they wish. Ask a woods witch if you would know the truth. The Grey Death sleeps, only to wake again. The child is not clean. She seems a sweet girl. You cannot know. I can. You know nothing, Jon Snow. Val seized his arm. I want the monster out of there, him and his wet nurses. You cannot leave them in that same tower as the dead girl. Jon shook her hand away. She is not dead. She is. Her mother cannot see it, nor you, it seems. Yet death is there. She walked away from him, stopped, turned back. I brought you Tormund Giantsbane. Bring me my monster. If I can, I will. Do. You owe me a debt, Jon Snow. Jon watched her stride away. She is wrong. She must be wrong. Grayscale is not so deadly as she claims, not in children. Ghost was gone again. The sun was low in the west. A cup of hot spiced wine would serve me well just now. 2 cups would serve me even better. But that would have to wait. He had foes to face. Foes of the worst sort. Brothers. He found Leathers waiting for him by the winch cage. The 2 of them rowed up together. The higher they went, the stronger the wind. 50 feet up, the heavy cage began to sway with every gust. From time to time it scraped against the wall, starting small crystalline showers of ice that sparkled in the sunlight as they fell. They rose above the tallest towers of the castle. At 400 feet the wind had teeth, and tore at his black cloak so it slapped noisily at the iron bars. At 700 it cut right through him. The wall is mine, Jon reminded himself as the winchmen were swinging in the cage. For 2 more days, at least. Jon hopped down onto the ice, thanked the men on the winch, and nodded to the spearmen standing sentry. Both wore woolen hoods pulled down over their heads, so nothing could be seen of their faces but their eyes, but he knew Ty by the tangled rope of greasy black hair falling down his back, and Owen by the sausage stuffed into the scabbard at his hip. He might have known them anyway, just by the way they stood. A good lord must know his men, his father had once told him and Robb back at Winterfell. Jon walked to the edge of the wall and gazed down upon the killing ground where Mance Rayder's host had died. He wondered where Mance was now. Did he ever find you, little sister? Or were you just a ploy he used so I would set him free? It had been so long since he had last seen Arya. What would she look like now? Would he even know her? Arya underfoot. Her face was always dirty. Would she still have that little sword he'd had Mikken forge for her? Stick them with the pointy end, he'd told her. Wisdom for her wedding night if half of what he heard of Ramsay Snow was true. Bring her home, Mance. I saved your son from Melisandre, and now I am about to save 4,000 of your free folk. You owe me this one little girl. In the haunted forest to the north, the shadows of the afternoon crept through the trees. The western sky was a blaze of red, but to the east the first stars were peeking out. Jon Snow flexed the fingers of his sword hand, remembering all he'd lost. Sam, you sweet fat fool, you played me a cruel jape when you made me Lord Commander. A Lord Commander has no friends. Lord Snow, said Leathers, the cage is coming up. I hear it. Jon moved back from the edge. First to make the ascent were the clan chiefs Flint and Nori, clad in fur and iron. The Nori looked like some old fox, wrinkled and slight of build, but sly-eyed and spry. Torgen Flint was half a head shorter, but must weigh twice as much, a stout gruff man with gnarled red-knuckled hands as big as hams, leaning heavily on a blackthorn cane as he limped across the ice. Bowen Marsh came next, bundled up in a bearskin. After him, Othel Yarwick, then Septon Celador, half in his cups. Walk with me, Jon told them. They walked west along the wall, down gravel-strewn paths toward the setting sun.
When they had come 50 yards from the warming shed, he said, "You know why I've summoned you. 3 days hence at dawn the gate will open, to allow Tormund and his people through the wall. There is much we need to do in preparation." Silence greeted his pronouncement. Then Othel Yarwick said, "Lord Commander, there are thousands of scrawny wildlings, bone-weary, hungry, far from home." Jon pointed at the lights of their campfires. "There they are. 4,000, Tormund claims. 3,000 I make them by the fires." Bowen Marsh lived for counts and measures. "More than twice that number at Hardhome with the Woods Witch, we are told, and Ser Dennis writes of great camps in the mountains beyond the Shadow Tower." Jon did not deny it. "Tormund says the Weeper means to try the Bridge of Skulls again." The old pomegranate touched his scar. He had gotten it defending the Bridge of Skulls the last time the Weeping Man had tried to cut his way across the gorge. "Surely the Lord Commander cannot mean to allow that demon through as well?" "Not gladly." Jon had not forgotten the heads the Weeping Man had left him, with bloody holes where their eyes had been. Blackjack Bulwer, Harry Hal, Garth Greyfeather. I cannot avenge them, but I will not forget their names. But yes, my lord, him as well. We cannot pick and choose amongst the free folk, saying this one may pass, this one may not. Peace means peace for all. The Nori hawked and spat. "As well make peace with wolves and carrion crows." "It's peaceful in my dungeons," grumbled old Flint. "Give the Weeping Man to me." "How many rangers has the Weeper killed?" asked Othel Yarwick. "How many women has he raped or killed or stolen?" "3 of mine own ilk," said old Flint, "and he blinds the girls he does not take." "When a man takes the black, his crimes are forgiven," Jon reminded them. "If we want the free folk to fight beside us, we must pardon their past crimes as we would for our own." "The Weeper will not say the words," insisted Yarwick. "He will not wear the cloak. Even other raiders do not trust him." "You need not trust a man to use him. Else how could I make use of all of you? We need the Weeper, and others like him. Who knows the wild better than a wildling? Who knows our foes better than a man who has fought them?" "All the Weeper knows is rape and murder," said Yarwick. "Once past the wall, the wildlings will have thrice our numbers," said Bowen Marsh. "And that is only Tormund's band. Add the Weeper's men and those at Hardhome, and they will have the strength to end the Night's Watch in a single night." "Numbers alone do not win a war. You have not seen them. Half of them are dead on their feet." "I would sooner have them dead in the ground," said Yarwick. "If it please my lord." "It does not please me." Jon's voice was as cold as the wind snapping at their cloaks. "There are children in that camp, hundreds of them, thousands. Women as well." "Spearwives?" "Some, along with mothers and grandmothers, widows and maids. Would you condemn them all to die, my lord?" "Brothers should not squabble," Septon Celador said. "Let us kneel and pray to the crone to light our way to wisdom." "Lord Snow," said the Nori, "where do you mean to put these wildlings of yours? Not on my lands, I hope." "Aye," declared old Flint. "You want them in the gift, that's your folly, but see they don't wander off, or I'll send you back their heads. Winter is nigh. I want no more mouths to feed." "The wildlings will remain upon the wall," Jon assured them. "Most will be housed in one of our abandoned castles." The Watch now had garrisons at Icemark, Long Barrow, Sable Hall, Greyguard, and Deep Lake, all badly undermanned, but 10 castles still stood empty and abandoned. Men with wives and children, all orphan girls and any orphan boys below the age of 10, old women, widowed mothers, any woman who does not care to fight. The Spearwives will send to Long Barrow to join their sisters, single men to the other forts we've reopened. Those who take the Black will remain here, or be posted to Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. Tormund will take Oakenshield as his seat, to keep him close at hand. Bowen Marsh sighed. If they do not slay us with their swords, they will do so with their mouths. Pray, how does the Lord Commander propose to feed Tormund and his thousands?"
Jon had anticipated that question. "Through Eastwatch. We will bring in food by ship, as much as might be required. From the Riverlands and the Stormlands and the Vale of Arryn, from Dorne and the Reach, across the narrow sea from the Free Cities."
"And this food will be paid for how, if I may ask?"
"With gold from the Iron Bank of Braavos," Jon might have replied. Instead, he said, "I have agreed that the free folk may keep their furs and pelts. They will need those for warmth when winter comes. All other wealth they must surrender. Gold and silver, amber, gemstones, carvings, anything of value. We will ship it all across the narrow sea to be sold in the Free Cities."
"All the wealth of the wildlings," said the Nori. "That should buy you a bushel of barley-corn. 2 bushels might be."
"Lord Commander, why not demand that the wildlings give up their arms as well?" asked Clytus. Leathers laughed at that.
"You want the free folk to fight beside you against the common foe? How are we to do that without arms? Would you have us throw snowballs at the whites? Or will you give us sticks to hit them with?"
"The arms most wildlings carry are little more than sticks," thought Jon. Wooden clubs, stone axes, mauls, spears with fire-hardened points, knives of bone and stone and dragonglass, wicker shields, bone armor, boiled leather. The Thenns worked bronze, and raiders like the Weeper carried stolen steel and iron swords looted off some corpse, but even those were oft of ancient vintage, dinted from years of hard use and spotted with rust. "Tormund Giantsbane will never willingly disarm his people," Jon said. "He is not the Weeping Man, but he is no craven either. If I had asked that of him, it would have come to blood." The Nori fingered his beard.
"You may put your wildlings in these ruined forts, Lord Snow, but how will you make them stay? What is there to stop them moving south to fairer, warmer lands?"
"Our lands," said old Flint. "Tormund has given me his oath. He will serve with us until the spring. The Weeper and their other captains will swear the same, or we will not let them pass." Old Flint shook his head.
"They will betray us." "The Weeper's word is worthless," said Othel Yarwick. "These are godless savages," said Septon Celador. "Even in the south the treachery of wildlings is renowned."
Leathers crossed his arms.
"That battle down below? I was on t'other side, remember? Now I wear your blacks and train your boys to kill. Some might call me Turncloak. Might be so. But I am no more savage than you crows. We have gods too. The same gods they keep in Winterfell."
"The gods of the north since before this wall was raised," said Jon. "Those are the gods that Tormund swore by. He will keep his word. I know him as I knew Mance Rayder. I marched with them for a time, you may recall."
"I had not forgotten," said the Lord Steward.
"No," thought Jon, "I did not think you had."
"Mance Rayder swore an oath as well," Marsh went on. "He vowed to wear no crowns, take no wife, father no sons. Then he turned his cloak, did all those things, and led a fearsome host against the realm. It is the remnants of that host that waits beyond the wall."
"Broken remnants."
"A broken sword can be reforged. A broken sword can kill."
"The free folk have neither laws nor lords," Jon said. "But they love their children. Will you admit that much?"
"It is not their children who concern us. We fear the fathers, not the sons."
"As do I. So I insisted upon hostages." "I am not the trusting fool you take me for, nor am I half wildling, no matter what you believe. 100 boys between the ages of 8 and 16, a son from each of their chiefs and captains, the rest chosen by lot. The boys will serve as pages and squires, freeing our own men for other duties. Some may choose to take the black one day. Queerer things have happened. The rest will stand hostage for the loyalty of their sires." The Northmen glanced at one another.
"Hostages? mused the Nori. Tormund has agreed to this? It was that, or watch his people die. My blood price, he called it, said Jon Snow. But he will pay. Aye, and why not? Old Flint stomped his cane against the ice. Lords we always called them, when Winterfell demanded boys of us, but they were hostages, and none the worse for it. None but them whose sires displeased the kings of winter, said the Nori. Those came home shorter by a head. So you tell me, boy, if these wildling friends of yours prove false, do you have the belly to do what needs to be done? Ask Janos Slynt. Tormund Giantsbane knows better than to try me. I may seem a green boy in your eyes, Lord Nori, but I am still a son of Eddard Stark. Yet even that did not appease his Lord Steward. You say these boys will serve as squires. Surely the Lord Commander does not mean they will be trained at arms? Jon's anger flared. No, my lord, I mean to set them sewing lacy small clothes. Of course they shall be trained at arms. They shall also churn butter, hew firewood, muck stables, empty chamber pots, and run messages, and in between they will be drilled with spear and sword and longbow. Marsh flushed a deeper shade of red. The Lord Commander must pardon my bluntness, but I have no softer way to say this. What you propose is nothing less than treason. For 8,000 years the men of the Night's Watch have stood upon the wall and fought these wildlings. Now you mean to let them pass, to shelter them in our castles, to feed them and clothe them and teach them how to fight. Lord Snow, must I remind you, you swore an oath. I know what I swore. Jon said the words. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. Were those the same words you said when you took your vows? They were, as the Lord Commander knows. Are you certain that I have not forgotten some? The ones about the king and his laws, and how we must defend every foot of his land and cling to each ruined castle? How does that part go? Jon waited for an answer. None came. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. Those are the words. So tell me, my lord, what are these wildlings if not men? Bowen Marsh opened his mouth. No words came out. A flush crept up his neck. Jon Snow turned away. The last light of the sun had begun to fade. He watched the cracks along the wall go from red to gray to black, from streaks of fire to rivers of black ice. Down below, Lady Melisandre would be lighting her night fire and chanting, Lord of Light, defend us, for the night is dark and full of terrors. Winter is coming, Jon said at last, breaking the awkward silence. And with it the White Walkers. The wall is where we stop them. The wall was made to stop them. But the wall must be manned. This discussion is at an end. We have much to do before the gate is opened. Tormund and his people will need to be fed and clothed and housed. Some are sick and will need nursing. Those will fall to you, Clydas. Save as many as you can. Clydas blinked his dim pink eyes. I will do my best, Jon. My lord, I mean. We will need every cart and wagon made ready to transport the free folk to their new homes. Othel, you shall see to that. Yarwick grimaced. Aye, Lord Commander. Lord Bowen, you shall collect the tolls, the gold and silver, the amber, the torques and armbands and necklaces. Sort it all, count it, see that it reaches Eastwatch safely. Yes, Lord Snow, said Bowen Marsh. And Jon thought, Ice, she said, and daggers in the dark, blood frozen red and hard, and naked steel. His sword hand flexed. The wind was rising. Cersei. Each night seemed colder than the last. The cell had neither fireplace nor brazier. The only window was too high to allow her a view and too small to squeeze through, but more than large enough to let in the chill.
Cersei had torn up the first shift they gave her, demanding the return of her own clothes, but that only left her naked and shivering. When they brought her another shift, she pulled it down over her head and thanked them, choking upon the words. The window let in sounds as well. That was the only way the Queen had to know what might be happening in the city. The septas who brought her food would tell her nothing. She hated that. Jaime would be coming for her, but how would she know when he arrived? Cersei only hoped he was not so foolish as to go racing ahead of his army. He would need every sword to deal with the ragged horde of poor fellows surrounding the great sept. She asked about her twin often, but her jailers gave no answer. She asked about Ser Loras, too. At last report, the Knight of Flowers had been dying on Dragonstone of wounds received whilst taking the castle. Let him die, Cersei thought, and let him be quick about it. The boy's death would mean an empty place on the King's Guard, and that might be her salvation. But the septas were as close-mouthed about Loras Tyrell as they were about Jaime. Lord Qyburn had been her last and only visitor. Her world had a population of 4, herself and her 3 jailers, pious and unyielding. Septa Anella was big-boned and mannish, with calloused hands and homely, scowling features. Septa Moel had stiff white hair and small, mean eyes perpetually crinkled in suspicion, peering out of a wrinkled face as sharp as the blade of an axe. Septa Scholara was thick-waisted and short, with heavy breasts, olive skin, and a sour smell to her, like milk on the verge of going bad. They brought her food and water, emptied her chamber pot, and took away her shift for washing every few days, leaving her to huddle naked under her blanket until it was returned to her. Sometimes Scholara would read to her from the 7-pointed star or the Book of Holy Prayer, but elsewise none of them would speak with her or answer any of her questions. She hated and despised all 3 of them, almost as much as she hated and despised the men who had betrayed her. False friends, treacherous servants, men who had professed undying love, even her own blood, all of them had deserted her in her hour of need. Osney Kettleblack, that weakling, had broken beneath the lash, filling the High Sparrow's ears with secrets he should have taken to his grave. His brothers, scum of the streets whom she had raised high, did no more than sit upon their hands. Orain Waters, her admiral, had fled to sea with the dromons she had built for him. Orton Merryweather had gone running back to Longtable, taking his wife, Taena, who had been the Queen's one true friend in these terrible times. Harris Swift and Grand Maester Pycelle had abandoned her to captivity and offered the realm to the very men who had conspired against her. Meryn Trant and Boros Blount, the King's sworn protectors, were nowhere to be found. Even her cousin Lancel, who once had claimed to love her, was one of her accusers. Her uncle had refused to help her rule when she would have made him the King's hand. And Jaime. No, that she could not believe, would not believe. Jaime would be here once he knew of her plight. "Come at once," she had written to him. "Help me, save me. I need you now as I have never needed you before. I love you, I love you, I love you. Come at once." Qyburn had sworn that he would see that her letter reached her twin, off in the Riverlands with his army. Qyburn had never returned, however. For all she knew, he might be dead, his head impaled upon a spike above the city keep's gates. Or perhaps he was languishing in one of the black cells beneath the red keep, her letter still unsent. The Queen had asked after him 100 times, but her captors would not speak of him. All she knew for certain was that Jaime had not come. Not yet, she told herself, but soon, and once he comes the High Sparrow and his bitches will sing a different song. She hated feeling helpless. She had threatened, but her threats had been received with stony faces and deaf ears. She had commanded, but her commands had been ignored. She had invoked the Mother's mercy, appealing to the natural sympathy of one woman for another, but the 3 shriveled septas must have put their womanhood aside when they spoke their vows. She had tried charm, speaking to them gently, accepting each new outrage meekly.
they were not swayed. She had offered them rewards, promised leniency, honors, gold, positions at court. They treated her promises as they did her threats. And she had prayed. Oh, how she had prayed. Prayer was what they wanted, so she served it to them, served it on her knees as if she were some common trollop of the streets and not a daughter of the rock. She had prayed for relief, for deliverance, for Jaime. Loudly she asked the gods to defend her in her innocence. Silently she prayed for her accusers to suffer sudden painful deaths. She prayed until her knees were raw and bloody, until her tongue felt so thick and heavy that she was like to choke on it. All the prayers they had taught her as a girl came back to Cersei in her cell, and she made up new ones as needed, calling on the mother and the maiden, on the father and the warrior, on the crone and the smith. She had even prayed to the stranger, any god in a storm. The 7 proved as deaf as their earthly servants. Cersei gave them all the words that she had in her, gave them everything but tears. That they will never have, she told herself. She hated feeling weak. If the gods had given her the strength they gave Jaime and that swaggering oaf Robert, she could have made her own escape. Oh, for a sword and the skill to wield it. She had a warrior's heart, but the gods in their blind malice had given her the feeble body of a woman. The queen had tried to fight them early on, but the Septas had overwhelmed her. There were too many of them, and they were stronger than they looked. Ugly old women, every one of them, but all that praying and scrubbing and beating novices with sticks had left them tough as roots. And they would not let her rest. Night or day, whenever the queen closed her eyes to sleep, one of her captors would appear to wake her and demand that she confess her sins. She stood accused of adultery, fornication, high treason, even murder, for Osney Kettleblack had confessed to smothering the last High Septon at her command. "I am come to hear you tell of all your murders and fornications," Septa Unella would growl when she shook the queen awake. Septa Moel would tell her that it was her sins that kept her sleepless. "Only the innocent know the peace of untroubled sleep. Confess your sins, and you will sleep like a newborn babe." Wake and sleep and wake again, every night was broken into pieces by the rough hands of her tormentors, and every night was colder and crueler than the night before. The hour of the owl, the hour of the wolf, the hour of the nightingale, moonrise and moonset, dusk and dawn, they staggered past like drunkards. What hour was it? What day was it? Where was she? Was this a dream, or had she woken? The little shards of sleep that they allowed her turned into razors, slicing at her wits. Each day found her duller than the day before, exhausted and feverish. She had lost all sense of how long she had been imprisoned in this cell, high up in one of the 7 towers of the great sept of Baelor. "I will grow old and die here," she thought, despairing. Cersei could not allow that to happen. Her son had need of her. The realm had need of her. She had to free herself, no matter what the risk. Her world had shrunk to a cell 6 feet square, a chamber pot, a lumpy pallet, and a brown wool blanket thin as hope that made her skin itch, but she was still Lord Tywin's heir, a daughter of the Rock. Exhausted by her lack of sleep, shivering from the cold that stole into the tower cell each night, feverish and famished by turns, Cersei came at last to know she must confess. That night, when Septa Unella came to wrench her out of sleep, she found the queen waiting on her knees. "I have sinned," said Cersei. Her tongue was thick in her mouth, her lips raw and chapped. "I have sinned most grievously. I see that now. How could I have been so blind for so long? The crone came to me with her lamp raised high, and by its holy light I saw the road that I must walk. I want to be clean again. I want only absolution. Please, good Septa, I beg of you, take me to the High Septon so that I might confess my crimes and fornications." "I will tell him, your grace," said Septa Unella. "His High Holiness will be most pleased.
Only through confession and true repentance may our immortal souls be saved."
And for the rest of that long night they let her sleep. Hours and hours of blessed sleep. The owl and the wolf and the nightingale slipped by for once with their passage unseen and unremarked, whilst Cersei dreamed a long sweet dream where Jaime was her husband and their son was still alive. Come morning, the queen felt almost like herself again. When her captors came for her, she made pious noises at them again and told them how determined she was to confess her sins and be forgiven for all that she had done.
"We rejoice to hear it,"
said Septa Moel.
"It will be a great weight off your soul," said Septa Scholara. "You will feel much better afterward, Your Grace."
Your Grace. Those two simple words thrilled her. During her long captivity, her jailers had not oft bothered with even that simple courtesy.
"His High Holiness awaits,"
said Septa Anella. Cersei lowered her head, humble and obedient.
"Might I be allowed to bathe first? I am in no fit state to attend him." "You may wash later if His High Holiness allows," said Septa Anella. "It is the cleanliness of your immortal soul that should concern you now, not such vanities of the flesh."
The three Septas led her down the tower stairs, with Septa Anella going before her and Septa Moel and Septa Scholara at her heels, as if they were afraid that she might try to flee.
"It has been so long since I have had a visitor," Cersei murmured in a quiet voice as they made their descent. "Is the king well? I ask only as a mother, fearful for her child." "His Grace is in good health," said Septa Scholara, "and well protected day and night. The Queen is with him always."
"I am the Queen." She swallowed, smiled, and said,
"That is good to know. Tommen loves her so. I never believed those terrible things that were being said of her."
Had Margaery Tyrell somehow wriggled free of the accusations of fornication, adultery, and high treason?
"Was there a trial?"
"Soon," said Septa Scholara. "But her brother—"
"Hush!"
Septa Anella turned to glare back over her shoulder at Scholara.
"You chatter too much, you foolish old woman. It is not for us to speak of such things."
Scholara lowered her head.
"Pray forgive me."
They made the rest of the descent in silence. The High Sparrow received her in his sanctum, an austere seven-sided chamber where crudely carved faces of the Sevens stared out from the stone walls with expressions almost as sour and disapproving as His High Holiness himself. When she entered, he was seated behind a rough-hewn table, writing. The High Septon had not changed since the last time she had been in his presence, the day he had her seized and imprisoned. He was still a scrawny, gray-haired man with a lean, hard, half-starved look, his face sharp-featured, lined, his eyes suspicious. In place of the rich robes of his predecessors, he wore a shapeless tunic of undyed wool that fell down to his ankles.
"Your Grace," he said by way of greeting, "I understand that you wish to make confession."
Cersei dropped to her knees.
"I do, High Holiness. The crone came to me as I slept with her lamp held high."
"To be sure. Anella, you will stay and make a record of her Grace's words. Scholara, Moel, you have my leave to go."
He pressed the fingers of his hands together, the same gesture she had seen her father use 1,000 times. Septa Anella took a seat behind her, spread out a parchment, dipped a quill in maester's ink. Cersei felt a stab of fright.
"Once I have confessed, will I be permitted to—"
"Your Grace shall be dealt with according to your sins."
This man is implacable, she realized once again. She gathered herself for a moment.
"Mother, have mercy on me, then. I have lain with men outside the bonds of marriage. I confess it."
"Who?" The High Septon's eyes were fixed on hers. Cersei could hear Anella writing behind her. Her quill made a faint, soft scratching sound.
Lancel Lannister, my cousin, and Osney Kettleblack. Both men had confessed to betting her it would do her no good to deny it. His brothers, too, both of them. She had no way of knowing what Osfrid and Osmond might say, safer to confess too much than too little. It does not excuse my sin, High Holiness, but I was lonely and afraid. The gods took King Robert from me, my love and my protector. I was alone, surrounded by schemers, false friends, and traitors who were conspiring at the death of my children. I did not know who to trust, so I used the only means that I had to bind the Kettleblacks to me. By which you mean your female parts? My flesh. She pressed a hand to her face, shuddering. When she lowered it again, her eyes were wet with tears. Yes, may the maid forgive me. It was for my children, though, for the realm. I took no pleasure in it. The Kettleblacks, they are hard men, and cruel, and they used me roughly, but what else was I to do? Tommen needed men around him I could trust. His Grace was protected by the Kingsguard. The Kingsguard stood by useless as his brother Joffrey died, murdered at his own wedding feast. I watched one son die. I could not bear to lose another. I have sinned. I have committed wanton fornication, but I did it for Tommen. Forgive me, High Holiness, but I would open my legs for every man in King's Landing if that was what I had to do to keep my children safe. Forgiveness comes only from the gods. What of Sir Lancel, who was your cousin and your lord husband's squire? Did you take him into your bed to win his loyalty as well? Lancel. Cersei hesitated. Careful, she told herself. Lancel will have told everything. Lancel loved me. He was half a boy, but I never doubted his devotion to me or my son. And yet you still corrupted him. I was lonely. She choked back a sob. I had lost my husband, my son, my lord father. I was regent, but a queen is still a woman, and women are weak vessels, easily tempted. Your High Holiness knows the truth of that. Even holy septas have been known to sin. I took comfort with Lancel. He was kind and gentle, and I needed someone. It was wrong, I know, but I had no one else. A woman needs to be loved. She needs a man beside her. She began to sob uncontrollably. The High Septon made no move to comfort her. He sat there with his hard eyes fixed on her, watching her weep, as stony as the statues of the seven in the sept above. Long moments passed, but finally her tears were all dried up. By then her eyes were red and raw from crying, and she felt as if she might faint. The High Sparrow was not done with her, however. These are common sins, he said. The wickedness of widows is well known, and all women are wantons at heart, given to using their wiles and their beauty to work their wills on men. There is no treason here, so long as you did not stray from your marriage bed whilst his Grace King Robert was still alive. Never, she whispered, shivering. Never, I swear it. He paid that no mind. There are other charges laid against your Grace, crimes far more grievous than simple fornications. You admit Ser Osney Kettleblack was your lover, and Ser Osney insists that he smothered my predecessor at your behest. He further insists that he bore false witness against Queen Margaery and her cousins, telling tales of fornications, adultery, and high treason, again at your behest. No, said Cersei. It is not true. I love Margaery as I would a daughter. And the other... I complained of the High Septon, I admit it. He was Tyrion's creature, weak and corrupt, a stain upon our holy faith. Your High Holiness knows that as well as I. It may be that Osney thought that his death would please me. If so, I bear some part of the blame. But murder? No. Of that I am innocent. Take me to the sept, and I will stand before the Father's judgment seat and swear the truth of that. In time, said the High Septon.
You also stand accused of conspiring at the murder of your own lord husband, our late beloved King Robert, first of his name."
Lancel, Cersei thought. Robert was killed by a boar. Do they say I am a skin changer now, a warg? Am I accused of killing Joffrey too, my own sweet son, my firstborn?
No, just your husband. Do you deny it?
I deny it, I do. Before gods and men I deny it.
He nodded. Last of all, and worst of all, there are some who say your children were not fathered by King Robert, that they are bastards born of incest and adultery.
Stannis says that, Cersei said at once.
A lie, a palpable lie.
Stannis wants the Iron Throne for himself, but his brother's children stand in his way, so he must needs claim that they are not his brothers. That filthy letter. There is no shred of truth to it. I deny it.
The High Septon placed both hands flat upon the table and pushed himself to his feet. Good. Lord Stannis has turned from the truth of the Seven to worship a red demon, and his false faith has no place in these 7 kingdoms. That was almost reassuring. Cersei nodded. Even so, His High Holiness went on, these are terrible charges, and the realm must know the truth of them. If your grace has told it true, no doubt a trial will prove your innocence.
A trial still. I have confessed to certain sins, others you deny. Your trial will separate the truths from the falsehoods. I shall ask the 7 to forgive the sins you have confessed, and pray that you be found innocent of these other accusations.
Cersei rose slowly from her knees.
I bow to the wisdom of your High Holiness, she said. But if I might beg for just one drop of the Mother's mercy, It has been so long since I last saw my son. Please.
The old man's eyes were chips of flint. It would not be fitting to allow you near the king until you have been cleansed of all your wickedness. You have taken the first step on your path back to righteousness, however, and in light of that I shall permit you other visitors, 1 each day. The queen began to weep again. This time the tears were true.
You are too kind. Thank you.
The mother is merciful. It is her that you should thank. Moel and Scolera were waiting to lead her back up to her tower cell. Anella followed close behind them.
We have all been praying for your grace, Septa Moel said as they were climbing.
Yes,
Septa Scolera echoed.
And you must feel so much lighter now, clean and innocent as a maid on the morning of her wedding.
I fucked Jaime on the morning of my wedding, the queen recalled. I do, she said. I feel reborn, as if a festering boil has been lanced, and now at last I can begin to heal. I could almost fly. She imagined how sweet it would be to slam an elbow into Septa Scolera's face and send her careening down the spiral steps. If the gods were good, the wrinkled old cunt might crash into Septa Anella and take her down with her.
It is good to see you smiling again, Scolera said.
His High Holiness said I might have visitors?
He did,
said Septa Anella. If your grace will tell us whom you wish to see, we will send word to them. Jaime, I need Jaime. But if her twin was in the city, why had he not come to her? It might be wiser to wait on Jaime until she had a better notion of what was happening beyond the walls of the great sept of Baelor. My uncle, she said. Ser Kevan Lannister, my father's brother. Is he in the city?
He is,
said Septa Anella.
The Lord Regent has taken up residence in the Red Keep. We will send for him at once.
Thank you, said Cersei, thinking, Lord Regent, is it? She could not pretend to be surprised. A humble and a contrite heart proved to have benefits over and beyond cleansing the soul of sin. That night the queen was moved to a larger cell 2 floors down, with a window she could actually look out of, and warm, soft blankets for her bed. And when time came for supper, instead of stale bread and oaten porridge,
she was served a roast capon, a bowl of crisp greens sprinkled with crushed walnuts, and a mound of mashed neeps aswim in butter. That night she crawled into her bed with a full stomach for the first time since she was taken, and slept through the black watches of the night undisturbed. The next morning, with the dawn, there came her uncle. Cersei was still at her breakfast when the door swung open, and Sir Kevin Lannister stepped through. "Leave us," he told her jailers. Septa Unella ushered Scholara and Moel away and closed the door behind them. The queen rose to her feet. Sir Kevin looked older than when she'd seen him last. He was a big man, broad in the shoulder and thick about the waist, with a close-cropped blonde beard that followed the line of his heavy jaw and short blonde hair in full retreat from his brow. A heavy woolen cloak, dyed crimson, was clasped at one shoulder with a golden brooch in the shape of a lion's head. "Thank you for coming," the queen said. Her uncle frowned. "You should sit. There are things that I must needs tell you." She did not want to sit. "You are still angry with me. I hear it in your voice. Forgive me, uncle. It was wrong of me to throw my wine at you, but
You think I care about a cup of wine? Lancel is my son, Cersei, your own nephew. If I am angry with you, that is the cause. You should have looked after him, guided him, found him a likely girl of good family. Instead, you—
I know.
Lancel wanted me more than I ever wanted him. He still does, I will wager.
I was alone, weak. Please, Uncle. Oh, Uncle, it is so good to see your face, your sweet, sweet face. I have done wicked things, I know, but I could not bear for you to hate me." She threw her arms around him, kissed his cheek. Forgive me. Sir Kevin suffered the embrace for a few heartbeats before he finally raised his own arms to return it. His hug was short and awkward. "Enough," he said, his voice still flat and cold. "You are forgiven. Now sit. I bring some hard tidings, Cersei." His words frightened her. "Has something happened to Tommen? Please, no. I have been so afraid for my son. No one will tell me anything. Please tell me that Tommen is well." "His Grace is well. He asks about you often." Sir Kevin laid his hands on her shoulders, held her at arm's length. "Jaime, then? Is it Jaime?" "No. Jaime is still in the Riverlands, somewhere." "Somewhere?" She did not like the sound of that. "He took Raventree and accepted Lord Blackwood's surrender," said her uncle. "But on his way back to Riverrun he left his tail and went off with a woman." "A woman?" Cersei stared at him, uncomprehending. "What woman? Why? Where did they go?" "No one knows. We've had no further word of him. The woman may have been the Evenstar's daughter, Lady Brienne." Her. The queen remembered the Maid of Tarth, a huge, ugly, shambling thing who dressed in man's mail. Jaime would never abandon me for such a creature. My raven never reached him, elsewise he would have come. "We have had reports of sellswords landing all over the south," Sir Kevin was saying. "Tarth, the Stepstones, Cape Wrath. Where Stannis found the coin to hire a free company I would dearly love to know. I do not have the strength to deal with them, not here. Mace Tyrell does, but he refuses to bestir himself until this matter with his daughter has been settled." A headsman would settle Margaery quick enough. Cersei did not care a fig for Stannis or his sellswords. "The others take him, and the Tyrells both. Let them slaughter each other. The realm will be the better for it." "Please, Uncle, take me out of here." "How? By force of arms?" Sir Kevin walked to the window and gazed out, frowning. "I would need to make an abattoir of this holy place, and I do not have the men. The best part of our forces were at Riverrun with your brother. I had no time to raise up a new host." He turned back to face her. "I have spoken with His High Holiness.
He will not release you until you have atoned for your sins.
I have confessed.
Atoned, I said, before the city. A walk.
No.
She knew what her uncle was about to say, and she did not want to hear it.
Never. Tell him that if you speak again. I am a queen, not some dockside whore.
No harm would come to you. No one will touch—
No,
she said, more sharply.
I would sooner die.
Sir Kevin was unmoved. If that is your wish, you may soon have it granted. His High Holiness has resolved that you be tried for regicide, deicide, incest, and high treason.
Deicide?
She almost laughed.
When did I kill a god?
The High Septon speaks for the 7 here on earth. Strike at him, and you are striking at the gods themselves. Her uncle raised a hand before she could protest. It does no good to speak of such things. Not here. The time for all that is at trial. He gazed about her cell. The look on his face spoke volumes. Someone is listening. Even here, even now, she dare not speak freely. She took a breath.
Who will try me?
The faith, her uncle said, unless you insist on a trial by battle, in which case you must be championed by a knight of the King's Guard. Whatever the outcome, your rule is at an end. I will serve as Tommen's regent until he comes of age. Mace Tyrell has been named King's Hand. Grand Maester Pycelle and Sir Harris Swift will continue as before, but Paxter Redwine is now Lord Admiral, and Randall Tarley has assumed the duties of Justiciar. Tyrell bannermen, the both of them. The whole governance of the realm was being handed to her enemies, Queen Margaery's kith and kin.
Margaery stands accused as well. Her and those cousins of hers. How is it that the Sparrows freed her and not me?
Randall Tarley insisted. He was the first to reach King's Landing when this storm broke, and he brought his army with him. The Tyrell girls will still be tried, but the case against them is weak, His High Holiness admits. All of the men named as the Queen's lovers have denied the accusation or recanted, save for your maimed singer, who appears to be half mad. So the High Septon handed the girls over to Tarley's custody, and Lord Randall swore a holy oath to deliver them for trial when the time comes.
And her accusers? The Queen demanded. Who holds them?
Osney Kettleblack and the Blue Bard are here beneath the sept. The Redwine twins have been declared innocent, and Hamish the Harper has died. The rest are in the dungeons under the Red Keep, in the charge of your man Qyburn.
Qyburn, thought Cersei. That was good. One straw at least that she could clutch. Lord Qyburn had them, and Lord Qyburn could do wonders. And horrors. He can do horrors as well.
There is more, worse. Will you sit down?
Sit down? Cersei shook her head. What could be worse? She was to be tried for high treason whilst the little queen and her cousins flew off as free as birds. Tell me, what is it?
Myrcella. We have had grave news from Dorne.
Tyrion, she said at once. Tyrion had sent her little girl to Dorne, and Cersei had dispatched Ser Balon Swan to bring her home. All Dornish men were snakes, and the Martells were the worst of them. The Red Viper had even tried to defend the imp, had come within a hairbreadth of a victory that would have allowed the dwarf to escape the blame for Joffrey's murder. It's him. He's been in Dorne all this time, and now he's seized my daughter.
Sir Kevin gave her another scowl. Myrcella was attacked by a Dornish knight named Gerald Dane. She's alive, but hurt. He slashed her face open. I'm sorry. She lost an ear.
An ear? Cersei stared at him, aghast. She was just a child, my precious princess. She was so pretty, too. He cut off her ear. And Prince Doran and his Dornish knights, where were they? They could not defend one little girl? Where was Eris Oakhart?
Slain, defending her. Dane cut him down, it's said.
The Sword of the Morning had been a Dane, the Queen recalled, but he was long dead.
Who was this Ser Geralt, and why would he wish to harm her daughter? She could not make any sense of this, unless... Tyrion lost half his nose in the Battle of the Blackwater, slashing her face, cutting off an ear. The imp's grubby little fingers are all over this. Prince Doran says nothing of your brother, and Balin Swan writes that Myrcella puts it all on this Geralt Dane. Darkstar, they call him. She gave a bitter laugh. Whatever they call him, he is my brother's cat's paw. Tyrion has friends amongst the Dornish. The imp planned this all along. It was Tyrion who betrothed Myrcella to Prince Trystane. Now I see why. You see Tyrion in every shadow. He is a creature of the shadows. He killed Joffrey. He killed father. Did you think he would stop there? I feared that the imp was still in King's Landing plotting to harm Tommen, but he must have gone to Dorne instead to kill Myrcella first. Cersei paced the width of the cell. I need to be with Tommen. These Kingsguard knights are as useless as nipples on a breastplate. She rounded on her uncle. Ser Eris was killed, you said? At the hands of this man Darkstar, yes. Dead. He's dead. You are certain of that? That is what we have been told. Then there is an empty place amongst the Kingsguard. It must be filled at once. Tommen must be protected. Lord Tarley is drawing up a list of worthy knights for your brother to consider, but until Jaime reappears, the king can give a man a white cloak. Tommen's a good boy. Tell him who to name, and he will name him. And who would you have him name? She did not have a ready answer. My champion will need a new name as well as a new face. Qyburn will know. Trust him in this. You and I have had our differences, uncle, but for the blood we share and the love you bore my father, for Tommen's sake and the sake of his poor maimed sister, do as I ask you. Go to Lord Qyburn on my behalf, bring him a white cloak, and tell him that the time has come.